He Kaitong saw that the people on his side couldn't resist Ling Yun at all, knowing that being tough would not work, so he changed it to being soft. But he is very confident. He Yuqiong was also taken aback when she heard it, but when she was in the villa, she heard the descendant say that her grandfather is now a living dead, and immediately knew that he Kaitong was lying to her, and she was furious. You're talking nonsense. Miss he. Ling Yun spoke at this time, be safe and don't be impatient. Since your uncle let us in, let's go in and have a look first. He Yuqiong didn't know what was going on with his grandfather, but Ling Yun knew it all. He was not in a hurry, and planned to go into the house and talk about it after seeing the old man. After Ling Yun had spoken, He Yuqiong naturally obeyed. She stopped talking and silently followed Ling Yun to the front room. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, the two of you come into the house with me. After seeing Mr. He later, you must keep an eye on him with all your strength, and at the same time protect his safety. Jester, you will be responsible for protecting Miss He later. Before Ling Yun entered the house, he used his spiritual thoughts to transmit sound and made all the arrangements. He had to do this, because the main masters of the enemy were all in this house at the moment, surrounded by powerful enemies. It was extremely dangerous. The next moment, he brought He Yuqiong, Wang Chongxiao, Edward, Jester, and 4 others into the living room of the holiday house. Grandfather? As soon as He Yuqiong entered the room, she was completely stunned. Mr. He Wenkan is indeed in the living room. Although he is sitting in a wheelchair, his old face looks a little sluggish, but his eyes are open, and he is clearly awake. When he saw Ling Yun and the others coming in, he even grinned as a greeting, and he held on to the armrest of the wheelchair with both hands, as if he wanted to stand up. Yuqiong, are you back? He Wenkan heard He Yuqiong calling him, nodded, and said with a grin. It's just that this smile is too stiff. Grandpa, do you recognize me? Really? He Yuqiong could hardly believe her eyes. Quickly took a few steps, rushed to the front of the old man, weeping uncontrollably. She was so excited. Ahem, Yuqiong, good boy, I've been healed for more than 10 days, and now I'm eating well, sleeping soundly, everything is fine, you don't have to worry. I heard that some time ago, you went to the capital to buy medicine for me. How is it? Have you bought the medicine? Although He Yuqiong was crying, she was also observing He Wenkan carefully, but she was excited, but she didn't feel anything unusual about the old man. Hearing the old man's question, He Yuqiong quickly wiped away tears and nodded. Grandpa, I bought the medicine for you and invited someone who can treat your illness, but I didn't expect that I came back late. He Wenkan grinned again. He slowly raised his arm, and pointed to the person sitting on the sofa next to him. It doesn't matter, anyway, Grandpa is much better now, I can recover, thanks to the guru invited back by your uncle. He is the savior of Grandpa, you have to thank him for me. He Yuqiong was busy asking about the old man's physical condition, and couldn't care about anything else at the moment. This is human nature, because everything in front of me cannot be faked, and the person in the wheelchair is indeed her grandfather, He Wenkan. But Ling Yun, since entering the room, has never spoken, but just looked at the master on the sofa as if nothing had happened. This house is very big, at least 200 square meters, and He Wenkan is not the only one in the huge living room. On the west side of the living room, there were more than 30 people at the moment. They were divided into 4 rows, sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with their eyes closed, not saying a word. Among these people, there are 7 or 8 pure ancient martial arts practitioners, each of whose realm is far superior to those that Ling Yun killed outside just now. The other 20 people, without exception, were all spiritual practitioners. They sat cross-legged on the ground, their lips kept opening and closing, and they muttered words in their mouths. Although Ling Yun couldn't be sure whether these spiritual practitioners were descendants or Gu art masters, he could see through the realm of these people at a glance. There are more than 20 spiritual practitioners, each of whom is not below the level of the 3 spiritual practitioners who monitored He Yuqiong at the beginning, and all of them are above the 5th level of the supernatural powers. Even the 4 or 5 people in the first row have the ability to train Qi, the strength of the 9-level realm. Even Ling Yun couldn't figure out how a mere He family could find such a terrifying lineup, but with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't take these people seriously. What really made Ling Yun slightly afraid was the guru sitting on the sofa next to Yi Wenkan. Ling Yun couldn't see the opponent's realm. Ling Yun knew that the person who could make himself unable to see the level of cultivation, at least possessed the strength of the later stage of foundation establishment, so after he entered the room, he deliberately gave his back to the 30 or so masters behind him, but pretended to be nonchalant. Looking at the guru on the sofa. If it is not bad, this is the Master Kumba, that the flying head descendant said. This master is very short, with grey-black skin, dry and thin, and the skin on his body is so loose that it is a little droopy. He is wearing a monk's robe in the style of a Nanyang monk. He sits on the sofa and turns a blind eye to Ling Yun and others coming in, until He Wenkan introduced him, then put his hands together and bowed slightly. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness and great virtue. Our He family will definitely repay you with all our strength. He Yuqiong bowed respectfully to his master. With a smile on his face, the master nodded slowly, shook his head again, and still didn't respond. That look really made people want to go up and kick him in the face. Yuqiong, that's the right thing to do, Grandpa didn't hurt you in vain, but... He Wenkan suddenly changed the subject. Yuqiong, after you have been away for the past few days, Grandpa thinks about it and thinks that you are indeed still too young. It is too difficult for you to be the heir of our He family. So Grandpa, now, let me tell you, your uncle is more suitable as the heir of our He family property. I decided to hand it over to him. He Yuqiong suddenly froze. Grandpa, why do you? At this time, He Wensan's eyes widened, and a fierce look appeared on his old-fashioned face. Yuqiong, you still need to practice for a few more years, and when your uncle feels that you are capable enough, he will hand over the power of the family to you. For you. At this time, He Caidong's proud voice came from outside the door. Now you have seen it all, have you heard it? Yuqiong, this is what your grandfather told you personally. Do you want to listen or not? Ling Yun sneered, and said in his heart that after waiting for a long time, he finally revealed the fox's tail. He suddenly took a step forward, stood between He Yuqiong and He Wenkan, raised his hand and patted He Wensan's shoulder lightly. Master, you just recovered from a serious illness, and you talked so much all at once, should you rest? Before the voice fell, it was too late to say it. With a movement of Ling Yun's mind, the Qingying flying sword and the Yinyang Gongqi sword were sacrificed at the same time. A blue shadow and a grey light stabbed at the master's body at the same time. No sign. After entering the room, Ling Yun, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, made a bold move. What? The guru, who was sitting on the sofa, who never opened his mouth with an exclamation, and then it turned into a scream. The distance is too close. If Ling Yun didn't move, he would be thunderous. How could he be allowed to escape? Under Ling Yun's full force, the Qingying flying sword and the Yinyang Gongqi sword stabbed the master's chest and lower abdomen, respectively. The blue shadow flying sword pierced through the chest. The Yinyang stellar Qi sword just entered the opponent's lower abdomen, and then flew out again. However, this time, the Yinyang stellar Qi sword was not flown out under the control of Ling Yun, but was forcefully forced out by that master. At least at the peak of foundation establishment. Shocked in Ling Yun's heart, he opened the shield of Hunyuan Ichi at the first time, and at the same time, the golden light shone on his back, and the golden dragon spear came out of his body, and stabbed at the master again. Golden Emperor Crazy Dragon Slash. Hi. Master Kumba breathed out, endured the pain in his chest, and flew upside down, smashing through 3 walls with his back, and then finally had a chance to soar into the sky and fly straight into the sky. Lingyan guessed right, this relatively self-reliant guru was the Kumbha guru mentioned by the descendant. After Lingyan came in, although he had been on guard, he never dreamed that Lingyan would suddenly kill him, let alone this boy actually possesses such a sharp magic weapon, the flying sword can penetrate his flesh. Frankly speaking, if it wasn't for saving people, if there weren't too many enemies in this room, Lingyan's attack would definitely not be so fierce, let alone so ruthless. He had to force this guru to retreat as soon as he made a move, because the current situation of the old man, Xuanhuan, has really reached the point of extreme danger. The person in the wheelchair is indeed the old man, it is absolutely true, and it cannot be faked, but it is this Kumbha who talked to Xuanhuan just now. Kumbha actually used secret techniques to control Xuanhuan's body, using Xuanhuan's mouth to do what he wants to do. A cultivator uses his thoughts to completely control a person's body. Although it is not considered a seizure, it is not far behind. After controlling another person's body, wanting the other person to die is just a matter of thought. Therefore, if Lingyan wanted to save the old man, the first thing he had to do was to force back Kumbha's thoughts, and he couldn't give him even a little time to react. Therefore, Lingyan had no choice but to plunge Kumbha into a desperate situation and force him to protect himself wholeheartedly. As for instant killing the opponent, it is naturally one of the ways, but no matter how much Lingyan entrusts him, he can't gamble with Mr. He's life. Facts have indeed proved that Kumbha was indeed very wary of Lingyan. The Inyang Gang Chi sword almost pierced his dantian, but he was forced out of his body in an instant. Sure enough, as soon as Kumbha retreated, old man Xuanhuan's head seemed to be broken, and he tilted randomly, and then his body limply fell on the wheelchair, without a sound, even his eyes were closed. "Grandfather!" Xuanhuan cried out in grief. "Don't worry, no one is dead." In his busy schedule, Lingyan answered Xuanhuan, and then he used the 5 elements to cut off the pulse, sealing Xuanhuan's heart like lightning, and sacrificed a 7th-level healing talisman, stuck it on Xuanhuan's forehead and shouted, "Pro!" All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and after doing all this, Xuanhuan couldn't die even if he wanted to. "Do it!" Following Lingyan, he shouted violently. Wang Chongxiao and Edward flashed their figures, and immediately protected the old man from the left to the right, and Jester also flew over to protect Xuanhuan. This is the plan that was deployed in advance, before Lingyan entered the door. "Take them both away." Lingyan ordered that the 2 of them must be taken away, because in this kind of series of battles, ordinary people would have to die on the spot if there was just a little bit of wind. As for fighting, Lingyan alone is enough. Swipe. Lingyan controlled his 2 flying swords and flew back and forth in the room, chopping and stabbing at the 30 or so spiritual practitioners. All of a sudden, the screams in the room continued one after another. The green shadow flying sword and the Inyang Gangchi sword, one green and one gray, like elves rushing out of hell to harvest life. But Lingyan only hurts and doesn't kill, because such a good resource, if it is killed with a single sword, it will be wasted in vain. Amidst the howling of ghosts and wolves, Lingyan's figure flashed and rushed into the crowd of enemies. Boom! The vortex of Inyang Chi was released, sweeping over the 30 or so spiritual cultivators in an instant. Lingyan was using the vortex of Inyang Chi to absorb their true Chi crazily, and quickly completed the assimilation. It turned into Yin and Yang. The current Lingyan, using the method of absorbing energy, has long since no longer needed to touch the other party's body. What? When those spiritual cultivators who lost their true Chi crazily understood what Lingyan was doing, they immediately let out a desperate scream. Go to Zheng, elusive, whoever resists will be stabbed by the flying sword immediately and seriously injured. Guru help! Someone yelled crazily. Some of these spiritual practitioners may not be afraid of death, but being sucked away alive with their hard work is more uncomfortable than being killed. It's a pity that the guru in their hearts at this moment is not much better than them. He was stabbed by Ling Yun as soon as he came up. Although the chest was not at the critical point, it was pierced. Although the lower abdomen was not pierced, the dantian was already damaged, and now being chased and killed by Ling Yun's two magic weapons at the same time, there is no way to go to heaven, and no way to enter earth. You know, Ling Yun's golden dragon spear, combined with the golden emperor's mad dragon slash, has the most attack power among his portable magic weapons. Kumba can knock back the Yinyang Gang Chi sword, but he dare not take the golden dragon spear hard at all. Too frightening. Moreover, if it was just the golden dragon spear, Kumba could retreat and fight at the same time, at least he could deal with Wan Chongxiao and his gang, but there was still a king's seal hanging above his head, and Mount Tai would be overwhelmed at any time, and Kumba was crisscrossing the sky. Just can't get rid of the pursuit of these two magic weapons. Boom. The house soon failed and collapsed. The vortex of yin and yang qi swept through the crowd, and after a few minutes, Ling Yun felt that this group of spiritual practitioners had become the last of their strength, and there was not much true energy left in their bodies. Ling Yun sneered, "Send you on your way." Chi 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 chi. The two flying swords came and went like lightning, and quickly killed all these enemies. Chi chi chi. After all the people in the house were dead, Ling Yun didn't have to move, and directly activated the two flying swords, stabbing to death those spiritual practitioners who were already stupefied outside, and those who had lower realms. Now, on the side of He Kai Tong, there are only himself, Hua Chaofan, and Master Kumba who is exhausted in the sky. Brush. After the two flying swords killed all the people on the ground, they also rushed into the night sky to chase and kill Master Kumba. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he rushed out from the collapsed house and came to He Kai Tong in no time. He Kai Tong was so frightened that he lay on the ground, trembling all over. Ling Yun squatted down and patted his shoulder lightly. "Old He, if you think you have the ability and want to seize the power of the family, it's really nothing. After all, it's your He family's business. But it's your fault that you colluded with foreign countries and disturbed my Huaxia Haojiang." Eloquent. Others clean up the battlefield, Paul follows me. Whoosh. Ling Yun soared into the sky. He made a turning point in the air, and chased straight towards the southern waters. It was impossible not to chase. Master Kumba saw that the general situation was over, and knew that he had hit the iron plate this time, so he no longer wanted to fight, and rushed left and right for a while. "Flee for your life in the direction of the South China Sea." Ling Yun's limit speed was not much faster than Kumba's. Once he escaped 5,000 meters away, it would be very difficult for Ling Yun to catch up. In the night sky, the two of them flew one in front of the other and quickly flew tens of kilometers to the sky above the vast South China Sea. "Hey, that master, you fly slowly, slow down, I tell you, if you fly further, you will be in bad luck." Far away from the coastline and above the sea, Ling Yun no longer had any scruples. He chased and shouted. Seeing that Ling Yun was chasing him closer and closer, Kumba didn't even look back, and fled towards the southeast all the way. "Damn, you didn't listen to the kind reminders, you deserve to be unlucky." Ling Yun speeded up again, and the distance between the two of them was no more than 3 kilometers. Oh, now that I think about it, he probably couldn't understand me. Fortunately, I brought a translator. Ling Yun swept his mind away, only to find that Paul was no longer behind him. The guy was too slow and lost track. There was no other way. Ling Yun had to take out his communicator and turn on his own satellite positioning. It doesn't matter if Paul can't catch up with him, as long as he can find him. "Hey, why is this master not obedient? You are really not afraid of bad luck?" Seeing that Kumba was still speeding up desperately, Ling Yun was a little upset. He took back the Renwang Yin and the Qingying Feijian, and only used a golden dragon gun and a Yinyang Gang Chi sword to tease Kumba. Because these two magic weapons are transformed by Ling Yan's breath, one is dragon spirit energy, and the other is Yin Yang stellar energy. They are like Ling Yan's two arms, and they don't need to consume too much spiritual thought. Master, don't run away. You don't really think I can't catch up with you, do you? Boom. Ling Yan unfolded at 8 times the speed of sound, and there was a blast behind him, and the distance between the two suddenly shortened by 500 meters. Impolite. Master Kumba wanted to cry, but of course he could hear the monk Ling Yan chanting scriptures behind him. Although he couldn't understand most of the words, he could understand Ling Yan telling him not to run away. Moreover, it's not that Master Kumba can't bring up his own speed. If he gallops at full speed, he is indeed no slower than Ling Yan now. It's a pity that he has been seriously injured, and he was harassed by Ling Yan's two magic weapons in various ways. If you have to keep turning and dodging left and right during flight, you will naturally not be able to get up fast. In this way, the two chased and fled, and soon rushed out for more than 100 kilometers, and came to the sky above the deep sea. The distance between the two has shortened by more than 500 meters to less than 2,000 meters. Ling Yan didn't waste his energy anymore. He started hanging on Kumba leisurely, with a smile on his lips, patiently waiting for the moment when the other party's bad luck came. Although Ling Yan hadn't caught up with him yet, Kumba felt more and more that something was wrong, and the more he ran away, the more nervous he felt. Several times, he even couldn't help turning his head and wanting to fight Ling Yan. Ling Yan has divine consciousness, and Kumba also has it. With this distance, both of them are within the range of the other's spiritual consciousness, so the other party can see their respective situations clearly. Kumba saw the playful expression on Ling Yan's face. It was a cat-playing-mouse expression. It wasn't that the other party couldn't catch up with him, but was deliberately teasing him. No, I have to work harder. As long as I fly a few hundred kilometers forward, I will be close to the airspace of the Philippines. As long as I send a message by then, my friends over there will definitely come to rescue me. Thinking this way in his heart, Kumba became ruthless, and he galloped again with all his strength, regardless of the injuries on his body. What? The weather is so good, why is there suddenly a cloud in front of us? After Kumba accelerated, before flying far forward, he saw a large cloud inexplicably in front of him, with a radius of nearly a kilometer and a thickness of several hundred meters, and it was still drifting towards him at high speed. There is no wind at all. How can such a big cloud and mist fly so fast? Kumba was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he was overjoyed again, thinking that no matter what, it would be good to come to such a big cloud. As long as he got into the cloud and changed his direction a little, he might be able to get rid of the cloud. Horror monk. Thinking of this, Kumba immediately accelerated again and rushed towards the cloud. However, before he got close to the cloud, Kumba felt an inexplicable coercion. That coercion was so terrifying that it could make him lose his mind. What happened? Kumba was shocked, and his first reaction was to quickly change direction and avoid the flying clouds. But at this moment, hold head high. A roar that resounded through the sky came out of the clouds, like a thunderbolt, which frightened Kumba so much that he almost fell into the sea. It was too late to change direction. Kumba crashed into the cloud. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, he heard a loud noise coming from inside the cloud, and then Ling Yan saw Master Kumba flying out of the cloud and somersaulting. Only this time, he didn't fly out by himself, but was pulled out by a huge red dragon with one tail. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan flew over, and in an instant he came in front of Kumba, and flew close to him. How about it? I told you not to let you fly here at the beginning, and told you that you would be unlucky, but you didn't listen. Do you regret it now? Kumba's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Looking at Ling Yan, who was close in front of him, he finally understood that he couldn't escape no matter what. It's a dragon. The dragon in the legend of China, how is it possible? Over and over again, Kumba could only say this sentence. Of course Ling Yan didn't understand, so he simply used the international language, "Shut up first, and wait for my translator to come before you speak." This is English, but Kumba actually understood it. He looked at Ling Yan, and then at the looming giant dragon in the clouds, which was looming in the clouds. He could only nod sadly, and then swooped down, straight into the sea. Ling Yan also followed closely, standing proudly on top of the waves. Naturally, Zheng got into the sea too, her scarlet body meandering and circling in the sea, playing to her heart's content, showing off to Ling Yan proudly. After Ling Yan arrived above the sea, he has been using the golden dragon gun to hunt down Kumba. The dragon energy contained in the dragon gun is so strong, coupled with the dazzling golden light, it is simply a bright red guiding light. How could it not come to meet? Therefore, Master Kumba's sad fate was almost doomed long ago. The two chased in the air, and rushed out of the coastline for more than 200 kilometers. Paul turned into a humanoid bird and hurried behind, but was still thrown by Ling Yan for more than 50 kilometers. After the two stopped, it took him more than 2 minutes to finally arrive. "Boss." Ling Yan nodded, raised his hand and pointed at his master. "You first ask what his name is." Paul immediately translated, and after exchanging a few words with the other party, he turned to Ling Yan and said, "Boss, he is indeed Kumba, an elder of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance." At this time, Kumba murmured a few more words. Paul turned his head, smiled and said to Ling Yan, "Boss, he said that you must not be a casual cultivator of Donghai, and he wants to know your real name." Ling Yan laughed. "Ling Yan, tell him that I am Ling Yan." While speaking, Ling Yan seemed to want to prove that, with a thought, he took out something from Taishu's ring. The purple light is full. It was the purple chalcedony snatched from the 3 spiritual practitioners. "This is purple chalcedony." Seeing what Ling Yan took out, Master Kumba's eyes brightened immediately. He couldn't restrain his excitement, so he subconsciously took a step forward. In fact, the 3 spiritual cultivators who accompanied He Yucheon to the Yi family auction more than a month ago were the 3 disciples of Master Kumba, and the last messages sent by these 3 people before they died were also sent for Kumba. "Ling Yan, it really is you." Master Kumba, without blinking his eyes, stared fixedly at the purple chalcedony, and after a while, he turned his eyes back to Ling Yan's face. "That's right, it's me." At this time, Ling Yan had recovered his original appearance. He weighed the purple chalcedony in his hand, and then put it away, with a thought. Although Ling Yan still couldn't see through the true strength of this Kumba guru, he was not at all worried that the other party would run away in front of his eyes. The pinnacle of foundation building? When Ling Yan was at the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, he had already killed one, and that was Di Hai, the genius sword repairman of the Heavenly Sword sect. Although at that time Ling Yan had activated the Dragon Elephant power 3 times, but he was mainly worried that his level was too low and that the opponent would run away, so he had to urge him to have a faster speed than the opponent. The Dragon Elephant is magical and mysterious. Now that Ling Yan has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, he not only surpasses the cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment in terms of speed, but also the several portable magic weapons he has refined, such as the Qingying flying sword, the Yinyang Gang Qi sword, and the Golden Dragon spear. All it is already a top-grade treasure, and it can easily break through the defenses of foundation-building masters and cause fatal damage to their bodies. Experts stretch out their hands to know if there is one. After a sneak attack, and the pursuit just now, Ling Yan has figured out the strength of this Master Kumba. What's more, the opponent is already injured, and now there is another dragon beside Ling Yan. Of course Ling Yan has nothing to fear. Seeing Ling Yan putting away the purple chalcedony, Master Kumba didn't speak immediately, but silently chanted a mantra, and saw a black light suddenly appearing on his body, and after a while, the chest and wounded by Ling Yunfei's sword in the lower abdomen, several wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Yun didn't try to stop him. Because his 2 flying swords are both high-grade treasures, after stabbing each other, the injury is not only the flesh, but has already destroyed Kumba's internal texture and meridians. Now Kumba's treatment of the wound is just healing. Take a swipe of the fur to stop the wound from bleeding, it's just for the convenience of combat. Mr. Ling Yun, I have heard about you, and know that you are a cultivation genius who has suddenly risen in China this year. Your family has now become the largest family in China. After controlling the injury, Master Kumba spoke with a serious expression on his face. However, our Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance has no enmity with you, even after I know that you have taken away the purple chalcedony I need the most. I didn't send my disciples to Huasha to fight for you again. I don't know why you keep targeting us like this. Listen to you, are you going to negotiate with me? After listening to Paul's translation, Ling Yin raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile. Good. Master Kumba nodded solemnly. This purple chalcedony is what I need urgently at present. If you are willing to return it to me, then I, Kumba, can guarantee that not only the past grievances between us will be wiped out, but also from now on, as long as you come to Nanyang, my Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance will treat you as a guest of honor. Ling Yin laughed out loud after hearing this, and asked with great interest, Master Kumba, I don't know what kind of exercise you practiced, but you have ruined your own brain. Please find out the situation first, and then speak. Take a moment to think about it, okay? You are already the turtle in the urn. Not only do you not want to beg for mercy, but you even want to take the purple chalcedony from my hand? Master Kumba shook his head slowly. Mr. Ling Yun, I know you are very powerful, but if you and this Western blood clan, plus this dragon in Shanghai, want to keep me here, I'm afraid it's also difficult. Ling Yun. Anyway, bragging is not taxable, so you can brag as much as you want. Master Kumba said again, Mr. Ling Yun, I might as well tell you that when you were chasing me just now, I have already used the communicator in my hand to tell the upper level of the Alliance everything that happened in the resort. If you can kill me, you will be hunted down by our entire Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance in the future. Solicit and threaten. Ling Yun smiled faintly, and didn't bother to respond to Master Kumba's proposal, just asked, what else do you want to say? Before you die, just say it all together. Seeing Ling Yun's reluctance, Kumba felt a lot of anger in his heart. He let out his aura and took a step forward. Ling Yun, I patiently told you so much just now, but it was not because I was afraid of you. If you keep pushing me like this, then I will let you know how powerful I am. Brush. A black light suddenly glowed on Kumba's body, and the black bracelet on his wrist suddenly flew out automatically, suddenly enlarged, changed into the size of a wheel, and blocked in front of him. At the same time, the black gold-colored magic subduing pestle pendant on Kumba's neck also flew out, and instantly became more than 2 meters long, bursting with black golden light, hanging above Kumba's head, aiming at Ling Yun. 2 magic weapons, 1 attack and 1 defense. Master Kumba seemed to want to prove his true strength, so he put up a battle very simply. Since you have nothing to say, let me tell you 2 things. Standing proudly, Ling Yun didn't even look at the 2 treasures sacrificed by Kumba, and said directly, first, if I didn't see the purple chalcedony that day, that's fine, but since I saw it, I don't care about it. Whether or not your disciple provoked me, I couldn't even let it fall into your hands. What's more, that night, your 3 disciples actually wanted to snatch the purple chalcedony from my auction, not to mention getting purple chalcedony. Baby, of course they deserve to die. Secondly, if you, Kumba, just want to help He Kaitong seize the family inheritance rights of the He family, although the way you do it is not open and aboveboard, such trivial matters cannot enter my eyes, I knew the truth of the matter was far from that simple. Not only did you control He Kaitong, but you even dared to get on He Winsan's body, and then wanted to control the He family and mess up my Huasha Haojiang. Your Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance has too many schemes, and you don't care about my Huasha cultivation world too much inside. Based on this alone, I won't be wronged if I wiped out your shitty Loose Cultivation Alliance. Ling Yin stood in the air, and after Paul finished translating his words word by word, he stepped forward. Do you understand? Let's do it. Boom. The golden dragon gun trembled and sang, and the golden light shone, piercing Kumba straight. The sea is churning and the waves are raging. On the sea, Ling Yun and Master Kumba were separated by 100 meters, and a life-and-death battle was directly launched. Ling Yun has always been like this, either he doesn't make a move, or once he makes a move, he won't give the other party a chance to speak again. At this time, Paul, who was in charge of the translation, had long been instructed by Ling Yun to stay away from the battlefield, and came 1 kilometer behind Ling Yun to give Ling Yun a chance. Kill. Although Master Kumba's Wu Jin subduing demon pestle is not even considered as a middle-grade spiritual weapon, due to the high level of Kumba's realm, it entangled Ling Yun's golden dragon spear in a short period of time. The 2 magic weapons shuttled across the sea, intense fighting. The Yinyang Stellar Chi sword sacrificed by Ling Yun was blocked by Kumba's defensive magic weapon, the black bracelet, and Ling Yun's short-term attack could not pose a threat to Kumba. The casual cultivators in Nanyang are really poor. Although Ling Yun was fighting with the opponent, he was able to handle it with ease now. Seeing that Kumba couldn't produce a decent magic weapon other than these 2, he couldn't help sighing a little funny. After wrestling with the opponent with 2 magic weapons, Ling Yun didn't bother to entangle with Kumba anymore, and directly sacrificed the Qingying Feijian. Whoosh! The blue shadow flying sword disappeared in a flash, and arrived in front of Kumba in an instant. What? Kumba yelled violently, and the black light on his body exploded, covering his whole body. Facing the stabbing flying sword, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped it. This time, the Qingying Feijian was slapped away by his palm. Kindness? Ling Yun was also slightly surprised, thinking that this poor monk's tempered physical strength is good, and he dared to forcibly shake a middle-grade treasure with his bare hands. I want to see how many times you can resist. Ling Yun sneered. When the divine mind moved, the green shadow flying sword flew up and down around the front and back of Master Kumba, coming and going like a shuttle, without leaving his vitals every time. Faced with such an attack, Kumba complained incessantly, but he could only dodge left and right while waving his palms, and kept shooting the elusive blue shadow flying away. It's a pity, after all, it's the palm of the hand against the magic weapon. Ling Yun only needs to move his mind, but Master Kumba has to use all his strength to resist. With such a fast attack speed, within a few minutes, Kumba gradually couldn't hold on up. Qingying Feijian's attacks became faster and faster, and the angles of appearing and disappearing became more and more tricky. Many times, Kumba's palms hit the empty space, and was stabbed by Qingying Feijian's bodyguard Wu Guang. What? Finally, after the Qingying Feijian stabbed Guru Kumba's body shield more than 10 times in succession, he suddenly sank into the black light and stabbed Kumba's back. Stab. On Kumba's back, a bloody mouth was cut open by Qingying Feijian, and blood sprayed. Ling Yun, what do you think you are capable of relying on magic weapons? How dare you not use magic weapons and fight fairly? Kumba was covered in cold sweat, and flew into the air again, avoiding the pursuit of Qingying Feijian, and shouted in grief and indignation. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Ling Yun stood suspended in the air. He didn't bother to move at all. After a laugh, he moved his mind again, and sacrificed the seal of the king again. Kumba. High in the sky, the house-sized man Wang Yin. Coming and going like lightning, he blocked Kumba many times in a row, forcing him to change direction and flee. Ling Yun, you bully people too much. Kumba was completely enraged. He knew that if he kept fighting like this, he would be exhausted by Ling Yun's 2 magic weapons sooner or later, so he changed his mind from being passive to being active, and simply changed his defense into offense, rushing to kill Ling Yun. Well done. Ling Yun was waiting for this moment. Master Kumba, give me a punch. Seeing Kumba's approach, Ling Yun, who had been ready to go, suddenly teleported, and appeared in front of Kumba in an instant, punching and smashing. Boom! In an instant, the brilliance of Ling Yun's body flourished, the golden light protecting his body, and the brilliance of the moon attracted by the Diyan gathering stars Ju shone at the same time, directly drowning the black light of Master Kumba. Ling Yun made a punch with one punch. Master Kumba was hit by the Tiangang Fumo fist, somersaulted, and flew upside down for 100 meters. Ling Yun used his strength to fly back, and scathed. Puff! After Kumba's figure stabilized, his dark and thin face turned into a liver-colored color. He clenched his teeth and tried to swallow the blood from his throat, but he couldn't hold it back and vomited it all out. Ling Yun, you are so insidious. After vomiting blood, Kumba grinned and said something hastily, fearing that Ling Yun might not understand. He actually used English this time. Ling Yun. You are not as good as yourself, and your physical body and strength are not as good as mine. Who can you blame? That's right, now that Ling Yun Wugo's glazed body is fully formed, combined with the strongest Tiangang Fumo fist, how can a mere foundation-building casual cultivator be able to resist it? Fist to fist, except for Long Tianfeng, who surpassed Ling Yun's 3 realms back then, Ling Yun has never lost. Of course, Ling Yun's move was just to test Kumba's physical combat power, so that he knew what he knew. The result is known as soon as you try it. Snapped. It was Ling Yun's man Wang Yin who responded to Guru Kumba, and while Guru Kumba was being hit dizzily by Ling Yun, he suddenly flew over and hit him hard on the back again. Puff! Master Kumba didn't even have time to hold back this time. He vomited blood from the king's seal and fell headlong into the sea. Bound dragon seal. Ling Yun Yukong flew over, and he arrived in an instant, and he grabbed it with one hand. In fact, it is the method of entanglement with 10,000 waters. Now it is displayed by Ling Yun, combined with the handprints he has cultivated deliberately these days, and is called the Dragon Binding Seal, by Ling Yun. The sea was choppy, and when Kumba fell into the sea, he felt as if the sea water around him had turned into countless ropes, binding his body so tightly that he couldn't break free for a while. What kind of exercise is this? Kumba was horrified immediately. He exerted all his body power suddenly, and stretched his limbs outward. Break! Hearing a crash, the waves on the sea surface rolled, and the sea water ropes were broken inch by inch, and Kumba escaped from the trap and rushed out of the sea. Hee hee. Ling Yun smiled indifferently. He was just trying out his madra just now, practicing his hands with Master Kumba. Brush! 2 chains of yin and yang qi appeared out of thin air, like 2 living dragons, instantly wrapped around Kumba's body, and spun around him layer by layer, tightly entangled Kumba. Ling Yun said with a smile, Kumba, give me another break to see. Kumba never dreamed that Ling Yun would have so many tricks. He was frightened, and had no choice but to bite the tip of his tongue. Puff! With a mouthful of blood, he rushed towards the jet-black bracelet in the sky. Hey, there is still a way. Ling Yun was surprised, but he didn't stop him. He wanted to see what Kumba had in his cards. Boom! Kumba's heart and blood were all sprinkled on the jet-black bracelet, and the bracelet exploded in an instant, and more than 100 beads reunited in the air, turning into a jet-black skull, and rushed towards Ling Yun in an instant. Come over. What a heavy evil spirit. Ling Yun's expression was finally solemn. He knew that this should be Master Kumba's last whole card. He didn't use his body to block it, but teleported and disappeared in place. Not only did he hide for a mile, but he also became invisible directly. Unexpectedly, the jet-black skull turned around immediately, and rushed towards the invisible Ling Yun again, and the speed was not slower than Ling Yun's movement. Even invisibility can be broken? Ling Yun nodded with a smile, but no longer dodged, but directly took out the blood-transforming sword, and slashed at the flying skull. Without any accidents, the skull was cut in half with a knife, and all the evil spirits in those beads were completely absorbed by the blood-transforming knife. Crash! The skull that turned into two halves, after losing its evil spirit, broke down in an instant, and turned into a pile of beads again, falling straight to the surface of the sea. Receive. Ling Yun knew that this was a magic weapon, all of which were high-quality formation materials, so he directly raised his hand and collected all of it into the Taishu ring. What? Seeing that his most important magic weapon was destroyed and taken away by Ling Yun, the Kunba master over there immediately cried out in distress. You are going to die, what do you call it? With a pull of Ling Yun's mind, he pulled Master Kunba, who was tightly wrapped in the chain of yin and yang, to his face. Slashed 3 times in a row. The first knife cut off the legs of Master Kunba. 2 more knives cut off his 2 arms. Boom. After crippling Kunba's limbs, Ling Yun was unrestrained and began to frantically absorb the true energy in the opponent's body. 20 minutes later, Ling Yun stopped with satisfaction. He casually threw the dying Kunba to Paul, who was not far away. Don't kill him yet, it will be useful to bring him back to Haojiang. With a warning, Ling Yun raised his hand again, grabbed the Wujing demon subduing pestle in his hand, refined it with yin-yang 5 elements fire, and put it away. Da Hong, you did a good job tonight, let's continue playing in the sea. After Ling Yun greeted Da Hong, he stopped staying at sea and took Paul back to Dongao Island. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun returned to the resort on Dongao Island. Boom. Paul casually threw the remnant body of Master Kunba at Hitsaitong's feet. The current Kunba had already been stopped by Paul, the Blood Marquis, so he couldn't die, but fell into a severe coma. He didn't even respond to being thrown like this. His limbs were broken by Ling Yun, and 90% of his skills were absorbed by Ling Yun. Now he has completely turned into a cripple, no different from a living dead. Mr. He, the master you invited, just now wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but I chased him back. It's just that he was very disobedient, so he became like this. Ling Yan teased He Kaitong with a smile. Plop. He Kaitong knelt down on the ground and kowed out to Ling Yun, please forgive Lin Xianchong. Please forgive Lin Xianchong. He was already scared out of his wits. Don't worry, I was invited by your niece to save people, not to kill people. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at him. He had already dealt with the members of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, and the next thing was the He family's internal affairs. Hitsaitong's future fate would naturally be decided by Mr. He himself. As far as the eye can see, the resort is in a mess. The holiday house of nearly 300 square meters, because it was the main battlefield just now, has completely collapsed and turned into ruins. Next to the ruins were the bodies of the spiritual cultivators who had been killed, as well as scattered broken arms and limbs, all piled up in one place like a hill. Hee, it's cheaper for them. Ling Yun smiled secretly. When he saw that the corpses had become shriveled and there was not even a trace of blood on the wound, he knew that it must be done by the 4 remaining blood clans. However, Ling Yun didn't bother to point it out. As the saying goes, horses have no night grass and are not fat. The 5 blood clans are Ling Yun's most loyal servants. Naturally, the stronger they are, the better. Boom. With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he first used the method of moving mountains to move the corpses into the ruins of the holiday house, and then sacrificed the fire phoenix, which flew over the ruins and spewed out fiery flames. In an instant, the entire ruins were on fire, and the flames were raging. After a few minutes, the holiday house, together with the bodies of those spiritual practitioners, were all reduced to ashes. After it was completely burned, Ling Yun's divine sense moved again, and with a wave of his hand, he sent all the ashes into the sea. On the ground of the ruins, only a piece of black, scorched earth remained. In this world, there are still people with such means. Hua Chaofan was frightened and stupid at first, but now he is even more stupid. He was scared because Ling Yun could fight, and he was decisive and ruthless, but he looked stupid because Ling Yun had unwittingly displayed too many abilities, which was simply unimaginable. Being able to fight and having many means are two different things. At this moment, Nanyang Jianqiu Hua Chaofan was extremely shocked in his heart, but he was also extremely grateful that he was intimidated by Ling Yun's combat power just now, and took the initiative to make way for Ling Yun. What's even more fortunate is that I didn't take advantage of Ling Yun's battle just now, and when he went out to hunt and kill Kunba, I didn't try to escape. This is the most sensible thing Hua Chaofan has done since he was a child. An ant may shake a big tree, it's ridiculous. Hua Chaofan knew that in the eyes of the immortal Lin in front of him, he was no different from an ant. He had already given him great face by stopping to persuade him to get out of the way. It's just that after Ling Yun returned to the resort, he always treated him as transparent and ignored him at all. After clearing the battlefield, Ling Yun felt that even if someone on the island heard the noise and came to him, he Yuqiong could handle the rest, so he didn't care about it anymore. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he came to another holiday house, which was located on the easternmost side of the resort, half a mile away from the destroyed one, facing the sea. Ling. Brother Lin, please save my grandpa quickly. He Yuqiong, whose face was full of tears, was guarding the unconscious He Wenken by the bed, and when she saw Ling Yun came back, she immediately knelt down on the ground. Sister Yuqiong, please get up. Ling Yun raised He Yuqiong with a flick, and pulled He Yuqiong up from the ground. Standing by the bed, he carefully observed He Wenken with his spiritual thoughts for a while, and then said, Yuqiong, I remember you told me that your grandfather was here at the end of last year. I suddenly got a strange disease, became insane, behaved strangely, and yelled at people at every turn, right? He Yuqiong nodded, yes, Brother Lin. Ling Yun smiled, now that I think about it, this should be when your uncle first came into contact with the people of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. He invited a spiritual practitioner who raised a little ghost, and used that little ghost to constantly harass your grandfather. It became like that. However, your uncle's conscience is not lost. He just wants to disturb the old man's mind and use the reason that he is already insane to attack the legal status of you as a semi-public heir. Then he will win over the other houses in the family and attack you, and then he can take advantage of the chaos. Ling Yun's comment that his conscience is still alive is the real reason why he finally left He Kaitong with his life. Unfortunately, some things, that step, must never be taken out. Your uncle got in touch with people who shouldn't be in contact. He thought very simply. He did this just to replace you in taking charge of the He family, but the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance people don't think so. Your uncle lured wolves into the house, and then people like Kumba saw the opportunity. What they wanted was to take the opportunity to control your uncle. As long as they help your uncle get into the position, he will become the puppet of Kumba Guru. From then on, your He family, really, the owner is the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, or Kumba. A month ago, your uncle asked you to buy medicine in the capital for 2 reasons. One is to let you bid for that purple chalcedony for Kumba. During the time, he colluded with Kumba inside and out, and discussed this plan. When you come back and offer purple chalcedony with both hands, that is, when Kumba borrowed your grandfather's mouth to say what you just said, let if you fight like chicken and egg, they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I have to say, their plan is really seamless, the best of both worlds, but it's a pity. For the rest, Ling Yun needless to say, but it's a pity that they had calculated thousands of times, and they didn't expect that He Yuqiong would meet Ling Yun, and this Ling Yun happened to be the one who could destroy all their arrangements. After hearing this, He Yuqiong looked at Ling Yun gratefully, but said nothing, because she knew that no words of thanks at this time would be able to repay Ling Yun in case. Mr. He is already over 90 years old, and has been haunted and harassed by little ghosts for nearly a year. Just now, Kumba used a secret method to invade his soul. Now he is exhausted. Even if it is me, he must be careful in treatment. So, you all get out. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, you two will protect the law for me, and no one will be allowed to enter within 100 meters of this house. Ling Yun is definitely not alarmist. Although He Wencan didn't have any superficial injuries, the injuries he suffered were all on the level of spirit and soul. If a healthy young man is entangled in that kind of dirty thing for a few days, he will be seriously ill afterwards, not to mention that He Wencan is now in his 90s. After being tortured by that kind of spirit boy and kid for nearly a year, old man He's body is full of yin energy, coupled with the secret technique that Kumba just performed. It is extremely harmful to people's souls. As long as one is careless, even if old man he cannot die, he must end it up in a demented end. If it doesn't work out, it will be a vegetable. So Ling Yun was very cautious. After everyone left, he took out 2 treasures, Ghost God Willow and Refining God Taishu Stone one after another. The life essence released by Ghost God Willow can quickly nourish Yi Wensan's body and bring him back to life, while the God-refining Taishu Stone can help the old man recover his spirit as soon as possible and wake up in a short time. With these 2 precious protectors, plus Ling Yun's treatment, it is naturally safe. The Willow of Ghosts and Gods was placed beside the bed, and the Stone of Refining God Taishu was placed on top of Yi Wensan's head. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun sat on the edge of the bed, reached out lightly, and grabbed Yi Wensan's wrist, which was cold to the touch. He began to slowly enter the pure yang breath into old man He's body, and first expel the excessive yin energy from refining old man's body. This process does not consume a lot of energy, but it cannot be accelerated. I am afraid that if the speed is too fast, the yin and yang will clash, causing Yi Wensan's body to alternate between cold and heat, which will have the opposite effect. But now that the enemy is gone, Ling Yun has plenty of patience. More than an hour passed without knowing it. With the help of the life energy of Gui Shenlu and the pure yang energy of Ling Yun, He completely eliminated the yin energy in his body. It has turned rosy. It's done. Ling Yun was finally relieved and let go of his palm. This is the most difficult step, and the next step is actually a matter of a 7th level healing talisman. Ling Yun used another healing talisman for old man Yi Wencan. Back then, on the day when Ling Yun Ping Fan Clinic opened, he was only at the peak of the 7th level of body training, and he had cured a vegetative and a mad patient with the 4th level healing talisman and the Taishu Stone of Refining the Gods. Now he is at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training in the realm. I used 2 7-level healing talismans before and after, which is definitely a cannonball to kill mosquitoes. When the medicine arrives, the disease will be cured, and the hands will be rejuvenated. Yi Wensan's face was rosy, her breathing was steady, and her closed eyes began to tremble slightly, as if they were about to open. Thank you, Yi Wencan, for saving my life. After a while, He slowly opened his eyes. The first sentence he said was to thank Ling Yun for saving his life. Obviously, He's sanity had completely recovered. Ling Yun just responded with a smile. Seeing that He was struggling to get up, he quickly stopped him and asked him to lie down again. Then he said, "It's nothing to worry about, the old man just needs to lie down. Immortal Elder, I, Yi Wencan, have dominated Haojiang all my life. I didn't expect to encounter such a catastrophe before my death. Not only my He family was almost wiped out, but also the whole Haojiang was almost affected, causing the country to suffer losses. I am ashamed of myself." The old man was very excited, and tears were already streaming from the corners of his eyes. Fortunately, my granddaughter Yu Qiong was so lucky that she was able to turn the tide with the help of the immortal leader. She turned the tide at the last moment. I really don't know how to repay such a great kindness. Ling Yunxin said that he really deserves to be a master who has dominated Haojiang for half a century. What he said was extraordinary, and it made people feel comfortable listening. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "The old man is congratulating you. You have just recovered from a serious illness. What you need most now is to recharge your mind. Talk less and rest more. That is already my reward. But after Ling Yun finished speaking politely, he changed the subject and asked, "Old man, I listened to your words. It seems that you understand what happened to your He family in the past year?" He Wenkin smiled wryly. To tell the truth, the old man has seen everything about the He family, but at the beginning he was entangled by that fierce little ghost. The old man is old and unable to do what he wants. But that's it. Another reason is that the old man also knows in his heart that the people my stupid and unfilial son has recruited have great backgrounds and even bigger plans. Therefore, even if the old man is sober occasionally and can communicate with Yuqiong normally, he dare not say anything. In fact, if those people kill her, then everything will be over. So what the old man did to Yuqiong back then was half truth and half false, and he had the idea of delaying time by acting, so that Yuqiong could have the opportunity to invite an expert like Xiancheng to help. Ling Yun. What does it mean that ginger is old and spicy? This is. Even before the arrival of the fairy head, the old man's head was still sober, thinking that this time, even if he was fighting to the death, he still had to say the words to let Yuqiong take over. It's a pity that Kumba master, unexpectedly with such a terrifying method, it can occupy my mind, suppress my personal will, and turn me into a puppet. The old man really lives up to his reputation, and I admire him from the bottom of my heart. Ling Yin sighed in admiration, and then said, "Since the old man knows the whole thing well, I don't need to say more. At this moment, that Kumba master, your eldest son, and Miss Yuqiong are all on this island. The old man might as well get a good night's sleep tonight. How about taking care of the He family's affairs in person tomorrow when he has recovered enough energy?" "Thank you for your concern, the elder. I dare not listen to the elder's words. Then I will take my leave first." Ling Yun nodded, stood up with a smile, put away the magic weapon, and walked outside the door. The bright moon is in the sky is full of stars, and the sea breeze is blowing. It is really a great night. It was a worthwhile trip. So far, Ling Yun's promise to He Yuqiong has been successfully completed. Ling Yun warned, "Old Wang, if you are a little tired tonight, just guard Mr. He for one night." Wang Chongxiao nodded immediately. "Boss, please rest assured that there will be no mistakes." Brush. Ling Yun teleported and appeared directly in front of He Yuqiong. "Sister Yuqiong, your grandfather is already awake, but he has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to rest for another night. He will not see you until he wakes up." "Thank you, Brother Lin." He Yuqiong knelt down on both knees, thanking Ling Yun for saving her. This time, Ling Yun was not humble, and accepted the obeisance calmly. He could bear it. Hearing that Mr. He has regained his sobriety, He Kai Tong, who was not far away, slumped on the ground with a pale face. "Yuqiong and Ying, you two have been tossing around for most of the night. Let's find a room to take a good rest tonight, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Ling Yun arranged for the two of them, and then sent a voice transmission to the 5 blood clans, asking them to protect this place. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun's figure disappeared and fled incognito. He now has more important things to do. After Ling Yun disappeared, he quickly flew in the air and went straight into the South China Sea. A minute later, Ling Yun was already 100 kilometers away from Dongao Island. He searched for an uninhabited island and landed there. In the battle just now, Ling Yun absorbed too much qi. It can no longer be described as full, but his body is about to explode. Ling Yun's dantian is big, and the sea of consciousness between his brows is tempered to be extremely tough, but no matter how tyrannical he is, there is always a limit. After all, Ling Yun is only at the peak of the 6th level of qi training, but just now, in the battle on Dongao Island, Ling Yun absorbed the true qi of dozens of practitioners above the 5th level of the supernatural powers, including 4 or 5 master of the 9th level of qi training. That's not to mention, in the South China Sea, he absorbed the 90% power of Guru Kunba, the peak foundation builder. It's like a person who eats more than 10 times his usual amount of food at once. How can he not panic? Moreover, the Zheng of those spiritual practitioners is very mixed. There are ancient Muay Thai masters, spiritual practitioners, and head-lowering masters. It's a mess. Although the Ichi Inyanju technique is enough to defy the sky, it can first transform those miscellaneous true qi into Inyang true qi before being absorbed into Ling Yun's body, but the time is too short. Ling Yun has no time to refine them all. So after Ling Yun healed Wen Kan, he didn't care about anything else. He came directly to this secluded place, and began to concentrate on refining the true energy he had obtained. This is a small island in the sea that no one cares about. The part out of the sea is less than tens of meters in length and width. The island is bare and there are no trees, just some weeds scattered on the shore. Ling Yun found a random place by the sea, sat down cross-legged, and then threw out dozens of spirit stones to form a gathering spirit array with a radius of more than 10 meters. Boom! Ling Yun sacrificed the yin-yang and 5-element flames, enveloping his whole body, and then began to activate the yin-yang art with all his strength. Boom! As Ling Yun performed the yin-yang art, the vortex of yin-yang gang qi suddenly appeared, with Ling Yun as the center, spreading to the edge of the entire spirit-gathering formation, and under the urging of Ling Yun, it spun violently at a speed far exceeding that of a grinding wheel spinning at full speed. The size of the yin-yang vortex is the size of the range of the yin-yang and 5-element flames. In fact, this scene is the same as the scene in Ling Yun's body. It's just that the yin-yang gang qi only circulates in Ling Yun's dantian and meridians, and it's too slow to refine it with the yin-yang 5 elements fire. How can it be as cool as it is now? This is called a pot of stew. Even so, it took Ling Yun more than 2 hours to refine all the messy true qi he had absorbed into the purest yin-yang gang qi, which was exactly the same as the yin-yang gang qi that was self-generated in his body. In the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, the divine essence that has been refined has already overflowed like a torrential rain. But this, Ling Yun is not afraid, because the overflowing divine energy will be taken away immediately by the Dragon Emperor sword and Human Emperor brush between the eyebrows. He is not worried at all. About there. After refining all the absorbed shinchi, Ling Yun looked inside to make sure there were no more problems, and then slowly opened his eyes. One is pitch black, the other is silvery white. Now Ling Yun, the range of consciousness between the eyebrows has completely covered the entire brain, that is to say, his divine essence has filled the entire brain area. The threshold of the 7th level of qi training has finally loosened. Well, it seems that it doesn't take half a month, at most 6 or 7 days, just wait for the opportunity to appear, and you can easily enter the 7th level of qi training. Ling Yun put away the formation spirit stones and got up with a smile, very satisfied with his current state. Then he faced the sea, raised his hand and waved lightly. Boom! 100 meters ahead of the sea, there was a huge wave, which quickly formed a spectacular sea wall tens of meters high, and swept towards this uninhabited island. Ling Yun soared into the sky, suspended at a height of 100 meters, smiled at the huge sea wall, and submerged the entire island in an instant. After a long time, the sea water gradually receded, and the sea surface became calm again. Wanchuik Shinju. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun soared up to an altitude of 20,000 meters, facing the east, and with the help of the morning glow, he began to practice the Diyen Gathering Stars secret art. After another 3 hours, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun stopped practicing and returned to Dongyou Island again. Hua Chaofan has met Immortal Lin. Seeing Ling Yun appearing again, Hua Chaofan hurried forward to pay respects. Ling Yun glanced at him with interest and asked with a smile, "Yo, you haven't left yet?" Hua Chaofan blushed, a little embarrassed, and quickly saluted again. "Without the permission of Immortal Lin, I dare not leave without permission." Oh. Ling Yun was non-committal, didn't say anything, and went directly to the vacation house of Mr. He Wenkan. At this time, He Wenkan had already woken up. With the help of He Yuchong, he washed himself clean, his complexion was rosy, his eyes were bright, and he was clearly rested well. How Jiang He Wenkan, thank you benefactor for saving your life. Seeing Ling Yun enter the door, He Wenkan got up quickly, without any hesitation, bowed his head to Ling Yun. Mr. He doesn't need to be too polite. No matter how hard Ling Yun was, he was unwilling to accept the bowing of an elderly man in his 90s. He raised his hand gently, and a soft palm supported He Wensan's body. He Wenkan couldn't bow down any longer. Sister Yuchong, help your grandfather to sit down first. He Yuchong knew that Ling Yun's words could not be refuted, so she didn't say much, and immediately helped her grandfather sit up again. Ling Yun also sat down on the sofa next to him. He glanced at his grandpa and grandson, pondered for a while, and cut straight to the point. Old man, I am here for two most important things. One is to heal your body, the other is to help your He family get rid of future troubles. Now your body has completely recovered. As for the future troubles, I can see that the enemies on the surface were almost wiped out last night. I don't know what's next. What else will the old man arrange? He Wenkan turned his head and looked at He Yuchong. Brother Lin, what you said, my grandfather has already discussed with me just now. His old man said that everything about our He family will be decided by Brother Lin. Ling Yun was stunned. I said in my heart that the old man really knows how to catch young men. He smiled and waved his hands. Old man, you are embarrassing me too much. How can I be in charge of your He family's affairs? No, absolutely no. He Wenkan begs Immortal Master Lin not to refuse. If you don't take action this time, I think our He family will change. It is even unknown whether my granddaughter and I can still live. Furthermore, this old man knows very well that the disaster of our He family has already involved the entire Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Without Lin Xianzheng's guidance, our He family really has no strength to contend with the other party. Therefore, I ask Xianzheng not to refuse. He Wenkan had already made his words very clear, and Ling Yun knew that this was indeed the case, so he no longer declined. If that's the case, then I'll do my part. Come on, you guys, bring He Kaitong, Kumba, and that Hua Chaofan all over. Ling Yun was naturally in order for Wang Chongxiao and the others. For the sake of convenience, He Kaitong cleared out the idlers in the resort before he brought Mr. He Wenkan to Dongao Island. Apart from Ling Yun's side, only He Kaitong and the other three were left. Not long after, Wang Chongxiao escorted the trembling He Kaitong in. Paul brought Hua Chaofan. Only the Master Kumba was brought over by Jester with his broken body. When he first arrived at the door, Ling Yun frowned slightly and waved his hand. Rinse him clean before bringing him in, so as not to dirty the old man's room. Good boss. Jester grinned in embarrassment, and quickly took Kumba away again. As soon as He Kaitong entered the room, he immediately fell to his knees in front of his father with a thud, and then crawled forward a few steps using both hands and feet, and began to cry. Father, it's my son who is not filial. It's my son's fault. My son was deceived by eating lard, and he even tried to take over the identity of the heir of the He family. Damn him. Clap clap clap. Immediately afterwards, he knelt up straight, bowed left and right, opened his mouth as if he didn't want money, and He Kaitong pulled his face vigorously. He Wensan's face was calm, his eyes were straight ahead, and he didn't even glance at He Kaitong. Damn it, baby, it's wrong. No one spoke, so He Kaitong could only keep slapping his mouth, not daring to stop for a moment. The crisp sound of slaps resounded all around, and after more than a minute, He Kaitong's cheeks swelled up, the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and the voice of begging for mercy was indistinct at the end. It wasn't until Ling Yun felt that it was almost done, that he winked at He Yuchong. He Yuchong understood, and gently tugged at the corner of He Wensan's clothes. "Grandpa." He Wenkan finally said, "Boss, it's useless even if you beg me now. The person in charge here today is Immortal Lin. Your life and death are decided by him." He Kaitong was taken aback for a moment. Immediately turned around again, and cowed out to Ling Yun again and again, "Please forgive my life. My mistakes are all my fault, please forgive my life." "Who said they were going to kill you?" Ling Yun smiled lightly. "If I want to kill you, do you think you can still see the sun this morning?" "What?" He Kaitong was dumbfounded, an uncontrollable surprise flashed in his eyes, and he cowed out again, "Thank you, Immortal Elder, for not killing me." "You shut up first." Ling Yun was very impatient with him. He gave a soft drink, and then said, "Tell me, in front of everyone, make it clear word by word, in this year, you have done everything in order to seize the right to inherit the family." "Something." "Listen well, if there is a half lie." "Don't dare." He Kaitong was so frightened that he quickly said he didn't dare, and then he knelt on the ground, fully explaining the process of his seeking the family inheritance right. Apart from the intrigues and alliances within the family, what He Kaitong told about how he colluded with the Nanyang spiritual practitioners, and how he was gradually threatened and controlled by those spiritual practitioners, etc., is almost the same as what Ling Yun guessed last night. Consistent. "Father, although the boy wanted to take charge of the family, he also borrowed those crooked methods, but the boy never harmed you from the beginning to the end, and had no intention of hurting you, Cheong. It's just that the matter developed to a later stage, that is, in the second half of this year. Due to Kumba's personal intervention, the whole matter gradually deviated from Higher's original intention, and even escaped Higher's control. Kumba once showed his strength in front of the child, and the child is really powerless to resist him." At the end of the narration, He Kaitong also burst into tears. Although he was still defending himself, Ling Yun knew that everything he said was true. "Enough." Ling Yun told He Kaitong to shut up again, first glanced at He Wenkan, and then said calmly, "I know what you said, and it is precisely because you have no intention of harming your father's life. I think you have no conscience. Ming, that's why I spare your life." "Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your enlightenment. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your mercy." When He Kaitong heard this, he finally knew that his life was saved, so he cowed out again. "Boss, since the Immortal Elder spared your life, I won't say anything more." He Wenkan said, "However, because of your selfishness, our He family is now surrounded by foreign enemies and almost suffered a catastrophe. In this regard, as a father, I will never forgive you. From now on, all the shares and properties in your hands will be returned to the family and handed over to you, Cheong. From now on, you will not be able to work in any company of the He family. Others, my father hopes that you will take care of yourself. After all, it is a tiger's poison that does not eat its children." "Yes, yes. My son, remember, my son will obey my father's arrangement." He Kaitong knew that this was already the lightest punishment for him, and he dared not have any other extravagant hopes. He Wenkan gently waved his hand, "Okay, stop kneeling there, get up." He Kaitong quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and the blood from the corner of his mouth, then stood up in a panic, and obediently stepped aside. Ling Yun glanced at Hua Chaofan. Knowing that it was his turn, Hua Chaofan immediately stepped forward, first bowed to Ling Yun, then bowed his hands to Mr. He, and then said, "I don't know what the fairy master taught." "Hua must know everything and say everything do." Ling Yun asked with a smile, "I heard that you are the guest minister specially invited by He Kaitong?" "Yes." Hua Chaofan immediately admitted. However, Hua came to the He family only to use the He family's strong financial resources to obtain some cultivation resources. From the beginning to the end, Hua was only responsible for protecting Mr. He's personal safety. As for the Nanyang Casual Cultivation Alliance to control the He family, Hua has never participated in it, and is not qualified to participate. Then what happened last night? This, Mr. He is going to come to this resort, and Hua will naturally follow him to protect it. I also ask Immortal Lin to check it out. Ling Yin looked at the 3 members of the He family, and found that no matter whether it was the old man, He Yuqiong, or He Kaitong next to him, they were all nodding, so he felt relieved. Then it's none of your business here. As for whether the He family will use you in the future, that's the business of Mr. He and Ms. He, and it has nothing to do with me. You can keep it as you like. Thank you, Elder Xian, for your forgiveness. Hua Chaofan bowed deeply again, and when he straightened up, he took the initiative to say, Immortal Chief, although Hua cannot really be regarded as a member of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, he is still a Nanyang Loose cultivator. If the Alliance knows better, Hua is willing to tell everything he knows. Ling Yin smiled. He had just arrived in Nanyang, and he really needed such a guide. Since the other party volunteered, it was of course not in vain. All right, then wait until the matter in front of me is finished, and I will find you when I need it. Hua Chaofan didn't expect Ling Yin to agree immediately, and his heart was agitated, and he immediately nodded like pecking rice. There is nothing for you here, you should leave this island first. Unexpectedly, Ling Yin issued the order to evict the guest immediately. Hua Chaofan was stunned, but nodded immediately, said goodbye, rushed out of the door, and went away in an instant. Boss, Kumba has been washed clean. At this time, Jest appeared at the door, carrying the remnant body of Master Kumba again. Throw it in. Boom. Jester was not polite, he raised his hand and threw Kumba into the living room. Although Kumba was seriously injured and only had less than 10% of his physical strength left, he still had a physical body at the peak of Foundation establishment, so he couldn't die from the fall. Kumba, I spare your life just to hear what you were trying to do to control the He family by all means. The next thing Ling Yin has to deal with is naturally the task of Tianzu. Compared to saving Mr. He, the task of Tianzu is Ling Yin's top priority. Because it concerns the national interest. The Day Group protects the country. Ling Yin is now the great elder of the Huaxia team. Although Ling Yin had bargained with the other party when Zhou Winnie arranged this task for him, both of them knew that it was just a joke. Zhou Winnie entrusted this matter to Ling Yin, but it was not because Ling Yin was on the way, but because the matter was of great importance, and Ling Yin was the one who was capable of handling this matter well. In the face of national interests, such as right and wrong, Ling Yin will never be ambiguous. Since Ling Yin picked it up, since he's here, he must handle the matter well. He had to deal with such an important matter. Of course it was impossible for Hua Chaofan to be present and listen, so he drove him away mercilessly. Of course, other people here don't care. The He family can be said to be the overlord of Haojiang, and if you move the He family, you will move the Haojiang River. On the contrary, if you move the Haojiang River, you will move the He family. Ling Yin's mission this time has helped, and He Yuqiong is now the legitimate heir of the He family, so they must be present. As for He Kaitong, even if he heard it, it doesn't matter, Ling Yin now has a lot of ways to erase his memory. Ling Yin began to interrogate Kumba, and the person in charge of translation was naturally Paul. I have already said that I came to Haojiang only to cultivate the purple chalcedony needed for cultivation, and to help Mr. He obtain the right of family inheritance, by the way. Guru Kumba was washed with seawater by Jest for more than half an hour. Not only was his body clean, but he was already awake. You fart. Ling Yin cursed, you only found out that there was purple chalcedony in the auction at the beginning of September. It was long after your Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance planned to control the He family. Why did you do it for purple chalcedony? Kumba kept silent. Obviously, he himself knew that the reason he just said was so untenable that even a child couldn't be fooled. Ling Yin waited patiently for a while, only to find that Kumba not only shut his mouth tightly, but later even closed his eyes. Kumba. See what you mean, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and wants to fight me to the end? Ling Yan's voice turned cold. There is no need for Kumba to say it. Ling Yan is also clear, knowing that the other party has lost all his limbs, has lost his cultivation, and is now in his hands. He feels that there is no hope of survival, that's why he is so determined. After Paul finished translating, Kumba nodded as expected, which was regarded as a response. Ling Yan laughed happily, and said with a smile, Kumba, I advise you to tell everything you know obediently. If you think that you have broken limbs, lost your cultivation, and don't care about life and death, then I have nothing to do with you. If so, it would be a big mistake. While talking, Ling Yan stood up and looked down at Kumba. I think you should understand that there are many things in this world that are more painful than death. As long as I want, I can keep you alive, but every day is worse than death. I think that kind of pain you should know very well. Kumba suddenly opened his eyes, staring fixedly at Ling Yan. There was both anger and indescribable fear in his eyes. Ling Yan smiled and said, It's useless even if you stare at me, you'd better say it. Also, in fact, I might as well tell you the truth, this matter may be very important to you, but to me, it's really nothing. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't actually have much impact on me. When Ling Yan said one sentence, Paul translated one sentence. After the translation was finished, Kumba's eyes were a little dazed. Didn't understand? Ling Yan realized that he had confused the other party, so he simply explained to him directly, Last night, before I came to this resort, did I know nothing about you? Thing? Ling Yan glanced around, but what do you think now? Where are the others besides you? Since you have ended up like this, from now on, no matter what conspiracy or tricks you have in the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, or how many people come, your end will be the same. Ling Yan had already spoken very straightforwardly. Whether Kumba said it or not, the end result of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance is the same, and there is no doubt that it will lose. So what are you still trying to do? Humph. Kumba suddenly sneered, and with a hint of mockery in his eyes, he looked at Ling Yan and said, It's different. You underestimate my Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance too. Our Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance has a principal, 2 deputy officers, a total of 3 alliance leaders, and 6 great elders. Their realm and cultivation are far beyond mine. If they come, you will die for sure. Ling Yan was most afraid that the other party would keep silent, and now that he did, the matter would be easier to handle. Oh, is it so? Ling Yan pretended to sneer, even if their realm surpasses yours, so what? How do you know how much of my strength I used to deal with you last night? Kumba. Yes, Kumba only knew that he exhausted all his skills last night, but Ling Yan easily crushed him. With his own strength, he couldn't test Ling Yan's real trump card at all. Of course, there is one thing Kumba doesn't know, he really doesn't know. Ling Yan used those 4 magic weapons. It can be regarded as the strongest attack in normal times, especially the last knife, which is one of Ling Yan's strongest cards. Okay, I say. Kumba thought for a while, and finally chose to admit defeat. I only know that my mission is to help He Kaitong seize control of the family, and use my unique means to control He Kaitong, use his position in the He family, and the He family's dominance in Haojiang, completely mess up the whole casino. Ling Yan, I already knew these things, let me tell you something I don't know. After the gambling city is messed up, Hong Kong Island will definitely be affected, because that is the real international metropolis. As long as there is chaos there, you will be in trouble. The more Ling Yan heard it, the more angry he became. These are obvious things, so you don't need to say them. If you say these meaningless things again, then I don't need to ask you. Kumba suddenly smiled strangely. If there is trouble in these 2 places of yours, then you will no longer have the energy to take care of the affairs of the South China Sea. Ling Yan looked awe-inspiring. This time there is really no need to interrogate Kumba. The Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance, the so-called Nanyang, to put it bluntly, is the general name of these countries in Southeast Asia, a cultivation force established by the casual cultivators in these small countries. Controlling the Haojiang River and disrupting the Hong Kong Island, the goal is the South China Sea. This comprehension force really has a big plan. That being the case, it can only be destroyed. Ling Yan suddenly smiled brightly at Kumba. Originally, I wanted to save your life, and when the people from your alliance came to rescue you, I would wipe them out in one fell swoop. But now, after understanding your intentions, it is no longer necessary. So, what's the use of keeping you? While chatting and laughing, Ling Yan suddenly moved his mind, and the blue shadow flying sword flashed past, piercing through the center of Kumba's eyebrows. Kumba didn't even have time to snort, and died of anger directly. Those who offend China will be punished even if they are far away. I suddenly caught a cold and felt drowsy after taking medicine. I can only write this chapter tonight. Thank you for your rewards and votes. Brush. With a flash of Ling Yan's figure, he instantly appeared in front of He Kaitong. When He Kaitong saw Ling Yunfei's sword killing people, he was already so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He was trying to resist the urge to vomit, but he felt a blur in front of his eyes. When he saw clearly who was standing in front of him, his whole body tensed up. Ling Yan smiled at him. I wonder if Mr. He understands it. He Kaitong was so frightened that his mind went blank. He had already lost his wits, his lips were trembling, and he asked blankly, "Look, what do you understand?" Ling Yan turned his head and looked back at Kumba's body. Of course it's everything just now. Look, I understand, Kumba should die. Although He Kaitong didn't know what Ling Yan asked him to understand, but at this time, even if he didn't understand, he had to pretend to understand. Ling Yan, damn Kumba, yes, but, is that all? He Kaitong, also ask the fairy chief for advice? First, if I didn't come this time, you got the inheritance rights of the He family as you wished, but is the He family business you inherited still yours? You will definitely follow in the footsteps of your father this year. Even my father is not as good as he can only become a puppet of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Are you sure you really want such an inheritance right? Second, if the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance controls you, and then controls your He family, and implements them step by step according to their plan, which arouses the anger of my upper class in China, how many lives do you think you have enough to kill? Will the He family still have a foothold in Haojiang? With a loud voice, Ling Yan stood in front of Kumba's corpse, explaining the truth to He Kaitong. He Caitong's face was pale, he was tongue-tied, he was sweating all over his body, and he was shaking. Since ancient times, sons have competed for Lao Tzu's family property. This is actually nothing wrong, let alone you are the eldest son in the family. After all, survival of the fittest is the law of nature. However, even if it's a fight, you must use your own ability to fight in an upright manner. In that case, even if your niece loses to you, she will definitely be convinced of the loss, and then she will be willing to help you do things. But you actually used crooked ways to contact these people you shouldn't be in contact with, and tried to use them to control the He family. Don't you know that you are being plotted by others? Speaking of this, Ling Yan smiled. I said so much, just to tell you that in life and work, you should try your best to keep your own duty, otherwise, if you make a wrong step, you will be lost forever. When Ling Yan finished speaking, He Caitong's back was completely soaked. He lowered his head halfway, like a sculpture, his eyes flickered. After thinking for a long time, shame and remorse gradually appeared on his face, and he suddenly knelt down on the ground. Understood, He Mo understands, I am convinced, I am willing to let the immortal leader punish me. Ling Yan smiled, and finally gave up the plan to erase He Caitong's memory. After all, before Kumba died, he didn't say much of value. On the other side, He Wenken had already stood up. He waved his hand to reject He Yuqiong's support, and bowed to Ling Yan to the ground. Thank you, old man, for guiding the dog. Ling Yan turned around, raised his hand in the air, and helped He Wenken up. Master, I have almost dealt with the affairs of your He family now. As for the internal affairs of your family, I don't want to do it for you. Please discuss it with Ms. He, old man. The other thing that bears the brunt is naturally to convene the various branches of the family as soon as possible to announce in public that He Yuqiong has become the heir of the He family. Otherwise, He Yuqiong would not be justifiable after all. He Wenken nodded, and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, immortal elder." Ling Yin smiled in satisfaction, and waved his hand, "Bring Kumba's body, follow me. Get out of the house." Wang Chongxiao, Paul and others naturally followed Ling Yin out. Jester picked up Kumba's body again and quickly caught up with them. Ling Yin ordered again, "Call Edward and the others, and go to the dense forest to the east together." Soon, Ling Yin, Wang Chongxiao, and the servants of the 5 blood clans all came to the dense forest outside the resort. Naturally, the purpose of coming here is to dispose of Kumba's corpse and destroy it. "Who is the blood yuan bead on? Take it out." "Oh, master, here I am." Edward immediately took out the blood orb from his body and handed it to Ling Yun. "This Master Kumba has reached the peak of foundation building. His blood is great for your blood clans, but you must use this blood element bead to absorb it effectively." As he spoke, Ling Yun shook his hand and punched the blood yuan zhu into Kumba's body, then raised his hand again, took away the only communicator left on Kumba's body, and threw it to Paul. "Paul, see if this communicator still works." After receiving it, Paul inspected it carefully, and said with a smile, "Boss, it's still usable." "That's good. You will keep this communicator. Just wait and see if anyone has contacted you. If so, please tell me immediately." "Yes." Ling Yin focused his attention on the situation in Kumba's body all the time. Soon after, he saw the dead Kumba. The blood that had been gradually congealed began to flow slowly again under the action of the blood element beads. It has to be said that the blood yuan bead is too miraculous. It can be absorbed. After waiting patiently for a while, Ling Yun finally opened his mouth. Seeing the eyes of the 5 blood races shining brightly, Ling Yun smiled. "Paul comes here first, and then change them after you have sucked enough." "Boss." The other 4 were immediately anxious, their eyes full of begging. "It's useless for you to look at me like that. Don't think I don't know that you all had enough to eat last night. Now it's my turn to be the translator." Ling Yin laughed. After listening to the other 4 people, all of them were like discouraged balls, wilting. Edward comforted everyone and said, "The boss is right, we should be gentlemen." "Thank you, boss." Paul was naturally overjoyed, he was not polite, and began to cast dark magic, absorbing Kumba's blood. The blood of the pinnacle of foundation building. It didn't take long for Paul to absorb half of the blood, and then stopped, and the other 4 took turns to absorb the remaining half. In the end, Kumba's body completely turned into a mummy. Ling Yun immediately withdrew the blood yuan bead. Boom! Only then did Ling Yun sacrifice the fire spirit phoenix, following the same pattern. Let the fire spirit phoenix spray fiercely at Kumba's mummy, burning him to ashes. Raise your hand and send it into the sea. The 6 of you will be divided into 2 groups from now on. 3 of you will be responsible for protecting Mr. He's safety, and the other 3 will be responsible for protecting He Yuqiong's safety. If anyone makes a mistake for me, don't blame me for making trouble for you. Boss, please rest assured. Also, Wang Chongxiao, for the past 2 days, keep an eye on He Kaitong to see if he will do anything wrong. If you find something wrong, please let me know immediately. Yes. After Ling Yun made proper arrangements, he handed over the blood yuan zhu to Paul. Use it to refine the blood first, and then give them a few more when you run out. After 6 days, return it to me. I will use it for a while. Thank you, boss. Ling Yin waved his hand and asked the 6 people to go to work separately. After the 6 people left, Ling Yin took out the Tianzu communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi directly. Old Joe, the incoming enemies are all wiped out, and the He family is no longer worried. Next, I will need a period of time to lure the snakes out of their holes. As long as they show up, I will take the opportunity to kill them in the South China Sea and go straight to their lair. At the same time, thank each of you for your continued support. Lao Bu bows and thanks. First of all, Lao Bu promises that during the Spring Festival this year, there will be no interruption of updates. Even if you don't eat dumplings or visit relatives, you will definitely not stop updates. Please rest assured on this point. From today to the 5th day of the first lunar month, there is a guarantee of one change in these 6 days. Starting from the 6th day of the first lunar month, it will be officially resumed every day with 3,000 characters twice, or 2,000 characters 3 times. That's it. Happy Chinese New Year to everyone again. After Lingyan told Zhou Wenyi about the situation, he didn't listen to the long speeches the other party told him, so he just turned off the communicator and threw it into the Taishu ring. Speaking of it, isn't that the same thing? Lingyan could think of Zhou Wenyi's face at this moment. He laughed and flew back to the resort. He Yuqiong was standing outside the door of the holiday house, in a very conspicuous place, looking around, as if waiting for him. Lingyan drifted over. What's up? When He Yuqiong saw Lingyan, she was overjoyed immediately, and she hurriedly said, Brother Lin, my grandfather said that he doesn't want to stay on this island anymore, and wants to go back to Haojiang first, call his family, and hold an emergency meeting. After finishing speaking in a few words, He Yuqiong looked at Lingyan again. My grandpa said that I need to ask for your opinion, so I will wait for you here. When Lingyan heard this, he couldn't help laughing. This is business. Didn't I just say that you can do whatever you want with your family's affairs, and you don't have to think about me? That can't be done. He Yuqiong blushed pretty, and quickly said, My grandfather said, you are the great benefactor of our He family, like a rebirth. Let me listen to your ideas more no matter what happens in the future. Lingyan. He said in his heart that Mr. He is worthy of being a figure who has been in Haojiang for half a century, and his vision is so vicious. Although Lingyan deliberately concealed his identity, He Wenken has already guessed almost. Of course, with Lingyan's demonstrated strength, there is no need for him to show the aura behind him. Well, then you can make arrangements. There is indeed a lot of inconvenience in this resort, because there is no food or drink. Lingyan agreed. Okay, then I'll get busy. He Yuqiong agreed, and immediately went to make arrangements. The so-called arrangement is actually a matter of calling a boat. There are a total of 10 people in the resort, and 1 boat is enough. Half an hour later, the boat arranged by He Yuqiong has arrived at the pier of Dongyao Island. After you arrive in Haojiang, where do you plan to live first? When He Yuqiong and the others left the resort, Lingyan asked, casually. Grandpa said, go to my villa first. After the family meeting is over, consider changing places. Lingyan nodded, I see, then you don't need to worry about me, I will go there by myself in a while. He Yuqiong knew that Lingyan thought it was troublesome to take the boat, so he didn't insist. Okay, Brother Lin, let's go first. After everyone left, the huge resort fell into complete silence. Lingyan disappeared, rose from the sky, and reached more than 200 meters in the air, overlooking the entire island. Dongyao Island has beautiful rocks, lush vegetation, fresh air, white sandy beaches, blue sea water, bright sunshine, and a comfortable climate. But other than that, there is nothing special about it. But Lingyan didn't think about these things. Well, such an island is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and there is no one to disturb it at ordinary times. It is really a good place for secluded cultivation. Lingyan decided that Tang Meng had to buy him more than a dozen of these islands all over the world as places for him to stay in the future. Do whatever comes to mind. Lingyan immediately flew back to the ground and called Tang Meng in the resort. Tang Meng. Tang Meng was very pleasantly surprised. Brother Yun. You have called me, how is the matter over there? Do you need to ask? The matter of the He family has been settled, and your sweetheart is unharmed. If there is no accident, you will be able to get the inheritance rights of the He family within 2 days. Then Ling Yun heard Tang Meng's exaggerated voice coming from the phone. Wow, Brother Yun is really amazing, you will succeed in no time. Brother Yun, since the matter is over, when will you come back? Ling Yun said with a smile, I can't go back for the time being, it's just to settle the matter on the surface. I have to put an end to the He family's matter, and completely remove their future troubles. By the way, don't talk about these useless things, I have something to do for you. As soon as he heard that Ling Yun had something to do, Tang Meng immediately pricked up his ears. Brother Yun, what's the matter? Haha, it's not a big deal. I'm in Dongao Island now, and I suddenly feel that this kind of beautiful island is very good. I want to buy more than a dozen of them around the world. Tang Meng. Buy a dozen islands? What's the use, Brother Yun, are you doing wholesale? Ling Yun, come on, come here, believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea? Tang Meng hurriedly apologized and smiled. Okay, I know Brother Yun, I will definitely take care of it for you. Please make a request. What kind of island do you want? Anyway, money is not an issue. Ling Yun thought about it carefully, and then said, well, first of all, the scenery must be good, and the weather must be suitable. As for the other things, I suggest you ask Chao Shanshan, Shuang Meifeng, and Ninger, and listen to their opinions. Is it gone? Ling Yun reckoned that after buying the island, it was unlikely that he would live alone, so he simply explained to Tang Meng directly. Brother Yun, don't worry. I promise to satisfy you and your sisters-in-law. Tang Meng understood in seconds, and slapped his chest loudly. Ling Yun was very satisfied. Okay, then I'm fine, you have to buy it as soon as possible, fight for it, and get it done for me within a month. Brother Yun, don't worry, it won't take that long at all. After Ling Yun explained the matter, he immediately hung up the phone. Then he turned invisible again, this time flying straight into the sky, staring at the Hong Kong island to the east for a while, then turned around, crossed the sea area for more than 10 kilometers, and returned to Haojiang Road Ring Island. But at this time, the boat that He Yuqiong and the others were on hadn't landed yet, so Ling Yun wandered around the Haojiang River a few times, admiring the customs of the Haojiang River. After Ling Yun saw He Yuqiong and others all entered the villa in the air, he flew over and appeared directly in the villa compound. When Ling Yun appeared, he saw that He Yuqiong was trying his best to invite Wang Chongxiao and others to sit in the house, while Wang Chongxiao, Edward, and the others were trying their best to refuse, insisting on not going in, and the two sides were at a stalemate. Sister Yuqiong, you don't need to worry about them. They are only responsible for protecting your safety and will not affect your normal life. Just pretend they don't exist. Ling Yun stepped forward and said with a smile. Here, how can this work? He Yuqiong was a little dazed, feeling guilty. Yes, of course Ling Yun can treat them like this, but He Yuqiong, the He family, dare? He Yuqiong knew very well that any one of the 6 people Ling Yun sent to protect her would be a god in the eyes of ordinary people. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's order, she wouldn't be able to spend any money to hire her, let alone offend her. Don't worry, I will do it if I say yes. Ling Yun smiled and winked at Wang Chongxiao and the others. The 6 people disappeared in the courtyard in an instant, and went to remote places around the villa. Yuqiong, why don't you invite Lin Xiancheng to come in for tea? In the living room, He Wencan, who had already sat down, saw Ling Yun coming, and quickly stood up again. Ling Yun entered the room with a smile, and he noticed that He Wencan returned to Haojiang with an obviously different expression, like a dragon returning to the sea. Haojiang, after all, is the place where He Wencan spent most of his life. After returning, he felt much more at ease. Sir, please take your seat. He Wenkan politely asked Ling Yun to sit down, and then said with a smile, "The old man can only come back by boat, and his legs and feet are bad, and he walks slowly. It is a sin to make the ferry wait for a long time." Ling Yun smiled and said, "The old man is really discerning, you can't hide anything from you. Where is it? After all, the old man has lived to be almost 100 years old. No matter how confused he is, he still knows that the immortal is a land god." He Wenkan explained first, and then said, "Xian Cheng, before boarding the ship just now, I have arranged for Yu Qiong to send orders to all the houses, telling them to come here as soon as possible. Today, our He family has an emergency meeting. Be sure to show your face." Ling Yun was stunned. "I will also participate?" He Wenkan smiled and said, "Of course, the most important thing I want to announce in today's meeting is related to Xian Cheng. Why don't you participate?" Ling Yun was a little speechless. Originally, he came here to explain to the grandpa and grandson, and then he planned to say goodbye. Who knew that the old man had a new idea? "This isn't appropriate?" "What's inappropriate?" "Brother Lin, you are the honored guest of our He family, so just sit here with peace of mind, and you won't waste much time anyway." He Yu Qiong obviously knew what his grandfather was going to do, and persuaded him with a smile. "Well, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, write something happy, and first send Ling Yun to a dozen islands to play." Being honored as a guest of honor, it would be too cold and rude for Ling Yun to forcefully leave at this time, so he nodded and agreed to stay. He also wanted to see what kind of medicine Mr. He sold in his gourd, and what happened to the He family would be related to him. It didn't take long for He Yu Qiong's villa to become deserted. Top luxury cars came one after another, and people from each house of the He family began to gather here. But the first ones to arrive were not members of the He family, but two lawyers. They came in two cars, almost entering the door one after the other. These two people are a man and a woman, a foreigner and a middle school. The man is mature and calm, and the woman is young and capable. "Brother Lin, let me introduce you first. These two are the most famous barristers in Hong Kong and Macau. This is Mr. Weber, who is my grandfather's exclusive lawyer. This is Linda, who is my hired lawyer." Seeing the two coming in, He Yu Qiong immediately got up to greet each other, and only came to introduce Ling Yun after greeting each other. Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that Haojiang is the place where the law is most respected. Even the lawyers came to the family meeting of the He family, which shows that Mr. He is going to be serious this time. He sat still, just smiled and nodded at the two of them as a greeting. Regarding this, the lawyer named Weber didn't say much. He just bowed slightly to Ling Yun, and went to talk to Yu Wenkan. But the other, a young female lawyer named Linda, was very annoyed by Ling Yun's rudeness, wondering when did the He family make friends with such a low-level character. However, if she was annoyed, Ling Yun was an irrelevant stranger in her eyes after all, so Linda only glanced at Ling Yun coldly, then stopped looking at him, pulled He Yu Qiong aside, and began to communicate in a low voice. Ling Yun drank tea calmly. He saw everything, but he didn't care about Linda's reaction. After all, he was just a spectator here. If He Wenkan didn't force him to stay, he didn't need to know these people at all. Not long after the two lawyers sat down, people from each house of the He family began to visit the door. Mr. He's other sons and more than a dozen daughters, together with more than a dozen grandchildren of the same generation as He Yu Qiong, almost all came here, and soon filled the entire living room of the villa, and the seats at home were all occupied for a while. Not enough. Ling Yun was truly an eye-opener. Mr. He is worthy of being a romantic all his life. Just the wife who married into the house has several houses, and these people in front of him are legally qualified to inherit his family property. At this time, Ling Yun couldn't help scanning He Kai Tong, who had been standing outside the door with a smiling face with his divine sense. He said in his heart that he really didn't blame the boss for fighting. There are only so many brothers and sisters. If you don't fight, wait. When the old man dies one day, there really won't be much in his hands. Near noon, the last family to arrive was He Yuqiong's parents. He Yuqiong naturally greeted them in person, and brought them to Ling Yun for a special introduction. This time, Ling Yun, who had been sitting still for a long time, finally stood up for the first time, and shook hands with He Yuqiong's father, He Kaizhao. There's no way, who made his brother Tang Meng like He Yuqiong? If he can't do it right, this will be Tang Meng's father-in-law in the future. Ling Yun will always treat him a little bit less. But all of this, in the eyes of the other houses, it was a different scene. They looked at each other and guessed who this young and unattractive stranger was. Of course they couldn't recognize him. Ling Yun's alias is now Lin Tian, so of course his appearance is Lin Tian's. Ahem. He Wenken suddenly coughed twice, instantly suppressing all the noisy voices in the room. I'm talking about holding a family meeting, but I didn't say about holding a family gathering. You all brought your children here one by one, what's the matter? There are so many people in the room all at once, making a lot of noise, how decent is that? He Wenken spoke. He sat up straight on the sofa with a majestic face, scanning his children. I tell you clearly that it's useless even if you bring them here. It's not that whoever has more children will be able to share more of my family property. My grandchildren have nothing to do with today's meeting. Let them go outside the door, wait to go. As soon as these words came out, those sons and daughters of He Wenken immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. The look of disappointment was on their faces. However, no one dared to stand up and challenge the majesty of the old man. Go out, you all go out first, go play in the yard outside. Someone started making noises, telling their children to leave the room. Yuqiong, stay here, come to me. At this time, Mr. He spoke again, his voice doubled. No one in the room is a fool, such an obvious contrast, everything is self-evident. More than half of He Wensan's sons and daughters showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Although they were reluctant, they still followed the old man's wishes and drove their children out of the door. In the huge room, half of the people were lost in an instant, and it was a lot empty all of a sudden, and there were enough seats. When He Yuqiong stood beside him, Mr. He ordered again, Boss, come in. He Kaitong walked in step by step from the door with a smirk, and stood in the middle of the living room. He Wenken didn't look at him, his eyes swept over the faces of his other children one by one, and suddenly sneered. Humph, the illness that has tormented me for a year has suddenly recovered. Yuqiong is also safe and sound, and she is by my side right now. I think most of you should be very disappointed and surprised, right? Mr. He's words are concise, but everyone can understand. There are many people who have teamed up with He Kaitong to deal with He Yuqiong. Under the sharp gaze of the old man, they all lowered their heads one by one. Boss, in front of your brothers and sisters, tell me clearly what you said yesterday. He Kaitong knew that he couldn't save his face no matter what. Ling Yun sat there, it was useless for him to beg anyone, so he could only bite the bullet and told the whole story again and again. Even his own the shares and property were all transferred to He Yuqiong by the old man, and he also said it. The perverse son. It's a big treason. It's really unfilial for the boss to do such a thing. It deserves. Listening to his sons and daughters denouncing the boss one by one in front of him, He Wenken smiled, as if he was watching a play. The wall is pushed down by everyone, and the same is true between brothers, this is the life of all kinds. You are scolding the boss now. When I was controlled by the boss, what did everyone do? Why didn't you show up? But the old man had already seen through life, so he didn't bother to point it out at all. He just turned his head, exchanged a glance with Ling Yun, who was also watching the play, and then suddenly smiled. You know, I am in such a great danger, and I can still sit in front of you at this moment, and hold this meeting for you. Who is it for me to help? After He Wenken asked, he stood up suddenly, with a solemn face, and bowed to Ling Yun beside him. It's all thanks to Immortal Lin for saving his life. He Wen's sudden performance really surprised the He family present. Except for He Yuqiong and He Kaitong, everyone was dumbfounded. What? It's him? It turned out that he saved my father? How is this possible? The old man called him immortal. What does that mean? Could it be that girl Yuqiong invited her from somewhere? Maybe she negotiated with the boss again, colluding to deceive the old man? The one who said the last sentence was a daughter of He Wen Can, in her 40s, with permed hair and a pair of wide glasses on the bridge of her nose. She looked at Ling Yun with mocking eyes, as if she was really looking at a magic stick. I have to say, I don't know how many Gongdo dramas this guy has watched, and it's really a big brain hole. Snapped. But before she finished speaking, she received a solid slap on the face. Kuatai's glasses were blown off, and the fingerprints on her face were clearly visible. What? She let out a scream immediately, and then looked at her palm in disbelief, very dazed. At that moment just now, she didn't know why, she felt that her arm didn't listen to her command at all. Facing his own face came so hard. Hit yourself, don't you think it's annoying? God stick, let you know how powerful the magic stick is. Ling Yan sneered in his heart, but pretended that nothing had happened, helped the old man up with both hands, and said with a smile, Mr. He is serious, saving people is just a matter of lifting a finger. In the blink of an eye, the voice of discussion that suddenly appeared just now disappeared instantly, and a needle could be heard in the room, and no one dared to speak again. Everyone knows that the lady in the family is famous for her temperament. She has always looked at people with her nostrils since she was a child. When she talks, she is willing to look at the other person with her eyes. Not touched a finger. Such a person, of course, cannot beat himself with his own hands. But she just slapped herself just now, and she slapped herself hard in front of everyone, and after screaming, her eyes were full of fear, and she didn't dare to say another word. All fools know that this is the hand of the fairy, He Wenken said. Ling Yan still had a smile on his face, and sat there indifferently. After he helped the old man up, he didn't say or do anything, but the way everyone looked at him was completely different. Fear. Fear is enough. Humph, it's really self-inflicted. I haven't disciplined you since I was a child. Today, you maliciously offended Immortal Lin, and you will be taught a lesson, so that you can know that heaven and earth are powerful. He Wenken sat down again, glanced at the beaten daughter, and cursed coldly. Immortal Master Lin, my little girl is ignorant. I hope Immortal Master Lin will forgive me. After today's meeting is over, the old man will severely punish her. Ling Yin smiled and waved his hands. No need, I don't need others to take action when I hit someone. It's fine if I hit someone. He is so rude. But this sentence is true, it is he who shot it just now. He Kaitong in the field was stunned, only he knew how many people Ling Yun killed in one breath last night. It was really a murder without blinking an eye. Just now he just slapped his arrogant sister, not even a small punishment. All right. Since the boss just said everything clearly, I will start to do the first thing now. He Wenken returned to the topic. He raised his hand and tapped the mahogany coffee table lightly. The boss, He Kaitong, is so treacherous. He lured wolves into the house, almost killed me and Yuqiong. Now deprive him of all the shares and properties in his hands, and hand them over to Yuqiong to take care of them. Mr. Weber. Lawyer Weber stepped forward. Mr. He Wenken ordered, I asked you to prepare all the documents, are you ready? Let my boss sign it immediately, and it will take effect immediately. Okay. Mr. Weber sent the documents he had prepared a long time ago to He Kaitong. He Kaitong turned his head. Yuqiong, where's yours? He Yuqiong was obviously also prepared, otherwise, her lawyer Linda would not have rushed over early. The two quickly signed their names and completed the handover. Frankly speaking, in the past, He Kaitong would have been reluctant to hand over his shares like this, even if he was killed, but now that Ling Yun was sitting there, after he finished signing, he felt a sense of relief. Money goes to people's well-being, let's save life first. It can be said that, except for He Yuqiong's father, He Kaizhao, the other dozen people are all greedy and envious of this equity transfer. Because before that, only the shares and properties held by the boss, He Kaitong, could compete with the part controlled by He Yuqiong. Now that the two are combined, they are all in the hands of He Yuqiong, and she has become the dominant family. As far as these shares and properties are concerned, He Yuqiong is already the true heir of the He family. He Yuqiong has acquired 1/3 of the hundreds of billions of property, who wouldn't be envious of others? But these are not enough. Okay, now for the second thing. He Wenkin said again, in the past, the shares under my name, because I felt that I was in good health, so I have not let go all these years, and I have not said how to divide them. It is up to you to fight and fight. Originally, I wanted to see who is the most filial, and who is the most capable, and then give him the right to inherit the family. The results of it? As a result, this kind of thing happened. The boss's incident almost destroyed our He family. So now, in front of you, I will distribute most of my shares to you, so that you will worry about it in the future, and you don't know how to do things well. The property is divided. After He Wenken finished speaking, Ling Yun saw his children, their eyes were shining brightly, their breathing was short of breath, and most of them stood up anxiously. Father, you are still in good health, why are you in such a hurry to share your shares? He Wensan's sons were still struggling to die, talking all over the place, hoping that the old man would take back his life. Shut up. A bunch of embarrassing bastards, so many people add up, they are not as good as my granddaughter. He Wenken was so angry that he patted the table directly. Immediately everyone was honest. The shares in my hand are generally divided into 3 shares, each accounting for 40%, 50%, and 10% of the total shares. The 40% share is for Yuqiong. The gambling card in my hand is also for Yuqiong. The 50% share will be shared equally among your other houses. The last 10% I want to give to my benefactor, who is also the great benefactor of our He family, Lin Tian, Lin Xiancheng. I think you all know that the 10% of the shares in my hand have half of the family's decision-making power. The shares I gave to Lin Tianxian are 10%. Hiss. Before He Wenken finished speaking, he heard a gasp from the room. This time, except for He Yuqiong, everyone else was stupid. Different rights, for the same share. After all, He Wenken is too old. He has so many heirs. The property that has been distributed successively over the years is actually quite a lot. The sum of all the shares in his own hands is actually far less than the property in the hands of these children. So he is now dividing his own shares. In fact, his children are not too cold about the property in his hands, because there are already very few left. The only thing they care about is the gambling card that the old man has been holding tightly in his hand, that is, the gambling business license issued to him by Haojiang, and the 10% of the shares with decision-making power. 10% of the shares has half of the decision-making power of the entire family business. In other words, whoever owns 10% of the shares has a veto right. The property value of that 10% of the shares, frankly speaking, is less than 1% of the total assets of the He family. This is why He Wensan's children were still afraid of him until he was over 90 years old, so they listened to him. But now, what did the old man say? To Ling Yun? An outsider? Absolutely not. Even if he is the benefactor of the He family, absolutely not. At this moment, Ling Yun finally understood, he finally knew the purpose of the old man forcibly keeping him just now. But what kind of person is Ling Yun, why would he care about this now? Mr. He, Lin Tianxin accepts your heart. Before the He family could speak, Ling Yun said first, but, old man, listen to me, can we stop making trouble? Trouble? Lin Xiancheng, even if you lend me 100 guts, I won't dare to make trouble with you. He Wencan, who had always been respectful to Ling Yun when he heard Ling Yun's refusal, and regarded him as a guest of honor, suddenly put on a straight face, and said seriously, to tell you the truth, just last night, I told my lawyer Mr. Weber called and asked him to draw up the legal documents overnight and bring them here. Ling Yun. I said in my heart that the old man is really quick at handling things. From this point of view, after he healed the old man last night, he did not fully follow his doctor's advice and take a good rest. He Wencan raised his finger and pointed to his children in the house again. Master Lin, you can ask these children of mine. I, He Wencan, have always been trustworthy all my life. If I say something, it is the water that is poured out. When did I take it back? Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart, knowing that He Wencan said this on purpose. It was tantamount to defeating his children and blocking their mouths in advance. The old man's methods are really clever. I have to say that there is indeed a reason why He Wencan has dominated Haojiang for more than half a century, but he has always stood firm. However, for such a big matter, no matter how clever the old man is, he still can't stop the mouths of these children. Originally, when the old man had just finished speaking, they couldn't help but refute, but they immediately refused when they saw Ling Yun, and they immediately felt at ease again. But then, when they heard that the old man insisted on this, and insisted on giving him the 10% of the shares, they couldn't hold back any of them. Old Bean. The third son, He Kaiming, desperately rushed out to take the lead. In his desperation, he simply spoke the local dialect of Haojiang. Old Do, frankly speaking, we sons and daughters know that we did something wrong when you had an accident this time. So we don't have much opinion on your arrangements just now, punishing the boss and distributing the family property. After all, the power of the family is ultimately given to Yu Qiong. She is smart and filial, and her business skills are far superior to those of us uncles. We can all recognize her. The most important point is that Yu Qiong is from our He family, and the blood of the He family is shed on her body. Speaking of this, He Kaiming did not forget to nod to He Yu Qiong in a flattering manner, then he turned his head and looked at Ling Yun. But, this Immortal Lin, he saved you, Yu Qiong, and our He family. Speaking of which, our He family can't repay Immortal Lin too much. Whether it's money, if you want something else, our He family should try our best to repay him. But, please forgive my son for speaking bluntly. Now you have handed over the decision-making power in your hands to an outsider, casually. What do you think when you let us be children? Although He Kaiming was very excited, he talked eloquently. After he finished speaking, he looked around and saw that all the brothers and sisters were nodding one after another as silent solidarity. The others really don't need to talk, because even Ling Yun is smiling and nodding, because what He Kaiming said is the truth, which is human nature. What's more, his trip this time was originally in agreement with He Yu Qiong, and He Yu Qiong had already paid for the conditions that should be paid in the capital. When Ling Yun healed the old man's body, he had fulfilled the original agreement. This is called mutual non-payment. As a result, no one spoke in the room for a while, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the old man to make a decision. Well. He Wencan closed his eyes slightly, patiently listened to He Kaiming's generous statement, and nodded slowly. Yes, what the third child said is indeed good. You are smart, and you are worthy of the bright word I gave you. Call. Many people in the room let out a long breath, feeling that the old man was finally persuaded by He Kaiming to change his decision. He Kaiming was even more triumphant. As long as he could keep the old man's 10% of the shares, it would be a great achievement, and his status in the He family would naturally far exceed others in the future. But, you know what, a fart. Caught off guard, He Wencan glared suddenly, and cursed at He Kaiming with a stern voice. Now, the final decision-making power of the He family is still in my hands. When will it be your turn to make irresponsible remarks about the decision I made? The old man looked like a falcon, scanning the audience. However, I also know that you can't accept it in a short time, so I'll put it aside for now and discuss this matter later. He Wenkin stared, narrowed his eyes again, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, I will announce another thing first, which is also the last thing for today. In addition to my 10% of the shares, you have agreed to the other 90% of the shares, right? Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. As the heir of the family, He Yuqiong took away 40% of the old man's shares, which is not too much. Very good. That's it. He Wenkin nodded in satisfaction, motioned to He Yuqiong beside him to help him stand up, and said loudly, I declare that from now on, Yuqiong will officially become my heir and be in charge of all the family business. All of you, from now on, must help her and work hard to run the family business well. Anyway, you all have shares, and it's good for both of you to grow your business. To this, everyone present had no objection, because compared to the veto right given to Ling Yun just now, this is already considered a trivial matter. After the old man finished announcing, he sat down again and nodded to Weber beside him. So, under the witness of everyone, the two lawyers, Weber and Linda, took out the documents on the spot and handed them to He Wenkan and He Yuqiong respectively, and they each signed, and the handover was completed. After all this was done, He Wenkan and He Yuqiong nodded at each other, as if they both breathed a sigh of relief. He Yuqiong finally obtained the right to inherit the family and became the new helm of the He family. Ling Yin watched from the side, smiled lightly, and said in his heart that if the old man wanted to win this game, he must seek the best. He really slipped, but it was a pity that he used himself as a shield. Immortal Lin. At this time, He Wenkin bowed slightly to Ling Yin again, and said carefully, the old man asks you to stay this time, and there is another purpose, which is to let you witness this matter. Today Yuqiong has become the helm of my He family. My sons and daughters, I also agreed, if anyone dares to jump out and turn against the water in the future, Immortal Lin can teach me a lesson for me. Ling Yun. After pondering for a while, Ling Yun smiled casually, I can't afford to act for you, but if Miss Yuqiong asks me for something in the future, this junior will help me. Okay. He Wenkan was very satisfied with this answer, and he praised it again and again. The He family members in the living room were all embarrassed and panicked. Immortal Lin. Although Yuqiong has never told me about your origin, I was lucky enough to meet a person like you before and after Haojiang's return to the motherland more than 10 years ago. Ling Yan's heart trembled. Damn, it really is an old fox. It was only at this time that he figured out my identity. No wonder he dared to give me that 10% of the shares, but he was confident. Do you still have to ask, before and after Haojiang's return, can people from the Tianzu not come to contact He Wenkan? So the old man can probably guess Lin Xiancheng's true identity. I know that as you will definitely not be greedy for my He family's family business. I will give you the decision-making power of 10% of the shares, and it is not a free gift. Here it is, and please help Yuqiong, and help her protect the business and property of my He family in those countries in Nanyang. Otherwise, with the current relationship between my He family and the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, let alone doing business, just even keeping those properties is delusional. Depend on. What a deal. Ling Yunqing said, He Wenkan is definitely an old fox, and his calculations are too sophisticated. As expected of the king of gambling, this is a gamble. He Wenkan didn't give Ling Yun 10% of the shares, but asked the He family for a free amulet. Of course, He Wenkan is gambling. A veto, in other words, is actually a decision. If the 10% shares in Mr. He's hands were really given to Ling Yun, and Ling Yun signed the document, from now on, Ling Yun would have the same power in the He family as Mr. He does now. What does it mean? This means that for the He family in the future, as long as Ling Yun is willing, he will have the final say on everything. Even if it is He Yuqiong, the new leader of the He family, if Ling Yun disagrees with her decision, this decision cannot be passed, let alone be implemented smoothly. It can be said that Ling Yun can destroy such a big stall of the He family if he wants to. If he has a bad idea, he can join forces with any member of the He family to turn the He family into his own and take whatever he wants. He Wen-kan is taking all his belongings to gamble on Ling Yun's character. That is a family business with hundreds of billions of assets. Isn't this a big gamble? At this time, if it was replaced by any member of the He family who was present, he would nod an agreement in a hurry, and sign the document immediately. But Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to the old man's words, just sat there with a light smile, non-committal. He fully understood what He Wen-kan meant. Ling Yun came to Haojiang to help He Yuqiong. After eliminating the invading enemies, protecting the He family's business and property in Nanyang has already become Ling Yun's inescapable responsibility. Otherwise, instead of saving the He family, he came to harm the He family. If Ling Yun slaps his ass and leaves now, once the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance counterattacks, the He family is bound to suffer disaster. So he knew that He Wen-kan was right, and there was nothing wrong with his train of thought. What's more, Ling Yun's current identity is the Great Elder of the Huasha Group, the Tian Group protects the country, and the businesses and properties of the He family in Nanyang are also national property and national interests. Therefore, since Mr. He had guessed his identity and Ling Yun's next plan, he didn't need to pay such a high price to impress Ling Yun to help He Yuqiong. Thus, the purpose of the old man is actually very obvious. He Wen-kan is repaying his favor, but he just used a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only did he repay his kindness, but he also tied Ling Yun firmly to the big car of the He family, so that he could justifiably help He Yuqiong in the future, and help the He family stabilize and expand their business in Nanyang. Lin Tian sincerely admires the Grand Master's handwriting. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Yun finally spoke, and he immediately asked a question that all the He family members present were concerned about. It's just that if you give me the decision-making power of the He family, are you really not afraid that the younger generation will be greedy and turn the whole He family into my one-word house? After finishing a sentence, Ling Yun scanned the audience. His words can be regarded as asking everyone's heart. He Wen-kan just smiled, pondered for a while, and then said slowly, Lin Xian's long words are serious. With immortal Lin's status, background and strength, if you are really interested in the He family's family property, why do you need the decision-making power of this mere 10% of the shares? While speaking, He Wen-san's eyes showed a hint of pleading, and then he turned his head to look at the eldest son He Kaitong in the field. Boss, what do you think? He Kaitong nodded hastily. Father is right, I fully support your old man's decision, and I have no objections. No matter who it is, as long as they have seen how Ling Yun wiped out hundreds of spiritual practitioners of Guru Kumba last night, they will know how wise He Wen-san's decision is. If Ling Yun really wanted to touch the He family, he would just raise his hand lightly, and no one in the room would be able to escape, and it was guaranteed that no one else could even find the ashes. Only He Wen-kan, He Yuqiong, and He Kaitong were present, and they knew that the He family was asking Ling Yun for help, rather than paying such a high price. In the room, the group of He Wen-san's sons and daughters were stunned at this moment, looking at each other in blank dismay, completely confused about what was going on. He Wen-san's dozen or so children, although they have different personalities, are not stupid. They know that their father has been in Haojiang for so many years, and he rarely does things that are not sure, and he never does things that are disadvantageous. So, what is the identity, how powerful is the background, and how terrifying is the person who can make the old man pay such a high price to win him over? Moreover, they all saw with their own eyes the pleading look in the old man's eyes just now, as well as the meaning repeatedly emphasized inside and outside the words. This 10% share was given to the fairy elder in front of him, but the He family took a big advantage? No one dared to stand up to make rebuttals anymore, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Yun, to see how he would express his stance. Ling Yun wanted to refuse. But he suddenly noticed He Yuqiong's expression at the moment. She was looking at Ling Yun eagerly, pursing her lips hard, and she almost didn't say it directly to make Ling Yun accept it. Okay. Ling Yun finally nodded. Since Mr. He trusts Lin Tian so much, then I will be disrespectful. He Wenken was overjoyed when he heard that Ling Yun finally agreed. He Yuqiong's pretty face immediately overflowed with a bright smile, obviously overjoyed. But only to hear Ling Yun change the subject again. Be sure to ask the lawyer to indicate on the document that I am only temporarily in charge of Ms. He on behalf of Ms. He. After the incident in Haojiang passes, the matter of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance will be completely resolved. After that, the 10% of the shares must be returned to Ms. He immediately. Okay. Just set a 1-year deadline. Ling Yun made the final decision. Those sons and daughters of He Wenken never dreamed that Ling Yun would propose such a condition, and they were all dumbfounded. Facts have proved that people are really rare. Just kidding, Ling Yun's own family has such a huge asset, and it won't take a year or two to integrate it at all. It's too late for him to escape now, so why would he care about such a little property of the He family? Telling Ling Yun's true identity will scare you to death. Brother Lin. He Yuqiong naturally knew the truth, and she still wanted to beg. Okay, deal. Ling Yun waved his hand with a smile, and said to He Yuqiong, if you can't straighten out the affairs of the He family in a year, then you, the leader of the He family, are not qualified. The implication is that I'll help you for a year. That's enough, little sister, don't be too greedy. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Lin. He Yuqiong smiled and nodded, and said no more. Next, it was natural for the lawyer to take out the document that he had prepared long ago, and temporarily added the item that Ling Yun had added on purpose, and finally Ling Yun signed it. The dust settled. You can all go now. At the end of the family meeting, Mr. He Wenken seemed to be very tired. His spirit was low, and he didn't even bother to say the final concluding speech, so he waved his hands and let the children leave. Immortal Lin, I wonder if it is possible to use the immortal method to take the old man to the seaside for a talk. After all the children left, He Wenken took the initiative to invite them. Ling Yun knew that He Wenken had nothing to say, so he nodded. Walk. Hiding, moving mountains. With Ling Yun's divine thoughts together, He Wenken disappeared into the living room together with the sofa he was sitting on without any other actions at all. He Wensan's feet left the ground suddenly, and he closed his eyes tightly in fright. He could clearly feel his body moving rapidly in the air. There was no wind. This is what it's like to fly. After about a minute. Master, you can open your eyes now. Ling Yun's grinning voice came from next to his ear. He Wenken immediately opened his eyes, and the next moment, he was scared out of his wits, and his old body shrank tightly into the sofa. This is. Ling Yun was amused, and said casually, it's in the sky, to be precise, it's in the sky above the sea. Since it's a fairy method, it's boring to go to the beach. The old man should take a good look at the beauty of his hometown here. Even though He Wenken was a hero all his life, he was as frightened as an ordinary person at this time. He asked in horror, Lin, Immortal Lin, we won't fall, right? It's just too high up here. Don't worry, old man, you will never fall, you can just sit in the living room. Under Ling Yun's repeated comfort, He Wenken slowly opened his eyes again, slowly twisted his stiff neck, looked around first, and then looked at the sky above his head for a while. After getting used to it, he lowered his head and turned towards the looking down at the sea. The blue waves are endless, stretching as far as the eye can see. Hey, old man, looking at the sea like this is different from seeing it on a plane? Of course. He Wenken nodded vigorously, and said in shock, Immortal Lin really deserves to be a land god, this is indeed a fairy method. Old man, here, you don't have to worry that others will hear what we say, just say what you have to say. Ling Yun knew that when he was in the villa just now. The old man only half-spoken a lot of things, and he only finished what he had to do, but he didn't say the whole thing, and his meaning was still unfinished. Immortal Lin, old man, can you stand up and speak? Ling Yun chuckled, old man, you can just stand up and walk around twice, without any problem. Not only did he wrap Huan's body with the shield of Hunyuan Ichi, but he also turned the chi into a flat ground, standing in the air as if his feet were on the ground. Huan stomped his feet first, then stepped on his feet hard, and found that it was like stepping on the ground, so he took a sudden breath, gritted his teeth, and stood up all at once. Move your feet carefully, test it, and tap the ground lightly with your toes, and find that there is no problem. The old man finally got bolder and really stood up straight. Immortal Chief, I don't know what kind of fairy magic these are, but the legendary soaring through the clouds? Huan asked in amazement, as if he was no longer an old man in his 90s, but a child of 7 or 8 years old. 72 changes. Ling Yun teased the old man with a smile, and then seriously explained, actually, it's all qi. The inner qi is released outside, and the qi turns into a scorpion. It's invisible to the naked eye, but it's like the real thing. I manipulate the breath, and I can make it ever-changing. It turns into an invisible barrier to resist the strong wind in the sky, and it can also turn into an invisible ground for you to step on. All of these are called fairy magic in the eyes of mortals. I see. Huan understood and suddenly realized. Then he moved his footsteps lightly, walked tremblingly in front of Ling Yun, and bowed to the ground. Huan has the guts to ask the immortal elder for his real name. The capital, the head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. There is no need for Ling Yun to hide anymore. He directly told his real name, pondered for a while, and said, the old man guessed right. I do have a position in the Huaxia group, and I am the great elder of the Huaxia group. While speaking, Ling Yun changed his appearance, showing his original appearance. He Yuqiong is really sensible, even her grandfather didn't tell her true identity. Ling Yun is very satisfied with this. Huan was dumbfounded. After a while. This. It turns out that the immortal chief is one of the 8 major families in China, the head of the Ling family. But I remember that you signed your pseudonym on that document just now. Huan was a little anxious. Ling Yun laughed, is there any difference in which name you sign? The old man just asked me to accompany you to act in a show for your children, so I have no choice but to play with you. Huan blushed, and said embarrassingly, I also ask Immortal Ling to forgive me for my offense. Frankly speaking, what I did just now really meant asking Immortal to frighten my sons and daughters and help Yuqiong to stabilize the status of the heir of the He family. Ling Yun smiled calmly, I know. However, I also ask the Immortal Elder to learn from him. The Immortal Elder saved my life, and even saved my He family. I really don't know how to repay the Immortal Elder's great kindness. After much deliberation, I can only come up with this bad plan. Let the Immortal support Yuqiong, lead the He family back on track, and lead the He family to continue to develop and grow our Nanyang business. The old man has already specifically explained to Yuqiong that no matter what demands the Immortal Elder puts on her from now on, she will definitely give all of her family's possessions to serve the Immortal Elder. Ling Yun nodded and said, the old man is a sensible person, you don't need to worry about these things, I understand it in my heart. Thank you, Immortal. Huan bowed to the ground again. Standing up straight again, Huan said solemnly, from now on, the family power of my He family is all in the hands of that child Yuqiong. I am old and have no energy, and I don't want to ask about these family matters anymore. Intrigue. From now on, no matter what kind of situation my He family encounters, the Immortal Elder will try to give Yuqiong advice and help her pass the test. If the immortal leader feels that there is something wrong with that girl Yuqiong, he can make his own decision. This sentence is a bit of a solitary meaning. Ling Yun laughed out loud. You don't have to say it so hard, old man. Sister Yuqiong is the heir you selected after thousands of choices. You should trust her ability. I also like her. Don't worry, old man. When Wenqin heard this sentence, his face was relieved, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Grandpa, are you all right now? Then please sit back on the sofa, I'll show you around here, let's go back. Wenqin sat back on the sofa, and Lingyun Yekong flew slowly, drawing a large circle in the sea area between Haojiang and Hong Kong Island, and then returned to the villa on Kowloon Island. Immortal Lingyun, we are flying in the sky so swaggeringly, aren't we afraid of being discovered by others? It's hidden. Wenqin. Sending the old man back to the living room of the villa, the sofa is still where it was. Wenqin put his feet on the ground, feeling that everything he experienced just now was like a dream. If you have experienced this, you will have no regrets in this life. Leaving the old man to ponder over it, Ling Yun floated out of the living room and came to the courtyard of the villa. Wow! The water splashed in the swimming pool, and Zheng Yingying emerged from the water like a mermaid. Ling. Brother Lin. The rose on Zheng Yingying's chest was faintly visible, delicate and charming, and looked thrilling. Should you be done with your work now? Shouldn't you be with me too? The beauty took the initiative to invite. Busy working. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Zheng Yingying finally got her wish. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a fiery red supercar drove away from the villa and slowly drove towards the Haojiang Peninsula. There were only 2 people in the sports car. Ling Yun was in the car, and Zheng Yingying, who was in a fiery red dress, was driving the car. Tell you, if you don't gamble when you come to Haojiang, then don't say you have been to the casino. Zheng Yingying drove the car comfortably, with her long hair flying. She turned her head from time to time to see if Ling Yun next to her was still there, as if he might disappear at any moment. Ling Yun smiled lightly and asked, You are much more familiar with Haojiang than we are with the capital? That is. Zheng Yingying was beaming, and glanced proudly at Ling Yun. My sister has spent more time in Haojiang and Hong Kong Island than in Beijing since she was a child. Ling Yun said helplessly, Since when did you become a sister? Zheng Yingying smiled extraordinarily charmingly, It's just after I found out that you, kid, have just turned 18. She now understands that what Yuqiong said is quite right. If you compare your status with Ling Yun, the two of you are the same, and there is no way to compare them. So Zheng Yingying simply put her mind on it. No matter how powerful you are, Ling Yun is still a man. And I'm a woman, it's as simple as that. Thinking about it this way, it's just a man and a woman getting along, lying between them, the distance between them, like the abyss of heaven, is no longer so important in an instant, and the heavy burden in Zheng Yingying's heart has disappeared inexplicably. Hearing this, Ling Yun said unceremoniously, Hello, Auntie. Zheng Yingying's face darkened instantly. Laugh. Break. Who's Auntie? Am I that old? Ling Yun looked around and said to himself, It's really unexpected that such a small place like Haojiang has such good greenery. Every time you stop your eyes, you will see a beautiful scenery. Zheng Yingying gritted her teeth with hatred, but she had nothing to do with Ling Yun. I'm telling you something serious. If you don't help me win back all the money I lost to you today, I will never end with you. An ultimatum has been issued. Ling Yun finally turned his head, raised his hand and rubbed his nose with his thumb, and said with a half-smile, Do you still remember this? Zheng Yingying pinched her waist, What do you think? My sister lost to you twice successively, and you cheated her out of a total of more than 1 billion yuan. You can't afford to pay this debt. Ling Yun smiled wryly, I won you openly and squarely, how did you become a liar? Humph. Zheng Yingying sneered, and looked Ling Yan up and down. You still have the nerve to say that you are above board? You, a god, bet with me, a mortal, with clairvoyant eyes, isn't that cheating? Ling Yan secretly laughed in his heart. If you insist on saying it's a lie, then I can't help it. Anyway, I didn't cheat. Pfft. Seeing Ling Yan's expression, Zheng Ying burst into laughter in an instant. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. What? It's true that you can't call it cheating, but my father said that, to a large extent, except for the game of pure luck with your eyes closed, all other bets are essentially cheating. Zheng Ying said seriously, and at the same time she started the car again. Your father is a character. Thinking of the hasty meeting a month ago, Ling Yan commented with a smile. After careful calculation, Ling Yan has not seen this beauty for more than a month since he sent the drunken Zheng Ying home in Sanlitun, the capital city. He did not expect that she would chase him here. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yan didn't do anything. Zheng Ying could be said to be well-intentioned. Of course. Speaking of her father, Zheng Ying also felt very proud. Seeing Ling Yan's evaluation, she was really happy in her heart, but soon her face darkened. It's a pity. What a pity. It's nothing. Of course Zheng Ying would not say what his father had said about Ling Yan. In the early morning, Zheng Liuji, the Chinese god of gamblers, said that Ling Yan, with the appearance of a dragon, must be the dragon roaring in Kyushu. There's one thing I'm also curious about. Ling Yan said suddenly. What's up? Although your father is known as the god of gamblers, he is just a mortal. There are so many people with supernatural powers in this world. How did he manage to win but not lose? Zheng Ying. Ling Yan knew that what he said was tantamount to asking someone's old background, that is, to blame him, and Zheng Ying was of course unwilling to answer. Only win but not lose? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Zheng Ying was silent for a while, then she spoke suddenly. She turned her head and glanced at Ling Yan. Not everyone has your fairy tricks. Although my father is known as the god of gamblers, he is just a myth by those ordinary people who love to gamble, but at most he can achieve overall results, winning more and losing less. My father has known for a long time that there are many supernatural beings in this world, but his gambling skills and ability just allow him to judge whether there are supernatural beings among the opponents at the same gaming table, such as you kind of people. If he encounters it, he will immediately find a way to get out and leave. Ling Yan suddenly realized. I see. After pondering for a while, Ling Yan smiled happily. According to this, your father's title of god of gamblers is truly well-deserved. Knowing that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky, once you confirm that you are defeated by your opponent, you will immediately retreat, and the less you lose, the more you win. Pooh. Zheng Ying smiled like a flower, turned her head and gave Ling Yan a wink. I will tell my father exactly what you said. I think he will be very happy when he finds out. I'm just stating a fact. Ling Yan had a half smile but not a smile. But Miss Zheng, compared to your father, you are far behind. Whatever you want to say, I play poker purely for fun, and at most it's just to win a little money for traveling and buying cosmetics. Well, I'll really listen. Ling Yanqing said, do you think I'm stupid? In Yi Tianshui's private club, you won tens of millions in one night, and that's money for traveling and buying cosmetics? Zheng Ying said again, as long as I can win enough money to buy a private jet at any time, then I won't gamble. So your little goal is a private jet? How much is it? Ling Yan suddenly became interested. Zheng Ying said casually, it's still 200 million, but it's only US dollars. Is it that cheap? Correct. Ling Yan laughed, then I can let you achieve this goal today. But Zheng Ying rolled her eyes. Ling Yan was surprised. Why, you don't believe it? Handsome guy, I know what you think, but do you really think these casinos in Haojiang are shantangs? Let us win $200 million, casually? Ling Yun glared, "Don't let me take away the money I won? Then I will smash their casino." "I believe it." One sentence made Zheng Ying amused. "But that's not what I meant." Zheng Ying explained with a smile, "In the big casinos in Haojiang, they will lose as much as they win, and we will take them away. There is no deception. However, if we keep winning, and when we win a similar amount, someone from the casino will come forward and ask us to exchange our chips and leave. It is impossible for us to keep winning. And if we win to the limit in any casino, we will be blacklisted immediately after being invited away by them, and the next time we go again, we will not even be allowed to enter." Ling Yun understood immediately. Although the casino can let you win all the time, every casino has a limit. As long as you win to their limit, no matter whether they find out that you are cheating or not, they will find a way to let you go. Otherwise, if someone like Ling Yun really came, all the casinos in Haojiang would collapse in just one night. What is that family still running a casino for? Thinking of this, Ling Yun disdained, and muttered, "After all, can't you afford to lose? Your way of winning, no one can afford to lose." Zheng Ying was charming, and she gave Ling Yun a sideways glance. "It's the same if you open a casino. If you come to a big Luo Jingxian who is stronger than you will also close down." Ling Yun was speechless. "Let me be good, this beauty is really a person who doesn't talk too much." She lifted out de Luo Jingxian with one pull. "Admit it." But this does not hinder Ling Yun's happy mood in the casino with the beauty. At this time, the sports car had already crossed the Xuanhuan Bridge, arrived at the Haojiang Peninsula, turned right and headed straight east. "Which one should we go to first?" Sands Hotel. Chapter 1758, Crazy Win. The Sands Hotel is actually the Sands Casino. Haojiang, people refer to casinos as casinos. Casinos in Haojiang are usually accompanied by large luxury hotels, or even integrated into one. When you are tired from gambling, you can go to the guest room to sleep, and you can continue to gamble when you wake up. After entering the casino, as long as you have money, you can eat, drink, have fun, including shopping, and you don't need to go out of the hotel, so Haojiang is called the City of Casinos. Zheng Ying knew the way well, drove to the hotel, parked the car in the parking lot, then embraced Ling Yun's arm, as intimate as a couple, and went to the main entrance of the casino. "Just go in and play?" At this moment, Ling Yun turned into Lin Tian's appearance again. Seeing that Zheng Ying went straight to the topic, he asked with a smile. "What's more, my hands were itchy yesterday, but because Yu Qiong has been busy with family affairs, and I have to accompany her to act, that's why I didn't come to play. Now that the He family has nothing to do, and you are with us, we are just picking up money when we go to the casino. How can we waste any more time?" Zheng Ying's waist and limbs were slender, weak willows supported the wind, although her tone was complaining, it was charming. "Walk." Seeing that Zheng Ying couldn't wait any more, Ling Yun didn't bother to talk nonsense immediately, and went straight into the Sands Hotel. Zheng Ying is the king here, but she seems to want Ling Yun, a novice who has never been in a regular casino, to experience it fully. She simply pretended to be an ordinary tourist and entered the casino like other gamblers. The casino was full of people, and there was a lot of noise everywhere. From time to time, excited screams and depressed sighs could be heard from all around. "It's so lively." With just one sweep of his divine sense, Ling Yun saw the entire casino, and with this one glance, he also saw all the states of the world. There are wins and losses, but more losses than wins. That's right, it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the busiest time in the casino, but it's still daytime. After 8 o'clock in the evening, there will be more guests. Zheng Ying entered the casino, as if she was at home, visibly excited. "Start to let go of yourself. Do you have money?" Zheng Ying raised her eyebrows and asked Ling Yun loudly. There is not much cash, maybe tens of millions, but they are all huaxia currency. Ling Yun told the truth. Zheng Yingying wasn't surprised by this, but she still seriously looked at Ling Yun from top to bottom, and found that this guy had his hands in his pockets, let alone tens of millions, and he didn't even take his mobile phone. Of course Ling Yun has nothing on him, everything he carries is contained in the Taishu ring. Forget it, let me come. Zheng Yingying chuckled, didn't ask much, and then grabbed 2 bundles of Hong Kong dollars from her handbag. Come with me. The two soon came to the chip exchange counter. Zheng Yingying handed in 2 bundles of Hong Kong dollars. Please help me exchange 200,000 chips, 20 is enough, thank you. After successfully getting the chips, Zheng Yingying took Ling Yun, and the two went straight to the gaming table. What bet? Baccarat. The easiest way to play baccarat is to bet on the banker. Before the casino deals the cards, the bet is doubled. It's a bet against the casino. Zheng Yingying found the most deserted gaming table, pulled Ling Yun and sat directly opposite the croupier, and explained the baccarat gameplay to Ling Yun clearly in just a few words. Welcome, both of you, please place your bet. The croupier saw a customer sitting down, and the chips Zheng Yingying was holding were all 10,000 chips. He immediately smiled and was very polite. In this kind of mixed hall, those who gamble directly with this kind of chips are considered high rollers. Of course he is happy, not to mention that the opposite Zheng Yingying is a stunning beauty. First, shall we buy the banker or the player? Zheng Yingying turned her head and asked Ling Yun with a smile. We are guests, try your luck and buy leisure. Ling Yun didn't care and said casually. Listen to you, then buy leisure and bet 20,000. Zheng Yingying was cautious, took 2 chips, bet on idle, and then said to the croupier, I don't shuffle the cards, just open. The croupier nodded, skillfully dealt the cards, and won. Congratulations, idle win. Wow. Won. Good luck. Zheng Yingying screamed excitedly, and regardless of the 4 chips pushed in front of her by the croupier, she stood up and kissed Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun. I said in my heart that I won 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, what are you doing? You don't have to be so obvious if you want to eat my tofu, right? After kissing Ling Yun, 2 patches of blush flew up on Zheng Yingying's pretty face, a hint of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she sat back to her original position as if nothing had happened. 40,000, continue betting idle. This time, Zheng Yingying seemed to have a plan in mind, so she simply bet the 20,000 chips she just won, a total of 40,000. Congratulations to both of you, good luck, idle win. 40,000 became 80,000 again. Lin Tian, do you know what the greatest joy of playing baccarat is? It's the feeling of doubling the chips in a row. Zheng Yingying acted very excited, as if no one else was around. Then just play to your heart's content, be careful not to make a mistake, and spit it all back. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Winning or losing at this point is purely for fun, and it's not his turn to make a move yet. There is no need to move the chips, all 80,000 bet on idle. Zheng Yingying said a few words to Ling Yun, then turned to the croupier. The third hand turned out to be idle, and the 80,000 chips doubled again. Congratulations, this beauty is lucky today. The croupier was still calm and composed, smiling politely at the two of them. Anyway, he was just a croupier, and what the other party won was not his money, but the casino's money, so it didn't matter. For the croupier, this kind of amount is really not that big. It is not uncommon for a customer to bet all in every time and win consecutive bets, doubling their chips more than 10 times in a row. Sure enough, in the fourth hand, Zheng Yingying still bet all 160,000 chips on the player, but it turned out to be the banker. The casino won, and the 160,000 chips were taken away by the croupier at once. I lost 20,000. I'm so mad that Dalong didn't come out. Zheng Ying frowned, fiddling with the remaining 180,000 chips in her hand, looking at the cards on the computer screen on the gaming table, as if she was studying the next hand. What? Okay, it's almost done, there's no need to act with him, let's start. At this time, Ling Yun had already calculated all the card paths in the card dealer by using his tyrannical consciousness, so he didn't bother to waste any more time and started to gamble sky high. Bet on the last bet, put 180,000 all in, if you win, we will continue to play, if we lose, we will change tables and play other games. After Ling Yun transmitted the sound to Zheng Ying, he put on a desperate posture. Zheng Ying was very cooperative, and she also pretended to be eager to try, and asked excitedly, okay, then what shall we bet? Since you are out of the bank, then continue to bet on the banker. Ling Yun smiled and said, just now, I played 3 games in a row. Zheng Ying hesitated, and said, but I think the next move will be idle. It will definitely come out. I think it's idle. Believe me, you won 3 games in a row just now, and your good luck has been used up. I just made a wrong bet. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him suddenly started arguing, the croupier was very patient and did not rush, because this is a common occurrence. After a few more arguments, Zheng Ying still insisted on betting on idleness, but at this moment, Ling Yun's words suddenly came from her ear, the next move is to open idleness. You bet on it boldly. But Ling Yun said, listen to me, this one must be bought by the dealer. I won't, I just want to buy leisure, to win. Lose and lose. Crash. With a slender hand, Zheng Ying pushed all 18 chips to the idlers. Hey, you're disobedient. Ling Yun lost his temper, and sat there shaking his head and sighing. The croupier was still very polite, can I deal the cards? Zheng Ying said angrily, send. The cards were dealt, and sure enough, I won. The chips doubled to 360,000. This time even the croupier was shocked, congratulations, idle win. Awesome, I won 180,000 in one blow, what a hero. Yes, the guests from mainland China are really rich now, they don't even bat an eyelid if they bet hundreds of thousands. At this time, due to the quarrel between Ling Yun and Zheng Ying just now, many passing gamblers had already attracted many passing gamblers to stop. Seeing that Zheng Ying had won 180,000 in one stroke, they immediately gathered around. Then, in the next half an hour or so, they saw a shocking scene. In fact, in the next half hour or so, a total of 8 cards were dealt. But the problem is, Ling Yun and Zheng Ying are all in every time, and they win every time. 360,000 changed to 720,000. Then 1,440,000. And so on, winning 8 times in a row. After winning 8 times in a row, the chips in front of the 2 had already piled up into a mountain, from 360,000 to more than 92 million. Moreover, from the 3rd bet, gamblers who already had foresight began to sit at this gambling table and bet with these 2 people. Every bet was sure to win, and they also won a lot. In just half an hour, the casino lost nearly 100 million with just this one gaming table. Crazy. There's a couple over there who won 100 million yuan. Not only the gamblers on this gaming table, but also the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, the gamblers who surrounded this gaming table went crazy. Even the guests in the entire casino were also moved by the sound and stopped gambling a long time ago. Crazy rushing here from all directions. Zheng Ying was crazy on her own, her face was flushed with excitement, and she was extremely proud, not because she won so much money all at once, but because Ling Yun was with her. Ling Yun has always been calm and composed. At this time, he doesn't even bother to act. Because his spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire casino, he already knew that the people in the casino were alarmed and would make a move at any time. As early as the 2 won the 5th hand, when the chips exceeded 10 million, the smile on the face of the croupier opposite had completely disappeared, and he was already profusely sweating. He wanted to stop dealing cards several times, but he couldn't hold back the gamblers who took turns to urge them, but they could only grit their teeth and continue to deal cards tremblingly. Frankly speaking, in fact, Ling Yun and Zheng did not win many times in a row, but this is not the point. The point is what Zheng said at the beginning: all the chips are all in a row, and the bets are doubled in a row. If you win 8 times in a row, you can reach hundreds of millions, and if you win one more time, you can win 100 million from the casino with just one blow. There are really too many chips, so it is extremely slow to count and exchange. Even if other gamblers are desperately urging, the next deal is still far away. Ling Yun and Zheng didn't urge them. He had secretly agreed with Zheng that as soon as the chips were in hand, he would get up and leave immediately, not to gamble again. Congratulations, both of you. Here are your chips. The total is 92.16 million. Please count them. Finally, the general manager of the Sands Casino personally brought the chips and gently pushed them in front of him. No, please change it into cash, or transfer it directly to us. Ling Yun said with a faint smile, pulling Zheng to stand up. This. The manager looked embarrassed, but immediately put on a smile. The two of you are so lucky today, don't you want to play a few more games? Oh? Ling Yun had a good time. It's okay to play, but I'm afraid I can't afford to lose. I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. This gentleman is joking. You two are so lucky. You have already won close to 100 million within an hour of sitting down. How can you not afford to lose? The manager spoke eloquently and politely, but when he spoke, he looked directly at Ling Yun, with a hint of provocation in his gaze. Excited. Frankly speaking, if Ling Yun and Zheng insisted on taking the money and leaving now, he couldn't force them to stay, he could only send them away politely. However, the casino suddenly lost 100 million. As the general manager, he still has to bear certain responsibilities. At the very least, he will be scolded by the casino owner, and he may even lose his job, so he can't take care of it for a while. Ling Yun knew very well that just now he and Zheng came in as ordinary tourists, and they deliberately staged a show before winning wildly. In the end, they won more than 90 million in just half an hour. In fact, they caught the casino by surprise. There is no doubt that casinos are 100% tricky. If you continue to gamble, you can win, of course, but everything will definitely not be as easy as before. Of course he is not afraid, but he really doesn't want to make things too big. That's why he said ambiguously in front of so many people, he was afraid that he couldn't afford to lose, which was tantamount to giving the other party a step down. But now the manager's eyes made Ling Yun a little upset. Yes, let's continue playing for a while. Ling Yun smiled, casually, lightly embraced Zheng-Ying's small waist, and sat back in her original position. They sat down, and there was an older gambler next to him, who immediately stood up quietly and took away the chips on his table. This is a frequent visitor of the casino, and he can already be regarded as a professional gambler. He is very shrewd. He has probably seen such scenes. Knowing that the general manager of the casino has come forward, it means that the casino has made a move, no matter whether Ling Yun and Zheng-Ying are good at gambling just now. Whether it's good or bad luck, it's hard for them to win again, so I don't bet with them anymore. But as soon as he stood up, his seat was immediately snatched away by a person next to him. Sir, according to the amount of chips you have won, you have already automatically become the supreme VIP of our casino. You don't need to play in the lobby. How about moving to our VIP room? It is not only quiet, but also provides various services. Much better. The general manager saw that Ling Yun hadn't left. The big stone in his heart finally let go, he immediately said politely. Regarding this proposal, Ling Yun was non-committal and turned to look at Zheng-Ying. Zheng Ying smiled coquettishly, glanced casually at the poker table, and said, "There is no limit on this table, right?" The so-called table limit refers to the maximum bet amount on this gaming table. For example, the limit is 3 million. No matter how much money you have, you can only bet 3 million at most. Of course, this is the gambling table that Zheng Ying deliberately chose. The general manager suddenly felt embarrassed again, and could only make a small apology. "Both of you are VIPs, and the bets are huge. In this case, the guests will gather around here to watch, and it will affect the normal operation of our casino." What he said was the truth. Ling Yun and Zheng Ying won 100 million in half an hour, and it had already spread throughout the entire Sands casino. No one gambled in the casino lobby. Zheng Ying looked around and smiled secretly in her heart. She didn't bother to embarrass the general manager anymore, so she nodded reluctantly. "Okay." Ling Yun and Zheng Ying got up and left the table at the same time. "This way please, both of you." Seeing that the two finally agreed, the manager was overjoyed. He personally took the two people's chips, gently separated the crowd, and led them straight to the VIP room upstairs. "Hey, that couple is really lucky. They all won 9 hands in a row, and their chips have multiplied hundreds of times. After gambling for so many years, I have never seen so many wins in the hall at once. It's a pity that I went to the VIP room. I still want to bet with them again. Even if I lose, I will admit it. It's amazing, it's a pity." As the two of Ling Yun left, there were voices of envy, jealousy, or regret behind them. "This lady looks very familiar. Isn't it the first time she has come to our casino?" After leaving the crowd, the manager was silent for a while, and finally spoke again. "Well, when I'm bored, I come here to play occasionally." Zheng Ying said casually, but she knew in her heart that just this one sentence showed that her identity had been found out by the other party. The doors of the casino are always open. No matter who it is, you can enter the casino as an ordinary tourist, but the problem is that you have to take out your ID and go through the security check. The half hour just now was enough for the casino to check her identity thoroughly. She is the daughter of Xing Liuji, the Chinese gambling god. If the casino couldn't even find out about this, then the Sands casino should have been closed long ago. The manager didn't dare to disclose her identity directly. One reason was because of the rules of the casino, and the other reason was because the manager's status was not enough. Even if he knew her, even if he knew it clearly, it was not his turn to tell her. He just appeared openly, and his only task was to keep these two people behind and bring them to the VIP room. This gentleman is very unfamiliar. It should be the first time here? After Zheng Ying finished asking, the general manager took the initiative to ask about Ling Yun's identity, of course, in a side-talking manner. He was too exhausted to find out Ling Yun's real identity. Not only his appearance was fake, but his name was also fake, but his certificate was real. Ling Yun didn't bother to respond at all. "He's my boyfriend." Zheng Ying rushed to answer, as if she was afraid that others would not believe her. She even tilted her head and leaned on Ling Yun's shoulder. "Ling Yun. So it's like this, the two are really talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven." The manager nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and praised repeatedly. As for whether it was sincere, only he knew. Just chatting like this, the three of them soon came to a luxurious VIP hall. "The two of you please." When he came here, the manager's attitude towards the two became more respectful. He held the chip box in one hand and made an invitation gesture with the other. Using his divine sense, Ling Yun already knew that there was only one middle-aged man sitting there in this VIP room, and there was no one else. Zheng Ying and Ling Yun looked at each other, and Ling Yun nodded slightly. "Then step into the house at the same time." The manager immediately followed in lightly. "Boss, I invited them over." Miss Zheng, you haven't come to our Haojiang for half a year. I didn't expect that you just arrived this time, and you didn't even say hello, so you used our casino. As soon as the two entered the VIP room, the middle-aged man inside immediately stood up. Although there was a smile on his face, there was no smile in his eyes. The moment he opened his mouth, he revealed Zheng Yingying's identity. So it's Boss Zhou. Disrespect, disrespect. Zheng Yingying entered the door, took a look, immediately smiled, and immediately revealed the other party's identity. This is one of the big bosses behind the Sands Casino, Zhou Yaoguang. After Zhou Yaoguang said hello to Zheng Yingying, he stopped looking at her, but fixed his sharp eyes on Ling Yun's face, as if he wanted to see through everything about him. Ling Yun faced each other, calmly. He didn't expect that just now. He just won less than 100 million yuan, so he forced the boss behind the casino to show up. From this point of view, what Zheng Yingying said is indeed correct. It is really not easy to win more than 1 billion from the casino in one go. It's not that you are not capable enough, but that they simply won't let you win so much. Manager Feng, you can put down the bargaining chips of these two distinguished guests, and you can go out and do some work. Zhou Yaoguang looked at Ling Yun for a long time, but he didn't see anything, so he had to give up. He waved his hand and asked the manager to leave first. Oh, by the way, after you go out, you go and arrange the best suite for these two distinguished guests, He gave another order immediately, then looked at Zheng Yingying, and asked, is one enough? Boss Zhou, you're welcome, one is enough. Zheng Yingying didn't even hesitate. Zhou Yaoguang is such a shrewd person, he said calmly, then arrange one. Good boss. Manager Feng smiled knowingly, turned and left. Ling Yun frowned, and said in his heart that you made such a decision, have you considered my feelings? Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Please sit down, both of you. After that, Manager Feng left. Zhou Yaoguang raised his hand and signaled Ling Yun and Zheng Yingying to sit down casually, and then smiled slightly. The matter is too urgent, so I can only invite you two to sit here for a while. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. La. Ling Yun knew what Zhou Yaoguang meant when he said things were too urgent. It was because he was afraid that they would continue to gamble and win more than 100 million yuan, or that they would directly settle the settlement and leave Sands with the money. If that is the case, this matter will naturally become a talking point among all gamblers, but the Sands Casino will become a laughingstock in the eyes of colleagues. 100 million is a small matter, but face is a big matter. Zhou Yaoguang personally stepped forward, closed the door of the VIP room, turned around and asked, I wonder what you two want to drink. This is a separate VIP room. The room is very large, and it is indeed very luxurious. If it weren't for the conspicuous gambling table placed here, it would be more like a magnificent living room, with everything you need. Since there wasn't even a croupier to deal the cards, Ling Yun and Zheng Yingying naturally wouldn't sit at the gaming table. They sat side by side on the sofa for guests to rest. Ling Yun smiled and said, no need, Boss Zhou might as well just say what he has to say. Happy. Zhou Yaoguang sat across from the two of them, looked at them, first at Zheng Yingying, but finally fixed his eyes on Ling Yun's face. My humble Zhou Yaoguang is not actually the real owner of the Sands Hotel, but this casino has a small share of mine, so I can be regarded as the talker here. Zhou Yaoguang spoke Mandarin, but it was very poor, with a strong Hong Kong accent, but fortunately Ling Yun could understand it. Zheng Yingying turned her head, leaned into Ling Yun's ear, and whispered, he's a local, that is, a local snake in Haojiang. Ling Yun knew it in his heart, and nodded casually, it's a pleasure to meet you. To Ling Yun, this was considered very polite. Seeing that the other party is still sensible, Zhou Yaoguang was stuck there all of a sudden. According to the routine, after I declare my family name, you should say your name anyway. What does it mean to say a lucky meeting? Zheng didn't want to make things too rigid. So he quickly made an introduction. Boss Zhou, this is my boyfriend. His name is Lin Tian. He doesn't talk much. It turned out to be Mr. Lin. He really is a hero born a boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Yaoguang was on the scene, knowing that Zheng gave him the steps. He immediately put on a smile and acted enthusiastically. Mr. Lin is from the mainland? Good. If Zhou's guess is correct, it should be your first time in Haojiang, right? Okay. But, as far as I know, Mr. Lin doesn't seem to have gone through the customs clearance formalities? Hearing this, Ling Yun finally raised his eyelids, and said in his heart that the casino in Haojiang really has great powers, and it can be found. Right. Of course Ling Yun didn't go through customs clearance procedures, he flew directly from the sea. That. Zhou Yaoguang couldn't go on talking. If he came from the mainland and didn't go through any customs clearance procedures, it would be tantamount to smuggling. Right. Ling Yun had a half smile, but not a smile, can't you? Zhou Yaoguang quickly waved his hands. Mr. Lin, don't think too much, we Haojiang people don't care about these things. Then what do you mean by inquiring about my identity as soon as you come up? Oh, Mr. Lin misunderstood. I think that since you are Ms. Zheng's boyfriend, but you are so unfamiliar, I want to know more about you and make friends with you. Oh, I thought you wanted someone to arrest me. What is Mr. Lin talking about? If that's the case, why did I arrange a suite for you just now? Ling Yan just said a few words, beat Zhou Yaoguang into a mess, quickly explained, and then said to Zheng with a wry smile, Miss Zheng, your boyfriend, although he doesn't talk much, is really good at talking. Sharp. Yes. Zheng seemed to be infected by Ling Yun as well, imitating the example, she collapsed word by word. After finishing speaking, even Zheng had to admit that this kind of pretense was really cool. Boss Zhou, I advise you to speak up. Zheng came here to play today, not to chat. She was a little impatient when she saw Zhou Yaoguang rambling. It is good. Zhou Yaoguang also knew that he asked too many questions and made people unhappy, so he immediately changed the subject. Miss Zheng, although I know that if you run a casino, you can't be afraid of customers winning money, but we open a casino, in the end, it's just a business, and your father is a top player in our gambling shop. He also understands some of the secret and undeclared rules, and he has told you all about it, so it might be a bit too much for you to come here suddenly and take away 100 million from us? Zhou Yaoguang spoke very fast, he really got to the point, and finished what should be said and what should not be said in one breath. Don't tell me, after Zhou Yaoguang said this, Zheng really didn't know how to answer. Because what the other party is talking about is not about winning or losing between the gamblers and the casino, but the rules of the gambling house. Since Zheng father is known as the god of gamblers, he must be the boss of the gambling house. Although he lives in seclusion in the capital, but if she came to Las Vegas, her status would be higher than that of Zhou Yaoguang. As Zheng Liuji's daughter, Zheng won the money today, but she broke the rules. Zhou Yaoguang's words were tantamount to grasping Zheng vital point. Just when Zheng was thinking about how to deal with it, Ling Yan scratched her hair casually, turned her head and asked, Ying, what did he mean? Well, it means that we won a little too much today, saying that I broke the rules. Oh. Ling Yan nodded, then smiled brightly at Zhou Yaoguang. Boss Zhou, can't afford to lose? Zhou Yaoguang didn't expect Ling Yan to be so direct. He was embarrassed for a moment, and then said, it's not that I can't afford to lose, it's just that everyone is a mess, and there must be some Jianghu rules. Fuck the rules of the rivers and lakes. I come to the casino to win money. If I don't come to win money, do I want to give money to your casino? Ling Yan sneered, not polite at all, Besides, the cards belong to your family, and the croupier who deals the cards also belongs to your family. We have never touched the cards from the beginning to the end, let alone cheated. Now we have won, you not only won't let us go, but you're even arguing about the rules with me. Isn't this unbearable to lose? Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong. Of course I know that the two of you are not cheating. Zhou Yaoguang was almost choked to death by Ling Yun. He was a little anxious, and quickly explained, but everyone is messing around on the road, and we have to give each other a little face. Humph. Ling Yun still sneered. I think since Boss Zhou opened a casino, he must have heard the saying that a casino has no father and son. If you don't even talk about the relationship between father and son, how can you talk about face? Let me ask you another question. If we lose 100 million in your casino today, I will ask you to save face and return the lost money to me. Will you give it? Zhou Yaoguang was completely stunned, and murmured, of course that's not acceptable. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun laughed loudly after hearing this. Speaking of which, your rules are double standards. If you win, you will follow the rules of the casino, and if we win, you will follow the rules of the gambling house. You can lose, right? Zhou Yaoguang's face suddenly became ugly. The voice turned cold. Mr. Lin, you can ask Ms. Zheng. I, Zhou, have been in Haojiang for decades, and I have never denied a loss. What I said just now is not to prevent you from bringing money away. Ling Yun lay down on the sofa, and took a moment to say, then what do you mean? I just want to make it clear to Ms. Zheng that in her capacity, she shouldn't play like this, and she shouldn't disregard her father's status in the world and break the rules of the gambling house like this. Hee hee. Ling Yun laughed angrily, that is to say, if she walks away with the money today, will she be discrediting her father? Zhou Yaoguang, I didn't say that. It's boring to hide, so I'll tell you clearly, today's incident has nothing to do with Ying. It's my hands itching. I want to come to the casino to try my luck. I'm not a gambling dealer. I don't understand your broken rules. I don't even want to understand. Zhou Yaoguang. When Ling Yun said this, he could no longer use Xing Liuji's identity and the rules of the gambling house as an argument. Mr. Lin, don't be angry, everyone makes money with harmony. Zhou Yaoguang pondered for a while, then put on a smiling face again, but his eyes flickered. I see Mr. Lin's meaning, and your way of betting. It seems that you are very confident in your own luck. Ling Yun laughed secretly when he heard this, and thought to himself that the fox's tail finally showed. You've been talking so much, don't you want to win the money back? So, I think I'm lucky, and I can win one or two. Coincidentally, just tonight, we happen to have a game here. Zhou Yaoguang raised his hand and pointed to the gambling table. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in participating? This is the reason why he opened a suite for the two of them just now. The money lost in the casino will naturally be won back through gambling. Ling Yun pretended to ponder, that depends on whether I have time. If Mr. Lin doesn't dare, Zhou will never force him. Zhou Yaoguang sneered, pointing to the chip box on the gaming table, both of you, please go your own way. Don't dare? Ling Yun stood up solemnly, are you scolding me? Tell me, what time is it at night? Zhou Yaoguang saw that Ling Yun was finally on the hook, and thought that young people are young after all, so he said calmly, at 10 o'clock in the evening, start on time. What bet? Zhou Yaoguang really didn't know. What Ling Yun was thinking at the moment was also what he was thinking, and he finally fell for it. Originally, it was the most popular poker in the world, but if Mr. Lin doesn't like it, you can choose it. No, let's play poker. Mr. Lin, we are at the table with 100 million chips. If Mr. Lin is not enough, I can call the shots and advance 10 million to Mr. Lin. Ling Yun smiled secretly, thank you very much then. Zhou Yaoguang. He thought that Ling Yun would definitely make up 100 million by himself, and it was impossible for him to pay in advance, but he didn't expect that he would ask for it without further ado. If that's the case, then it's settled? Ling Yun nodded, it's settled. Zhou Yaoguang smiled with satisfaction. Since that's the case, then I'll arrange for someone to send the two of them to the suite to rest, recharge their energy, and then kill the quartet at night. See you. Ling Yun stretched out his hand to pick up Zheng and went straight out. The two chips. Ling Yun didn't turn his head, and waved his hand coolly. Don't bother, just put it here, I believe it will not be lost. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. With a smile on his face, Zhou Yaoguang personally sent Ling Yun and Zheng to the elevator, and arranged for someone to take them to the suite to rest. As soon as the elevator door closed, Zhou Yaoguang's face darkened in an instant. He didn't say anything, but hurried back to the VIP room, opened the door, and entered. Boss. At this time, the manager Feng just now was already waiting for him in the VIP room. Close the door. Zhou Yaoguang gave an order, then sat down on the sofa, his face sank like water, and after a long while, he suddenly slapped the table. Check it for me. Check it carefully. Check it hard. With a fierce face on his face, he said viciously to Manager Feng, anyway, before 9 o'clock in the evening, we must find out the origin of this Lin Tian. Yes. Manager Feng knew that the boss was really angry, so he didn't dare to say more, and replied tremblingly. It's a fart. Zhou Yaoguang glared at Manager Feng and said, that kid's ID is like a blank piece of paper, do you know how to check it? Manager Feng wiped his sweat, please tell the boss clearly. Zhou Yaoguang thought for a while, let's start with Zheng. Since she claims that Lin Tian is her boyfriend and they all live together in the same room, then this Lin Tian's real identity must not be simple. He's either an apprentice secretly taught by Xing Liuji in mainland China, or he's just a budding gambling master. Mada, the job has been stolen from me, Zhou Yaoguang, so I must let him go without food. Zhou Yaoguang was annoyed by Ling Yun, so he lost his temper first. Manager Feng said cautiously, boss. Zhou Yaoguang raised his head and said, speak up if you have something to say, I don't blame you for what happened today. The two of them are beyond your ability to deal with. Thank you, boss. But that Zheng has visited our casino many times before, but I can see that her gambling skills are not even half of her father's. Moreover, she used to come to our casino and rarely touched baccarat. Even if she played a couple of games occasionally, she would win and lose, and it was impossible to bet right. What's more, Zheng used to be very disciplined. When she came to our casino, no matter what she played, she never won more than $3 million from our casino. But this time, why? Humph. Zhou Yaoguang glanced at Manager Feng. I told you that you don't need to explain, I know all these things, otherwise, it would have been impossible for the two of them to take advantage of such a big loophole just now. The troubles this time really have nothing to do with Zheng, otherwise I wouldn't be so polite to her. The problem is all because of the kid she brought, that Lin Tian. I can't say it, I can only say it's profound guess, he is very good at gambling, he is obviously pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he doesn't follow the rules of the world. Manager Feng came over and said in a low voice, boss, I think he can see through our cards. Zhou Yaoguang didn't speak. Is there such a person? Of course there is. So Zhou Yaoguang was not surprised by what Manager Feng said. Otherwise, if you go all in and win tens of millions of chips, if you dare to bet all of them, if you don't know the cards, you are either crazy or a fool. But Ling Yun and Zheng are obviously not the above two. He can see through the cards. In that case, tonight's game will have to. Zhou Yaoguang signaled Manager Feng to come over, and then whispered to him, telling him so and so. Manager Feng understood. you go and arrange it. Zhou Yaoguang waved Manager Feng to step down. He suddenly remembered something again, and ordered, by the way, don't forget to call the Kaizi from the mainland that we have been raising for a long time. We should also give him some relief by taking advantage of this game tonight. Blood. Boss, please rest assured. Manager Feng nodded knowingly, and immediately left the VIP room. Zhou Yaoguang was also busy making phone calls and making arrangements intensively. Wow. This room is too big. The 270-degree sea view suite overlooks the night view of the entire Haojiang River. At this time, Ling Yun and Zheng Yingying had already entered the penthouse suite of the Sands Hotel, and Zhou Yaoguang really spent a lot of money, giving them the suite with the best location in the entire Sands Hotel. Lin Tian, let me tell you, I have been to Jinsha so many times before, but I have never been able to live in such a nice room. After Zheng Yingying entered the door, she ran straight to the French window, stretched her waist, stretched her body, wantonly showing off her incomparably graceful figure, and said to Ling Yun. Well, the room is very good, but don't be complacent. Maybe we will pay a price of 100 million for staying this time. That Zhou Yaoguang is trying his best to deal with us now. Ling Yun stood where he was, admiring Zheng Yingying's perfect figure, and joked. Zhou Yaoguang didn't know that everything he and Manager Feng discussed just now had been heard by Ling Yunquan verbatim. Cut. Zheng Yingying turned around gracefully, leaned her body against the window glass, and said disdainfully, let him deal with it, I don't believe you will lose. Today, Zheng Yingying finally learned Ling Yun's skills, she won what she bought, and she didn't have to worry about missing it. Although this has nothing to do with gambling skills, there is no doubt that this feeling is really super cool. Be careful what you say. Ling Yun's expression was indifferent. You must know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. While speaking, he had already calmly observed every small corner of the room with his divine sense, making sure that there were no hidden cameras or eavesdropping devices in the room, and then threw a handful of spirit stones at random, covering the entire suite. On the edge, a small imperial god formation was laid. Wow, what are these shiny stones? Zheng Yingying naturally saw it, and immediately asked, curiously. Spirit stones are used for formation. Now that we talk, we don't have to worry about being overheard. Ling Yun explained with a smile, and then instructed, remember not to touch them, let alone move their positions, or the formation will be broken. Zheng Yingying nodded to express her understanding. Her pretty face was very happy. Then you mean that I can call your name now? Ling Yun? Ling Yun nodded, and at the same time Yun Gong changed his appearance and restored his original appearance. It's so handsome. Ling Yun. Of course he's handsome, I don't need you to say it. Tell me, how did I become your boyfriend? Ling Yun began to settle accounts after the fall. We were originally acting as a couple, so the introduction naturally needs to be introduced like that. Zheng Yingying's pretty face was flushed. She forced herself to argue first, then lowered her head, then raised her head firmly and said, you don't have to play dumb with me, I just like you will not marry me in this life. Ling Yun. How fierce, this confession is straightforward, much more direct than Shui mining. But Brother Yun is not a person who pretends to be stupid. Zheng Yingying's feelings for him, let alone now, were already clear in his heart when he was in Sanlitun, the capital. Ling Yun said lightly, we are not from the same road, I am a cultivator, and immortals are different. After Zheng Yingying confessed, she decided to go all out, and she walked towards Ling Yun step by step. I know, but a cultivator is not a monk, so can't there be women around him? Ling Yun smiled and said, I'm engaged. Zheng Yingying said disdainfully, this is not a reason, you are only engaged to one woman, but I know that you still have many confidant. Ling Yun couldn't help taking a look at the other party. The news is very well informed? Zheng Yingying smiled triumphantly, that is, otherwise I could have chased you here. After a few conversations, the two are already close at hand. Zheng shoulders rose and fell, her breathing became heavier, and her eyes were watery. What are you going to do? Ling Yan took a step back abruptly. Lonely man and widow, living together in the same room, burning wood and burning fire, what do you say you want to do? Zheng twisted her waist and took a step forward. Ling Yan warned, you kissed and hugged today, what else do you want? I warn you, don't bully people too much. Cut. Zheng suddenly chuckled and walked around Ling Yan in one go. Just now in the lobby, surrounded by so many gamblers, I was sweating all over. I'm going to take a shower. Then he walked towards the bathroom, as if there was no one else around. Ling Yan, hey, with your appearance, you are not afraid that I will rush in if I can't hold back. The door is open, if you want to come in, just come in. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and nodded bitterly, saying that he was cruel enough. He floated up and came to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He overlooked the sea view for a while, and finally looked across the sea and stared at Hong Kong Island. Everything in Haojiang is over. After tonight, he will go to Hong Kong Island. With a movement of the divine mind, the human king's seal rushed out from between the eyebrows, floating in front of his eyes. The white jade was flawless, and the light flowed and shone. Ling Yan is thinking about others when he sees things. After being separated from Morong Feishue for more than 3 months, I don't know if you're in as well now. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Ling Yan is not a heartless person, and what he cultivates is not the way of heartlessness. What he cultivates is the way of heart, and he only acts according to his own heart. As far as his heart is concerned, Ling Yan doesn't even pay attention to the ruthlessness of heaven, let alone those worldly eyes. Morong Feishue left Qingshui City at the beginning of July and flew to Hong Kong Island to attend an international jewelry exchange meeting. Since then, she has never returned to the mainland. Therefore, ever since Ling Yan sent Morong Feishue away, the two of them have never seen each other again, and never even contacted each other. Morong Feishue's heart is very high. This point, of course, Ling Yan is clear. But this is not the reason for the two not being in touch. The fundamental reason is that Ling Yan is too busy. Apart from the successive battles and occasional breaks, he has to race against time, practice day and night, and improve his realm. For this reason, Ling Yan has even put his own, the mobile phone is thrown in the space ring, and it is rarely used unless necessary. Morong Feishue called him several times, but she heard that he was not in the service area, so she stopped calling. After all, although Morong Feishue couldn't get in touch with Ling Yan, she called her grandfather Morong Wencher every now and then. Through Morong Wencher, she could always keep abreast of Ling Yan's situation and relieve some of her thoughts. However, Ling Yan's failure to contact Morong Feishue doesn't mean that Ling Yan has forgotten Morong Feishue. It is impossible for him to forget. Because the two of them are still close to the last step, they already have a physical relationship, and Morong Feishue has already given Ling Yan her token of love, the celestial seal passed down from generation to generation in the family. Tianqi, which is now Wang Yin. The human king seal is now one of Ling Yan's usual battle treasures, and its power has been increasing with the improvement of Ling Yan's realm, and it has never disappointed Ling Yan. Naturally, Ling Yan couldn't forget such affection with the magic weapon of war that he carried with him. Long before Ling Yan left Beijing for Nanyang, Morong Wencher had found him specifically. Although he didn't say it clearly, Ling Yan could hear the meaning behind what the old man said. Morong Wencher hoped that Ling Yan could go over to accompany Morong Feishue for a few days after finishing his work. Ling Yan naturally knew that it was his fault, and before Morong Wencher made it clear, he took the initiative to promise that when he came here, no matter what, he would go to Morong Feishue and stay with her for a few days. Don't think about it, Mr. Morong must have told his granddaughter the news immediately. Now that the He family's matter has been settled, it's time for Ling Yun to take a break from his busy schedule and go to Hong Kong Island to visit Morong Fei Shui. But he didn't need to tell anyone about this, let alone Zheng Ying. It's been a day and a night, Fei Shui should be in a hurry, right? Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed in Ling Yun's heart, and he raised his hand to grab the king's seal, and looked at it carefully. What a magic weapon! Needless to say, the hard defense of the Renwang seal, and it can be transformed into a size according to the mind. After being enlarged, it is as heavy as a mountain, and when it is shrunk, it is as light as nothing. Ling Yun is a master craftsman, so he naturally knows that treasures that can change in size at will are incredible magic weapons, because they have already involved the laws of space. However, the only fly in the ointment of Renwangian is that there is no space inside, it is solid, Ling Yun urges it, or it can be used as a shield, or as a brick to hit people. No other use yet. The realm is not enough. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled wryly. With a move of his divine sense, he put the seal of the human king back between his eyebrows. At the same time, he took out the silk of the Wu Jing demon and continued to fly his fingers to practice his handprint, so as to cultivate his spirit and develop his own brain. Ling Yun, what are you doing? When Zheng Ying came out of the shower, she saw Ling Yun standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking into the distance, as if in a quiet trance, but his left hand was flying rapidly, constantly pulling a coil of silk thread, changing it into a variety of incredible shapes. It's like a hand dance, but Ling Yun's movement speed is many times faster than that of ordinary people. The black silk thread turned into a phantom cloud between his fingers, and only when Ling Yun stopped occasionally, only Zheng Ying could see clearly. Zheng Ying was wrapped in a white bathrobe. She originally asked Ling Yunxing to question her, but after seeing this scene, her eyes were immediately attracted and she couldn't look away. Practice. When Ling Yun heard that Zheng Ying had come out, he turned around and said with a smile. Zheng Ying asked, curiously, it's just a finger dance, is this considered cultivation? Finger dancing is just the appearance you see. In fact, what I practice is mudra. Dance is a process. When it stops at the end, the moment it takes shape is mudra. Ling Yun didn't hide anything, and explained in detail that the movements of his hands didn't stop because of this. Your hand speed is good, and a silk thread was turned into a phantom by you. Zheng Ying was very shocked, and said excitedly, if you go to grab cards from others, no one can be faster than you, and neither can my father. She did remember, back in Qingshui City, when she met Ling Yun for the first time and competed with him in mahjong, when she was defeated in the end. Ling Yun. She is indeed the daughter of the god of gamblers, and she really stays true to her profession. How can you kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? Ling Yun laughed and said, hand speed is hand speed, and handprint is handprint. They are essentially different. Mudra is the method of printing. The hand and the brain work together perfectly. You can directly use your hands to control various aura battles between the heaven and the earth. You can command the infinite changes of the aura in the world without using magic weapons. The most important thing is that the handprint is not only invisible, but also instantaneous, without giving the enemy a chance to react. If it can't be broken or held, there is only one dead end. Just like last night, when Ling Yun used the dragon-binding seal, he immediately entangled Kunba, so tightly bound that he couldn't even run away. I don't understand what you said, but my father told me that there are various handprints in Buddhism. It is said that a real master of Buddhism can make handprints, which is very powerful. Speaking of this, Zheng Ying was suddenly speechless, and looked at Ling Yun seriously. Brother, you don't really think about it, you want to learn Buddhism, right? Ling Yun was speechless. He could only patiently explain, elder sister, although there are countless kinds of cultivation methods, they are actually the same thing in essence. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, you will end up with the same goal in the end. Oh. Zheng Ying seemed to understand, but it was enough for her to be sure that Ling Yun was not going to become a monk. She smiled sweetly and said, "That's good." Immediately afterwards, she pinched her waist with her hands, stared at her beautiful eyes, and said fiercely to Ling Yun, "Grandma gave you a chance to take a bath just now, but you have started cultivating here on your own. Tell me, you are not as good as a beast like this. Do you think I'm ugly? Sister, you're gone." Ling Yun stared straight at Zheng Ying's chest, and kindly reminded her. Zheng Ying only wore a bathrobe. Although she was wearing a belt, her figure was too hot. With her hands pinching her waist, the bathrobe was stretched open, and the petals of that delicate rose had already bloomed. Zheng Ying looked down. But without changing his movements, he pursed his lips and said with a smile, "What's the matter? I know you have clairvoyant eyes, and you have already seen me all over." Zheng Ying took a step forward. "Am I right?" "You are wrong." Ling Yun straightened his expression, and said solemnly, "A gentleman does not bully a dark room. Today is Valentine's Day, so I wrote 2 chapters of emotional drama. I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day." "Okay." "Hiss, comfortable. It's a bit heavier here, yes, add a little more strength, haven't you just eaten? Don't be lazy." At around 8 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, Ling Yun was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the night view of the Haojiang River, while enjoying Zheng Ying's massage service, which was very pleasant. "I said, your massage skills are good, who did you learn from? I want you to take care of it." Zheng Ying put her hands side by side and kneaded Ling Yun's shoulders vigorously. She had already exerted all her breastfeeding strength, but Ling Yun still said that she was lazy, and she gritted her teeth angrily. "Hee, are you angry?" Ling Yun raised his head, looked at the other party, and said with a smile, "It's useless to be angry. If you want to learn skills, you must first learn to give, and you must know how to respect the teacher. It is absolutely impossible to just rely on appearance and take shortcuts." Drop. Zheng Ying blushed. "Can you talk properly? No matter how unserious you are, believe it or not, I really let her." Ling Yun hurriedly waved his hand to stop. "I believe, you are amazing." Zheng Ying smiled sweetly, thinking of her bold behavior in the afternoon. Her heart was still beating wildly. Ling Yun suddenly raised his hand and pointed. "Look, that cruise ship is so beautiful." Following the direction of Ling Yun's finger, Zheng Ying glanced up and said with a smile, "I see, it should be the He family's gambling boat." "Ling Yun, did you all bet on the sea?" Zheng Ying smiled and said, "Where can't I gamble? Since it is a casino, the gambling industry here has already developed to the extreme. As long as there are services related to gambling, only you can't think of it, and they can't do it without them." "Well, it makes sense." Ling Yun nodded, "But judging from our current situation, casino money is not easy to win." "That is. In the end, opening a casino is just a business, and there are only 2 or 3 ways they make money. One is to make money from gamblers. No matter how good a person's luck is, sooner or later, he will run out of money. If he gambles for a long time, he will lose. Therefore, the casino is not afraid of gamblers winning money, but only afraid of gamblers not coming to gamble. The other is around the casino business, earning money for various services. Even if a customer wins money, they can't resist the temptation of money lovers here, and because the money comes so easily, the money is spent like water, and in the end it is still in the pocket empty, not much left. Therefore, there is no one in 100 who can leave Haojiang with the money they won, and even if they win this time and taste the sweetness, they will come again next time, and they will still lose in the end." Zheng Ying talked eloquently, but her expression was extremely serious. "Well said." Ling Yun asked with a smile, "According to you, those gods of gamblers, kings of gamblers, etc., how did they win their money? For example, your father?" those titles are false. Zheng Yingying became interested, stopped her hands, stopped massaging Ling Yun, pulled a chair over, and sat beside Ling Yun. Those titles are all obtained by winning championships and competitions. If you win more championships and win more competitions, you will naturally get titles. Many people only see the news about the god of gamblers winning a lot of money, but they don't know that more people like this have been beheaded and even have no bones left. They won't report it at all. 10 gambles and 9 cheats. Many gamblers think that their gambling skills are superb, that they can do whatever they want when they have reached the pinnacle of perfection, but they don't know that there are strong players among the strong, and that a mountain is higher than a mountain. As long as you get ahead and don't understand the rules of the world, you will end up miserable. Ling Yun scratched his head after hearing this, and couldn't help but glance at Zheng Yingying. Why do I feel like you're talking about me? Just talking to you. Zheng Yingying rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, chuckled, and said, those who are really good at gambling have made a name for themselves, and after gaining a reputation, they will eventually choose to cooperate with the casino, get the support of the casino, or come out to play games. Win bonuses, or help the casino watch the scene and catch scammers, get wages or dividends, or simply use the money you win to open a gaming table in the casino, set up a game, and win money from the winners. There is another way of cooperation, such as Zhou Yaoguang, who simply takes money to invest in casinos and become a giant, but the premise is that he must be able to cover himself, otherwise, the real bosses of those casinos will ignore them. Ling Yun listened with gusto. Then what kind is your father? Zheng Yingying smiled and said, I have had all kinds of things. He cooperated with the He family back then, but now he has already washed his hands of the golden basin, and just used part of his own money to invest in the He family's casino and receive dividends. Speaking of which, it's not easy for your father to get to where he is today. There is no easy thing in the world, let alone gambling. The risks in it are endless. If you are not careful, you will lose everything, or die without a whole body. Speaking of this, Zheng Yingying has a deep understanding of this, bit her lip and said, for example, in Qingshui City, the time I met you was, that's it. Ha ha. Ling Yun couldn't help being happy, and teased, you want to win a private jet, but you ran to my territory to die, so who can blame it? Zheng Yingying stared, you still say? Ling Yun hurriedly shut up, but after talking about it just now, you haven't mentioned the real big money, how did you win it? It can't be just accumulated over time, little by little, right? Zheng Yingying pursed her lips and smiled, that's what happened tonight. The big boss of the casino personally organizes a game. The gamblers who come have at least 100 million chips to go to the table. Whoever wins in the end will get most of the money on the table. The kind of high roller who is not short of money can win billions or even billions. Sure enough, a horse has no night grass and no fat. After hearing this, Ling Yun's eyes flashed. But I heard Zheng Yingying say, but this kind of gamble is often a real big gamble. There is no special purpose, and the casino will not arrange it easily. In this kind of gamble, most of the people sitting on the table are invited by the casino. Gambling masters, they are all raised by the casino, people of my father's level, just to win the money from the big fish that have been raised a long time ago. This kind of gambling game is controlled by the casino with all its strength. It is a real game. Everything in the room is carefully arranged. It can be said that everything is used. At that time, there will be problems with the cards, the croupier, the card dealer, and the people at the gaming table. It can be said that as long as they are in that room, everything will have problems. After Zheng Yingying finished speaking, she looked at Ling Yun with a smile, with a playful expression of, do you understand, did it scare you? Ling Yun still had a calm expression on his face. Of course he understood how much net income a casino could make a month just by relying on those individual customers. The real big money all refers to such big gambling games. Well. Ling Yun stood up with a smile, No wonder Zhou Yaoguan has already guessed that I can see through the cards, but he is still confident. That's how it is. So, do you know what tricks they will do to the cards so that I can't see through the cards? Zheng Ying also stood up. My father said that there are generally two ways to deal with people like you. One is to use high-tech special cards, which can block rays. Since they can block even powerful rays, blocking people's eyes is no problem. Ling Yan smiled when he heard this. With his current state, the Yin-Yang Divine Eye has already been completed. If he uses it with all his strength, he can see through even the Taishu stone of the god of refining. Naturally, he is not afraid of this special card. What's more, Ling Yan didn't use the Yin-Yang Divine Eye at all. He used the tyrannical consciousness, not to penetrate, but to use the tyrannical consciousness to directly look at the card. What about the other one? The other one is even more terrifying. It's the talisman card. That is to say, the patterns on the back of the card actually hide the talisman that people like you have drawn. Don't say that you can't see through your eyes. You just use magic to see it. I can't see through it either. Ling Yun. Mada, the gambling houses have developed to this point? And talismans? Zheng Ying obviously didn't know about the divine consciousness, so she directly replaced it with magic, but Ling Yan knew that the talisman was actually able to block the divine consciousness. Have you seen Ling Yun? Seen. When he was at the Yi family's auction back then, he had personally seen the big boxes containing the treasures in the Yi family. Even his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate them. Of course, Ling Yun at that time was only at the peak of the third level of Qi training. The realm of the world is simply a difference between cloud and mud. Ling Yun is a great expert in making talismans. Of course he understands that defensive talismans and Vajra talismans can resist even the power attacks of masters, let alone gaze or divine sense. What's more, there are real eye-blocking talismans, blinding talismans, such sideways magic talismans. From this point of view, Ling Yan really underestimated the methods of the casino. Damn, since you already knew this, why didn't you say it earlier? I believe that no matter what kind of situation you encounter, you will definitely win. Ling Yan was surprised and said, Is that why you trust me? Of course, I've never seen you lose. Zheng Ying puffed up her chest, she said with absolute confidence, besides, even if you really can't do it, losing is still losing the 90 million we won, so what can we do? Ling Yun. Damn, can a man say no? That is absolutely impossible. Sister, are you waiting for me here? Are you deliberately wanting to see me make a fool of yourself at night, so that I can avenge my death? Zheng Ying was joking and laughing happily. I forgot about the revenge at the beginning. Who told you to do something so inferior to a beast in the afternoon? I just want to see if you will be in a hurry. What does it look like to be anxious? Sorry, then you must be disappointed. Ling Yan sat down calmly, and did not forget to remind, eldest sister, don't get carried away, you're gone again. Zheng Ying turned a deaf ear to it. She simply leaned over, sat on Ling Yan's lap, and met his eyes. She leaned forward, her beautiful eyes flickering. If it's really such a card? Do you really have a way? Forced by her, Ling Yan could only lean back, with a contented smile on his face. After tonight, you're just waiting to buy your private jet. This chapter is written just to advise all book friends not to gamble, not to gamble. 10 bets and 9 cheats. The trip to Lingyun Casino was planned by Lao Bu in the outline when he set up the character of Tang Meng. The character of Zheng Ying must also be included, so he had to write it, but after writing the plot of Haojiang, there will be no more gambling plots in this book. Ling Yunqing said, I've already killed several peak foundation builders, and I'm still afraid of the little talisman cards in the casino? Not to mention that those talisman cards were difficult to block Ling Yan's consciousness. Even if they could, Ling Yan still had a way to make the talismans on the back of the cards useless. Pooh. Zheng Ying laughed out loud. Do you know what I like most about you? What people like the most is your arrogance with everything in mind and fearless. Ling Yun smiled bitterly, but I'm afraid of you, big sister. Can you stay away from me? His back was already tightly pressed against the sofa, Zheng Ying was still leaning forward, and their faces were getting closer and closer. Just when Ling Yun thought that the two of them would inevitably have intimate contact, Zheng Ying suddenly withdrew her body. She bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were a little sad. I really can't figure it out, what are you afraid of? I have offered to embrace you, but you have always been so repulsive. You are like this, don't like me? You think too much, it's not that you don't like you, but we've only met a few times in total, so we must cultivate our relationship? Ling Yun knew that this blow to Zheng Ying was a bit harsh, so he could only comfort him in a gentle voice. The future is long, don't worry. While speaking, Ling Yun did not forget to raise his hand and patted Zheng Ying's back lightly. Unexpectedly, this caused a catastrophe. Zheng Ying jumped into his arms and hugged Ling Yun tightly. You said, you lied. Don't think I don't know. When you leave Haojiang, there will be a lot of confidant friends by your side, and I will never have another chance. Ling Yun. After a pause, he said with a smile, don't worry, that was in the past, I promise it won't happen in the future. Is that all right? Real? Zheng Ying raised her head instantly. It's more real than real gold and silver. Zheng Ying immediately laughed through tears. He sat up again all of a sudden. It's not too bad, so I'll let you go tonight first. She gave Ling Yun another look. Really, I don't care what era it is now, what do you care about? Ling Yun laughed, and joked casually, I don't care about this, I'm afraid your father will chase me down. Hate. Ling Yun said seriously, tell me, how are we going to play with them tonight, will you be at the gambling table? Zheng Ying shook her head and said, I don't want to play, I just stay with you and watch you kill everyone. It is good. At this time it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. While talking to Zheng Ying, Ling Yun also began to use his spiritual sense to pay attention to the situation in the VIP room. During the day, Zhou Yaoguang had explained that tonight's game was arranged in that VIP room. Now, the VIP room has already been tidied up, and that manager Feng has already entered and exited there many times, and began to direct the staff to make various arrangements for the gambling game. However, by this time, Zhou Yaoguang hadn't shown up yet. Ling Yun knew in his heart that Zhou Yaoguang must be making careful arrangements, but Ling Yun didn't bother to stare at him. After all, it was just a gamble, and it wasn't worth Ling Yun's trouble. The soldiers come to block, and the water comes to the soil. After another half an hour, Zhou Yaoguang finally went to the VIP room. He walked around the room as if nothing had happened, and after careful observation, he finally nodded with satisfaction. Manager Feng, there is still a quarter of an hour. The game is about to start. The guests will arrive soon. You are here to welcome them. I have to personally invite that Lin Tian over. Good boss. Manager Feng agreed, and respectfully sent Zhou Yaoguang out. Ying, go get ready, we are going down. Ling Yun withdrew his divine sense, first received the small Yushan formation, and then used his skills to change Lin Tian's appearance. After waiting for a while, he heard the doorbell. Zhou Yaoguang came up. Ling Yun went to open the door. Hey, boss Zhou. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Seeing that it was Ling Yun, Zhou Yaoguang greeted him first, then gave him a smiling face, and at the same time stretched out his thumb. Mr. Lin is really trustworthy. Nonsense, I still have more than 90 million chips with you. Yes, Mr. Lin, our bet has been arranged and will start soon. I wonder if you are ready. I can't wait a long time ago. Ling Yun deliberately expressed his impatience, turned his head and shouted, Ying, are you ready? Boss Zhou is here. Coming. The three of them went out and went downstairs to the VIP room. Zhou is really blind. During the day, he didn't even see that Mr. Lin was a gambling master invited by the He family. In the elevator, Zhou Yaoguang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Oh?" Ling Yan pretended to be surprised, then shook his head and said, "I don't know why Boss Zhou made such a statement." Zhou Yaoguang smiled mysteriously. "Mr. Lin, everyone is a smart person, so don't act with me." Yesterday afternoon, Ms. Zheng accompanied Ms. He of the He family to go shopping in Haojiang. These have been reported in the news. It's over. Although Mr. Lin didn't show up yesterday, since you are Miss Zheng's boyfriend, you must also know Miss He. Ling Yun and Ms. Zheng looked at each other, and both could see the smile in each other's eyes. Zhou Yaoguang saying this just proved that he didn't find out Ling Yun's true identity in the end, so he could only make random guesses based on Zheng Yingying's line. Ling Yun was non-committal, and said casually, "Oh, it seems that Boss Zhou really cares about me, so what?" Zhou Yaoguang said with a smile, "Since Mr. Lin is the expert invited by Ms. He, I already know your reason for coming." Frankly speaking, over the past year, the He family has had a lot of troubles over the issue of inheritance rights. We, Sans, have indeed taken this opportunity to snatch a lot of customers from the He family, but it's all about business. Miss He invited Mr. Lin to play our game. Of course, I, Zhou, must accept it. But if this is the case, the rules tonight will have to be changed. While talking, the elevator came to the floor of the VIP room, and the door opened. Zhou Yaoguang stepped out of the elevator first, turned around, and stood still. Ling Yan smiled and said, "I don't know how to change the law. It's very simple. According to the rules of the world, 100 million chips are on the table, but no matter who is at the table, as long as the chips are not lost, they can't leave halfway." Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Zheng Yingying with questioning eyes. Zheng Yingying nodded slightly, and explained, "It's just a game, but the chips are real money. You can either lose everything and leave the game, or win to the end." Ling Yan changed color when he heard this. "Boss Zhou, I think you made a mistake. It's true that I know Ms. He, but I really wasn't invited by her to kick your field. Mr. Lin, if you don't admit it, there is really nothing we can do. After all, no one from the He family has come forward to prove this, but this is the rule tonight. If you dare not gamble at the table, please leave now. I will give you the money you won this afternoon." A fox-like smile appeared on Zhou Yaoguang's face, and he fixed his eyes on Ling Yun, as if he had already eaten him. The expression on Ling Yun's face changed, as if he was very annoyed, and he was hesitating with all kinds of unwillingness. This expression, in Zhou Yaoguang's eyes, is like a battle between heaven and man. But of course he didn't know that Ling Yun was already happy. If it wasn't for the big game of the night, he would have taken the money and left in the afternoon. Why wait until now? If the other party didn't change the rules, even if Ling Yun could win, it would be difficult to win too much, because everyone at the gambling table could leave at any time, but if this was changed, there would be only one winner in the end. I bet. Ling Yun gritted his teeth for the last time, as if he had made a very difficult decision, and then he said to Zhou Yaoguang, "However, I still have to make it clear to you that I came to your casino just for fun, and I am the one who participates in tonight's game. The matter of one person has nothing to do with Yingying, and it has nothing to do with the He family." "It is good." Zhou Yaoguang smiled triumphantly. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, everyone understands the rules of the world, and I understand what you mean, so let's do it like this. Please." Zhou Yaoguang achieved his goal, turned around first, and led Ling Yun and the others straight to the VIP hall. As soon as Ling Yun entered the VIP room, he saw that the place was already ready, and the croupier was already in place, sitting in the card-dealing position. 8 guests have already been seated at the huge gaming table. 4 of them are foreign faces, including 3 men and 1 woman, and the other 4 are Oriental faces. 2 are about 60 years old, and 2 are about 30 years old. Youth. Among the 8 guests, 7 of them had standard poker faces, expressionless, but all of them had sharp eyes. When they saw Ling Yun and Zheng Yingying coming in, they all swept their eyes over at the same time. Only the young man sitting in the 8th seat, with a fair and round face, was manipulating the piles of chips in front of him, and turning his head from time to joke with the coquettishly dressed woman beside him, not looking at Ling Yun at all. "Mr. Lin, there are 9 guests participating in the gambling game tonight, including you. They all arrived a little earlier than you, so I can only wrong you to sit in the 9th seat. If you don't like it, I can adjust it for you." Location. After Zhou Yaoguang entered, he glanced at the card table as if nothing had happened, and then said to Ling Yun with a smile, "It's okay, take the 9th seat." Ling Yun smiled calmly, and under the scrutiny of others, he took Zheng Yingying's hand, came to seat number 9, pulled out the chair and sat down. "Mr. Lin, here are your chips, a total of 100 million. Manager Feng followed closely with the chip box in his hand, and put the chips inside in front of Ling Yun. "Thank you very much." Ling Yun remained calm, and ordered again, "Please give me another chair here." Immediately. Manager Feng agreed, and quickly moved another chair over, asking Zheng Yingying to sit down too. "Hey, old Feng, no wonder you said that the game tonight will be very exciting. I didn't expect a beautiful woman to come." As soon as Zheng Yingying sat down, he immediately attracted the attention of the round-faced young man in the 8th position. He stared at Zheng Yingying fiercely, and said with bright eyes, "The gamble will begin immediately. I wish Guoxiao a big kill tonight." Manager Feng naturally knew Zheng Yingying's identity, so he didn't dare to make mistakes, so he cleverly changed the subject, and left quickly. After Ling Yun sat down, he had already seen that young Master Gua had the most chips in front of him, with 300 million chips, which was 3 times that of the others on the table, so he knew it right away. "If there is no accident, this should be the kid," Zhou Yaoguang said in the afternoon. "They played games in the casino, and raised him for a long time." Ling Yun knew that this guy would lose badly tonight, so he didn't bother to talk to him. There is no time for him. Because Zhou Yaoguang had already started to speak, "Everyone, all the guests tonight have arrived. I think everyone has already understood the rules for tonight." Zhou Yaoguang quickly explained the rules of the game again, and then specifically said, "Of course, the gentleman at position 8 directly took 300 million chips to the table, so if his chips fall below 200 million, you can leave any time. That is to say, no matter who wants to leave halfway, they must lose at least 100 million, or win to the end." After Zhou Yaoguang finished speaking, he nodded at Guoxiao to express his apology, but Guoxiao just waved his hand, expressing that he didn't care. "Now, please check your cards." The croupier took out a new deck of cards, opened the package, held it in his hand, then turned the entire deck face up, and skillfully wiped it on the table. "No problem," everyone nodded. Then the croupier took the cards away, put them on the table with their backs up, and wiped them again. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang and Manager Feng turned their heads at the same time and looked at Ling Yun in the 9th position. Ling Yun's eyes were fixed, his body leaned forward slightly, and he looked hard at the back of the card, and then his face changed drastically. Brush. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Then she turned her head stiffly and glanced at Zheng Yingying beside her, and Zheng Yingying's expression also changed. Zhou Yaoguang and Manager Feng, as well as more than half of the guests at the table, all captured this delicate scene, with a playful smile in their eyes. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. If everyone agrees that there is no problem with the cards, the game will start now. After speaking, Zhou Yaoguang scanned the crowd. No problem. Everyone said no problem. When he finally arrived at Ling Yun's place, his lips were dry, he scratched his head vigorously, and said dryly, "No problem." Very well, then, the game officially begins, and the croupier deals out the cards. After Zhou Yaoguang finished announcing, his eyes lit up, he glanced at Manager Feng, and announced loudly, Ling Yun was downcast, like a deflated ball. At the same moment, Ling Yun's voice rang in Zheng Yingying's ear. "Yingying, tell me, can I act well? Of course there is a problem with the cards. Not only is it a high-tech special card, but the pattern on the back of the card is also a well-designed, standard talisman card. It's just a pity that this deck is still too weak. Neither could it block Ling Yun's Yin and Yang divine eyes, nor could it block Ling Yun's tyrannical consciousness. 52 cards are stacked together, and Ling Yun has seen through them all. Ling Yun just acted just because he heard Zhou Yaoguang's announcement, and the game officially started. According to the rules announced by Zhou Yaoguang, as long as the gambling game starts, at least there are 800 million chips on this table, which are already in Ling Yun's pocket. This is the case of the other 8 people, each of whom will leave the table after only losing 100 million, without making up their chips. But obviously, if others don't say anything, just look at the state of Guo in the 8th position. He is not the kind of person who would willingly admit defeat and leave the table after losing 100 million. What's more, Ling Yun knew in his heart that at this gambling table, there were at least 5 people who were invited by Zhou Yaoguang to deal with him. Everyone, the small blind is 1 million and the big blind is 2 million. Every hour, the blind doubles. Before the dealer dealt the cards, he glanced left and right and said softly, "The most popular poker game in the world is of course, Texas Hold'em. The small blind and the big blind are the price you have to pay after one round, regardless of whether your cards are good or not, and whether you bet or not. The total is 3 million, and it doubles every hour. In this case, even if you don't win a single bet in the whole game, you won't be able to survive 30 rounds at most, and you will lose 100 million. Ling Yun had already played Texas Hold'em in Yi Tianshui's private club, of course he knew about it, so there was no need for Zheng Yingying to tell him about it. Discard. 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 As a result, Ling Yun folded all 9 cards in the first round, and lost 3 million in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yaoguang didn't leave, he didn't even sit down, but stood aside and watched the game quietly. After the first round was over, the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Perspective eye, can you see the cards, right? Now you can give me another perspective. Zhou Yaoguang roared furiously in his heart, occasionally looking at Ling Yun. There was already a trace of murderous look in his eyes. Next, the bank position moved, and the croupier continued to deal the cards in an orderly manner. After the initial trial, everyone at the poker table made moves one after another, and a fierce battle began. Regardless of Ling Yun's disregard, as in the first round, he still didn't get a hand and folded all his cards. After 2 laps, he lost 6 million. At the beginning of the 3rd lap, Zhou Yaoguang quietly came behind Ling Yun. "Mr. Lin, why is your luck so bad all of a sudden? Not even one of the 18 cards?" Ling Yun's mood faded and said, "I would like to play, but unfortunately they are all miscellaneous cards, and the cards in my hand are too bad. Mr. Lin, I want to remind you that this hour will be here soon, and the blind bet will be doubled immediately. If you continue to fold like this, the blind bet alone will be 6 million per round." "I know." Ling Yun pretended to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and said casually, "Then I wish Mr. Lin a good time. If you need anything, just ask Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yaoguang left proudly, and finally went to sit on the sofa next to him. "Brother, it's impossible for your whole cards to be so bad all the time, right? When it's time to gamble, you have to gamble. Look at me, just now, I won 30 million by bluffing with miscellaneous cards." After 2 laps, Guo fought hard, scare away his opponent, and won the pot. He was very proud, kissed the woman next to him, and did not forget to give Ling Yun a lecture. "Admire." Ling Yun just smiled lightly, and casually discarded the cards in front of him. At this time, the game had been going on for an hour and a half, the blinds had doubled, Ling Yun still missed, and lost another 6 million. The chips in front of him were less than 90 million. Next, the 8 people fought more fiercely. 2 hands in a row, 2 of them went all in one after another. In the end, they all lost, and they all lost to the same person, the foreign woman in the 5th position. The 2 shook their heads and sighed, and left the gaming table. They are all Zhou Yaoguang's people, deliberately giving chips to the woman in position 5. Zheng Yingying leaned close to Ling Yun's ear and said to him in a low voice, "I know." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, knowing that the number 8 next to him, that is, Guo, was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, at the beginning of the 4th round, young Master Guo got a good pair of cards, and the 5th position kept calling. Finally, with a river card, he won over 100 million from young Master Guo. Maid, what a pity! After Guo saw the river card, his face changed suddenly, and he slammed the table. "Old Feng, give me another 200 million chips." "Okay." Manager Feng immediately sent over 200 million chips. At least 100 million is required to lose, but no one cares how much you lose at most. So far, Ling Yun has observed for more than 3 laps, and found that apart from the problem with the cards, the dealer has not used any tricks so far, and the cards are dealt in a very regular manner. At least 4 of the 20 or so cards dealt to Ling Yun just now were sure to win cards. Of course, Ling Yun just threw them away for the sake of acting. About there. It's time to act. At the end of the 4th round, Ling Yun finally made a move and won about 20 million, which just happened to win back all the lost chips. Ling Yun knew that he would win, but unfortunately the foreigner in position 4 was very alert and gave up after calling the turn card. If the blinds were not counted, Ling Yun actually only won him more than 10 million. The game went on for almost 2 hours, and Ling Yun's chips were not too much, still around 100 million. Next, position 4 made a desperate bet and went all in before the flop. The foreign woman in position 5 quietly called and finally won the pot. He left the VIP room directly. 2 hours later, there were still 6 players left on the poker table, and the blinds had become 12 million. On the 5th round, Guo got a pair of aces in his hand, and more than 200 million chips were all in before the flop. Number 5 followed suit. As a result, number 5 hit 3 of a kind, and swept away all of Guo chips. The number 5 chip has reached more than 800 million. Number 8, Guo, 500 million is gone. I lost to A? I still don't believe it, Manager Feng. Guo was completely enraged, and suddenly stood up. "Give me another billion chips." Manager Feng came over with a smile. "Young Master Guo, it's okay to give you another 1 billion chips, but your money with us." "Are you afraid that I don't have any money?" "Don't worry." Guo glared at Manager Feng, and took out a black card. "Just pay 1 billion. Do you know how to handle things?" Zhou Yaoguang came over at some point. He scolded Manager Feng first, and then said, "Who is Guo, and you still need this little money from us? First, go get Guo a bargaining chip. Come." Yes. My fault." Manager Feng was in a hurry to apologize, and quickly called someone to get the chips, but he still calmly took the black card from Guo hand. Mr. Lin still has 100 million chips, so he played very steadily. After Zhou Yaoguang took care of Guo, he knew that he would not lose tonight no matter what. He was very complacent and teased Ling Yun beside him by the way. "There are so many masters, there is no way." Ling Yun replied casually, but sneered in his heart. At this time, there is no need to think about it anymore. The foreign woman in the 5th position is the most powerful expert invited by Zhou Yaoguang. In the beginning, this woman played fairly well, but when she beat Guo just now, she showed her flaws. Because Ling Yun clearly felt that before the foreign woman went all in, a trace of energy fluctuations appeared on her body. She can see through cards. But Ling Yun is sure that this woman must not be a cultivator. so there is only one explanation: this number 5 foreign woman has supernatural powers. After Guo made up another billion chips, the game continued. Ling Yan felt that the chips on the poker table were about the same. From the 6th round, he stopped hiding his strength and began to harvest frequently. When he was sure that he must win, he unceremoniously all-in, cleared 3 players one after another, and won again. Guo next to him made the chips in front of him pile up to 400 million. Good luck tonight. After Ling Yan snatched 300 million chips in a flash, he slowed down and said to Zheng, who was beside her smilingly organizing the chips. It's okay, but it's a pity that we can't leave the table if we don't lose everything, otherwise we can leave now. Zheng smiled. So far, there are only 3 people left on the poker table, namely Ling Yan in the 9th position, Guo in the 8th position, and the foreign woman in the 5th position. The chips of the 3 people were 400 million, 1 billion, and 900 million, adding up to a total of 2.3 billion. Young Master Guo, right? Ling Yan became active, and said to Guo, who was beside him, I think you are not lucky tonight. Since we are all from the mainland, I advise you to go back and rest. How about playing another day? There are 2.3 billion chips on the table, and Guo himself contributed 1.5 billion. Taking advantage of the fact that he has only lost 600 million, Ling Yan wants him to lose less and leave as soon as possible. In this way, he can also have a final showdown with the 5th position. 1.4 billion, not a lot. In short, Zheng won the money to buy a private jet this time. Humph. Who are you? Guo was so angry that he couldn't tell the good from bad at all. Don't think that you are better than me if you are lucky and win 2 hands. Now there are only 3 people left, and the blind bet has increased to 24 million. I just want to do whatever I want. If you win a few pots, all the money you lose will be returned, and if you want me to leave it this time, there is no way. Indeed, there are only 3 people left, and 2 people must place blind bets in each hand, which are 8 million and 16 million, respectively. According to the probability, everyone has a 1/3 chance of winning. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Go ahead. Ling Yan didn't bother to talk to him, and let him send the money. But at this time, Zhou Yaoguang's expression had changed. After Ling Yan cleared away the 3 of them, he couldn't sit still any longer, and simply stood behind that number 5, his face full of nervousness. Ling Yan folded all his cards in the first 3 rounds, only won 1 hand in the 4th round, and then fell silent again, but made frequent moves in the 6th round, and he was sure to win. How can that be? The only explanation is that Ling Yan can see through the cards again. Cough cough. Zhou Yaoguang coughed lightly as if his throat was uncomfortable. The croupier was about to deal the cards. When he heard Zhou Yaoguang cough, he paused for a while, and then continued to deal the cards. This time, Ling Yan got a pair of aces, Zhou Yaoguang a pair of kings, and a miscellaneous card in the 5th position. The croupier made a move and started to make moves. Ling Yan casually looked at the cards, and then, throwed away, discard. He knew that this was a losing card. At this time, Ling Yan didn't need to act, nor did he need to act. Sure enough, the moment Ling Yan folded his cards, Zhou Yaoguang, the woman in position 5, and the croupier all turned to look at him at the same time. But Texas Hold'em is like this: as long as there is no all-in, anyone can fold at any time. Therefore, the 3 knew that Ling Yan had lost match A, so they could only stare blankly. Sure enough, Guo was fooled. After looking at the cards in his hand, he pushed out all the 900 million chips in front of him without hesitation. Number 5 follows. Guo hit 3 of a kind on the flop, and was immediately ecstatic, jumping up excitedly, thinking that he had won for sure. But when the next 2 cards were dealt, Guo collapsed to the ground, and the 5th position made a straight with miscellaneous cards, which happened to crush 3 of a kind. Guo lost all of his 900 million chips. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of your eyes. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at the other party, so he said something lightly, and then said, I told you that you were unlucky, and I told you to go back and rest, you must gamble. Impossible, impossible. Guo lost more than 1.5 billion in more than 3 hours, and his mind was a little unconscious. He sat on the ground and muttered to himself, obviously I have already won. Chips, give me another 1.5 billion chips. Guo suddenly jumped up from the ground again, roaring hysterically. Zhou Yaoguang winked. Manager Feng came over immediately, young Master Guo, you're really unlucky tonight, and you don't have enough money in your card, so let's play another day. Zhou Yaoguang got him 1.5 billion in one night, but he didn't want to go fishing in the marsh. Although he knew that Guo could afford it, he still wanted to put a long line to catch big fish. So, under Zhou Yaoguang's signal, Manager Feng and the women brought by Guo side carried him out of the VIP room. There are only 2 people left on the poker table, Ling Yun, the foreign woman in the 5th position. Chip comparison, 400 million versus 1.9 billion. Ling Yun stared at number 5, tapped his finger on the card table lightly, and said with a smile, Boss Zhou, I think it's getting late, and there are only 2 of us left on the card table. Why don't we end the game now? What do you think? Zhou Yaoguang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his thoughts flashed. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun's proposal is very beneficial to him. Although Ling Yun won a total of 400 million in his casino, but he took advantage of tonight's game to win Guo 1.5 billion. Even if Ling Yun's winnings were removed, he still made a net profit of 1.1 billion. But the problem is, tonight's game, the target is not Guo, but Ling Yun. Zhou Yaoguang had raised Guo son for half a year before, and within half a year, he had almost won more than 100 million. Zhou Yaoguang was sure that as long as he closed the net, he could easily win back 100 million from Guo. Hundreds of millions, or even billions. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to cheat Guo. It was only a matter of time, but tonight, he was really cheated by Ling Yun. Ling Yun had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger until the last moment when he broke out and won another 300 million from him. Zhou Yaoguang couldn't swallow this tone. Moreover, in Zhou Yaoguang's heart, Ling Yun is not alone, but represents the He family. If Ling Yun leaves with 400 million, it means that the He family has won. Zhou Yaoguang cannot afford to lose this face. Now, there were only 2 people left on the poker table. The one who dealt the cards was his own person, and the 5th position was a supernatural being hired by himself with a lot of money. He could also see through the cards. Zhou Yaoguang had nothing to fear. Keep losing cards, right? Now there are only 2 people at the poker table, and everyone has to place a blind bet in each hand. If Ling Yun keeps losing cards, he will lose 24 million in 2 hands. After another hour, the blind bet will double again, which is 48 million. In this case, Ling Yun only has 400 million chips, and he will lose it all in less than an hour. Because now the croupier only needs to deal cards to 2 people, and it doesn't take even 2 minutes for each hand. Thinking of this, Zhou Yaoguang smiled slightly. Mr. Lin wants to leave now. Could it be that he forgot the rules of the game? Ling Yun shook his head. No, I just made a suggestion. Zhou Yaoguang smiled coldly. That's good, deal the cards. The game continues. All in. To everyone's surprise, after Ling Yun got the whole card, he went all in. Number 5 was stunned. Now both of them can see through the cards, and the 5th position also knows that if this hand is dealt according to the cards, she must lose, but she knows very well that the croupier is her own, and she will definitely play tricks. Winning cards. And the 5th position also rolled out 400 million chips. Then all the whole cards of the 2 were turned over. Zhou Yaoguang clenched his fists tightly, his brain was congested, and the veins on his forehead burst out of excitement. As long as the croupier sends out the cards and opens the cards, the game will end immediately. The dealer is proficient in dealing cards. There were 3 cards on the flop, and if we only looked at the current cards, it was indeed Ling Yun who won. Then the croupier cut off a card, and just as he was thinking about playing tricks and changing the cards, he suddenly felt his brain humming, his head was dizzy, and his hands couldn't control him. After failing to change the cards, the croupier's hand movements became stiff and slow, and he honestly dealt out the next card. There is no need to deal another river card, just looking at this turn card, Ling Yun has already formed the biggest card, and the 5th position has nothing to chase. 400 million became 800 million. Continue. Ling Yun didn't even look at the chips pushed by the croupier, just threw a blind bet, and said coldly, "See you in the picture." Zhou Yaoguang was dumbfounded. The croupier he picked out thousands of times, actually missed at the most critical moment? How is this possible? At this time, the croupier was also frightened, and his hand shuffled a little. After the shuffling, he didn't know whether to deal it, so he stopped there for a while. "Deal the cards." Ling Yun's voice was even colder, and he said urgently, he knew that as long as the next hand was played in the normal order, he would still win, so he had nothing to worry about. The dealer had no choice but to deal the cards. This time, Ling Yun did the same thing, pushing out all 800 million chips at once after getting the whole card. In position 5, the foreign woman finally hesitated. She knew that she would definitely lose this hand, and if she wanted to win, it depended on how the croupier dealt the cards. Now her chips are only 1.5 billion left. If she loses another 800 million, and one goes up and down, then she will be 700 million against Ling Yun's 1.6 billion. But now she really didn't know if the croupier would miss, so she couldn't be sure whether she should fold or call. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang suddenly said, "If you feel tired, you can go to rest after dealing this hand of cards." Of course, this was said to the croupier, but it was actually a code word. If the croupier nodded, it would be tantamount to telling Zhou Yaoguang that he had indeed encountered force majeure, so the 5th position could directly discard his cards and wait for the next hand. "Boss, I'm really tired after dealing the cards for more than 3 hours." The croupier looked exhausted. Although he had no problem dealing cards for 6 hours in a row with his ability, he knew in his heart that it was his boss who was in the final duel with number 9. He couldn't afford the amount of chips, so he didn't dare to gamble. "I fold." The foreign woman in position 5 took a deep look at Ling Yun and threw the card back. Hee. Ling Yun suddenly gave her a weird smile. "I've let you be arrogant for too long tonight, and it's time to clean you up. Manager Feng, you deal the cards." At this time, Manager Feng, who sent Guo out, had already returned. Zhou Yaoguang directly called him over to take over from the croupier. Then he turned his head and smiled and asked Ling Yun, "I wonder if Mr. Lin agrees?" "It doesn't matter. If Boss Zhou is willing, you can deal the cards yourself," Ling Yun said casually. "Mr. Lin is really lucky, the chips have doubled again." After Manager Feng sat down, he looked at Ling Yun's chips and felt shocked, and tried his best to hide his expression with words. This Manager Feng is what Zheng Yingying said, a master of gambling. After making a name for himself, he chooses to cooperate with the casino and is responsible for showing the casino the scene and catching scammers. As soon as Zhou Yaoguang changed dealers, he knew what happened just now. How could he not be shocked? "For now, it's okay. Whether you win or lose, it's all up to you," Ling Yun said with a smile. After Manager Feng came up, Ling Yun didn't attack him, and this Manager Feng didn't make trouble immediately. Anyway, he knew the skills of that number 5, so he dealt cards normally. As a result, for 4 consecutive hands, the two won each other, and their respective chip counts did not change. However, at the end of the fourth hand, when Manager Feng reshuffled the cards, a sudden change occurred. Before Manager Feng could finish shuffling the cards, Ling Yan's left hand, which was placed under the table, suddenly squeezed a seal. Aquarius seal. Boom. The woman in position 5 who was casting a supernatural power and staring at Manager Feng's shuffling suddenly felt that her eyes were blocked, and she could only see a rapidly rotating air current in front of her. Not coming. Her whole body was put into a bottle by Ling Yan. Ordinary people naturally couldn't see the Aquarius seal. Manager Feng dealt the cards normally. After the cards were dealt, Ling Yan directly threw 100 million chips into it. The woman in position 5, the airflow in front of her eyes finally disappeared, but when she used her ability again to see Ling Yan's whole cards and the cards that Manager Feng was going to deal next, she found that they were completely wrapped in a cloud of airflow. Stop it, I can't see through my own abilities. The woman in position 5, until now, finally understands what kind of opponent she has encountered. I fold. She dropped the cards. Manager Feng was dumbfounded. This time he used tricks when shuffling the cards. The fifth position was a sure win card. Ling Yan bet 100 million, but the fifth position actually lost? Manager Feng looked at the woman in position 5, and then looked up at his boss, feeling a little confused. Ling Yan said coldly, continue. I fold. 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 Now it was the turn of the woman in position 5 to fold consecutively. In a short while, the lost blind bets alone exceeded 200 million. Ling Yan's chips exceeded 1 billion, and the woman in position 5 was less than 1.3 billion. Hey, the blind bet for each hand has risen to 48 million. If you keep folding, it will take half an hour at most, and you will lose everything. Ling Yan smiled and reminded. Zhou Yaoguang and Manager Feng had already seen something was wrong at this time, and they really wanted to end the game. They run a casino, and since they discovered the problem, they didn't say that they were not reconciled. It's a pity that Zhou Yaoguang rejected Ling Yan's proposal just now, and blocked his own way out. Zhou Yaoguang's bowels are turning green at this moment, and he has no idea what happened. Manager Feng was even more depressed. He had used several tricks in a row just now, and they were all cards that were dealt to the fifth position. Ling Yan's bets were getting bigger and bigger, but the fifth position just didn't dare to follow. In this way, after another 6 hands were dealt, Ling Yan won all of them, and his chip count became even with the opponent. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang suddenly coughed lightly again. This time, he reminded the fifth position. Cough 3 times, meaning to let her rest assured. Because after observing for a long time, he found that Manager Feng did not have the problem of the croupier just now, so he decided to fight with his back. Manager Feng immediately understood, calmly, and played his whole card. Ling Yan pretended to look at his whole cards, and smiled. He knew that his whole cards were good. If Manager Feng had played normally, he would surely win. He hadn't taken any action against Feng just now, just for this moment. All in. Ling Yan pushed out all of his nearly 1.2 billion chips. And, although the woman in position 5 has become blind, she has already been reminded and followed without hesitation. Crash. 2.3 billion chips on the poker table. You too, please show your cards. Manager Feng was extremely excited. He knew the cards of these two people, and he knew what cards he would deal next, so he thought that he would win. However, he was happy too early. In his short life since then, Manager Feng has been recalling the next 5 cards he dealt, but he still can't remember how those 5 cards were dealt. He only remembered that he was unconscious at the time, as if he had become a puppet on strings, mechanically cutting cards, dealing them, cutting them again, dealing them again, until all 5 cards were dealt. Even if Manager Feng closed his eyes, he could deal out any cards he wanted. His hands, like a magician's, became stiffer than wood at that moment. You lose. After the cards were dealt, Ling Yan stood up with a sneer, but the words were not to number 5, but to Zhou Yaoguang. 2.3 billion, pay the bill. While talking, Ling Yan reached out and took out a 10 million chip from the pile of chips, tossed it casually, and threw it to Zhou Yaoguang. By the way, this is the 8 million you paid me in advance, and I will pay you back 10 million, so there is no need to look for it. Zhou Yaoguang's face is earthy. If someone came to tell Zhou Yaoguang that he would definitely lose tonight before the game started, then Zhou Yaoguang would definitely think that person was crazy. The cards he prepared were not only special-made cards using the most advanced high-tech, but also talisman cards drawn by Nanyang talisman masters at a high price. Such a card, ordinary people can't see through it no matter what kind of high-tech glasses they wear, and they can't even use spells to see through it. The croupier who deals the cards is also a master of gambling, provided by the Sands Casino. Even with his eyes closed, he can deal out the cards he wants. Among the 9 guests on the gaming table, apart from Ling Yun and Gua Xiao, the other 7 people were also specially recruited by him. Among them, there were those who were responsible for transporting chips, some who were responsible for the rhythm of shopping, and even the number 5. Foreign women are not only good at gambling, but also supernatural. With a pair of naked eyes, they can see through the entire deck of cards. In addition, in order to make the game look realistic, Zhou Yaoguang has planned all the details in advance, including when to deal the cards normally, when to use tricks, what to do if there is an uncontrollable accident in the game, and so on. Just waiting for the fish to take the bait. This kind of big game is played not only by Zhou Yaoguang, but also by the Sands Casino. The entire Haojiang Casino, even at home and abroad, is played in this way. Therefore, the operation methods and detailed arrangements of the game are similar. Those who set up the gambling game can basically make a lot of money. The difference is that you win more and win less, and whether you kill fish or not. But this time, Zhou Yaoguang never dreamed that the gamble he thought was safe would lose so completely. Fight geese all day long, but get pecked by geese. Ling Yun became a big winner. In less than 4 hours, he won 2.2 billion with 100 million chips. Slap. The 10 million chips that Ling Yun threw hit Zhou Yaoguang's chest, and then fell on the soft carpet. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang forcibly suppressed the trembling of his body. He was already unable to pick up the chip, let alone the intention to pick it up. He just stared blankly at the huge amount of chips on the gaming table, feeling dizzy. That's 2.3 billion. How much is the Sands Casino's half-year profit? However, the ending has already been decided, and after the flop, it can no longer be changed. Bet on this. There is an iron rule: as long as you don't draw the cards, you can use your great skills, but as long as you draw the cards, the winner or loser will be there immediately. No matter how much preparation you have made, what steps you have carefully designed, and how incredible it feels that the other party has won, you must agree with the final result. Unless you catch someone else cheating during the gambling process, otherwise, after the cards are drawn, it will be useless to say anything. Manager Feng, who dealt the cards, became sober immediately after the cards were dealt. When he saw the cards he had dealt, his face turned pale, and he collapsed there on the spot, not much better than Gua Xiao, who was taken away just now. Where to go? He works in a gambling shop, and he knows what it means to him to beat his own boss to death and lose 2.3 billion to the casino with a single card. The foreign woman in position 5 didn't leave immediately after losing. There was no need to look at the cards. She just stood there quietly and looked deeply at Ling Yun for a while, her eyes hard to hide the color of fear. Congratulations, she said to Ling Yun cautiously. Although the foreign woman in position 5 was invited by Zhou Yaoguang to help, she is still just a gambler, so of course she has to do all the acting. Bye-bye. Ling Yan smiled at her again, but said nothing else. Although he knew the identity of this woman in his heart and knew that the other party was a supernatural being, he was only an opponent at the gambling table, not an enemy, and he didn't want to have anything to do with her. After the woman in position 5 nodded to Ling Yan again, she immediately turned around and left the VIP room. When she stepped out of the room, she swore in her heart that she would never sit at the same gambling table with this person again in her life. Ahem. This time, Zhou Yaoguang, who had a dry mouth, really coughed. He cleared his throat with difficulty, and then said to Ling Yan with a dry smile, "Mr. Lin is really good at gambling, and he is even more calculating. Zhou Yaoguang is just talking about the situation." Everyone who stays in the room now knows that Ling Yan's victory does not depend on gambling skills, but on strength. In the face of strength that crushes everything, any layout is futile. But he said that Ling Yan was calculating, and it was indeed true. If Ling Yan hadn't acted repeatedly, even if he could win in the end, he wouldn't be able to win so much. At most, he would take away 400 million, which would be great. The game is in the game, the suit is in the suit. At this moment, we all know each other well. Ling Yan smiled indifferently. Gambling is not a skill, it's just luck. This is Ling Yan's habitual tone, but it is also true. The talisman prepared by Zhou Yaoguang is actually quite powerful. If Ling Yan is still at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, he really can't see through it, but now he can break through the late stage of Qi training at any time, and his spiritual consciousness has exceeded after reaching the peak of foundation establishment. He happened to be able to see through this pair of talisman cards, so he could only blame Zhou Yaoguang for his bad luck. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he casually glanced at the chips on the gaming table, and said calmly, "It's time for Boss Zhou to settle the bill. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I, Zhou Yaoguang, am willing to admit defeat." Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Zhou Yaoguang made an inviting gesture and invited Ling Yan and the others to the sofa next to him. However, the settlement of the casino still needs a certain process. Please take a break, both of you, and I will arrange it now. 2.3 billion, although Zhou Yaoguang's heart hurts, a casino as big as Sands can still get it out, not to mention that out of the 2.3 billion, only Guoxiao's money is 1.5 billion, and Zhou Yaoguang will lose if he plays all the money 800 million. Ling Yan smiled and said, "I haven't opened an account in the local area yet, so you can transfer the money directly to Ms. Zheng's account." "There is no problem." Zhou Yaoguang agreed very happily this time. Soon, Zhou Yaoguang called a few horseboys, first asked them to carry manager Feng away, and then immediately settled the settlement for Ling Yan. "Mr. Lin, as far as I know, even if the He family is very powerful, it would be difficult to invite someone like you, right? Zhou Yaoguang is worthy of being a hero." While waiting for the settlement, he gradually regained his composure, his mind became brighter, and he began to search for Ling Yan. "I said a long time ago that although I know people from the He family, I have nothing to do with the He family when I come to your casino." He glanced at Zhou Yaoguang. "It's really just a temporary itchy hand. If Boss Zhou wants to win this round one day, he can find me through Yingying at any time, and I'm willing to accompany him." Ling Yan said this on purpose, naturally because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to He Yuqiong. Zhou Yaoguang quickly apologized with a smile, "Mr. Lin is serious. I said that I am willing to gamble and admit defeat. What happened tonight, I can only blame Zhou Yaoguang for not knowing Mount Tai. As for my identity, Boss Zhou can investigate as much as he likes, but I want to advise you first, no matter what you find out, as long as you know it well, don't." Seeing that Zhou Yaoguang was willing to gamble and lose, Ling Yan finally reminded him. "Dare not dare." Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly said he didn't dare. He already knew that he had kicked the iron plate this time, and Lin Tian in front of him was something he couldn't afford to provoke. "Brother Lin, the money has arrived." 20 minutes later, Zheng Yingyi received a transfer reminder and immediately told Ling Yan. "Let's go." Ling Yun wasn't worried at all that the other party would play tricks on him, so he just got up and wanted to leave. Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, I still reserve your room for you. It's already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Why don't you two go back and have a good night's rest before leaving tomorrow?" "No, I think Boss Zhou still has a lot of things to do tonight, so we won't bother you anymore. Farewell." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun embraced Zheng Yingying, and the two walked away. "Brother Ling, where are we going now?" A few minutes later, the two walked out of the Sands Casino and drove away in a sports car. Zheng Yingying asked Ling Yun with a smile. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Now you are richer than me, of course you have the final say." Zheng Yingying curled her lips, "Come on. It's all your money, it's just in my card. If you insist on forwarding it to me, I have no objection." "Haha. Hate. Where are we going, tell me quickly. It's already so late. In my opinion, you haven't had a good rest for the past 2 days. Why don't you just go back and get a good sleep?" "I'm not sleepy at all," Zheng Yingying immediately retorted, and she suddenly rolled her eyes. "I'm a little hungry, why don't we go to the beach and eat food stalls?" "Want to eat seafood?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently. Go back and put down the car first, I will take you to eat the freshest seafood." Half an hour later. What? Zheng Yingying came to the bottom of the sea and saw the real underwater world. This night, Ling Yun took Zheng Yingying with her, allowing her to appreciate a brand new world. Swimming on the bottom of the sea, flying in the sky, and even took her to the sky above the vast South China Sea, made a big circle, found the dark blood demon dragon Da Hong, and played with her for a while. During this period, Zheng Yingying kept yelling. Sometimes she was scared, but most of the time she was excited. After she experienced this feeling of flying into the sky and escaping from the sea, she suddenly felt that winning the 23 in the Sands Casino billion is really not worth mentioning. Why can you open up such a large space when we are on the bottom of the sea? And can you breathe normally? Because of this waterproof bead. Wow, there are really waterproof beads, such a good baby, how much is it worth? Priceless treasure, no amount of money is sold. Why can we fly so high? Can fly so fast, but I can't feel the wind? Well, if you explain it simply, it's a spell. Wow, that's a real dragon, and it's red, so scary. It's called Da Hong, it's my pet, but it's not a real dragon, it's just a flood dragon. Why? Zheng Yingying turned into a curious baby, and asked all the countless questions hidden in her heart. There were 100,000 whys. While leading her through the experience, Ling Yun patiently answered one by one, but later he was really annoyed by the question, so he simply told the other party to shut up. 2 hours later, regardless of Zheng Yingying's repeated pleas, Ling Yun decisively ended this strange experience trip and took her back to her villa on Kowloon Island. Yesterday afternoon, shortly after Ling Yun and Zheng Yingying left here, He Wenkim proposed to go back to his residence, because the issue of the heir of the He family has been completely resolved, the overall situation has been settled, Mr. He and He Yuqiong are in Haojiang, and there is no need to worry about safety. He Yuqiong is really in charge of the huge He family. She needs to handle various transfers of property rights. This involves many legal matters, and she has to go through the procedures step by step. So many things require her to sign in person, and there is no 2 weeks at all. I couldn't finish it, so I accompanied him to He Wensan's home. People go to the empty building. But it didn't affect Zheng Yingying's living here, because she already knew the password of the villa's gate, so she could just go in. What's more, with Ling Yun around, the two of them don't need a password. As soon as she entered the room, Zheng Yingying wrapped herself around like a snake, exhaling like blue. You've been tossing around for 2 nights, it's time to take a good rest. Ling Yun gently put her on the sofa. Zheng Yingying asked back, then why don't you rest? Cultivation to my level, half a month without food, drink or sleep, will not affect much. For me, cultivation is the best rest. So, now you sleep, I'll go out to practice. After speaking, Ling Yan's figure flashed and disappeared in the living room. Zheng Ying was stunned. With the experience of flying into the sky and fleeing the sea just now, Zheng Ying already knew how powerful Ling Yun was, and she would no longer be surprised that Ling Yun disappeared in such an instant. After a pause, Zheng Ying suddenly turned her head towards the outside, gritted her teeth and cursed, "Ruthless. Lu Shahui. I'm not as good as a beast. Grandma is going to take a bath, so don't peek if you can." At the end of the scolding, Zheng Ying couldn't bear it any longer. She chuckled, and stopped being hostile to Ling Yun, got up and went to the bedroom on the second floor, took a shower and rested. Ling Yun had already run away and disappeared. He came to the beach, and after thinking for a while, he took out the communicator and called Paul and Jester over. "Boss." In less than 3 minutes, 2 blood races rushed over. Ling Yun first asked Paul, "Is everything normal in the He family after noon yesterday?" "Boss, please rest assured that everything is normal. Mr. He and Ms. He are going through various handovers, and all arrangements are going smoothly." Paul first told Ling Yun about the He family's situation, then took out a black bank card and handed it to Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "Also, Ms. He asked me to give this card to the boss, saying that the boss was in Hong Kong and Macau. No matter what consumption, you can swipe this card, no limit, no password." Ling Yun knew that this was He Yuqiong's thanks, and he was very happy. "You can keep this card for now, I don't need it, I will talk about it when I need it." Then Kumba's communicator, "Have you received any news?" Ling Yun is most concerned about, of course, the matter of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Paul shook his head. "Boss, I've been carrying that communicator with me since last night, but I haven't received any news yet." Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that it shouldn't be. Could it be that once Kumba died, the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance died down like this? Is it because of their own strength that they dare not avenge Kumba, or do they have other plans? Ling Yun doesn't really care if they avenge Kumba or not, but he needs a pretext to go to the lair of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, smash xuanhuan directly, and smash it to pieces. Now that there is no movement from the other party, Ling Yun can't go all over the world looking for them. That would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wait and see, I don't believe they will give up. Ling Yun made a decision, he was not in a hurry anyway. "Paul, follow me for the next few days, we have to go to Hong Kong Island for a few days." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun looked at Jester again. "Zheng Ying lives in that villa now, and you are responsible for protecting her safety these days." "Good boss." Jester respectfully accepted the order. "Paul, let's go." After Ling Yun made the arrangements, he directly used the invisibility technique, took Paul into the sky, and first flew to Doneo Island. "Dear boss, there is something that I haven't had time to tell you yet." In midair, Paul smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Oh? What's the matter?" "More than 10 years ago, I came to Hong Kong Island for investment and bought several properties by the way. If the boss goes to Hong Kong Island, you can live there." Ling Yun: "Very good. What else can I say? This is the benefit of having slaves." At 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yun landed on a remote cliff on Doneo Island. Facing the east, he first set up the spirit gathering array, took out the willow of ghosts and gods, and then faced the east, sitting cross-legged and meditating. Because the breakthrough was imminent, the main practice is the one Qi Yin Yang Ju. The master is practicing, and Paul naturally guards at ease, not far away. 3 hours later, Ling Yun slowly recuperated, put everything back into the Taishu ring, and then took out the phone and turned it on. Although Dongyeo Island is located between Haojiang and Hong Kong Island, it is an out-and-out Chinese territory, and the communication network signal is of course covered in the country, so Ling Yun's mobile phone can be used normally. As usual, as soon as he turned on his mobile phone, he was bombarded with various notification sounds, and he finally calmed down after waiting for a long time. Ling Yun directly ignored all the messages, and then called Morong Feishue. Ling Yun? Morong Feishue answered almost instantly. Her uncontrollable excited voice came over immediately. It's me. Ling Yun smiled and immediately asked, where are you now? Morong Feishue immediately told Ling Yun her detailed address. That's not counting. After hanging up the phone, she immediately sent the exact location to Ling Yun's cell phone, for fear that Ling Yun would not be able to find her. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun appeared in front of Morong Feishue. He suddenly appeared from his invisible state, and he became a living person. Morong Feishue was dumbfounded. What? At that time, Morong Feishue only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and a person appeared out of nowhere in front of her, as if she had come out of the air. She screamed instinctively, but when she saw Ling Yun's face clearly, she immediately covered her face. Mouth. She couldn't believe it. She blinked hard first, then blinked hard again, rubbed her hands again, opened her beautiful eyes and looked again, and finally confirmed that the person standing in front of her was the person she had been thinking about day and night. Look again, it's me. Ling Yun was amused by Morong Feishue's appearance, and stood there with his hands in his pockets, smiling brightly. Immediately after that, Morong Feishue plunged into Ling Yun's embrace, her two arms tightly wrapped around him, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Ling Yun hugged her gently, not daring to use too much force, as if he was holding the most exquisite porcelain in the world, worried that it would be broken by accident. He felt very emotional. It was indeed too long since we parted. Ling Yun, how did you get in? After a long time, Morong Feishue gradually let go of her hand, escaped from Ling Yun's embrace, stepped back a little, stared at Ling Yun and asked. This is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel on Hong Kong Island, located in the International Commerce Center in West Kowloon, the presidential suite on the 117th floor. If a person doesn't have a room card, he can't get in at all. Of course it flew in. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed out the window, pretending to be angry and said, "This hotel is so well sealed, it made me go around a long way before I borrowed a window. Otherwise, I'll ask you to open the door ahead of time and what to do. I was scared to death by you. I thought you were joking with me." Morong Feishue covered her chest with one hand, and beat Ling Yun with the other. Only then did she remember that when Ling Yun was talking to her, she did ask her to open the door a few minutes after hanging up the phone, saying that there would be surprise. Morong Feishue did indeed open the door, otherwise Ling Yun wouldn't have been able to come in, but the surprise that Morong Feishue thought was not this. She thought that after Ling Yun knew her room number, she would arrange for someone to send flowers. In the end, Ling Yun gave her a big change, which was really a pleasant surprise. "Sit down first, I'll close the door first." Morong Feishue took a few steps, and wanted to close the door, but found that Ling Yun had already closed the door at some time. "I'm not thirsty." Ling Yun was still smiling, took Morong Feishue's hand, went to the sofa in the living room and sat down. "Let's talk for a while first. Ling Yun, you have changed a lot." After sitting down, Morong Feishue looked at Ling Yun bewilderedly, and said with a sigh. "Where has it changed? Has it become more handsome?" "No, that's one of them too." Morong Feishue admitted with a smile, and gave him another look. "It's the aura exuding from your whole body. How should I put it? You are so calm now." "What's the meaning?" "Now that you see me, you are like a guest. Have you forgotten how you bullied me the day I left Qingshui?" Morong Feishue meant something. The goddess obviously blamed her. Ling Yun could only smile wryly. "Sister, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 months. Morong Feishue immediately corrected. "To be exact, it's 3 months and 9 days. Ling Yun. He counted the days for a while, and thought it was true. It was October 17th, Unexpectedly Morong Feishue remembered it so clearly. I'm sorry, I have too many things to do, and I am busy with cultivation, so I am late. Ling Yan apologized very seriously. You don't need to apologize. I know you have a lot of things to do, so here, even if I have time occasionally, I didn't go back to Qingshui to disturb you. Fortunately, I can hear from you every few days. Morong Feishue looked at the invincible sea view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a little melancholy, and confided her heart. Ling Yan asked in surprise, didn't you come to Hong Kong Island to participate in a jewelry exchange meeting? Why did you stay here? You still say. Morong Feishue gave Ling Yan a hard-gouged look, and then explained, isn't it because you got those emeralds from Lord Jade back then? Especially the imperial green. After they made the first batch of jewelry, they first thought of taking it to Hong Kong Island for display and auction. Naturally, it became a hit, and the supply was simply in short supply. I was originally a jewelry designer, and I happened to come here to participate in the International Jewelry Exchange, and we have a branch in Tianchi Pavilion on Hong Kong Island, so I naturally became their best agent in Hong Kong Island. I'm so busy now. Ling Yan was stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself that it was so. He nodded and said with a smile, I know, no wonder, but you should be almost done by now, right? Yes. Morong Feishue smiled and said, you stopped supplying them a month ago. They have no supply, so I naturally have a lot of leisure. Originally, I planned to go back for Uncle Ling's birthday, but I heard Grandpa said, after you celebrate Uncle Ling's birthday, you will come directly to Hong Kong Island, so. She said a month ago, naturally in September, after Ling Yan participated in the Yi family's auction, he dug out chalcedony from the Emperor Greenstone King and the bunch of super candied haws, and then he immediately decided that those emeralds will never sell again. Whether it is the Emperor Greenstone King or the bunch of super candied haws, they are all top-level jade, and they all have an excellent effect of isolating spiritual energy. He is most suitable for making jade bottles of different sizes to hold elixirs. How can you still exchange money? What's more, no matter where Ling Yan goes now, he no longer needs to spend his own money. Hey, Feishue, let me show you some treasures. As he spoke, Ling Yan's divine mind moved, purple, white, red, yellow and black. Chalcedony of 5 colors were all taken out, and floated in front of Morong Feishue's eyes. Wow! This is... Morong Feishue was shocked and exclaimed. Chalcedony! The best chalcedony! Ling Yan smiled and explained, look again. With another movement of the divine mind, Ling Yan also took out the green chalcedony contained in the largest piece of imperial green, and it was also suspended in the air, shining brightly. My God! As expected of Morong Feishue, who specialized in jewelry, of course she knew what to buy, but she was still stunned. Whether it's the Emperor Greenstone King or the bunch of super candied haws, they all contain the best chalcedony inside. While speaking, Ling Yan took out the 2 huge stone kings. They were already riddled with holes, but they did not affect the quality of the top-grade jadeite at all. Of course, that piece of imperial green stone was too heavy. Ling Yan took it out and let Morong Feishue take a look, then immediately put it back into the taishu ring. Quick, put it all away. Morong Feishue came to her senses suddenly, and urgently urged Ling Yan. She lowered her voice and said, Hong Kong Island is an international metropolis. There are countless strange people like you. If they find out, they will definitely covet you. What are you thinking? Ling Yan was amused by Morong Feishue again, and patted her on the shoulder lightly. Don't worry, since I took it out, I won't be afraid of others thinking about it, and anyone who is not afraid of death, just come and grab it. Put it away. Who knew that Morong Feishue didn't listen to him at all, and had to force Ling Yan to take them all back, so she was relieved. These things, especially the chalcedony, will be of great use to me in the future, so I won't sell them in the future. Only then did Ling Yan explain with a smile. Morong Feishua nodded, expressing her understanding. Okay, tell me now, did anyone bully you when you were alone on Hong Kong Island? After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yan raised his eyebrows suddenly and asked about something serious. /book_. Morong Feishua suddenly stopped talking. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows again. Why, is there really someone who dares to bully you? Then he really entered the toilet with a lantern, looking for death. Nope. Morong Feishua's heart warmed. She glanced at Ling Yan, and quickly explained, I'm doing well here, and my business is going well, that's. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking of words, and said in a deep voice, occasionally, there will be one or two self-righteous people, relying on money and power, discussing business, or attending a party or other reasons, pester me endlessly. Ling Yan's expression darkened immediately. Morong Feishua is beautiful, and stays alone on Hong Kong Island again. After a long time, she will definitely attract the attention of men. It is normal that there are men around her who actively pursue her, otherwise, those men around will be blind. But Ling Yan knew that Morong Feishua had long since insisted on him not marrying, so he naturally had a way to reject these suitors, and Morong Feishua didn't bother to talk to him about this kind of matter. But now that Morong Feishua has said it out, it can only show that she is impatient with being entangled by the other party. One or two. I guess. Ling Yan smiled, but asked directly, who are they? Tell me. You must not misunderstand. When Morong Feishua saw Ling Yan's expression, he knew that he was angry, and quickly said, actually, most people are very sensible. As long as I tell them that I already have a boyfriend, they will retreat. There are only two people who stalk me all day because of our business relationship with Tianchi Pavilion. Fortunately, Hong Kong Island is a place where laws are respected. Although they are entangled, they dare not go too far. They dare. Ling Yan sneered, tell me who these two people are first? Hee, are you jealous? Morong Feishua glanced at Ling Yan and asked, deliberately. Ling Yan stared, nonsense. If it weren't for seeing you sitting here. Lao Tzu has already killed them and cut off their lifeblood to feed the dogs. Do not worry. Morong Feishua first gave Ling Yan a reassurance. Those two people, one named Lu Chuanxiong, is an investment tycoon in Hong Kong Island, but he is over 50 now, and he is half an old man. The other is Bao Chong. He is the son of Bao Dasheng, a Hong Kong jewelry tycoon. He is just a playboy. Lu Chuanxiong, Bao Chong. Ling Yan memorized these two names silently, and then asked, they didn't dare to do anything to you, did they? Of course not. Morong Feishua answered decisively, and then smiled sweetly, if it was true, I would have asked my grandpa to call you over. Well. That's about the same. Ling Yan nodded and said with a smile, however, they dare to pester you like this, and I can't just let them go so easily, I have to let them both suffer a little bit, so as to improve their memory. It's up to you. Morong Feishua had been disturbed for a long time, and she simply didn't refute, but looked at Ling Yan affectionately, and kept smiling happily. Unlike in Qingshui City, this kind of pure, unrestrained world of two people who can say whatever they want, and don't have to worry about anyone breaking in suddenly, makes Morong Feishua feel extremely relaxed. Feishua, let me show you one more thing. What? Look by yourself. With a movement of Ling Yan's divine thought, the human king's seal automatically flew out from between his eyebrows, from small to large, first becoming the size of the original Tianchi, and quietly suspended in front of Morong Feishua. My God! This is the celestial seal I gave you. Morong Feishua lost her voice in shock. That's right, it's your family's ancestral treasure, Tianchi. But now I call it Renwang Yin. You continue to read. While speaking, under the control of Ling Yan's thoughts, the human king's seal began to emit a scorching white light, and gradually became larger until it was more than 1 meter square. How could it be like this? Morong Feishue couldn't believe her eyes, and covered her mouth all of a sudden. This is a magic weapon, and it is an extremely rare magic weapon in our cultivation world. Ling Yun didn't hide anything, and directly told the truth about Tianqi, and then asked, Feishue, think about it carefully, do your ancestors have any powerful origins, or have experienced some huge changes? Human Wang Yin is too miraculous. Ling Yun really wants to know the true origin of this magic weapon through Morong Feishue. Unexpectedly, after Morong Feishue thought about it for a while, she frowned and shook her head. I don't know, except that Grandpa told me that Tianqi is our family's ancestral treasure. He never told me anything else. Ling Yun. Okay. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, and slowly made the seal of the King of Kings smaller, and finally turned it into a pinprick of light, which was retracted between the eyebrows. Feishue, don't care about the origin of this celestial seal for now, but if my prediction is correct, there should have been a cultivator like me in your ancestors. Ling Yun talked, and finally asked the question, so? He made a long sound on purpose. Morong Feishue asked in surprise, so what? Ling Yun chuckled, so you should also start to practice. With your aptitude, as long as you practice a little bit, from now on ordinary people, such as Lu Chuanxiong and Bao Chong, will never dare to pester you again. Real? Morong Feishue's beautiful eyes lit up, but they darkened in an instant. But I'm over 20 years old, isn't it too late? Ling Yun smiled, without saying a word. For the next 3 days, Ling Yun left everything behind and concentrated on being with Morong Feishue. The two of them stayed together and flew around Hong Kong Island. They almost visited all the places that Morong Feishue thought were fun. However, playing was just a superficial appearance. During these 3 days, Ling Yun told Morong Feishue seriously about cultivation from the shallow to the deep, from the surface to the inside, so that she could truly understand cultivation and what cultivation really is all about. In addition to telling the story, Ling Yun also practiced it personally. Like Zheng Ying, he personally took Morong Feishue to experience the flying sky and sea, allowing her to fully understand what the world of cultivators is like. 3 days later, on October 20th, the 15th day of the 9th lunar month. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a full moon hangs in the sky. Today, Ling Yun and Morong Feishue had already left the hotel and came to Paul's single-family villa. This villa is far away from the urban area of Hong Kong Island. It is located on an isolated island in the south of Lama Island. It is built on the hillside, not to mention people around, and you can't even see other houses. This is one of the properties that Paul bought on Hong Kong Island back then. It can be said that he bought the entire isolated island, but unlike ordinary people, Paul did not do it for investment appreciation, but for the convenience of his own living. The reason is simple: he is a vampire. In order not to be discovered by humans, of course it is better to live in as remote a place as possible. Ling Yun's breakthrough was imminent, and because he was worried that breaking through the late stage of Qi training would cause too much noise, he picked this place at a glance and asked Paul to clean it up in advance, and moved here today. Feishue, do you remember what I told you these days? In the bedroom, Ling Yun smiled all over his face and asked Morong Feishue. Okay. Morong Feishue's pretty face flushed. She already knew what Ling Yun was going to do, so she just nodded slightly. The two have been together like glue for 3 days, and their relationship has heated up. The strangeness of reunion after a long absence when they first met has long since disappeared. When the time comes, don't just focus on enjoying yourself, and leave the matter of cultivation behind. Screw you. Ha ha. That night, the window paper between Ling Yun and Morong Feishue was finally broken. The two were lingering overnight, Shuang and Xiao. Ling Yun came naturally, easily broke through the late stage of Qi training, and directly reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi training. Tonight, 13 days have passed since Ling Yun reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training outside the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. In fact, with Ling Yan's talent and the fact that he is retaking the path of cultivation, if he really wants to pursue the realm and break through it, he doesn't need to wait so long, let alone rely on the method of dual cultivation. If Ling Yan is purely pursuing cultivation speed and cultivation realm, then he is at least at the peak of foundation establishment now. But Ling Yan obviously didn't want these things. He resumed his path of cultivation. From the beginning to the end, what he wanted was nothing more than a natural success. You will never take a step ahead, and you will never lag behind. When the realm is perfect, round and free, when it is time to break through, you don't need to gnash your teeth to break through, let alone rely on various external assistance, and you will naturally enter the next level of realm. This is called success. The great world of cultivation is boundless, and the sects of cultivation are like needles in a pine forest, innumerable. Naturally, there are more geniuses of cultivation, but when it comes to cultivation, if you want to do every step, there are very few geniuses who know the words "it will come when it happens," not one in a million. Even Ling Yan himself, who is in the big world of comprehension, also has crazy breakthroughs, and when he breaks through the border by tricks, it may be because of this that Ling Yan failed to hold the last terrifying purple divine thunder when he was crossing the tribulation. Of course, Ling Yan didn't know that the real reason for his failure to cross the tribulation was not like this. Therefore, in this life, every step of Ling Yan's cultivation, he didn't deliberately pursue the speed of cultivation, let alone use tricks. He was honest and down to earth, and only when he was sure that there would be no regrets and future troubles would he step into the next realm. There are tens of thousands of ways to cultivate truth, and the first one is a solid foundation. Once the foundation is not firmly established, there will be 2 lines of tears when crossing the catastrophe. A bloody lesson. This kind of self-cultivation, although it seems a little slow at the beginning, is accumulated steadily, and the more you practice, the faster it will be, and you will not worry about creating demons. For others to practice, breaking through a barrier is like attacking a city and pulling out a stronghold, and often when it comes to breaking through, it's like soldiers approaching the city, like facing a big enemy. It's also like crossing a single plank bridge. When crossing the border, be careful as if walking on thin ice. I'm afraid that if one is not careful, all previous efforts will be wasted, and you will go crazy, and your cultivation will be completely ruined. But Ling Yan is just the opposite, because before he breaks through, the breakthrough gate has already been opened, as if the channel has already been dug, just waiting for the water to come. The water comes, flows through, and then fills the canal, and the breakthrough is successful up. So his avenue of comprehension is the real avenue, and the road will only get wider and wider. Therefore, for Ling Yan's breakthrough this time, he chose to practice together with Murong Feishue, not because he needed the help of Murong Feishue's purine energy, but because he just happened to catch up with the opportunity. It happened to be the breakthrough time. Murong Feishue was by his side, and Ling Yan had the method of dual cultivation, so why not take her on the road of cultivation? Murong Feishue's aptitude is on par with Chao Shanshan's. Although compared to Chao Shanshan, she lacks a piece of immortal aura in her body, but the current Ling Yan is far from the peak of the second level of Qi training. What's more, in the past 3 days, Ling Yan has taught Murong Feishue everything he could, not only imparting exercises suitable for her cultivation, but also constantly using Yin-Yang Qi to help her recuperate her body, using Yin-Yang 5-element flames to temper her physical meridians, coupled with the mysterious and yellow immortal aura released by the willow of ghosts and gods, drinking dragon saliva. After these 3 days, one can imagine the benefits Murong Feishue got. After 1 night of double cultivation, Murong Feishue not only opened up the second meridian of Ren and Du, but also broke through the entrance of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, and his realm steadily reached the peak of the second level of Qi training. Of course, just like Chao Shanshan back then, Murong Feishue has also become a strange cultivator who has an empty realm but doesn't know how to use any exercises. But now that the realm is established, it will be much easier to practice the exercises, so Ling Yan is not in a hurry. because it will take half a month for Morong Feishue to adapt to this realm. Feishue, take a good rest here, I'll go out first. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun suddenly left Morong Feishue's body and floated out of bed. Not surprisingly, the coercion of heaven came again, and Ling Yun had to find a place to overcome the tribulation. Well, come back soon. Morong Feishue's tender body was soft, her eyelids were weak, she hadn't escaped from the ecstasy and wondered just now, she just nodded drowsily. Rest assured. Ling Yun smiled softly, disappeared in stealth, came outside the villa, went straight up in stealth, and then flew towards the southern sea. Jia Yun above his head was like a black ink mountain, chasing Ling Yun closely. Ling Yun went from the peak of the 6th level of Qi training to the peak of the 7th level of Qi training. Although it is said that he has only crossed one realm, this realm is different from other realms. Because this is from the middle stage of Qi training to the late stage of Qi training, the leap of this realm and the increased strength far exceed the usual 3 realms. This is another qualitative change. The most direct manifestation is Ling Yun's flying speed. In the past, the speed at which Ling Yun galloped at full speed was 8 times the speed of sound, but now, he moves at will, just flying at a leisurely pace, which is 8 times the speed of sound casually. If it gallops, it can already reach 24 times the speed of sound. That is, 8 kilometers per second. This speed, in terms of science, just exceeds the first cosmic speed. In other words, if Ling Yun is willing, he can fly outside the Earth's atmosphere, chase satellites, and circle the Earth in space. Some people may ask, although Ling Yun can reach this speed, does he dare to reach this speed? Will the terrifying speed tear the flesh apart? Of course Ling Yun dared, not to mention that he had a Hunyuan Qi shield to protect his body, but with his pure physical body, he could also accept this speed without any injuries. Because the Dian Gathering Stars treasure was prepared for this day. The 3rd realm of Dian Gathering Stars treasure art is the realm of no harm, no poison, no fear of water and fire, no fear of cold and heat. Ling Yun has worked so hard to practice for so long, in order to be able to travel into space, otherwise it would be useless. Physical training and Qi training complement each other and are indispensable. The same increase as the speed is the distance of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness. After breaking through the late stage of Qi training, the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness has increased by nearly 10 times again, and the range of spiritual consciousness can reach hundreds of miles away. Take the head of the enemy 100 miles away. Frankly speaking, even Ling Yun himself did not expect such a terrifying surge in strength before he broke through. Because of this breakthrough, the sea of consciousness between his brows has tripled in size. But the expansion of the sea of consciousness between eyebrows is not the main reason. The most important thing is the development of Ling Yun's brain domain. The realm of Qi training is to refine Qi, to transform into gods. To reach the late stage of Qi training, the most important thing is to develop the brain domain of the practitioner, and the various supernatural powers of the practitioner come from this. It wasn't until tonight's breakthrough that Ling Yun finally understood that when the Earth Emperor's book flew into his dantian under the pit that day, there was a fairy trace in front of his eyes, what the human emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book had done to him together. That was Ling Yun's first time going down to the Tianqing. When the fairy trail appeared, the cosmic starry sky appeared in front of Ling Yun's eyes, but it was not the real cosmic starry sky, but the starry sea in his brain. The book of the Earth Emperor reveals the fairy tales, causing Ling Yun's brain to appear in the sea of stars, and then the human emperor lights up the star road. What is actually lit is not the stars of the real universe, but the sea of stars in Ling Yun's brain. Such a heaven-defying operation, in fact, there were 2 times before and after the human emperor's pen. The one Ling Yun saw with his own eyes was to light up the 108 stars in Yi Xingchen's eyebrows and sea of consciousness, but he never dreamed that the human emperor's pen had already in his mind, he had already acted it out. And that time, the Renhuang pen lit up the entire ancient starry sky road, and there was not a single star falling along the way, which is simply too numerous to count. This star path, of course, was drawn out by the Renhuang pen according to the memory in Ling Yan's mind. In today's terms, it is actually the countless neurons in Ling Yan's mind. With Ren Huangbi's character, he never does boring things. Ling Yan thinks about it now. It turned out that at that time, Ren Huangbi had already prepared for him to break through and develop his brain in the later stage of Qi training. This is just one of them. The other thing that caused Ling Yan's strength to skyrocket was the bluish celestial aura that had been entrenched in Ling Yan's mind all along, and that Ling Yan could never find. Now Ling Yan didn't need to look for it anymore, he had completely discovered it, entrenched in the starry sky of Ling Yan's mind. It was blue, hazy, and mysterious. Hee, little guy, can't you think of it? Just as Ling Yan was flying and looking inside his mind at the starry sky, the human emperor's pen tool spirit suddenly rushed out of Ling Yan's sea of consciousness between the brows, and directly manifested in human form, standing side by side with Ling Yan, talking to him cheerfully, with a proud face on his face. Thank you, Senior, that's how it is. Ling Yan quickly stopped, turned around, and gave a deep salute to Renhuang's pen tool spirit to express his gratitude. Well, you don't have to thank me. Ren Huangbi avoided it calmly, and did not accept Ling Yan's courtesy. The way I did it back then did consume a lot of my vitality. I wouldn't be able to do it without the help of the Emperor's book. Ren Huangbi was cheerful and confessed frankly. But you didn't reach the realm before, so it's meaningless to tell you this, so I don't bother to say it. Fortunately, now that you have reached this state, my painstaking efforts have not been in vain. Overall, the effect is very good. In the late stage of Qi training, you don't need to deliberately polish your realm anymore, just reincarnate and recultivate. What a joke. Besides, there are me and that book guarding you. Ling Yan was a little embarrassed when he heard the words reincarnation and recultivation in Renhuang's pen. He thought that if he didn't tell the truth, he was still a good friend. Ren Huangbi knew what Ling Yan was thinking, so he didn't point it out, just smiled cheerfully. When you reach this level, you are not far from foundation building. You must remember that in addition to practicing those combat skills, you must ponder over and over again the thousands of ancient characters that entered your mind at the beginning. Benefit. When Ren Huangbi said this, his expression was extremely serious. He glanced at Ling Yan again, and then raised his head to look at Jia Yun above his head. Haha, I finally know that my heart hurts, but I don't want to be reconciled. Those two gangsters are here to give you gifts again, so you can take them all as they are ordered. After finishing speaking, the Renhuang brush turned into a golden light and flew directly into the center of Ling Yan's eyebrows. Ling Yan. If you don't understand this chapter, there is a big foreshadowing ahead. You can go back and read chapters 331 and 332. Ling Yan was indeed very speechless. There were very few people who dared to describe his heavenly tribulation as a two-handed gift. For Ling Yan, as long as Tianjia can't kill him, Tianjia is indeed a gift from heaven, a gift, it's true. But if the heavenly tribulation is a gift, then the person in charge of the heavenly tribulation, or the Tao of heaven, will become the second pole in the mouth of the human emperor's pen tool. Ren Huangbi Qiling is indeed qualified to say this. When he and Dai Wangshu helped Ling Yan snatch Ning Lingyu's gift from heaven, Ling Yan still vividly remembers the majesty he showed. This sentence, Ling Yan smiled, but he was not thinking about this sentence at the moment, but the previous sentence. I finally know that my heart hurts, but I am not reconciled. Although Ren Huangbi Qiling didn't say who it was, Ling Yan didn't need to think about it to know that the person who knew his heart was distressed, and the person who was unwilling, was the second pole in Ren Huangbi's mouth. The meaning of this is far-reaching. Ling Yan is terrified when he thinks carefully, because even he can feel it. Although the robbery cloud above his head is terrifying and abnormal, it is several times stronger than the superposition of the robbery cloud of Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Qingyao 6 days ago, but there is something hidden in it. The energy is at most the level of the 5 elements tribulation thunder, and it is even slightly inferior. Ling Yan had survived the 5 elements tribulation thunder when he was practicing at the 5th level of Qi, and now at the peak level of Qi training at the 7th level, his strength has skyrocketed again, facing the same level of tribulation thunder. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Therefore, under the terrifying coercion of heaven, Ling Yan can not only fly leisurely, but also easily raise his head to observe the cloud of calamity above his head. Thinking to kill me time and time again, but knowing that I can't be killed, and seeing that I'm in a bad situation, I have to kill, so there is such an inexplicable catastrophe. Ling Yan had no pressure, was thinking deeply, and once again thought of the human emperor's pen tool spirit. When he was snatching the gift from heaven, the thunder and lightning hands suddenly appeared in the void. Whose hand is that? No matter whose hand it is, it must have something to do with Ninglingyu. Thinking of Ninglingyu now, who was far away in Kunlun Mountains, but seemed to have disappeared, without any news, Ling Yan's heart gradually sank. Hey, where did I fly to? The coercion of heaven is getting heavier and heavier. When Ling Yan gradually came back to his senses in deep thought, he suddenly realized that he had already passed his destination, facing the vast sea. He no longer knew how far he had flown. Originally, Ling Yan had planned to go to the small island where he refined those chaotic qi a few days ago to survive the catastrophe, but the contemplation just now had already flown too far. He raised his eyes and looked around, but he didn't know where he was. There was no other way. Ling Yan had no choice but to take out his communicator, looked at the location, and only then did he know his exact location. Nansha Islands. He was in the sky over the South China Sea, flew straight south for more than 1,200 kilometers, and had already arrived at the southern waters of the South China Sea. Well, I heard from Zhou that the South China Sea hasn't stopped much recently. Since I'm here, I just took a look around. Ling Yan muttered in his mouth, thinking that if he came, he would be safe, so he might as well just take a tour. Boom. He suddenly magnified his spiritual consciousness to the limit, covering the surrounding sea area with him as the center and a radius of 100 miles. Then Ling Yan found 3 ships, to be precise, it should be 3 destroyers, distributed in a character shape, 100 miles southeast of Ling Yan, swaggering slowly from east to west, just broke into Ling Yan's within the range of consciousness. Huh? This is a ship from the United States. How dare you invade my Nansha waters so blatantly? Are you bullying me that there is no one in China? Ling Yan immediately saw the flag on the destroyer, raised his eyebrows, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. I'm really sorry, if you don't come sooner or later, just happen to be bumped into by the young master, then you deserve it. Before the words finished, Ling Yan immediately disappeared, and then flew towards the location of the 3 ships without any haste. Oh, cake shop. What the hell? A minute later, a scout on the lead ship of the 3 destroyers was the first to discover the abnormal scene in the sky, and was immediately shocked. What's wrong? The scout's shocked voice immediately attracted the attention of the people around him, and one of them, a lieutenant, hurriedly asked. Reporting to the lieutenant, I observed a large black cloud suddenly appearing in the northern sky, and it is flying towards our ship. In fact, he didn't need to report at all, because at this time, the big black cloud had quickly come over the 3 ships, and all the U.S. Navy standing on the deck had seen it. Oh cake! Fack! What's going on here? Didn't the forecast say that this sea area is extremely clear and calm tonight? Why did such a large group of black clouds suddenly come? Those American soldiers were stunned for a moment. They raised their heads one by one, looking at the robbery cloud the size of a mountain peak, and there were huge electric snakes rushing out of it from time to time. They were all stunned and dumbfounded. The appearance of this black cloud was too strange. Not only did it fly over from the northern seas, but it also stopped suddenly, hanging over the 3 destroyers, and slowly drifting eastward with them. Of course this was done by Ling Yun, but it's a pity that he was invisible, and the soldiers on the ship couldn't see him at all. Oh my god, this black cloud contains astonishing lightning energy, and there is a high possibility of thunderstorms, so hurry up and ask the captain. The personnel on the ship who were in charge of analyzing the abnormal weather quickly detected the results and reported to their superiors as soon as possible. Turn on the horsepower at full speed, turn the rudder to the left, drive to the south, and quickly evacuate from this sea area. Everyone on the deck, quickly seek shelter to prevent being struck by lightning. The captain immediately issued 2 orders to evacuate decisively. Unfortunately, it's too late. Boom, click. Just when those Navy soldiers were diving into the ships with their heads in their hands, looking for shelters to avoid, the long-planned thunder of heaven and earth struck down in the air. An electric light as thick as a bucket flashed across, hitting Ling Yun's body with incomparable accuracy, and he had no choice but to escape from the invisible state. Oh, what a cake! We have one more person on board. Oh my god, it's an enemy attack. Ling Yun's figure appeared on the deck of the first ship. When the lightning flashed, he happened to be seen by the observer. He was so frightened that he immediately desperately yelled. No, no, no. At this time, Ling Yun couldn't hide his figure anymore. He stood in the middle of the deck with a smile on his face, and waved to the observer. It's not an enemy attack, I just happened to pass by, and let you feel it by the way. The taste of being invaded. Ling Yun communicated with the other party in fluent English, and then waved his hand. Go in. The observer suddenly felt that he could no longer control his body, he flew upside down, and was thrown into the cabin of the ship by Ling Yun. Ling Yun just wanted to frighten them severely and teach them a lesson, but he didn't want to hurt their lives. Boom, click. Boom. Click. After the first thunderbolt fell, it was followed by the second, and the third. The first ship was the first to suffer. Not only did all the electronic equipment on the ship fail, and it was completely cut off from the outside world, but the deck was struck by lightning, electric snakes ran wild, and everywhere was scorched. At this moment, the ship was in complete chaos. The ship was made of iron and steel. Although the Marines got into the cabin, they could still see the electric snakes running around in the cabin. A pot of porridge. Find insulators, insulators. Never touch metal. Someone in the cabin quickly issued an order. Fire, fire, attack. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Immediately afterwards, tongues of fire froze around Ling Yun, and gunshots rang out intensively. The enemy has fallen on their ships, and the only weapons they can use are guns. Ling Yun had already encountered this kind of scene when he was on the Diaogui Island, but he was still in the stage of body training, and it was extremely difficult to deal with it, but at this moment, he relied on the Dian Juxing treasure Ju in vulnerable state, treat those bullets as if they didn't matter. In the hail of guns and bullets, lightning strikes one after another, and the sky and earth reflected are dazzling and bright, and the tongue of fire is hesitating, but Ling Yun is strolling in the courtyard, leisurely. Those various bullets, after hitting his body, fell to the ground one after another, unable to hurt him at all. 2 minutes later, the gunshots all around suddenly disappeared. It's useless at all, what a fart. Surrender, we surrender. The Supreme Commander on the first ship dropped his weapon first, and suddenly shouted from the cabin. Ling Yun naturally heard it, but he smiled and shook his head. Surrender is fine, but surrender alone is not enough. I will give you half an hour to evacuate, but please note that I don't care how you evacuate. These 3 ships must stay, otherwise we will be back. Brush. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the deck immediately, and Jian in the sky naturally chased him. 10 seconds later, Ling Yun flew to a position 30 kilometers away from the 3 ships, but he didn't stop, but with that cloud of calamity, he quickly circled the 3 ships. He was clearly telling the other party that if he wanted to escape, there was no way. However, in his consciousness, Lingyan noticed that the missiles of the other two ships of the other side were aimed at him at the same time. I advise you, don't think about hitting me with missiles. I can guarantee that if your missiles dare to launch, I will wipe out your entire army immediately. The commanders of the three ships fell silent at the same time after realizing that the other party was clearly 30 kilometers away, but they could still see every move on their own ship clearly. This is the most mysterious cultivator in China. I believe he must have this ability. At his flying speed, our missiles can't hit him at all. Evacuate. After a brief exchange, the three commanders decisively ordered the evacuation. All crew members abandoned the ship and left in lifeboats. 3 ships, adding up to thousands of people, evacuated at the same time, an absolute big scene. Goodbye. Don't come here again. I won't be so polite next time. At this time, Lingyan was fighting the third wave of tribulation thunder in the lightning forest. All kinds of flying swords and magic weapons were flying around his body, and he still didn't forget to say hello to him. One person crushed 3 ships, and no one on the other side dared to say a word, but just fled silently. Of course, Lingyan was merciful, otherwise, he only needed to use the Wanshui immortal art, and a 100-meter wave would sink these 3 ships into the bottom of the sea. In the night sky, there is a bright full moon on one side, and the telescreen connecting the sky and the sea on the other. Such a strange scene has already frightened thousands of people out of their courage. They swear that this night, they met a devil, even scarier than the devil. There is no need for Lingyan to remind them. If they are killed, they will never dare to step into the South China Sea. At least these thousands of people must be like this. After another hour, Lingyan's tribulation was over. He flew over and landed on the lead ship again. Where the consciousness shrouded, there was no one on the 3 huge destroyers. Lingyan smiled and took out Tianzu's communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi directly. Old Zhou, I just bought 3 destroyers for the country. Yes, they are American products. 2 of them are intact, and the electronic equipment of the other one is malfunctioning. You should send someone to drive away. == The Day Group protects the country. Now Lingyan and Zhou Wenyi are both the great elders of the Sky Team, and of course they share the same hatred. When they heard that Lingyan had acquired 3 American destroyers, Zhou Wenyi immediately burst into a smile, but after listening to a few words, the expression on his face, the smile faded away. Hurry up and send someone to drive away? Zhou Wenyi was dumbfounded and froze on the spot, and quickly asked, what about the people on the ship? You won't be slaughtered, will you? Zhou Wenyi is in charge of the Huaxia team. Although he manages the affairs of the cultivation world, at his level, even if he doesn't care about military affairs, he knows the approximate value of a destroyer, the approximate number of crew members on each ship, and the 3 ships. There are at least 1,000 crew members, plus officers. If Lingyan is all slaughtered, then this matter will become a big deal. Lingyan laughed, haha, old Zhou, don't worry. I still know the seriousness. I didn't kill anyone. I just let them go back in a lifeboat. Now these 3 ships are empty. I can't play around. That's why I came to you, help. Thank goodness. After hearing this, Zhou Wenyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it's a good thing you didn't mess around, and then asked wonderingly, you didn't kill anyone, so how did you make them give up their resistance and obediently abandon the ship and escape? As far as I know, according to the weapons and equipment on each of their ships, it is difficult for you to deal with it alone, let alone 3 ships. Hey, that's because the weapons I bring are better than theirs. Lingyan chuckled, and said mysteriously, I came here with an electric, just scaring them will scare them to death. With electricity? Zhou Wenyi was even more confused. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I just broke through tonight, and those who brought Jieyun here to cross the robbery happened to bump into them, so I can only blame them for being unlucky. Zhou Wenyi. he thought that this is okay? However, he thought about the terrifying scene where the three core figures of the Ling family crossed the tribulation at the same time not long ago, and when he thought about Ling Yan's current strength, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Others would definitely not be able to, but if it was Ling Yan, then he would definitely be fine. You let them go back? Do they know your identity? Old Joe, don't worry, I guarantee they didn't even see my face clearly. Zhou Wenyi blinked after hearing this. So, are you a pirate? Hijacked their 3 ships? Ling Yan nodded and smiled. Yes, that's what it means. They suffered from being dumb this time. When we negotiate later, let's ask him some questions. At most, we can just say that they encountered a mysterious incident. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Wenyi was completely relieved, and laughed heartily. Then I understand, I will report it now. You send me the location immediately, and then guard there, waiting for our people to pass by. The 3 destroyers, each worth at least $1 billion, were robbed by Ling Yan just like that, and Zhou Wenyi was so excited that he hung up the communicator and got busy. On Ling Yan's side, according to Zhou Wenyi's request, he sent him his location first, and then waited for his own people to come over. But at this time it was only 3:30 in the morning. Ling Yan didn't wait any longer. He flew up to 1,000 meters high again, taking advantage of the full moon in the sky, and frantically practiced the Great Expansion Gathering Stars secret art again. The power of the lunar moonlight turned into an orange streak, completely covering Ling Yan's whole body, and at the same time, the power of billions of stars in the sky also turned into countless shining silk threads, continuously pouring towards his body, which was incomparably miraculous. After entering the cultivation state again, Ling Yan finally had time to start looking inside and check himself. This time, he first focused on his dantian. After entering the late stage of qi training, Ling Yan's miraculous dantian shrinks again. The volume is like a shot put, and the vortex of yin and yang qi inside it also shrinks several times. But the rotation speed of the vortex speeds up dozens of times, just like Zhou Tianxing in the 2 yin and yang fish eyes. The speed of self-generation of yin and yang is already like a volcanic eruption, and the huge yin and yang qi that is produced immediately merges into the vortex. Under the rapid rotation, yin and yang have long been difficult to distinguish. Chaos. In the chaos, even if Ling Yan concentrated his consciousness with all his strength, he could only see 3 things clearly. The golden dragon conceived in the dantian still emits dazzling golden light, with its fangs and claws, lifelike, as if alive. There is also the rough thunder pool he opened up, which played a huge role when he crossed the tribulation just now, mainly to collect the energy of those tribulation thunders. Now it has grown more than 3 times, and there are various colored electric snakes in it. The thunder and lightning struck out automatically, hitting the golden dragon's body, which was very miraculous. The last thing is the Emperor's book. From Ling Yan's point of view, it still hasn't changed much. It is still floating in the chaotic dantian, helping Ling Yan stabilize the thunder pool and suppress the dantian. The yin and yang true energy comes out of the dantian, travels along the meridians, and then enters the sea of consciousness between the brows, transforming into a massive amount of divine energy. The speed is so fast that even Ling Yan himself can no longer quantify it, whether it is used for fighting or for developing the brain. Domain, more than enough. Ling Yan had anticipated these changes after the breakthrough, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. What he cared about were the new changes in his body. The new changes come from meridians and acupuncture points. The meridians are divided into the 12 orthodox meridians and the 8 extra meridians. After reaching the 7th level of qi training, there are 6 yang meridians in Ling Yan's 12 orthodox meridians, and 3 yang meridians among the 8 extra meridians, Yang Qiao meridian and Yang Wei meridian, and the Du meridian. The 9 meridians began to shine, especially the acupuncture points on these meridians, which were even more dazzling. Even Ling Yan had never experienced this kind of sudden change before. But he knew that the reason why these meridians became like this was related to the lighting up of the starry sky in his brain domain. In the late stage of Qi training, the main ability is the main change. The swaying pulse governs the opening and closing of the eyes and the movement of the lower limbs. Yang Weimai, Weiluo Zhiyang. The governor's channel is the yang meridian of the governor's body, known as the Sea of Yang channels. Ling Yin smiled. In the late stage of breakthrough Qi training, the 9 yang meridians in the body were lit up, and he knew better than anyone what it meant. He will get at least 2 brand new abilities, Tianyantong and Tianzutong. In addition, the 9 yang veins are lit up, and Ling Yin can practice the divine martial pure yang immortal art arbitrarily, and he no longer has to worry about the imbalance of yin and yang in his body. In other words, Ling Yin can practice Ichi Yin Yang Ju and Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue at the same time in the future. The Renhuang brush is a thing of the most yang, and it really focuses on practicing the method of pure yang. Ling Yin chuckled, muttering in his heart. Of course, if I don't let you practice the technique of beating people, will I help you practice the technique of being beaten? In the mind, the voice of Renhuang's pen tool spirit suddenly sounded. Thank you, Senior, you will not be disappointed. After a brief exchange, Ling Yin stopped looking inside and concentrated on his cultivation. Boom. After another hour, Ling Yin successfully broke through the realm, and finally broke through the 6th small realm of the harmless realm of the Dian Gathering Stars treasure. He immediately received his power, descended from the sky, and returned to the ship. In the sky above the sea in the distance, there are 6 helicopters flying rapidly. Of the 6 helicopters, 4 of them landed on the lead ship where Ling Yin was located, and the remaining 2 landed on the other 2 ships respectively. From the 4 planes that landed on the first ship, a total of more than 60 people got off. Most of them were dark-skinned, fit and strong, with firm eyes. When they came to the deck, they immediately lined up automatically. Although none of these people were wearing military uniforms, Ling Yin knew at a glance that they were all well-trained soldiers, and they should be the best special forces. Because Ling Yin was on top of them, they could more or less see the shadows of Lin Jinggang and Chao Tianlong in their gestures. Salute! After everyone stood in line, the leader waved his hand lightly and quickly brought the team to Ling Yin, turned around and gave him a standard military salute. Brush. The movements are uniform. No one spoke, but Ling Yin saw reverence from their fiery eyes. I'm Li Bo, the captain of the Skyhawk Squadron. I'm leading the team to report. According to the instructions of our superiors, we are responsible for inspecting and receiving these 3 ships. Please instruct. The person leading the team was called Li Bo, and after the ceremony, he immediately spoke to Ling Yin. Ling Yin smiled slightly, and said softly, Captain Li, I'm not a soldier, so you don't have to be polite. I don't know anything about these steel things, so without further ado, let everyone do their own work first. Ling Yin noticed that the people who landed on the other 2 intact ships had already quickly entered the cabin and started to work nervously. Considering the power of the current military technology, Ling Yin knew that he must race against time, otherwise, if the evacuated Americans returned to the base, if the other party decided to retaliate, the consequences would be disastrous. Yes. Ling Yin understood this, and Li Bo naturally understood even more, so he didn't talk too much nonsense. With a sudden wave of his hand, the team dispersed immediately, and dozens of people rushed into the cabin one after another, and began to carry out various inspections and maintenance on the first ship. However, Li Bo did not leave. After everyone dispersed, he immediately came to Ling Yin with a smile, gave a standard military salute again, and said in a low voice, Sir. According to the superior's instructions, from the time we arrive here until we drive these 3 ships to their destination, everything we do will follow your orders. At the same time, all of us here also need your protection. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look around, and reminded in a low voice, because these 3 ships are too valuable, the sea area we are in at the moment is extremely unsafe and is very likely to be attacked. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Yun knew what was going on and just nodded with a smile. Thank you, sir. Li Bo expressed his thanks, and then said excitedly, you know, when we received the order, everyone's blood boiled with enthusiasm. Although everyone here can't say anything, we all admire you in our hearts. It's just a trifle. Ling Yin smiled and shook his head, I'm causing you trouble. Mr. is serious, we are too happy to be happy. Li Bo didn't expect Ling Yin to be so eloquent, and he cheered up, sir, among the 3 ships, only ours is a guided missile destroyer, and the other 2 are cruisers. They all belong to the same aircraft carrier fleet. It is the Reagan ship. The frigate of the aircraft carrier. Ah, so that's how it is. Ling Yin couldn't help laughing, knowing that he was making a joke because he didn't know anything about military affairs, but after thinking about it, he asked, do you know where the USS Reagan is parked now? Li Bo immediately said, yes, it's just southeast of here, 300 nautical miles away from us. Ha ha. Ling Yun was amused when he heard it, no wonder they fled to the southeast. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry. I guarantee they won't dare to attack us. Huh. Li Bo was stunned, very surprised, don't dare to attack us? Why? Because they don't dare to gamble, and they don't want to lose a big one because they don't want to take these 3 ships, and lose another aircraft carrier for nothing. Ling Yun was mysterious, but said confidently. Li Bo was stunned. Do you still have a way to deal with an aircraft carrier? Okay. Ling Yun nodded, if they really pissed me off, they would sink him in minutes. Li Bo was speechless. He just looked at Ling Yun with the eyes of a monster. He really wanted to tell him about military knowledge, how many advanced weapons and how many fighter jets an aircraft carrier carries. But he remained silent. Because the one in front of me, the master who got 3 ships without bloodshed alone. Why, don't you believe me? Ling Yin smiled and looked at Li Bo, he was bored and suddenly wanted to play a joke on him. Whoosh! What? Before Li Bo could react, he felt his body lighten, his feet suddenly lifted off the ground, and then he was firmly on the ground again. He widened his eyes and looked again, and suddenly found that he had landed on another ship. The 3 ships appeared in the shape of a zigzag, at least 1 nautical mile apart from each other, and he just came over without even a second. This. Ling Yin smiled and asked, at this speed, you think their missile torpedoes can hit me? If it's a single missile, it might be difficult, but if a bunch of them hit at the same time. Li Bo forgot to be surprised, and actually helped Ling Yun analyze it seriously. They didn't have that chance at all. Ling Yun suddenly disappeared in place, and he was talking beside Li Bo in a hidden form. When Li Bo opened his mouth and looked around, he suddenly appeared, they can't even find the target. Walk. With a movement of Ling Yun's mind, he took out the waterproof beads, grabbed Li Bo, and flew into the sea, and instantly came to the bottom of another cruiser. Regardless of the other party's dumbfounded, Ling Yun raised his head, looked at the steel above his head, and talked eloquently. Captain Li, you said that if we dug a big hole in the bottom of the ship in an instant, wouldn't it be true that some kind of aircraft carrier would sink as well? Li Bo nodded blankly, his 3 views were completely subverted by Ling Yun. But he still couldn't help it, and said by accident, such a large ship, the steel plate at the bottom of them is very thick. In my eyes, even a few meters thick is useless. Ling Yun said something with a smile, and then stopped pretending. He stretched out his hand and pulled Li Bo, and the 2 rushed out of the sea in an instant, and then flew back to the deck of the first ship. God knows what happened just now, you know me, but don't tell others. Ling Yun pretended to be mysterious, and asked Li Bo with a smile. Li Bo subconsciously nodded violently, like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, he didn't know how to talk to Ling Yun anymore, he respected him like a god. Report. Another 10 minutes later, someone rushed out of the cabin and quickly came to Li Bo. He said angrily, "Captain, these 3 ships, it is very difficult for us to drive away." Li Bo had regained his sobriety at this time, and after listening to it, his face collapsed, and he gritted his teeth and sighed. "Why?" Ling Yin asked, puzzledly. "Their ships and power equipment are all turned off, and a password is required to turn on the power equipment. We have tried various methods just now, but we can't decipher it." The man was very helpless, and it seemed that there was really no other way. "Here, what can I do?" Li Bo became anxious immediately. These 3 ships are simply priceless treasures to the country. If they can't get back, they will be a pile of scrap iron floating on the sea. It's impossible for them to stay here all the time. As long as they leave, the Americans will come back and drive them away at any time. "Hoof," I said, "why did they surrender so quickly? So they are here waiting for me." Ling Yin suddenly became angry. I really thought I was such a fool. "Don't worry, everyone, get out and get back to the helicopter. I'll be back soon." Ling Yin gave Li Bo an order, and then his figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he came to a small island more than 10 kilometers away, took out a large piece of Taishu stone for refining God, directly refined it with the fire spirit phoenix, and quickly made a new Taishu ring. The internal space has a radius of 1 kilometer. After the production was completed, Ling Yin quickly completed the recognition of the master with a drop of blood, and then flew back in lightning. He gave an order to Li Bo, "Let's take off the plane. The farther the better." After all 6 helicopters flew to the distance, Ling Yin leaned over and pressed the deck with the palm of his brand new Taishu ring. "Receive." The destroyer disappeared out of nowhere at sea. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yin followed the same pattern and took away the other 2 ships, then soared into the sky, catching up with the helicopter in an instant. My God! The 6 helicopters led by Li Bo did not fly too far away, and they were only 1 kilometer away from where Ling Yin was. He didn't know why Ling Yin suddenly drove them away, and he was even more curious about what Ling Yin would do next. Therefore, Li Bo has been watching here with a high-power telescope on the helicopter. When he saw Ling Yin squatting down suddenly, and then the destroyer disappeared out of thin air, he exclaimed, "My God! My God!" Immediately afterwards, Li Bo was shocked to see that Ling Yin disappeared in place, and soon flew to the other 2 ships, made the same movement, and those 2 huge ships immediately disappeared out of thin air. Li Bo screamed in shock again and again, he couldn't close his mouth, and his mind went blank. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly realized that those impressive achievements he created in the army suddenly became meaningless. You know, he is the captain of the Sky Eagle Brigade, the king of soldiers of the Navy Special Warfare Brigade. "Boss, what's the matter?" Deputy Captain Wang Fei, he is the main person in charge of deciphering the code of the opponent's ship's power equipment this time. After confirming the failure of the mission, although he was downcast, he was still able to accept it rationally. Because when he received the mission and came over, Wang Fei had no hope of driving the 3 ships away. Bragging is useless. The reality is obvious. The military technology of the U.S. Navy is far ahead of the world. Before they evacuate, they will definitely shut down the power equipment. As a genius of electronic information countermeasure technology, Wang Fei knew very well that although the enemy encountered force majeure, surrendered and withdrew temporarily, the other party would definitely monitor the 3 ships closely. Destroy these 3 ships directly, or remotely command these 3 ships to attack each other or self-destruct. In a word, this is the most important weapon of the country, and the United States will definitely not allow us to take these 3 ships under their noses. They would rather destroy it than give it to us. Therefore, when Wang Fei came, he really had little hope in his heart. Instead of saying that he was here to decipher the code and drive away the opponent's ship, it would be better to say that he came to visit, learn a lot, and then try his best to understand the various situations inside the ship. Various instrument parameters, and so on to find out. He thought so. In fact, he did the same thing, and he had communicated with Li Bo before he came here, so he couldn't figure out, why didn't that mysterious and powerful person give them more when he didn't find any danger just now? For a short time instead let them leave by plane. Wang Fei knew that he couldn't drive the 3 ships away, so he wished he could stay on this ship for 10.5 months, and study all the technical parameters of the ship thoroughly. It's a pity that there is no way. Wang Fei knows very well that they must obey the command of that mysterious person in this operation. Ling Yan asked them to get on the plane and leave, so they had to do so. As a result, when he was downcast and depressed, he heard Li Bo, the captain next to him, yelling, so he couldn't help asking. Haha, see for yourself. At this time, Ling Yan had already taken away the 3 ships, and he himself had disappeared. The sea area was empty, and Li Bo had nothing to look at, so he simply handed the telescope to Wang Fei. I said a long time ago that we definitely won't be able to drive back. What else is there to see? Wang Fei muttered, but couldn't help his curiosity, picked up the binoculars and looked at it. Oh my god. Then Wang Fei couldn't close his mouth. Fuck me, boss, where did those 3 giant ships go? They won't be sunk by that great god so soon, right? What? The ship is gone? Let me see, let me see. Don't grab my binoculars, I'll look first. As soon as they heard that the 3 ships had disappeared, the people in the engine room were immediately dumbfounded. They screamed and snatched the only few telescopes. There was a sudden commotion in the cabin. You don't have to watch it. What's so good about the vast sea? After I escort you back, you can watch it every day. I'll let you see enough. Suddenly, an incomparably clear voice sounded in the cabin, and everyone heard it. Oh my god, it's that great god. Where is it? Listening to the sound, it seems to be outside our cabin. Ling Yan was flying side by side with the helicopter, but he was invisible. Hearing the discussion of the people in the cabin, while turning his head to look around, he couldn't help laughing. He sent a voice transmission to Li Bo. Captain Li, you immediately order the 6 planes to fly at full speed, hurry back as soon as possible, my time is limited. Yes. Li Bo agreed, and immediately conveyed Ling Yan's order. The 6 helicopters accelerated suddenly in the air and flew towards the north. Report. Sir, our 3 ships suddenly disappeared from the radar. At the same moment, Victor, the supreme commander on the Reagan aircraft carrier, received an order from his subordinates, which made him, who was already face down, instantly raged. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Who can tell me what happened? There was no need to report at all, because at this time, Victor was standing in front of the electronic screen in the command cabin with other commanders, closely watching the movements in that sea area. After seeing the 3 ships disappearing suddenly, Victor couldn't sit still any longer. He paced back and forth in the command room and roared loudly, William, those idiots, how long will it take to come back? The William he was talking about was the captain of the destroyer, the first of the 3 ships, but at the moment he was floating on the vast sea with his crew. The distance of 300 nautical miles is not so easy to row back. They cannot lose their way on the sea, which is considered good. I need to know immediately what happened to them 3 hours ago and what force majeure they encountered. Victor roared, and suddenly walked to the desk, and slammed the table. The plane that was sent to rescue them, have you found them now? I want William, and those 2 stupid captains, as soon as possible. The speed appears here. Those 3 ships were all frigates of the Reagan, and there was absolutely no room for loss. But now they had completely disappeared, and even the electronic signals had been completely cut off. Victor couldn't sit still. Wang Fei's judgment was correct. Victor was not in a hurry at first, because if it really didn't work out, they still had a plan, and they could completely control the 3 ships to attack each other, but now, it's impossible. By the way, what did they say they encountered? A Chinese superhuman who can control lightning? You immediately contact me with the supreme commander of the aircraft carrier chick. Yes, immediately. Victor suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and remembered an emergency meeting he attended half a year ago. He remembered that at that meeting, the chief of the chick aircraft carrier, which was cruising in the waters of Turtle Island, talked about similar mysterious things. At that time, I also laughed at the other party. It's hard to imagine what kind of expression Victor would have on his face if he knew that the mysterious person he met now was the same person as the mysterious person he met on the chick aircraft carrier back then. It is too far to fly from Nansha to Haikou. More than an hour later, Ling Yun escorted the 6 helicopters back to the place where they started, and landed to refuel. Then, they changed to several other planes, and it took them more than an hour to arrive at a secret seaport. Here, everything has already been prepared, as if facing a big enemy. Ling Yun asked Li Bo again and again. After confirming that all the enemy's electronic signals could be shielded here, he flew over the harbor and put the 3 ships back into the sea. Boom boom boom. 3 170-meter-long, 10,000-ton ships appeared out of thin air like dumplings. The waves on the sea are monstrous. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the golden sun shone down on the sea, sparkling. This is a secluded harbor with a large harbor. 3 huge ships are lined up on the sea. From a distance, it looks like 3 long sharp knives slashing the sea. It is extremely domineering and shocking. Last night, they were still showing off their might in the South China Sea, as if they had entered the land of no one, but now, they were brought here by Ling Yun, and they will stay here forever, becoming our research objects, and it will be the progress of our Navy's military science and technology. Stepping stone. Only soldiers, only the Navy, can appreciate the extraordinary significance of these 3 ships to China, and only they can understand what a huge impact these 3 ships will have on China's Navy. Therefore, everyone who is qualified to stand nearby and be able to see these 3 ships cast admiring gazes at Ling Yun. Everyone knew very well that it might not be difficult to sink 3 ships, but it was simply impossible to capture such a powerful 3 ships and bring them here intact. Even if it is the power of the whole country, it is impossible. Not to mention bringing them back without anyone noticing, even capturing them without bloodshed is impossible. However, Ling Yun did it alone. He turned the impossible into a fact, before everyone's eyes. Ling Yun, you did a great job on this. At some point, Zhou Winnie appeared beside Ling Yun, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Even his face couldn't hide the excitement. He first watched the 3 ships for a while, then turned his head, as if looking at a monster. After staring at Ling Yun for a long time, the expression on his face finally became solemn, and he said, "This is an unworldly feat. What do you need to say?" Ling Yun suddenly turned around, and said angrily, "You have stood beside me for so long before speaking. Do you know that my face is frozen when I pose?" Zhou Winnie. He chuckled, "I didn't say those 2 words just now. They were all said by the chief himself, before I came here. Let me convey the original words to you." "What's the big deal? You even startled his old man." Ling Yun touched his nose. Blaming Zhou Winnie for making a big fuss, he said directly, "Don't give me those fake things, just tell me what the reward is." "Nonsense." Zhou Winnie held back his laughter, and gave Ling Yun a hard look. "You don't need to remind me, don't worry, the reward that should be given to you this time is guaranteed to satisfy you. Listen to me to finish the business first. Before I came, the chief said, this time, in view of your great contribution to the country, not only will you be rewarded, but also our Tianzu, and your Ling family. But if you need something, just ask." But after Zhou Winnie conveyed the leader's commendation, he immediately changed the subject and said in a warning tone, "I will warn you in advance, kid, don't speak too loudly." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Who told you that you want a reward from the country?" I just asked what rewards our Tianzu can give me, such as meritorious deeds. Can you give me 1 billion or 800 million? Cannot. Zhou Winnie flatly refused, but after pondering for a while, he couldn't help but say, from now on, your status in the Tianzu will be the same as mine. Ling Yan frowned. Old Zhou, if I remember correctly, according to the rules of the Tianzu, based on the merit ranking, my merit value has already surpassed yours. It's just because you are older than me, I am too lazy to compete with you for the chief position. Hey, do you want to be the chief? Good. I agree with both hands. Zhou Winnie smiled brightly, but there is one thing, you have to go to the Tianzu headquarters in Beijing, to sit in the headquarters like me now, stay there for 2 or 3 years, and get familiar with all aspects of Tianzu's business. Chief Great Elder, I will leave it to you immediately. Forget it. Ling Yan couldn't help shivering when he heard this, shaking his head like a rattle, and said, 2 or 3 years? Just your shabby auto repair shop? I don't even want to stay for a day. Zhou Winnie laughed out loud, the two of them were joking of course. By the way, why did you come all the way in person? After laughing, Ling Yan couldn't help asking, he really didn't expect that Zhou Winnie would come in person. Humph. Zhou Winnie was furious, you kid has made great achievements, but you have also caused huge troubles. For such a big matter, the US side will never let it go. If I don't come here in person, who can wipe your ass? That's right. Ling Yan nodded happily, only you, Lao Zhou, are qualified to wipe my ass. I think your kid's heart is getting wilder and wilder. You dare to tease me like this, are you sincerely looking for a fight? I advise you not to bother, you can't beat me. Zhou Winnie. After the joke was over, Zhou Winnie remained silent for a while, and asked wonderingly, actually, besides the above-mentioned things, I also want to see you, how did you break through so quickly? Also, how do you break through to the late stage of Qi training, and you will also be struck by lightning? Are you born to be struck by lightning? By the way, these 3 ships are so big, how did you bring them back? Could it be your space ring, now? It was really hard for Zhou Winnie to conceal the shock in his heart. He couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked Ling Yan like a cannonball. Faced with Zhou Winnie's repeated inquiries, Ling Yan just smiled without saying a word, unfathomable. Zhou Winnie stared angrily, will you tell me, kid? Ling Yan was delighted, and nodded with a smirk, actually, it's okay to tell you. The answer to the first question is very simple, because I'm really a genius in cultivation, and breaking the realm is just a common occurrence. The second question is that because I break through the realm too quickly and easily, the heavens are jealous of the talents and set up more tests on me, which is manifested in endless catastrophes. The last question, You guessed it right, after I reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi training, I can already make a space ring with a larger internal space, and it will not be a problem to install a few ships like this. Ling Yan's answer was true and false, and his words were vague, but it was not considered to be deceiving Zhou Winnie. It was already a great deal of face for him to be able to tell the other party about this. Fortunately, Zhou Winnie didn't ask for a deep understanding. After listening to it, he was silent for a while, and then patted Ling Yan's shoulder with great emotion. You really deserve to be the one who deserves the fate, it's really enviable. Ling Yan just smiled at each other and didn't say anything more. He changed the subject, pointed to the 3 ships and asked, the Americans won't find these 3 ships here, right? Do I need to arrange a formation? Hide them? That's not necessary. Zhou Winnie understood Ling Yan's meaning. He shook his head with a smile and was extremely confident, this is a military port, and it is also a base for our XX fleet. It can isolate all electronic signals and high-altitude reconnaissance. Don't worry. And now, our country's top experts in national defense, maritime affairs, military industry, electronic information, etc., are rushing here from all over the country, racing against time to study these 3 ships, and may even dismantle them. In short, you don't have to worry about the follow-up. After hearing this, Ling Yun was finally relieved and nodded, that's good. Old Joe, I have been out for 6 or 7 days. During this time, is there any movement in the capital? Especially the Long family? Zhou Wenyi chuckled, I knew you kid would definitely ask this. Long Tianqing is in charge of the current Long family. Not long after you left the capital, Long Harem also left. The exact whereabouts are unknown, but according to my guess, he should have gone to the East China Sea. East China Sea? Ling Yan's heart moved, because Long Kuan and Dongfang Ting had told him separately that there was a change in the East China Sea, and they rushed to the East China Sea as soon as he finished handling all the affairs in Nanyang. Zhou Wenyi smiled and asked again, little guy, if the old man's guess is correct, is your next stop going to Donghai as well? That's right, I'll just wait for the things here to end, and I'll rush to the East China Sea right away, first, to meet the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance for a while. Regarding this point, Ling Yun didn't need to hide it. By the way, since you're here, I happen to have something to ask you. Say it. Zhou Wenyi is now responsive to Ling Yun's requests. Since I wiped out hundreds of spiritual practitioners of Kunba in Haojiang, the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance has been frightened, and no one has shown up again. My original plan was to wait for the other party to send someone over to Kunba took revenge, and then I grabbed some of their leaders and let them lead the way to the opponent's lair, but now there is no movement from them, and I don't know where their lair is. What do you want me to do? Ling Yun was complaining, and asked with a frowning face. Seemingly enjoying seeing Ling Yun's depressed look, Zhou Wenyi smiled, and after listening quietly, he said with a smile, that Master Kunba is actually not weak, and his status in the South China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance is quite high. Lo, you were able to kill him, which really deterred the opponents, and it is reasonable for them not to dare to attack him. As for their lair, Zhou Wenyi made a fool of himself, and then glanced at Ling Yun. Tell me first, what do you plan to do after you know the location? Ling Yun raised his eyebrows. Is there even a need to ask? I told you a long time ago, just hit the door and razed it to the ground. Okay. Zhou Wenyi laughed dumbfounded. Since you are in such a hurry, then I will tell you. After chatting in secret for half an hour, Ling Yun and Zhou Wenyi bid farewell temporarily, and quietly left here incognito. Soon he returned to the isolated island of Hong Kong Island and met Murong Feishue. He spent a whole day with Murong Feishue, trying his best to guide the other party on how to draw qi into the body and practice exercises. After dinner, the two said goodbye again. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Ling Yun quietly left Hong Kong Island with Paul, and then went down to the South China Sea. He wants to go straight to Huanglong. Paul, you fly too slowly, why don't you turn into a bat? Ling Yun and Paul set off and flew towards the South China Sea for a certain distance. After getting away from the coastline, he suddenly slowed down. After Paul caught up, he said with a smile. Paul, who was in the human form of a big bird, was very embarrassed after hearing this, and said in embarrassment, Dear Master, your current speed is really too fast. Even if I change into the form of a bat, my speed will not be too fast. I still have to chase after you. Not on you. Nonsense. Ling Yun laughed. Who told you to chase me? I let you turn into a bat so that I can fly with you conveniently. Clear. Paul immediately cast the secret technique of the Blood Clan and turned into a small bat, but he is now the pinnacle of the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. Even if he turns into a bat, his body is still more than 1 foot long, with purple pupils, purple wings, and purple rays of light all over his body. Miraculous. You blood races are born with the art of changing body shape, what a secret. Ling Yun couldn't help but praised him, then reached out and grabbed him like a bird. Let's go. This time, Ling Yun was determined to test his limit speed. He focused on nothing else, and galloped towards the southwest Shanghai area with all his strength, and the speed reached a terrifying 27 kilometers per second. This is the real speed of wind and lightning. Ling Yan only took 2 seconds to pass the 100 miles of sea below. Paul was horrified. Under such a terrifying speed, he felt dizzy. He was so frightened that he closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look around. Can't see anything. Fortunately, Ling Yan knew that Paul's physical body couldn't bear such a speed, so before accelerating, he opened a small xuanhuan shield for him, covering his whole body. But Ling Yan himself is using his pure physical body to counteract the oncoming wind and air flow at this berserk speed, not to mention how sour it feels. Compared to ordinary people drilling their bodies into rocks, it is even worse. The first thing that can't bear it is the eyes. After a few breaths, Ling Yan's eyes were hurt by the strong wind, and he almost shed tears. He opened the xuanhuan qi shield without hesitation, and protected his eyes. After a few more breaths, Ling Yan's body also reached the limit of endurance, as if it would be torn apart at any time, so he stopped carrying it hard and directly reduced his speed by half. Hey, it's really fun. This speed, for the current Ling Yan, is commonplace. He removed the xuanhuan qi shield, stretching his stiff body, and sighing. Oh cake! Paul suddenly screamed loudly. He felt that Ling Yan's speed had slowed down significantly, so he opened his eyes cautiously, and just glanced down, almost scared out of his wits. Because in the 20 seconds just now, Ling Yan galloped at full speed, and flew straight, without turning. But the earth is round. If someone could observe the scene just now from a distance, in the eyes of that person, Ling Yan is like an intercontinental missile that suddenly rushed up from the sea. It is true that he is flying forward, but the farther he flies, the higher the distance from the sea surface, the closer it is to rush out of the atmosphere. Looking down from here, the arc of the Earth's skyline is already obvious to a very exaggerated level. Old. Boss, where are you going? Paul was almost frightened to death. Even if he was communicating with Ling Yan using the Blood Clan's secret method, he was too scared to speak. Well, Paul, do you want to go outside the atmosphere? Ling Yan was looking up. His face was full of intoxication and longing. It was really a big rock spreading its wings and hating the sky. Boss, if you want to kill me, give me a happy one. Paul's bat body was held by Ling Yan, unable to move. He could only violently shake his head in protest. Slaves also have human rights. You can kill me, but you can't scare me to death. Haha, since that's the case, let's talk about it next time. At this time, Ling Yan also regained his strength, thinking that he still had business to do tonight, so he leaned over, turned head down in an instant, and rushed straight to the sea below. What? Paul screamed again in terror. Don't shout. Ling Yan was so annoyed that he pinched Paul's neck hard to stop his strange screams. Paul had no choice but to close his eyes and wait for death. Of course they couldn't die. Ling Yan was just playing for fun just now. Okay, we're back, you can open your eyes. You coward. After returning to the sky above the sea, Ling Yan casually threw away Paul, let go of his consciousness, and at the same time raised his eyes to observe the surrounding sea area. Well, yes, we have arrived in Sanya. From Hong Kong Island to Sanya, the straight-line distance is more than 600 kilometers. Ling Yan flew all the way, and arrived in less than 2 minutes. This speed is simply shocking. Not to mention shocking the world. Even Paul, such an elegant gentleman at the pinnacle of the Grand Duke of the blood race, has been paralyzed by fright, and he hasn't recovered yet. Flappy. Paul directly turned into a humanoid bird, hiding far away from Ling Yan, and said with lingering fear, "Dear boss, if I remember correctly, that fellow jester also understands the languages of many countries." Ling Yan laughed out loud when he heard this. Obviously, Paul was completely discouraged, and the implication was that he didn't plan to go out with Ling Yan in the future, and it was Jester who was bold. Well, what you said makes sense. Jester is a ruthless character. Ling Yan actually nodded seriously and agreed to Paul's request. Boss, there is one thing that I really don't understand. In fact, if you fly normally at your original speed, it will take a few minutes at most. Why do you have to be so? Paul was surprised and asked hesitantly. Crazy, right? Ling Yan was in high spirits, and said the two words that Paul dared not say for him. Yes, boss. Paul shrugged and said, even if I fly by myself, I can fly here in 5 or 6 minutes at most. That's because you don't understand the meaning of speed. Ling Yan suddenly changed his joking attitude, his eyes flickered, and he said seriously. Speed, no matter how you look at it, has always been one of the highest standards for testing your ultimate strength. For us cultivators, it is even more the same, and even more important. How fast a cultivator can reach, means how strong he is. Moreover, when the speed reaches a certain limit, it can affect time and space. Otherwise, how can we talk about shrinking the ground into an inch, and how can we talk about traveling in the void? Speaking of this, Ling Yan seemed to be full of aftertaste, his voice became lower and lower, and finally became a whisper. Boss, I understand one thing you said. Speed can affect time and change space. It is Mr. Einstein's theory of relativity. In general, it's about the same, but in essence, there is still a big difference. Ling Yan came back to his senses from the remembrance, he explained something that was necessary, then waved his hand, and ordered Paul, go south from here, and then go straight to the west and fly 100 miles, in that sea area. Wait for me a bit. I'll go find you in half an hour at most. Good boss. Jokes aside, Ling Yan's order really came down, but Paul still carried it out unconditionally. He glanced cautiously to the northwest, then spread his wings and fled away. Ling Yan noticed Paul's last subtle movement, and his heart moved slightly, but he didn't point it out. After he flew far away, he immediately set off and flew towards the coastline in the northwest direction. Now he was flying very slowly, and it was getting slower and slower, and the altitude was getting lower and lower, and finally he was flying close to the surface of the sea. The Buddhist aura in front of him gradually became stronger, and it seemed that a Sanskrit sound suddenly sounded in Ling Yan's ear. Whoosh whoosh. The Bodhi seed carried by Ling Yan, the green lantern, the magical gourd, and a hanging Buddhist beads all flew out of the Taishu ring almost at the same time, shining brightly. Afterwards, Ling Yan's body was filled with Buddha power, so strong that it was almost impossible to melt away. Swipe, swipe, swipe. After the 4 Buddhist treasures emitted light, they paused for a moment before turning into flowing light and flying towards a huge white holy statue more than 100 meters high in front of them. Nationalism. The holy statue is 108 meters high. Lingbo stands on the 120-meter diameter King Kong Island in the sea. The 3 statues are integrated into one shape. Taiwan, there is Yuantong Palace in King Kong Terrace. Each of the 3 Avalokitesvara holds Dharma vessels, which are rosary beads, sutra boxes, and lotus flowers. The holy statue is majestic, and it is the highest Xuanhuan statue in the world. Namo Amida. Ling Yan came here on a special trip, with a solemn face. He followed the 4 Buddhist magic weapons, and soon came to the bottom of King Kong Island, clasped his hands together, and recited the Buddha's name in a low voice. Suddenly, a golden light glowed all over the huge holy statue, and the golden light was shining instantly, dazzling and dazzling, visible from hundreds of miles away. Avalokitesvara appears holy. Ling Yan neither desires nor fears, his figure is almost unreal, the corners of his lips are raised, and he has a calm smile on his face. The sound of chanting a huge scripture spread into his eardrums, without any hurry. This is the Lotus Sutra. A few minutes later, after the scriptures were recited, the Sanskrit sound disappeared, and Ling Yan felt as if someone had gently patted the top of his head. Ling Yan's mind became clear, and he stepped into the 8th level of Qi training in an instant. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Facing the golden light disappearing, Ling Yin clasped his hands together and gave a deep salute to Guanyin on the sea, where everything had returned to its original state. He then disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. 4 Buddhist magic treasures came afterward. They seemed to have been infused with boundless Buddha power, and the Buddha power contained in them had soared by more than 100 times. Even the damaged parts had become intact. With a smile on his face, Ling Yin put away the 4 magic weapons with a move of his divine sense, and then lifted his legs lightly. Not flying, but walking in the void. Tianzutong, 1 step over a distance of more than 9,000 meters. Chic and wishful. After taking 5 steps in this way, Ling Yin raised his eyes and immediately saw where Paul was. Eyesight. With a light step, he came to Paul's side. Let's go, let's fight. Ling Yin didn't need to fly any more now, he just took 30 steps, crossed the sea area of more than 270 kilometers to land, and entered the southern kingdom incognito. I have something to do tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back, so I'll update this chapter for everyone's enjoyment. Brother Yun's realm is about to take a rocket, please sit still and support him. In Ling Yan's eyes, things like national borders have no meaning anymore. To use a simple analogy, it's like walking on the ground alone, stepping out with 1 step. I don't know how many ant nests I have crossed. Who cares whose nest it is? Going further, in the big world of cultivation, there are many immortal sects, and a slightly larger cultivation sect can control a large domain, with a radius of tens of millions or even tens of millions of miles. There are countries, tribes, etc. established by mortals in it. There are so many people, and even the kings and tribal leaders have to kneel down to greet them and serve them carefully. In their eyes, how can they care about national borders? At around 10:30 in the middle of the night, Ling Yin took Paul ashore incognito. He didn't stop, and flew straight to the mountainous area in the northwest of the southern country. Through a secret chat with Zhou Wenyi this morning, Ling Yin now knows that the Huaxia group is by no means a vegetarian. Not only does it know the cultivation world in China, but it also has a clear understanding of the power of practitioners in various countries around China. The so-called Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance, although it sounds like a cultivator alliance composed of casual cultivators in name, in fact, it is actually led by the main practice sects of several small countries in Southeast Asia to unite. It has no real meaning. The headquarters is a branch for each country, and the location of the branch is actually the location of the largest sect in the country. This loose model is similar to that of China's Mazong. The most powerful sect in the southern kingdom, called Tianlingzong, is located in the mountains in the central and western part of the southern kingdom, so Ling Yin chose to land here, turn on the navigation function of the communicator, and kill them according to the location. He flew in the air, and soon arrived at the target location, landed on the top of a mountain, and cast his eyes to look around. Sure enough, he found the sect of Tianlingzong in an inaccessible valley. They are quite good at choosing places. This valley is where the aura of this dragon vein is located, and it is the place where the aura in the entire southern country is the strongest. Ling Yin escaped from the invisible state, showed his figure, and said to Paul, beside him with a smile. Boom. While speaking, Ling Yin directly let go of the vortex of Yin-Yang Zhenqi, activated it with his spiritual thoughts, enlarged the vortex to 1 kilometer in diameter, completely covered the entire peak, and unceremoniously absorbed the dense spiritual energy around him. Now that they have all come to the door, Ling Yin does not need to be invisible or cover up now, everything is aboveboard. The infuriating vortex, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, spins rapidly. The movement it caused was too great, it absorbed the spiritual energy around the entire peak almost instantly, and formed a hurricane, attracting all the spiritual energy from the surrounding distant peaks. Who? How dare you break into the main altar of my heavenly spirit sect? In the valley, the masters of the heavenly spirit sect immediately noticed something strange. Someone shouted loudly, and immediately after that, more than a dozen figures flew up into the sky, flying towards Ling Yun. Paul, from now on, as long as I don't ask you, no matter what the other party says, you don't need to translate, you just need to protect yourself. Good boss. After Ling Yun finished speaking to Paul, he took a step in the air with a smile, and instantly appeared in front of the spiritual cultivator, rushing forward, smashing his breastbone with one punch, causing him to fly upside down, and was caught involved in the vortex of Zhenqi. His figure was staggering, and he was blown to one side by the violent air current, but he just couldn't fall. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun cast Tianzu Tong, and every time he took a step, he smashed one person into the air with his fist, and smashed all the spiritual practitioners who flew up in the valley into the vortex. After breaking through the 8th level of Qi training, Ling Yan's Dantian and Brow Sea of Consciousness are terrifyingly powerful. The original Qi and divine energy stored in his body can no longer fill them up, and they have become extremely thin. Now Ling Yun is in urgent need of new spiritual energy replenishment itself. Therefore, he would not instantly kill these spiritual cultivators in the late stage of Qi training, but only seriously injured them, and used the Yin and Yang Zhenqi vortex to suck out their Zhenqi. Ah! Ouch! My skill. All of a sudden, all kinds of cries of pain came and went, but most of them were panic, because these people who fell into the vortex were shocked to find that their true energy was crazily passing away. After cleaning up these dozens of people in an instant, Ling Yun descended from the sky and came to the Tianlingzong sect in one step. Swipe swipe. More than a dozen chains of Yin-Yang True Qi condensed out of the vortex of Yin-Yang True Qi, like dragons, whipping and entwining the fleeing disciples of the Tianling sect, bringing them all into the vortex. Since I'm here, don't let any of you run away, and you won't mess with Huaxia in the future. Ling Yun sneered and stepped forward, rushing forward, as if entering no one's land. Stop! With a loud shout, an old man with disheveled hair and various runes painted on his face and body flew out at the highest point of the Tianling sect, inside a pitch-black altar, furious and furious. This fellow Taoist from Huaxia, I don't know how my Tianlingzong offended you, so disregarding your identity, you came to my Tianlingzong to kill people? Ling Yun had discovered him a long time ago. This old man seemed to be in existence at the peak of Foundation establishment, but he did not expect that he could speak Huaxia. Just let you die to understand. Ling Yun smiled slightly. I killed the Kunba sent to Haojiang by your Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, and all his disciples. I don't need to say more about the rest, right? What? The old man was stunned for a moment, and was dumbfounded for a moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain a few words, but in the end he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth suddenly, and took out a black long spear, stabbing at Ling Yun from the air. It's useless. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and when the black long gun flew in front of him, he just grabbed it casually and held the sharp tip of the gun in his hand. No matter how the opponent urged him to exert force, the body of the gun trembled violently and screamed, but he still couldn't escape Ling Yun's attack. Take control. How can that be? The ferocious old man was stunned for a moment. He resolutely gave up struggling, and suddenly shouted, "The Heavenly Spirit sect is over, run as fast as you can." While speaking, the fierce old man didn't care about anything else. He directly increased his speed to the limit, and flew away. Unfortunately, he changed several directions one after another, but he saw Ling Yun standing not far in front of him, holding his big gun, waiting for him with a smile on his face. You're right. Since Tianlingzong is over, how can I let you escape alone? Ling Yun came to him. Chi. The golden dragon gun and the blue shadow flying sword were sacrificed by Ling Yun at the same time. Before the old man could react, the golden dragon gun pierced his chest, and the blue shadow flying sword cut off his legs. The peak state of Foundation building is not the general of Ling Yun. Then, within a few minutes, the entire Tianlingzong was razed to the ground by Ling Yun, no one escaped, and it was completely destroyed. Destroyed. Ling Yun has now reached the 8th level of Qi training, even if it is only in the initial stage. Killing a peak foundation builder is the same as killing a chicken, and he can be crushed to death easily. To that ferocious old man at the peak of foundation establishment, Ling Yun didn't care whether he was the head of the heavenly spirit sect or not. He showed no mercy, and after quickly draining the opponent's true energy, he slapped him to death with his palm, giving him a great pleasure. However, for the other disciples of the Tianling sect, Ling Yun did not kill them. He used the vortex of yin and yang to absorb everyone's energy, and only abolished their dantians, turning them into ordinary people. Having successfully dealt with all the people, Ling Yun performed the mountain-moving technique and carried them to a flat ground outside the Tianlingzong, and then stepped lightly up to the mysterious black altar of the Tianlingzong. That fierce old man at the peak of foundation establishment rushed out from here just now. The entire altar is not too big, only 10 meters square, surrounded by walls 2 meters high and half a meter thick, all made of black shiny stones, and the entire wall exudes a strong aura. This altar has existed for an unknown number of years. It is full of spiritual energy, so thick that it cannot be melted away. In the middle is a conical stone pile about 1 meter high, all of which are piled up from dark brown spirit stones. The top of the stone pile in the place, there is a white jade butterfly, which is shining brightly, and inside the jade butterfly is a handful of soil. The soil particles are as big as mung beans, and each particle is crystal clear. Under the reflection of the white light of the jade butterfly, it exudes a multicolored glow. Although the light is not bright, the aura it contains is extremely prosperous. This is 5-color soil. Ling Yun is a person who knows the goods, and he can tell at a glance that this handful of soil is the legendary 5-color soil, which can be used to cultivate magic medicine. Receive. Ling Yun didn't say anything, and with a move of his divine sense, he directly put the pile of spiritual stones, the white jade butterfly, and the best treasure, the 5-color soil, into the Taishu ring. No wonder it was able to create a peak foundation building. It turns out that Tianlingzong has stored so many obsidian. After collecting these, there was nothing else inside the altar, but Ling Yun stared at the surrounding walls again. He didn't know if the people of Tianlingzong recognized what the wall was made of, but he definitely did. The walls on all sides are all made of obsidian of different grades, which is a kind of earth spirit stone. But these are ordinary goods, top-quality obsidian. Of course it is the conical pile of stones that Ling Yun put away just now. Again. Even though the obsidian stones that make up the surrounding walls are not top quality, they are all spiritual stones. Ling Yun naturally would not let them go. He slapped the wall with one hand, and with a thought, he planned to pack up the entire wall and take it away. Ugh, it's so heavy. Ling Yun was embarrassed for a moment, but he failed to uproot the entire wall. He suddenly became ruthless, using the technique of moving mountains, and shouted, "Get up!" Rumble. The ground shook for a while, and the entire wall jumped out of the ground, disappeared instantly, and was collected by Ling Yun in the latest Taishu ring. Live together. The entire altar of Tianlingzong was taken away by Ling Yun. I don't know how many years they have accumulated. Even if some disciples escaped by doing things outside, they lost this altar. If they want to come back to practice, they will be gone. Fundamentally, it is even more difficult. Next, Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, enveloped the entire Tianlingzong, raised his hand, and took away all the weapons and magic weapons that the disciples of the Tianlingzong had thrown on the ground. Received in the bag. That's more or less the case. It's obviously the Earth Spirit sect. What is it called? The Sky Spirit sect. After doing all this, Ling Yun finally smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Wenyi really didn't lie to him, he was just a Tianlingzong from the southern country, and he gained a lot. Paul, come here. Ling Yan summons the blood servant Paul. Paul flew over and bowed respectfully. Dear boss. Today I asked you to get the blood yuan bead, have you got it back? It's back. Very good. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the body of the fierce old man in the distance. That's a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, just like with Kumba last time, don't be greedy. Thank you, boss. Paul was very touched, and immediately flew over to use the blood orb to suck blood. Ling Yan returned to the middle of the altar in a flash, sat down cross-legged, sacrificed yin-yang and 5 elements flames, refined and absorbed all kinds of messy spiritual energy, and at the same time sacrificed yin-yang true energy vortex again, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. This heavenly spirit sect, I have to say, is still a bit skilled. The location of the altar they chose happened to be the gas hole of the dragon vein in this mountain range. Under the conical mound, it happened to be the gas hole of the dragon vein's aura. This mountain range runs through the north and south of the southern country, and is more than 1,000 kilometers long. The spiritual energy contained in it is so strong that Ling Yan can't let it go. He is devouring the aura of the entire dragon vein. In this way, after more than half an hour, Ling Yan felt that the aura emanating from the dragon vein chi began to thin out, knowing that it would not make much sense to inhale any more, so he slowly stopped. However, at this moment, Ling Yan's eyes widened, and a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. Not good. Brush. In an instant, Ling Yan came to Paul's side and grabbed his wrist. Open it for me. Xuanhuan to Huanggong, the art of escaping from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the rocks on the ground under their feet surged like waves, and Ling Yan and Paul directly escaped into the ground. After breaking through the 7th level of Qi training, Ling Yan's 5 elements slaughtering god technique, which had been practiced to the limit, naturally also broke through a big realm one after another. Now that Ling Yan has performed Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, it can already be turned into waves. Swipe. Ling Yan fully activated the Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, and drilled straight into the ground. Wherever he went, the rocks within a dozen meters around his body seemed to have turned into liquid, and Ling Yan used the Hunyuan Ichi shield to push it away. Enough room for 2 people to hide. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. When the two reached a depth of 50 meters below the ground, all the surrounding areas had turned into hard rocks. Even if Ling Yan had used the Huangquan to Huang Kung Fu to the limit, he could no longer drill. This depth should be enough. When he reached the depths of the ground in an instant, Ling Yan was still worried. He took out the blood-transforming magic knife, cut a big hole 2 meters deep in the nearby rock, and then drilled in. Then he let out a sigh of relief and wiped the pimple on his head. Cold sweat. What's wrong, master? Seeing that Ling Yan finally stopped, Paul asked wonderingly. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed above his head. The missile is coming, listen. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, earth-shattering dense explosions sounded one after another in the valley above the head, and the entire valley shook and instantly turned into a sea of flames. In the north and south directions where Tianlingzong is located, 2 military bases ordered to fire at the same time. Thousands of shells, mixed with more than a dozen missiles, launched a carpet bombing of Tianlingzong. In the next 10 minutes, dense explosions continued, and the rumbling noise was transmitted through the ground to Ling Yan's ears underground, shaking his eardrums. The underground cave they were hiding in was extremely hot from the raging fire on the ground. Fortunately, with the cultivation bases of Ling Yan and Paul, this temperature would not have any effect on them. Maid, it seems that you really can't be merciful. These Tianlingzong disciples in the southern country would rather be bombed to pieces than drag us to be buried with them. After the explosion stopped, Ling Yan gritted his teeth, looked at the top of his head and cursed fiercely. In this big bombing, the valley where the Tianlingzong was located was blown into a big rift valley that was 1 kilometer long, 200 meters wide, and more than 30 meters deep. Only a dozen meters away, the missile could hit the top of Ling Yun's head. Up. Gone. Ling Yun got up, got out of the cave where he was hiding, continued to use Earth Dun, and rushed forward following this big dragon vein. The 5-element pulse-cutting finger is not only used to cut off human meridians, but also to cut off dragon veins. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Ling Yun is completely ruthless. He wants to cut off this great dragon vein in the southern country. Cutting off the main dragon veins of a country's mountains and rivers, this hatred is far worse than digging up people's ancestral graves. After all, a family's ancestral grave, regardless of morality and the humiliation imposed on the family, is nothing more than destroying a geomantic treasure, that is, only ruining the family. However, cutting off the main dragon veins of a country can affect the feng shui luck of a country at a large scale. At a small scale, it can also affect the overall luck of the people living around the entire mountain range. Of course, the dragon veins of mountains and rivers are the skeleton of the earth, and it is difficult to break them, which is beyond what ordinary earth masters can do. However, Ling Yun, who has reached the 8th level of Qi training, has a comprehensive strength that far exceeds that of a real earth master. The 5-element pulse-cutting finger is called fingering in medical skills, but if it is used in mountains and rivers, it is the 5-element pulse-cutting technique. Ling Yun possesses the 5 elements cutting vein technique, and has cultivated xuanhuan to huang kungfu to the 7th level. When he uses it with all his strength, he can not only walk freely in the depths of the ground, but also turn rocks within a certain range into soft fingers. In addition, he is a grand master of the formation technique, and it is not difficult to cut off a mountain dragon vein with such a heaven-defying technique. But even so, Ling Yun worked underground for more than an hour, traveling north and south for more than 100 kilometers, before he sucked all the aura of the dragon veins of more than 100 kilometers away, and used the formation to completely block it, making the dragon veins the dragon's head and tail can't look back and forth, and they can't be connected again. Ling Yun was really angry this time. For this reason, he even used a football-sized polar magic magnet as the eye of the formation. That huge polar magic magnet has never been used since Ling Yun won the auction from Wind and Thunder Valley in Longhu Mountain. Unexpectedly, a piece was used here. Brush. Not long after midnight, Ling Yun pulled Paul, and the two emerged from the ground, appearing in a dense forest in a valley. After showing his figure, Ling Yun immediately turned on the Tianzu's communicator, looked at his location, and then smiled brightly. The mountain range was still that mountain range, but at this time, Ling Yun and the two had already arrived at the west side of the mountain range and entered the territory of Wa country. The southern country is long and narrow, and the narrowest part in the middle is less than 50 kilometers away. The location of Tianlingzong is actually very close to the border of the southern country. After Ling Yun used the sky-defying technique to cut off the opponent's dragon veins, he would naturally not appear from the southern country again. He calculated the distance, came here underground and then came out, and naturally entered the border of the country of Wa. In the dense forest, Paul looked up at the huge mountain range on the east side, and found that everything was as usual, and there was nothing unusual. He suddenly asked in puzzlement, "Boss, you have been busy for a long time, but I see that there is no change in this mountain." "Hey, you know what a fart? Do you know that the meat in the buns is not on the folds?" Ling Yun wiped the sweat off his forehead, laughed, scolded Paul first, and then explained. "It will sink slowly. In less than half a year, the entire mountain range will sink by at least 20 meters. During this period, there will be earthquakes and tsunamis in the southern country. Within 50 years, Nangwa don't want to find peace." "Oh cake!" Paul was dumbfounded. This boss of mine is too terrifying now. Now he can sink such a huge mountain range by 20 meters. What kind of terrifying method is this? This is tantamount to changing the world. After a great supernatural power that changed the world, Ling Yun was really exhausted. He meditated cross-legged on the spot in this dense forest, took out the willow of ghosts and gods to restore his vitality, and half an hour later, the two started again. Ling Yun didn't delay any longer. He flew in the air in stealth, crossed Wu country in just a few breaths, and entered the territory of Ti country. This is the main goal of Ling Yun's trip, because the master Kumba who went to Haojiang to make trouble came from this country. Come and not reciprocate indecently. In order to hurry, Ling Yun took Paul at full speed, from the northeast to the southwest of country Ti, almost obliquely across the border of country Ti, until he reached 50 kilometers west of the capital of country Ti, and finally found a mountain forest. The atmosphere is wrong. After showing up, Ling Yun said directly to Paul, "The commotion we made in the southern country just now was too big, and the people of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance have already taken precautions." "That's for sure, boss." Paul shrugged his shoulders. Such a large-scale artillery attack cannot be explained by a simple military exercise. He paused, then asked in a low voice, "Boss, what are you going to do next? Or, let's evacuate first and come back another day? Look at your guts." Ling Yun thought it was a little funny. Obviously, Paul was frightened by the missile attack just now. Even if he was the peak duke of the blood race, it was difficult to guarantee that he could survive a missile attack. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's warning signs just now, and the use of means to escape in advance, Paul couldn't even withstand the first round of artillery fire, and he couldn't escape, and he would definitely die. "I just said that the people of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance have taken precautions, but I didn't say whether their precautions worked or not." Ling Yun smiled and said, "However, judging from this, I don't need your translator tonight. You are near here. Find a hidden place to hide. After I finish them, I will come to you and take you away." "Boss, I know that with your strength, there is no problem dealing with their practitioners. But what if the enemy uses hot weapons to attack intensively while you are fighting?" Paul is very smart, thought of this, and said to Ling Yun eagerly, "Do not worry." Ling Yun patted Paul with a smile, and explained, "The place I'm going to next is one of the two major sects in country Ti, 10,000 Buddhas. Different from Tianlingzong, Wanfaman is not located in a desolate mountainous area, but in the outskirts of the city. Even if they are ready to fire, they dare not open fire easily." Ling Yun knew very well, not to mention whether missiles and shells could really hurt him with his body training cultivation level. Even if the other party really fired at him desperately, with his speed, he could still. It is really impossible to easily avoid the intensive attack of artillery fire. He can also hide and rush into the big city to hide. Cannon, hit yourself, right? You can just hide it at ease. Finally, Ling Yun gave Paul a reassuring smile. "I'm leaving." Brush. Ling Yun's figure disappeared immediately. The land of Buddha lineage, 10,000 Buddha's gate. The golden temple is bright and full of Buddha spirit. From the mountainside to the top of the mountain, there are tall Buddha statues everywhere. Wanfaman is one of the most powerful sects in the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Its status is equivalent to the Songshan Shaolin Temple in China. There are countless Buddhist masters in the sect. But at this moment, the entire 10,000 Buddhas sect was silent, and the Buddhist powers inside were all gathered on the square of the main hall, and everyone's face was solemn, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Just 2 hours ago, the Tianling sect was destroyed. They already knew the news. However, Nangwa also resolutely launched a counterattack. Under the overwhelming artillery fire, they didn't know whether the invading enemy was alive or dead. Therefore, they don't know whether that terrifying enemy will come, let alone when he will come, but they have to gather the powerful masters of the entire alliance and wait for it. At this moment, the 9 great powers of the Foundation Establishment Realm and the 3 alliance decision-makers above the Foundation Establishment Realm in 10,000 Buddhist sect were having a secret meeting in the main hall behind the square to discuss strategies to retreat from the enemy. At this time, Huaxiao Lu's cultivator Lin Tian, visiting late at night, and discuss with fellow Taoists of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. In the air above the square outside the main hall, Ling Yan appeared, and his voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone below. Sure enough, it came. Below, whether on the square or in the main hall, the expressions of all the masters of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance changed. In fact, before Ling Yan showed up, the 3 masters of the 10,000 Buddhist sect who were above the Foundation Establishment Realm in the main hall had already discovered him. Above the realm of foundation building, of course, is the realm of consecration. The 3 are Kuan Ting, the sect master of 10,000 Buddhas, Kuan Zhanla, the protector of light, and Kuan Bayu, the fighting monk of 10,000 Buddhas. After Ling Yan appeared, although Kuan Ting changed color slightly, he didn't panic, and still sat still, looking at the 2 people closest to him. At this time, the guardian of light, xuanhuan, closed his eyes slightly, as if in meditation, but everyone sitting in the hall could see it. At the same time as he closed his eyes, the top of xuanhuan's head shone brightly. But the light just shone for a moment, as if encountering an obstacle, it suddenly shrunk and drilled into his head again. Kuan Zhanla's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Kuan Ting sighed in his heart, but remained calm. On the other side, Kun Bayu, the fighting monk, seems to be an alien from the tea country. He is much taller than ordinary people and has a strong physique. There is nothing else on his upper body except for a monk's robe draped diagonally. He has bronze skin like copper poured into iron. At this moment, eyebrows are raised and eyes are raised, eager to try. When Ling Yan arrived, if Kuan Ting hadn't spoken yet, he could not wait to rush out to fight. Kuan Ting clasped his palms together, lowered his head slightly, first stopped Kuan Bayu with this movement, and then glanced at the other 2 not far away. Kuan Luanwei, Kuan Punch. In tea language, Luanwei means knowledgeable, Pucha means good at eloquence. In a sense, these 2 talents really belong to the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance and are also the core figures of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Of course, they are also disciples of Wanthaman First, which is equivalent to the representatives sent by Wanthaman to the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Kuan Ting approached them mainly because both of them are proficient in Chinese. Kuan Luanwei, who is here, what did he say just now? Kuan Ting opened his mouth and asked directly. Kuan Luanwei said cautiously, reporting to the master, the intruder claimed to be Lin Tian, and he was a Huaxiao Loose cultivator. He said he wanted to discuss an explanation with our Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance. Lin Tian. It really is that Lin Tian. Kuan Puja's eyes were already spitting fire. He frowned and said, the Master Kumbha sent by our alliance to Haojiang, the great protector of the gods' descended sect, died at the hands of this person. Humph. Kunzanla, the protector of the light, opened his eyes suddenly after hearing Kuan Pucha's words, staring straight at him like lights. If it weren't for you idiots of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, who are greedy for the property of the He family, and even, how could you be so bold as to provoke China, so how could you bring such a huge disaster to my 10,000 Buddhist sect? Kuan Puja was reprimanded by the bright guardian, but he didn't dare to refute, let alone look at Kuan Zhanla, so he quickly bowed his head in fright and stopped speaking. But Kun Bayu, the god of war monk, got up abruptly, his robe fluttered, causing a cloud of air current. He lowered his head and glanced at everyone, and quickly said, Zhanla, the enemy has already attacked the door, what's the use of saying this? Although I can't see through that person's realm, I believe that with our strength, we will be able to fight against this person. Kun Bayu spoke like his height, extremely domineering, under the great anger and tension. He didn't use the honorific, and directly called out Kunzhanlik's name. The word Kuan is just a title in T language, which means Mr. or Ms., and the word after Kuan is the real name of a person. Kun Bayu has a fiery temper, and now he is looking forward to going out to fight against the enemy. Seeing that Xuanhuan, the number 2 of 10,000 Buddhist sect, shakes the morale of the army at this time, of course he is impatient. To this, Guardian Guangming seemed to turn a deaf ear to it. He raised his head vigorously to see Kun Bayu's eyes, which were full of compassion and pity. I've already sensed that you can't beat him, and none of us here can beat him, and that person is not showing his true colors, and the name he uses, I think it should be a pseudonym. You will die, most of the people here will die tonight. This is what Kuan Zanlak kept in his heart, and he didn't say it out. Because even if there is no war, few people in this hall can survive. It's over. Don't think that you can really represent the light because you are the guardian of the light. If you dare not fight, I, Bayu, don't believe in evil. Unlike Kuan Pucha, Kuan Bayu was not afraid of Kuan Zhanla. He looked down at the other party, finished speaking fiercely, and then turned his head suddenly. Kuan Luanwei, Kuan Pucha, Kuan Xin, Kuan Sai, and Kunba say, you 5, go out and fight with me now. Except for Kuan Luanwei and Kuan Pucha, the other 3 are all fighting monks of 10,000 Buddhist sect, and Kuan Base is Kuan Bayu's younger brother. Brush. After Kun Bayu finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly in the main hall, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the main hall. In the high sky on the square, he was facing Ling Yun across the sky, and the distance between them was less than 30 meters. Above the Foundation establishment, the consecration realm, no wonder you have such a big temper. After Ling Yun appeared, with his heavenly eyes, of course he saw it, now he really saw all the scenes that happened in the hall just now. What the individual is talking about, but from the performance of each person, you can roughly guess their intentions. If you insist on distinguishing between the opponents, that Kuan Zhanla must be the main peace faction, so the master in front of you in the enlightened state is naturally the main battle faction. Ling Yun was not in a hurry, and he didn't speak, because it was useless to speak. The 2 of them were talking like chickens and ducks, and neither of them could understand the other's language. He was waiting for everyone in the hall to come out. Sure enough, after Kun Bayu flew out of the hall, the people in the hall, Kuan Ting, the master of 10,000 Buddhas, and Kuan Zhanla, the protector of light, looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time, showing helplessness on their faces. You really can't beat it? Kuan Ting still had a glimmer of hope, and secretly transmitted the sound. Kuan Zhanla didn't even bother to open his mouth, he just nodded. Kuan Ting asked again, can't you escape? Well, this is calamity, and it is even more days. There is no escape from calamity, unless the heavens have the virtue of good life, and the other party is willing to forgive. After Kun Zhanla finished speaking, he kept silent. Finally, Kuan Ting's face changed drastically. In the end, he gritted his teeth suddenly and waved his arms. Then let's fight. After finishing speaking, Kuan Ting's figure disappeared on the spot and flew out. Behind him were the 9 masters of the 10,000 Buddhist sect who had established the foundation, and of course the 5 whom Kuan Bayu called out just now were the fastest. Kuan Zhanla was the last one to leave the hall, and with a miserable smile, he came to the huge square. In the sky, Kun Bayu suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Lin Tian, how dare you cross our country late at night, break into my Buddhist important place, and dare to ask for an explanation? Do you really think that our Wamphamen are easy to bully? After finishing speaking, he looked down at Kuan Pucha who was hiding in the crowd in the square below, and said in a deep voice, come up to Pucha, you can translate for him. Although Kuan Puja is also at the peak of Foundation establishment, he knows that his strength is not even as good as the dead Kumba, so how dare he show his face? But now it was Kun Bayu, the battle god monk, calling him from above, so Kuan Puja had no choice but to bite the bullet and fly to his side. You really are proficient in Chinese. After listening to Kuan Pucha's translation, Ling Yan laughed directly, and said in his heart that it was a mistake. He didn't bring Paul here, and he didn't expect that there was a ready-made translation for him here. I came to Wampaman to ask for an explanation, not because you are easy to bully, but because Kumba from the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance first went to Haojiang to mess with our Huaxia. I don't know if you have heard two old sayings about our Huaxia. Those who offend China will be punished even if they are far away. Come and not reciprocate. If I don't come like this, it will really make you small states and small factions think that we Huaxia are easy to mess with. After Ling Yan finished speaking proudly, he also raised his hand and pointed at Kuan Pucha. You can translate the original words for me without missing a single word. Hey hey. After Kunbayu listened, he sneered, Lin Tian, your reason is too far-fetched, even if what you say makes sense. It is the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance who provoked you, but not our 10,000 Buddhas. Why do you just come to see us? Ling Yan listened to Yilu. I'll give you a chance to advise you to withdraw this question, because once I tell the reason, you people here will die. What? It's too arrogant. This person actually wants to destroy my 10,000 Buddhas gate by himself? Court death. Kuan Pucha firmly believed in Kuan Bayu's cultivation strength, so he expected Kuan Bayu to kill Ling Yan. When he translated this time, he exaggerated Ling Yan's words, and said it in public. All the people of Wampaman were enraged. Fight! 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 Master Kunbayu, please kill this arrogant person. For a while, you can say anything. Kunbayu in the air was completely enraged. He took a step forward suddenly. Just say what you want. Okay. Then I'll tell you, there are 3 reasons. First, I am here. As long as it is the power of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, I will uproot it. Secondly, although it is the Nanyang Casual Cultivation Alliance that offended us in Huaxia, your 10,000 Buddhist sect is the most powerful sect in this alliance, and your status is equivalent to that of the United States to the world. If I don't ask you, who will I look for? Third, Tianlingzong has been destroyed by me. Ling Yan finished the 3 reasons in one breath. He was too lazy to waste any more time. Let's do it. Kill. When Kuan Bayu moved in the air, it was as if layers of incarnations had appeared, dragging a long string, and completely surrounded Ling Yan. Chapter 1782. Kunbayu took the lead. It is worthy of being the fighting monk who has reached the consecrated state of Wampaman. His speed has surpassed the limit of body skills, but he is not flying, but teleporting. A real afterimage was left on the ground, as if hundreds of avatars appeared all of a sudden, surrounding Ling Yan. Boom! Immediately afterwards, fist shadows filled the sky. Wow, Master Kunbayu's skill has improved again, and there are so many incarnations outside the body. That's right, don't look at that Huaxia loose cultivator, coming aggressively. He is definitely not a general of our Master Kunbayu. He probably can't resist even one move of Master Kunbayu. That kid must have been frightened and stupid. He actually stood there without moving. No one can withstand a punch from Guru Kunbayu. I think he is dead. In the huge square below, the disciples of Wampaman saw how mighty Kuan Bayu was, and all of them became excited immediately. Their eyes lit up excitedly, waiting for the next moment. Kuan Bayu could kill Ling Yan with one punch. Hee, it's just an afterimage, a bluff. Ling Yan stood in the air without any movement. He now possesses the Celestial Eye and opened the Celestial Eye. Under the Celestial Eye, Kuan Bayu's continuous teleportation, every time he got up and every time he stopped, became extremely slow, just like slowing down. Like a lens, it is exceptionally clear and distinct. Until Kuan Bayu punched him. Even though the shadows of fists were all over the sky, in Ling Yan's eyes, the other party only had one punch. He smiled calmly, looked at the other party's momentum, and punched out the same punch. Boom! Fist to fist, fist to fist. As if two shells fired at each other collided in the air, the gang chi exploded, the air exploded, and the airflow formed a huge shock wave, which impacted everything around it and spread to the ground. The disciple, rushing up and down, in a mess. Ah! Ah! Ouch! Someone was seriously injured on the spot. Falling to the ground and howling. After the two fists clashed, Ling Yin remained motionless, and Xuanhuan flew upside down, retreated 100 feet away, and managed to stabilize his figure. Let's judge. What? This, how is it possible? After Xuanhuan came to a complete stop, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He didn't believe that Ling Yin could block his punch, let alone that Ling Yin could fly him away with one punch. You think I'm here to play with you? Ling Yin sneered, took a step, and instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of feet, and appeared in front of Xuanhuan. He was not polite, and punched out again. Only then did Xuanhuan realize that the opponent was faster than him, so he didn't dare to be careless anymore, and hurriedly punched to resist. The result was no surprise, he was knocked away by Ling Yin again, and this time he retreated farther. Ling Yin bullied himself up, and after punching out, his feet kept moving at the same time, like a tarsal maggot. Every time he knocked Xuanhuan into the air, he was followed by another punch. Boom 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 boom. The sound of terrifying explosions was endless, and the true energy was surging. Even though the two were in the air, the wind caused by their fists spread to the ground below. Crack! Crack! The temples on the ground, those walls and beams, gradually began to be unbearable, making a loud cracking sound. Boom, boom. Finally, the pillars of a temple were blown off by the strong wind, snapped, and the temple collapsed. It's just that no one cared about this scene for a long time, because everyone in the square was desperately raising their heads, turning their bodies unconsciously. Their eyes followed the figures of the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air, and they were stunned. At this time, Xuanhuan, the fighting monk of 10,000 Buddhas, was pressed and beaten by the opponent. He could only parry and had no power to fight back. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, what Ling Yin used was just his pair of fists. The physical body is not bad, you are quite tough. Ling Yin punched Xuanhuan step by step, and beat Xuanhuan violently. In just a moment, the two of them circled the temple of Xuanhuan several times at high altitude. 50 meters high. Impossible, absolutely impossible, your realm is obviously far inferior to mine. Xuanhuan became more panicked and angrier as he fought more and more. Under Ling Yin's domineering offensive, he gradually couldn't bear it anymore. Just when Ling Yin punched again, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped punching hard, but flying back directly, his body leaped during the quick retreat, and once again soared into the sky, breaking away from Ling Yin's suppression all at once. What? After reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, Xuanhuan suddenly drank, and his whole body glowed with golden light. Brush! From between his eyebrows, a stream of golden light flew out, which instantly became 3 feet in size. It was actually a treasured staff made of pure gold. Ling Yin, who was chasing after him, slammed into it. The golden light pierced the sky, forming a huge horse, hitting Ling Yin's head. Xuanqin, Kunsai, Kunbase, Kunlunwai. This person's physical body and strength are unbelievably strong. I can't compare to him. You guys don't want to watch the battle. Use your full strength to help me kill this person. Experts stretch out their hands to know if there is one. After a fierce battle, no one could understand Ling Yin's horror better than Xuanhuan, and he didn't care about face, so he took the opportunity to shout. Whoosh whoosh. On the square on the ground, even fools could see that Xuanhuan was at a disadvantage just now, and now that Xuanhuan told them to make a move, they rushed up naturally. Swipe swipe. These foundation-building peak masters, as soon as they came up, each sacrificed their own magic weapons, urged them with all their strength with their spiritual thoughts, and all came to kill Ling Yun. Yes, you should have gone together a long time ago, saving me trouble. Ling Yun let out a long laugh, and took a light step, dodging the attack of Kuan Base's staff, and even out of the attack range of the other people's magic weapons. He suddenly appeared in front of Kuan Base. Kuan Base never dreamed that Ling Yun would find him. He was taken aback for a moment, and decisively flew back. Be careful, Passe. Kuan Bayu was terrified, and rushed forward, blocking his younger brother's body, raised his stick with both hands, and smashed it down on Ling Yun's head again. Hee, it's just the state of consecration. Do you really think how powerful this broken magic weapon of yours is? Just now, Ling Yun pressed Kuan Bayu and beat him fiercely. He just wanted to test his strength at the 8th level of Qi training and use this consecration to warm up. But now, he has already figured out how heavy the opponent is. No more wasting time. Apparate. Facing the falling treasure stick, Ling Yun teleported directly, leaving a phantom on the spot, and his real body appeared in front of Kuan Base again. He did not give the opponent any chance, and shot suddenly. 5 elements cut off the pulse finger. Bang 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 bang. It was too fast. Ling Yun pointed out dozens of times in a row, and sealed Kuan Base's 8 extraordinary meridians, making him unable to move anymore, and then suddenly slapped Kuan Base's dantian with his palm. Open it for me. Boom. Ling Yun shattered the opponent's dantian with just one palm, and the vortex of yin and yang true energy burst out, rushed into Kuan Base's broken dantian, and began to wantonly absorb his true energy. Ah! Kuan Base was terrified and cried out in fright. After Kuan Bayu saw this scene, his eyes were tearing apart, and he held furiously. Call out. Boom. The sound of the magic weapon breaking through the air and the sound of the air bursting suddenly came. It turned out that Kuan Bayu saw his younger brother falling into Ling Yun's hands, and in a hurry, he threw the treasure staff directly, and flew towards Ling Yun's back. Hey, that's not right. After Ling Yun's yin-yang Jinqi vortex entered Kuan Base's dantian, he noticed something abnormal before it started to work. He stopped decisively, grabbed the opponent's neck, and teleported away from the spot. Why am I confused? After a Buddhist disciple reaches the foundation building state, the true energy in his body will be transformed into pure Buddha power. Ling Yun used Tianzutong to teleport continuously in the air, avoiding the attacks of magic weapons from all directions, and laughed dumbfounded. Can Buddha power be absorbed? Of course it can be absorbed, but it will be very troublesome to transform it. Even if Ling Yun uses the yin-yang Jinqi vortex, he needs to retreat for a long time, which is not worth the candle. What's more, it's a big battle right now. If Ling Yun absorbs the Buddhist power of so many masters in the Foundation establishment realm at once, he might cause himself big trouble. What a pity! Ling Yun felt a little resentful, and with force, he was about to pinch Kuan Base's neck and send him on his way. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In Ling Yun's body, the acupuncture points all over his body suddenly radiated light, and in each acupuncture point, the little suns transformed by the power of faith suddenly shone white light violently at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the violent Buddha power in Kuan Base's body seemed to find a place all of a sudden, and all of them surged towards his neck, followed Ling Yun's palm, and penetrated into Ling Yun's body without hindrance. Haha, that's how it is. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. The power of Buddha is also the power of chanting and the power of faith. In an instant, Ling Yun decisively put away the vortex of yin and yang true energy, and began to absorb the Buddha power in the opponent's body with all his strength. This is really an unexpected harvest. At the peak of the 7th level of Qi training, Ling Yun can handle a 10,000 Buddha gate with ease. What's more, before Ling Yun came, he was enlightened by Guanyin of the South China Sea, had a breakthrough in epiphany, and stepped into the 8th level of Qi training. Although Tianyantong and Tianzutong are the two superpowers acquired by Ling Yun after he entered the late stage of Qi training, they belong to his own new abilities, but they are similar to Kaidianyan and Shenzutong in the Buddhist six skills. The same is true. Relying on these two new superpowers, Ling Yun was surrounded by the 5 top masters of Wanfo sect. He came and went freely, shuttled vertically and horizontally, moved step by step, and moved far and near according to his heart. Many magic weapons of the enemy attacked him for a long time. Even the corners of the close were not touched. Ling Yun carried Kunbase like a cat playing with a mouse. After teasing Kunbase and the others for a while, he felt that the Buddha power in Kunbase's body had been absorbed by him, so he threw the dying Kunbase away. Gave it to Kunpayu. Back to you. At this time, Kuan-Bayu was controlling his treasure stick to chase and kill Ling Yun crazily. Seeing Ling Yun throwing his younger brother out suddenly, he was shocked, and quickly turned his treasure stick around. Pase recruited him. Pase. Kunbayu hugged Kunbase and looked intently, his eyes opened angrily, and his heart felt like a knife. Kunbase is still alive, but his dantian has been shattered, and the Buddha power obtained through hard work in his body is almost gone. His face is like gold paper, his eyes are closed tightly, and he is no different from a living dead. Kunbayu was angry and hated in his heart. With a thought, he teleported away from the battle group with his brother's body in his arms, returned to the square on the ground, and handed Kunbase to several of his disciples. You guys, help me take good care of Guru Kunbase. If you find that something is wrong, you can take him to leave 10,000 Buddha's gate as soon as possible. Yes. The few disciples accepted Kunbase and hurriedly agreed to come down. What? At this moment, another scream was heard in the air. It turned out that after Ling Yun threw away Kunbase, he caught another foundation-building peak. This time it was Kuan Xian who was caught by Ling Yun after meeting him. Living. Ling Yun did the same, smashing the opponent's dantian with his palm, and continued to absorb the huge Buddha power in his body. Strange to say, Ling Yun discovered that the power of faith hidden in the various orifices in his body, when it shone with blazing light and turned into a small sun, absorbed the opponent's Buddha power, which was even stronger than his yin and yang true qi vortex. Be fast, and transform faster. When the Buddha power leaves the opponent's body, it is still pure Buddha power. But when it enters Ling Yun's body and pours into the major acupoints, it directly becomes the power of pure faith. This of course surprised him. Master, save me. Before Kuan Xian lost his ability to move, he let out a shrill and desperate cry, and there was no more movement. Humph, you pretend to be a Buddhist school, but your 6 roots are not clean. You are full of food and have nothing to do. You have created this Lao Shitzi Nanyang loose cultivation alliance, and you want to deal with me Huaxia. If you don't teach you a little lesson, you won't know in the future. What will happen? Ling Yun dodged the attack of the opponent's 3 magic weapons in one step, and said in a loud voice. Brush. After Kunbayu settled his younger brother, a teleportation appeared next to Kuntang, the master of 10,000 Buddha's sect, Kunzanla, the guardian of light. Master, Kuan-Zhanla, have you too seen that Lin Tian's true cultivation strength has already surpassed Kuan-Base, and Kuan Xian and the others, they went up to die? Could it be that at this time, you are still indifferent and unwilling to deal with him? Kuan-Ting and Kuan-Zhanla looked at each other solemnly. Kuan-Bayu shouted violently, if you don't take action again, tonight will be the day when our 10,000 Buddhas will be wiped out. After finishing speaking, Kuan-Bayu didn't wait for the two to respond. The golden light on his body was full of Buddha power, and in the dazzling golden light, a tall golden phantom Buddha statue suddenly condensed, slowly moving from the top of his head. Rise slowly. After the golden phantom Buddha statue was completely separated from Kuan-Bayu's body, Kuan-Bayu suddenly clasped his palms together, murmured something, and then slowly pushed out towards Ling Yun in the air with his palms facing outwards. Kill! The golden phantom Buddha statue moved, and instantly appeared in front of Ling Yun. He stretched out his golden palm, the size of a futon, and pressed down on Ling Yun's head. Okay? It wasn't until this moment that Ling Yun finally felt a bit of pressure. He didn't care about the reality of the other party, and took a decisive step, leaving the palm of the golden Buddha phantom first. With this step, Ling Yun moved 1,000 meters away, but that trace of pressure still shrouded his head. He didn't need to look up to know that the phantom of the golden Buddha was still blocking him. Their relative positions remained unchanged, and the golden light shone the palm of his hand still fell towards his head. Hee, it turns out that the Tao foundation you built is fixed body and accompanying. Ling Yun sneered, and immediately pointed out the essence of Xuanhuan's move. Foundation building. The entire foundation building realm of a cultivator is to build the foundation of one's own Tao, but it can't be used just to build it. Berries. Xuanhuan knew that with his own force, he could not hurt Ling Yun anyway, so he finally used his most powerful ability to compete with Ling Yun directly. This is the crushing of the realm. Now that he was accompanied, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't dodge the opponent's palm, so he stopped dodging, and suddenly opened the Hunyuan Qi shield, and at the same time pinched the immovable king's seal with his free palm, and accepted the opponent's palm forcibly. Powerful blow. Boom. The giant golden palm slapped heavily on the top of Ling Yun's head, and he fell rapidly, falling 300 meters in the air. Swipe. Boom boom boom. At the same time, 7 or 8 Buddhist magic weapons flew from all around, all hitting Ling Yun's body, shaking his body violently. But fortunately, Ling Yun's physical body and the Fudoming King's seal were defenses against the sky, and the magic weapons of the enemy did not hurt his body. When he raised his head again, the golden Buddha statue was still hanging in front of Ling Yun. He raised his giant palm and slammed it down violently again. Xuanhuan succeeded with one blow, this time it was much more ruthless. Court death. Ling Yun's eyes were cold, and with a movement of his divine sense, his body was also radiant with golden light. The dragon aura permeated his whole body, and the golden dragon spear came out of his body. Swipe. The green shadow flying sword, the king's seal, rushed out from between his eyebrows, and the yin and yang sword flew out from his dantian. Kill. Ling Yun sacrificed 4 magic weapons at once, and he activated them with his spiritual thoughts to attack the enemy in an instant. Chi. Boom. It was too fast, and before the golden palm hit Ling Yun's head again, the 4 magic weapons had seriously injured 4 foundation establishment peaks at the same time. Ah. The only 2 people left in the air, Xuan Sai and Xuan Luanwei, were pierced through their bodies by the golden dragon spear and the blue shadow flying sword respectively. On the ground, of the 2 foundation establishment peaks, one was sent flying by the human king seal, and the other was shot by Yin Yang. The Gangqi sword pierced the heart. Brush. On Ling Yun's left hand, there was an extra blood-transforming magic knife. He didn't even look at it, and swung the knife casually. The scarlet light of the knife flashed, and instantly cut the golden palm into 6 or 7 segments. Okay. Xuanhuan on the ground thought that Ling Yun was at the end of his skills and was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue him, but he didn't expect that Ling Yun had even more terrifying means. After the phantom of the golden Buddha he transformed was cut off from his palm, he himself was struck by lightning, and he was struck by lightning one after another. After taking several steps back, he barely stopped his figure. This. Xuanhuan's face was like gold paper, he was stunned and forgot to strike again for a while. He couldn't attack anymore, because after Ling Yun smashed the palm of the golden Buddha's shadow, he swung his knife straight in, smashing the golden Buddha's shadow into pieces in the blink of an eye. The golden phantom turned into pure Buddha power, all of which were absorbed into Ling Yun's body. Up to now, the 10,000 Buddhist sect has had 2 foundation establishment peaks abolished, 4 foundation establishment peaks have been seriously injured, and the fighting monk Kuan Bayu has less than half of his original combat power. Kill. Ling Yun flew down. At this moment, the square outside the Wanfaman Hall was already in chaos. Since it took more than 2 hours for Ling Yun to appear in Wanfaman after destroying Tianlingzong. The masters of the Buddhist sect in the square are already the full strength of the Wanfo sect. Among the more than 200 people, apart from the 9 foundation building realms and the 3 consecrated powerhouses who held a secret meeting in the hall just now, there are nearly 100 monks who have reached the late stage of Qi training, and the remaining most of them have also reached the realm of Qi training. In the eyes of these people, with such a formation, let alone a few intruders, even a sect or even several sects came to attack, and their Wanfo sect still had the power to fight. Therefore, when Ling Yun suddenly appeared, these masters of the Buddhist sect who enjoyed the honor and status in the 10,000 Buddhist sect and were used to being their masters were not only filled with righteous indignation, but also disapproved. They absolutely did not believe that this intruder who appeared rashly could really take advantage of it on their own territory, and they never even thought about it. But when the war started, they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were, and how terrifying that seemingly inconspicuous huaxia casual cultivator possessed. Ling Yun galloped freely, coming and going freely, there were so many people on his side, and none of them was his general. The senior masters they respected so much in the past, those sect supremes who had established the foundation realm, were taken by others in the blink of an eye. Most of them were seriously injured. Escape. Seeing Ling Yun flying down from the sky with the half-dead Kuan Xian in his hand, the disciples of Wanfaman in the square were already filled with fear, and the only thought left was to run away. The ones who escaped the fastest were those direct disciples who Kunbayu had just told them to take care of Kunbase. Rushed towards the door of 10,000 Buddhas. Boom! Shrouded by Ling Yun's divine sense, he had a clear view of the situation on the square. He didn't allow the enemy to escape easily. He suddenly threw the dying Kuan Xian in his hand, stepped out in the air, and caught up with the one who was escaping the fastest. Several monks. In Ling Yun's eyes, the current 9th level of Qi training is really not much different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He flicked his fingers one after another, severely wounding these people, and then made a big move, and those people were like marionettes. He was dragged back by him. Want to escape? Dreaming. Ling Yun learned a lot from a pit. Just now in Tianlingzong, he almost suffered a big loss, because of his benevolence. How can he be soft-hearted now? Boom. As soon as his mind moved, Ling Yun let go of the yin-yang true qi vortex, and the huge vortex enveloped the entire square almost instantly, and began to crazily absorb the true qi of these disciples who were under the foundation establishment realm. Although it is inconvenient for Ling Yun to use this move for those above the foundation, but for those under the foundation, his yin-yang jinqi vortex can catch and suck anyone without any obstacles. In just an instant, hundreds of people were sucked in by the huge vortex of yin and yang jinqi, staggering involuntarily in the vortex. The jinqi in their bodies drained rapidly, screaming again and again. Ah! Suzerain, help! Guardian of light, save lives! Oops! My skills. The rotation speed of the yin-yang jinqi vortex is really too fast, but those who are not enough to get involved will not be able to escape. Soon, there are panic calls for help, like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Ah! Kunbayu never dreamed that his ultimate move would bring such a huge disaster to Wanfaman. He was furious to the extreme, and suddenly urged his divine sense to the extreme, and used his precious stick to attack Ling Yun. Boom! Ling Yun now released all the magic weapons and no longer dodged. He recalled the seal of the human king and directly blocked Kunbayu's staff. The golden light and white light shone at the same time, making a huge impact sound. Many people in the vortex of true energy were shocked. He was shocked to death by the terrifying airflow. Seeing that his attack was still ineffective against Ling Yun, Kuan Baiyu was furious, but now that he had suffered a lot, he knew that even if he rushed in front of Ling Yun, he would die in vain. Brush. Kun Baiyu had no choice but to fly high into the sky suddenly. He sat cross-legged, his face suddenly became as calm as water, and said to Kuntang and Kunzanla, Master of the sect, Protector of the Light, this Lin Tian is rampant in my 10,000 Buddhist sect. Killing people like hemp, are you still fantasizing about turning hostility into friendship with him at this time? Are you fantasizing about negotiating with the other party? I, Kuan Baiyu, as the guardian monk of 10,000 Buddhas, even if I die in battle tonight, I will drag this person to hell. After finishing speaking, Kuan Baiyu slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, his body was once again filled with golden light, and the golden light condensed into a nearly substantial Buddha shadow, which was twice as large as before. Kuan Baiyu exhausted his whole body's Buddha power, his 7 orifices bleed, the Buddha's shadow slowly left his body, and appeared in the center of the vortex in an instant. The Buddha's shadow stretched out his big hand, and suddenly grabbed Ling Yun's body. It's really a centipede, dead but not stiff. Ling Yun is currently using the vortex of Yin and Yang Jinqi to absorb the Jinqi of hundreds of people at the same time. He is enjoying the refreshing feeling brought by the rising realm, and of course he doesn't want to be interrupted. When the blood-transforming magic knife slashed firmly on Foying's big hand, making a loud bang, deafening, and even Ling Yun's palm was a little numb from the shock. It's a pity that the Buddha's shadow's big hand was only slowed down by the blood-transforming sword, but it continued to tighten and grab towards Ling Yun. Obviously, Kuan Baiyu is desperate, and he will hold Ling Yun on his back if he dies. Ling Yun's face darkened, and he slashed 9 times like lightning. All of them were aimed at the tiger's mouth of Buddha Ying's big hand. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal impacting violently resounded, and Kuan Baiyu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, shook violently and was instantly thrown down dozens of feet. He was already spurting blood, but he still didn't give up. It's still not dead? Ling Yun slashed 10 times in a row, but he failed to smash the Buddha shadow's big hand. He knew that he couldn't dodge it, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he gritted his teeth and used the Diyan Ju Xing Ju to the limit. Boom! Putting his fingers together, Buddha Ying finally grasped Ling Yun. In just a moment, Ling Yun felt endless pressure around his body, unable to move his limbs, even breathing became difficult, and the flow of true energy in his body was no longer smooth. The circulation of the Jinqi in Ling Yun's body was blocked, and the vortex of Yin-Yang Jinqi outside naturally weakened accordingly, and the rotation speed became extremely slow, and many people took the opportunity to escape. But their skills were damaged, and they were already exhausted. They just escaped from the scope of the vortex, but they were powerless to escape far. Kun Baiyu finally succeeded in trapping Ling Yun. He was covered in blood, but with a horrible grin on his face, he shouted violently. Kuan Ting, Kuan Zhan Lai, you two still don't make a move? Kill. Kuan Ting, the master of 10,000 Buddha's sect, and Kuan Zhan La, the protector of light, at this time, knowing that the two sides are already in a life-and-death situation, they no longer take chances, they finally made up their minds. Brush. 2 beams of light rushed out from between their brows, respectively, and instantly magnified. What rushed out from the center of Kuan Ting's eyebrows was a huge canopy with brilliant rays of light, among which the golden light was the main one, covering most of the square in an instant. The range of Ling Yun's Yin and Yang Jinqi vortex shrunk by more than half. All disciples of 10,000 Buddha's sect quickly enter under the canopy. The surviving masters of 10,000 Buddha's sect saw that the sect master had finally made a move, and they were overjoyed immediately, and flew under the canopy. But the magic weapon of the Guardian of Light, Kunzhanlak, is a jet black mirror, and the other side is smooth and bright. Once it appears, it emits a blazing white beam of light, illuminating the entire square as bright as day. Swipe. This precious mirror exudes terrifying Buddha power, and it rotates violently in the air. The white beam of light chases several magic weapons of Ling Yun. You are really courting death. Ling Yun was held tightly by the huge palm, his body seemed to fall into a deep well. He couldn't see the outside situation, but his spiritual sense could still reveal a little bit, so he knew that the opponent's three masters had already shot with all their strength. You want to trap me just by turning yourself into a Buddha? Dreaming. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. With Ling Yun's vision, he could see through Kunbayu's ability to press the bottom of the box at a glance. That's right, it is the transformation of the body into a Buddha. Fortunately, he was only turning into a Buddha, not turning into a Buddha. Otherwise, with Ling Yun's current cultivation, he could only escape as far as he could. Transforming into a Buddha with the body. If you encounter someone who doesn't understand this technique, even if the two sides in the battle are equal in strength, or even the opponent's realm is one or two small realms higher than Kunbayu's, if you use it suddenly, you will be able to catch the opponent by surprise. The most important reason is that I don't know how to crack it. But Ling Yun is very clear that this technique of transforming himself into a Buddha is actually similar to the immortal technique performed by the Lilong Daoist in Longhu Mountain, and the Haisha demon god summoned by Sikong II of the demon sect. Taoism talks about the unity of heaven and man. As long as one's physical body can bear it, one can invite immortals to come to one's body, borrow one's own physical body, or seize one's body for a short time, to fight against the enemy for one's own. Strong, it depends on how high the realm of the person who casts the immortal technique is. The magic gate is relatively simple and straightforward. As long as they enshrine a certain demon god every day and know the secret method of summoning, when they are facing the enemy in battle, they can use the secret method to directly summon the worshipped demon god to fight instead of themselves. The most difficult of the three teachings, of course, is also the most powerful when it is performed, and that is the Buddhist practice of transforming oneself into a Buddha. Because transforming into a Buddha with one's body is neither inviting the Buddha to come to one's body, nor using the secret method to invite the Buddha to fight instead of one's own body, but to transform all the Buddha's power one has cultivated into a Buddha to fight. I am a Buddha. Therefore, the threshold for turning into a Buddha with the body is the highest. First of all, Buddhist disciples must be required to complete the foundation building state, that is, at least reach the enlightenment state, and all the power of a body can be converted into pure Buddha power before they can be used. Secondly, Buddhist disciples are required to recite scriptures day and night, visualize the Buddha they have transformed in their hearts all the time, and keep that Buddha in their hearts very clearly, so that they can be transformed in the face of the enemy. Otherwise, they will not even remember the appearance of the Buddha. How about turning into a Buddha? The last thing is, if you use your body to transform into a Buddha, once you perform it, your own Buddha power will inevitably be greatly depleted. Even if you survive the battle, you will have to recover from death for 3 to 5 years, at most 10 or 8 years, before you can return to the original state. This one is the most scary, but it is also beneficial. As long as you use your body to transform into a Buddha, as long as you survive the years and recover your realm, it is actually the day of breakthrough, because once you transform into a Buddha, you can fully understand the Buddha's heart, Buddha nature, Buddhist principles, etc. The degree of understanding will be far beyond others. Kunbayu who consecrated the light realm. It can only be said that he is reluctant to use the technique of transforming himself into a Buddha. With his cultivation base, he can only condense a Buddha body, and then inject all his thoughts into the Buddha body to fight Ling Yun. His thoughts, the Buddha's body. This is exactly the opposite of the Taoist art of descending immortals, the mind of an immortal, and the body of a human being. Of course, the demon sect is more direct, the mind of the demon, the body of the demon, to put it bluntly, it is to directly ask the boss you enshrine to come out and fight. It is precisely because the person holding Ling Yun's body is the Buddha's body, so Ling Yun's blood-transforming sword cannot even cut 10 times. After all, this huge Buddha body is formed by the condensation of Kuan Bayu's Buddha power. The strength of his flesh body is even higher than that of enlightenment. Clack la la. Seeing his side, the sect master Kuan stood up, and after the light guardian Kuan Zhanla made a full attack, Kuan Bayu knew that he had no worries, so he urged all his strength, suddenly tightened the huge Buddha's hand, and grasped it with all his strength. Bully the weak, don't care at all that you have thousands of magic weapons, all kinds of changes, just one trick is enough. Kuan Bayu actually wanted to crush Ling Yun to death. Okay. Ling Yun, who was in the huge palm, possessed the invulnerable state of the Diyan Ju Xingju. Under such a terrifying and huge force, his body was also pinched and deformed, and his bones seemed to be squeezed into a ball. The crackling sound made his face turn pale from the pain. This is the first time Ling Yun has suffered such a big loss since the Poyang Lake battle against Long Tianfeng. Originally, he thought that after coming here, he only needs to deal with the opponent's leaders, absorb some skills, and teach Wanfaman a lesson, so he has not killed them. After all, the other party is a Buddhist sect, and foreign Buddhist sects also belong to the Buddhist orthodoxy. But at this moment, Ling Yun changed his mind. Xuanhuan Qi Shield. In the giant palm, under severe pain, Ling Yun used his divine sense, and suddenly used the Xuanhuan Qi Shield to the extreme, opening up a little space for himself first. Brush. He moved his divine sense again and directly recalled the golden dragon spear. This golden dragon spear was transformed from the golden spine dragon aura on his back. It can be said to be indestructible. As long as it returns to the body, it will be impossible for this giant Buddhist palm to tighten and pinch Ling Yun to death. However, Ling Yun soon discovered that it was not that simple, because Kuan Bayu had another hand. I don't know if Kuan Bayu really discovered Ling Yun's plan. He didn't wait for the golden dragon gun to get close, and he slapped the golden dragon gun away with his other giant palm. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, the giant palm formed a fist. Kuan Bayu held Ling Yun, and began to smash the ground violently. He wanted to smash Ling Yun into a ball of meat paste. The golden dragon gun couldn't come back, and Ling Yun's other magic weapons couldn't come back. Of course, he changed his mind decisively, controlled his 4 magic weapons, and attacked Kuan Bayu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air at the same time. When people recite the Buddha's body, since Kuan Bayu's entire thoughts are on the Buddha's body, his own physical body is naturally no different from a lying corpse. As long as Kuan Bayu is killed, the Buddha body he condensed will naturally be destroyed. Brush. Kuan Zhanla made a move, his precious mirror suddenly zoomed in again in the air, and with a spin, that blazing white beam of light completely enveloped Kuan Bayu's body. Clank. Although the speed of the Ling Yun magic weapon was fast, it could not be faster than the speed of light. The 4 magic weapons attacked Kuan Bayu, but they were blocked by the white beam of light. Seeing this scene, even Ling Yun had to admit that it is indeed reasonable for Wanfaman to be able to stand firm in Nanyang and become the mainstay of Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, which has been passed down for thousands of years. In any case, at least when Ling Yun was in China, the highest level cultivator he met was Di Hai, the peak foundation building master of Tianjianzong, and he has never seen a person above the foundation building level so far. Of course, now Ling Yun has already understood that there are definitely practitioners in China who are above the foundation establishment, and he has never met them, but they deliberately hide from the world. He is here now, and he has dealt with not only one sect, but even the strongest cultivator in a country. It is quite normal to meet several foundation builders. A treasured mirror, a canopy, I never imagined that there would be such treasures in Wanfaman. It can resist my 4 magic weapons. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun resolutely gave up the idea of attacking Kun Bayu's body with magic weapons, mobilized 4 magic weapons, and smashed at Kuan Ting's canopy that covered half of the square at the same time. Boom boom boom. The 2-foot square man Wang Yin slammed down on the huge canopy, and only the huge canopy that was smashed suddenly sank. At the same moment, the Golden Dragon Spear, Blue Shadow Flying Sword, and Yin Yang Stellar Chi Sword also stabbed fiercely at the huge canopy. This canopy is obviously a defensive magic weapon. It is as big as half a square. The target is too big to avoid, so it can only bear the attack. Kuan stands upright as if he is facing an enemy, and holds on with all his strength. Master, can you resist it? Kuan Zhanla asked worriedly as he watched the canopy sinking and sinking above his head. Don't worry about protecting the light. My colorful canopy is no worse than your bright mirror. He won't be able to break through it for a while. You just need to protect Master Kun Bayu's body. Okay, Master Kun Bayu is more than 3 times as powerful as a Buddha in his body. That Huaxiao loose cultivator should not last long. Light Protector Kun Zhanla, a little bit of hope was born in his heart. Wanfaman has 2 defenses and 1 offense, 3 against 1. At this point in the battle, under the realm of Foundation establishment, it is simply impossible to intervene. Ling Yin sneered and said silently in his heart, Lei Qi. The Dantian Thunder Pond was opened, and Ling Yin drew a ray of tribulation thunder energy from the Thunder Pond, and slashed towards Kuan Bayu in the air. You have light, I have electricity, look at this invisible force, can your beam of light resist it? Click. Thunder exploded in the air, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck Kun Bayu's body firmly. Just at this moment, Kun Bayu's cross-legged body was suddenly shaken by lightning, and the original perfect cross-legged posture became a lot looser. Similarly, the giant palm that was holding Ling Yun's body and slamming it to the ground suddenly froze, and the strength suddenly loosened. Ling Yun felt that the pressure was reduced a lot in an instant. It works. Ling Yun was overjoyed, and immediately gave up the idea of using other whole cards. He used the thunder energy absorbed by Du Jia a few days ago, one lightning after another, and slammed towards Kun Bayu in the air. After 6 consecutive thunderbolts, Kuan Bayu had already been scorched black all over his body, his monk's clothes turned into nothing, and his tall figure couldn't keep cross-legged. But he is not dead yet. After all, he is a person who has survived the catastrophe, and is also a master of enlightenment, so his physical body is naturally extremely tyrannical. But his body was severely injured, and the Buddha body was naturally damaged a lot, from solid to empty, and the palm holding Ling Yun could no longer cause any harm to Ling Yun. How is this possible? Where did the lightning come from? After Kuan Zhanla saw this scene, he couldn't help being stunned. He and Kuan Ting looked at each other in shock. Die to me. The opportunity must not be missed, and it will never come again. Ling Yun seized the opportunity, cast Tianzutong and stepped forward in 1 step, appearing in front of Kuan Bayu in an instant. The blood-transforming magic sword flashed continuously, and Ling Yun smashed the giant palm of the Buddha's shadow in the blink of an eye, and then the sword flashed again, and the knife smashed into the beam of light of Kuan Zhanla's precious mirror. No hindrance. Ling Yun guessed right, the beam of light from this precious mirror is really only useful for magic weapons. In other words, it can affect the spiritual thoughts attached to the magic weapon by the practitioner, so Ling Yun's magic weapon has nothing to do when it encounters the beam of light. Swipe. After 3 cuts, Kuan Bayu's body was torn apart and he died. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. So what about turning into a Buddha? Just kill it. Of course, Ling Yun used a trick this time, not his own strength, but the gap between the realms of the two sides is so large, and he didn't want to use a stronger hull card, so he could only kill the opponent and bring it down. Boom! As soon as Kanbayu died, his own thoughts disappeared, and the huge Buddha body condensed naturally immediately collapsed, turning into a huge mass of pure Buddha power. Holding the knife, Ling Yun floated in this mass of pure Buddha power. All the acupuncture points in his body opened up, emitting great light, and quickly absorbed all the Buddha power. Looking inside, Ling Yun saw that those acupoints in his body contained the power of faith. Originally they were just individual little suns, but after absorbing these Buddha powers, these little suns began to be dazzled by white one by one. The threads are connected. At a glance, it looks like stars in the sky, hanging on a large white net. Every acupoint is shining brightly, and the power of faith, like true energy, begins to flow among all the acupoints, but it is obvious, which is a mysterious channel independent of the meridians of the whole body. However, when the true qi in Ling Yun's body circulates through the meridians, of course it also flows through these acupoints. They are illuminated by the little suns in the acupoints, or baptized. And finally reached the sea of consciousness between the brows. The speed of transforming into a divine essence was already unbelievably fast, and every second was providing energy to Ling Yun's brain. This power of faith has such an effect? Ling Yun was very shocked. Until now, he discovered the first use of the power of faith. Frankly speaking, originally Ling Yun didn't look down on things like religious beliefs. He always thought it was a deceptive thing. He only relied on himself in his cultivation, and he was most annoyed by this way of not following the right path. Therefore, he is extremely unimpressed with those religions, orthodoxies, and the like, rejects them from the bottom of his heart, and always keeps them at a respectful distance. But now, he has personally experienced the benefits of the power of faith, which can protect the body, heal injuries, and strengthen the practitioner's meridians and acupoints. Although Ling Yun can't use these powers of faith to fight, where is this? He doesn't have his own orthodox lineage, let alone his own congregation in the true sense. He only has a little power of faith by curing diseases and saving people, giving others a little property, and someone in Qingshui City set up a longevity tablet for him. Now he has inexplicably absorbed the Buddhist power of 2 peak foundation building peaks and an eminent monk who was consecrated, and he has reached such a point. What if there are thousands of people, 10,000 people, hundreds of millions of people? Even more, 1 billion, 10 billion people? You must know that Buddhist orthodoxy has appeared on the earth for thousands of years. Buddhists are spread all over the world, and there are hundreds of millions of believers. It doesn't need to be many. As long as everyone recites a sentence of Amitabha Buddha every day, the power of these chanting will gather. From this, it can be imagined, what kind of terrifying power will the existence at the top of the Buddhist pyramid possess? And it's just earth. But Ling Yun knows that there are also Buddhist sects in the big world of comprehension, and there are more congregants there. In any large area, Buddhist disciples are counted in billions, tens of billions. Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly gasped, feeling a little toothache. Think carefully and fear. However, now that the war is at hand, it is not the time to think about these things. Ling Yun just thinks from the heart, just think about it casually. The Wanthaman disciples in the square watched Kanbayu being beheaded by Ling Yun, and they all fell silent in fright. None of them dared to rush out of the protection range of the colorful canopy. Brush. Ling Yun was at a high altitude, and found his 4 magic weapons. After attacking for a long time, he failed to break through the defense of the canopy. He simply took them all back into his body, and then stepped out to the square. Standing outside the range of the canopy, looking at the people inside through the non-stop flow of multicolored sunlight, he picked up the blood-transforming magic knife, pointed forward with the tip of the knife, and said awe-inspiringly, "Who dares to come out to fight?" Although the words were addressed to everyone, Ling Yun's eyes were locked on the faces of Kuan Ting and Kuan Zhanla. Ling Yun doesn't need to look at others, the fact is obvious. After the battle just now, Wanfaman can still be qualified to be his opponent. Only these two people are left, except for them, in his eyes. Everyone else is just the one on the chopping board meat. The scarlet glow of the blade was blowing out, and even through the glow of the canopy, everyone in the 10,000 Buddhas sect could feel the terrifying evil spirit seeping in from the blade. Guardian of Light, what should we do now? Inside the colorful canopy, Kuan Ting, the head of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, was communicating with the Guardian of the Light with his spiritual thoughts in the face of the aggressive Ling Yun. Kuan Zhanla naturally understood what Kuan Ting said, but he was actually asking him whether he wanted to fight or surrender, and he said with a trace of bitterness on his face, "Master, if the two of us didn't make a move just now, if we surrendered directly at that time, maybe we can get a chance of life, but now, the other party has already started to kill, so it is meaningless to surrender at this time." Escape? I said before, I can't escape. The sect master must have seen it just now. This person has already cultivated Tianzutong. His speed can't even catch up with the fighting monk. After Kuan Ting finished listening, he took a hard look at Ling Yun in front of him, and gritted his teeth suddenly. Anyway, I'm dead anyway, so let's fight to the death. Kuan Zhanla closed his eyes slightly, and after a little thought, he suddenly said, I'll go over and talk to him and see what he wants. After the two communicated, Kuan Zhanla appeared next to Kuan Puja in a flash, grabbed his wrist, and jumped out of the Huagai Shuguang range without any explanation, and came in front of Ling Yun. Kuan Pu felt his body lighten at first, but when he looked again, he found that he was only 2 meters away from Ling Yun. His face turned pale with fright, and he almost cried out in alarm. Kunzhanel clasped his palms together, and saluted Ling Yun slightly. Taoist friend, I am Kuan Zhanla, the light protector of 10,000 Buddhist sect. Your magic power is supernatural, and I, 10,000 Buddhist sect, have already experienced it. I know that I am invincible, but I don't know you. What exactly is your request? As long as I, Wanfaman, can do it, I will do my best to fulfill it for you. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to Kuan Pucha and said, Pucha, you translate my original words to this fellow Taoist completely. The life and death of Wanfaman is at this moment. You must not cheat. At the end, Kunzhanla's tone was extremely severe. Yes. Kuan Puju nodded his head in fright, but he didn't dare to play tricks anymore, and translated Kuan Zhanla's original words, word by word, to Ling Yun. Seeing that Kuan Zhanla took the initiative to put away the mirror and dragged Kuan Pucha out, Ling Yun knew that the other party wanted to negotiate, so he didn't rush to do it. After listening to Kuan Pucha's translation with a sneer, Ling Yun raised his eyebrows. Kuan Zhanla, it seems a bit late to negotiate peace with me now, right? Kunzhanel smiled miserably, and clasped his palms together again. Taoist Lin Tian, I know that our actions just now have angered you, but you must understand that my 10,000 Buddhist sect is the #1 cultivating sect in Nanyang after all, and you came here suddenly late at night. Interviewer, how can we surrender without a fight? Kuan Zhanla recognized it very calmly. He first explained a few words about the battle just now, and immediately said, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. The fact is, we can only accept this. I remember when you appeared just now, you once said that you came here tonight to discuss an explanation with the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, so if you have any requests now, you might as well tell them all, and I, Wanfaman, will naturally do my best to fulfill them. Kuan Zhanla's attitude was so sincere that Ling Yun couldn't find an excuse to make a move because of his sincerity. Okay. Ling Yun pondered for a while, then raised his eyes suddenly. Okay, since you said so, then I will tell you my request. If you can do it, then I will let you go. If you can't, then don't blame me for being ruthless. When Kuan Zhanla heard it, the tense string in his heart suddenly loosened, and he hurriedly said excitedly, please tell me, fellow Taoist. Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, he was so excited, but he didn't notice that Kuan Pucha, who was beside him in charge of translation, was already pale, with a pair of triangular eyes flashing with fear. Lingyan knew this well, but he still kept his composure and raised his request. First, I want you Wanthaman to immediately disband the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. The Repair Alliance draws a clear line. Lingyan paused, glanced at Kunpu and asked him to translate. Kuan Puja is one of the top executives of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Lingyan's first request was this, which scared him to death, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and translate it. Kuan Zhanla was not under any pressure, he just came to discuss with the Nanyang Casual Cultivation Alliance. 10,000 Buddha's Gate was the first to bear the brunt. Of course he agreed without hesitation, and said, my 10,000 Buddha's Gate is a quiet place. Helpless, I had no choice but to join this alliance, but I didn't expect that it would lead to disaster, so it's best to quit now. Second, you Wanthaman, whoever works in the Nanyang Casual Cultivation Alliance, no matter who they are, counts as one, and must apologize in front of me with death. Wanthaman is Wanthaman, Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance is Zoman Alliance. Lingyan can let innocent people like Wanthaman go, but he can't let people from Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance go. He makes this point clear and clear. He believed that Kunzanla, as the light protector of 10,000 Buddhist sect, took the initiative to negotiate. Although this request was difficult for him, after weighing the pros and cons, he should be able to agree. But an accident appeared at this moment. Before Lingyan finished speaking, Kuan Puju suddenly made a move. A Buddhist bead hanging on his chest turned into a ball of black golden light, smashing directly at Lingyan's face, and at the same time his figure disappeared. Just kidding, he and Kuan Luanwei are the leaders and elders of Wanthaman in the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Lingyan made the second request. If Kuan Zhanla agrees, the two of them will die first. He also translated what? Boom. Lingyan had been prepared for a long time. He slapped away the string of Buddhist beads that Kuan Puja attacked him, and smiled indifferently at Kuan Zhanla. Guardian Guangming, have you seen it? Let's go. I'm sorry. After calmly speaking, Lingyan took a step forward, and instantly came to 9 kilometers away, catching up with Kuan Pucha, who was fleeing frantically. Puff. First cut off the opponent's arm with a single knife, and then use the 5 elements to cut off the meridians to seal his meridians, and then lift him back with one step. I knew it was you, did you escape? After returning, Lingyan threw the dying Kuan Pucha on the ground like a dead dog. Since some of you don't want to negotiate, then I can only deal with it in my own way. Lingyan came and went like lightning. He called out to Kuan Zhanla, who was still standing aside, and then he raised his knife and went straight in, performing the harmony light and dust art, and his figure instantly disappeared into the glow of the canopy. Like a tiger joining a flock of sheep, Lingyan went on a killing spree. His Yin-Yang Jinchi vortex is released again, and with the 4 magic weapons, he gallops vertically and horizontally. Wherever he passes, there is no one in front of him. Lingyan suppressed one case, by himself. Seeing that Lingyan really started to kill, Kuan Ting, the master of Wanthaman, and Kuan Zhanla, the guardian of light, naturally tried their best to resist, but unfortunately, neither of them and the fighting monk Kuan Bayu could resist Lingyan, let alone Kun Bayu was already dead, so naturally he couldn't be stopped now. Under the siege and interception of the two, Lingyan seemed to be strolling in a garden. Half an hour later, Lingyan absorbed all the Buddhist power of the last foundation building peak Kuan Luanwei, together with the true energy of nearly 200 Qi training masters absorbed. His own realm has risen, and he has reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? This is how Lingyan handles it. After the First World War, the 10,000 Buddhist sect was destroyed, and it survived in name only. Click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Boom. Ling Yan stopped in the square, and threw Kuan Luanwei, who was already useless, on the ground. The whole 10,000 Buddha's gate became a purgatory on earth. The square was strewn with corpses, blood flowed into rivers, and the screams of mournful screams kept coming and going, vividly showing the fear and despair of those who were seriously injured and dying. Although it was a massacre, Ling Yan did not kill them all. Except for a few foundation-building peaks, nearly 100 Xuanhuan disciples who were in the late stage of Qi training, and those who wanted to escape in the chaos, he had to kill others. Almost most of those below the middle stage of Qi training survived. Of course, these 10,000 Buddha sect disciples who survived by luck only saved their lives. They were all sucked up by Ling Yan, and their cultivation bases were completely crippled. From now on, there is no possibility of recultivation. Of course, Ling Yan also had his own purpose in doing this. He wanted to frighten the entire Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, so that those who survived by chance would always remember the battle of this night, and let other Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance members see it with their own eyes. I heard with my own ears, whoever dares to covet Huaxia, or even fight against Huaxia, will end up with what kind of fate. In the huge square of Xuanhuan, there were only 3 people standing. Ling Yan, and Kuan Ting, the master of the 10,000 Buddha's gate not far from the opposite side, and Kuan Zhanla, the protector of light. Kuan Ting and Kuan Zhanla, the two of them were already exhausted. They had tried their best just now, but in the end they couldn't resist Ling Yan, who was getting stronger and stronger with each battle. Like leeks, they fall down in pieces, but there is still nothing they can do. Even if 2 eminent monks in the enlightened state work together, they can't break through Ling Yan's defense, let alone keep up with Ling Yan's speed. They can only let Ling Yan harvest the lives of the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas. Fear has already completely defeated them. Kuan Ting's face was pale, trembling all over, his eyes were dazed, and he looked around. Only one thought remained in his mind: Xuanhuan was completely over. Kuan Zhanla had blood and tears in his eyes, and he described it as terrifying. He had already put life and death aside, looked at Ling Yan with grief and anger on his face, spread his hands, and muttered to himself, "Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Donor, are you not afraid of God's punishment for slaughtering my 10,000 Buddhas like this?" Ling Yan stood proudly, his eyes were clear, and his heart was not disturbed at all. Although he didn't understand what Kuan Zhanla said, he could guess the same just by looking at the other party's expression. After pondering for a while, Ling Yan still raised his hand and shot the half-dead Kuan who was lying on the ground in the distance. He said calmly, "Translate for us." "I don't want this evil translator." When Kuan Zhanla saw that Ling Yan had photographed Kuan Puja again, he immediately understood what he meant, and was trembling with anger. Puff. Kuan fluttered his brain and his body fell to the ground. Brush. After Kuan Zhanla personally killed Kuan Puja, who caused the disaster of Xuanhuan, he raised his hand and took the dying Kunlunwei over. First put a stream of pure Buddha power into his body, and then said sharply, "Kuan Luanwei, you can translate." For what Kuan Zhanla did, Ling Yan did not stop him at all, since the other party still wants to talk to him, so let's talk. Master, disciple. I know I was wrong. I regret that I didn't listen to your dissuasion and insisted on joining the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. I didn't expect to bring such a catastrophe to our 10,000 Buddhas. With Kuan Zhanla's help, Kuan Luanwei regained some strength temporarily. He spewed out a big mouthful of blood first, and then cried bitterly. "Luanwei, the matter has come to such a point, what's the use of telling me this now?" Kuan Zhanla interrupted Kuan Luanwei coldly, and said simply, "I think you have already understood what he means. He is here to destroy my 10,000 Buddhas sect. People have been completely killed by him, presumably me, and the head of the sect will surely die later, but before going to die as a teacher, I still have some things to clarify with him. From now on, no matter what the two of us say, you have to translate it word by word for us, and you must never play tricks like Pucha again. Can you write it down? Kuan Luanwei struggled and nodded. The disciple has written it down. It is good. Only then did Kuan Zhanla raise his head, stared at Ling Yun for a long time, and suddenly asked, Benefactor, even though I, Kuan Zhanla, have poor eyesight, I am still the light protector of 10,000 Buddhas. I know that what you are showing now is not your true face. I wonder if I can show it. Shenrong, let the poor monk see it? This request was not too much. Anyway, Ling Yun had already beaten the opponent so much that he didn't even have the thought of resisting. He smiled lightly, and instantly recovered his true appearance. Just let you all understand, I am the patriarch of Huaxia Ling family, Ling Yun. What? So you are Ling Yun, from the Ling family? It really is you. Ling Yun didn't expect that after he showed his true face and announced his name, it would cause such a big reaction from the other three. Even Kuan Ting, who had already been heartbroken, turned his head away. Ling Yun couldn't help but rubbed his head. Why, am I so famous in Nanyang? Kuan Zhanla smiled miserably, shook his head and sighed. Ling Yun, who rose up in China half a year ago, has gone through hundreds of battles without a single defeat, and is known as the god of killing. The Chinese cultivation world regards it as the current devil master. Besides, I heard that you are still a Chinese Buddhist, and Taoist recognized as a person who is destined to be robbed. I don't know if the poor monk is wrong. That's right. Ling Yun nodded indifferently, but his heart was awe-inspiring. Although the things Kuan Zhanla said had already been spread in the Chinese cultivation world, it was a top-secret matter in the Chinese cultivation world. The understanding is so clear, it can be seen how much effort the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance has made in secret to target Huaxia. Kuan Zhanla smiled wryly. If that's the case, then my Wanfo sect won't be wrong tonight. Maybe. Ling Yun just smiled. Being able to say this sentence shows that Kuan Zhanla is very familiar with Ling Yun's style of doing things. So you slaughtered all the disciples above the late stage of my Wanfaman's Qi training, just to prevent my Wanfaman from retaliating against Huaxia in the future? Kuan Zhanla looked closely at Ling Yun and asked. Good. Ling Yun admitted frankly, killing one is killing, and killing one is also killing. As a person, I don't like to leave troubles for myself. So. Kuan Zhanla suddenly looked back at Kuan Ting, then turned around and said, Sect Master Kuan Ting and I are bound to die, too? That's not necessary. Ling Yun shook his head. As long as you promise to withdraw from the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, abolish your cultivation and hand over your own magic weapons, I will let you two go and leave. After Kuan Zhanla finished listening, he and Kuan Ting looked at each other again, and they smiled wryly at each other. According to their understanding of Ling Yun, this is completely Ling Yun's style. The rumors are absolutely true. Kuan Ting stepped forward suddenly, and shouted sharply, What if we don't agree? Ling Yun smiled coldly, and patiently advised the other party, Then you all die, anyway, except for 2 extra lives for you, the ending is the same for me. Maybe it will be more beneficial to me. After a pause, Ling Yun added another sentence. The 10,000 Buddhas sect has been reduced to such a point. As the master of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, what face do I have to live between heaven and earth? Even if you die, I, Kuan Ting, will fight to the death with you. Boom. After finishing speaking, Kuan Ting's eyes were determined, and he no longer cared about it, and shot Ling Yun directly. He is deliberately begging to die. Then I'll see you on your way. Ling Yun's eyes were indifferent, and he swung his knife calmly. He has now reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. He only slashed 9 times, and killed Kuan Ting on the spot. At the same time, he absorbed the pure Buddha power without leaving a drop. Clean it up and use it for yourself. This battle came quickly and ended even faster. From the beginning to the end, Kuan Zhanle turned a blind eye to it, neither hindering Kuan Ting nor helping him, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. After Kuan stood up and died, Kuan Zhanle took out the precious mirror with a move of his mind, brought it directly to Ling Yun, and then took the initiative to disperse his cultivation. Benefactor Ling Yun, I, Kuan Zhanle, promised you all the conditions. From then on, my 10,000 Buddhas sect will have no relationship with the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, and I can guarantee that in the next 100 years, my 10,000 Buddhas sect disciples will not step into China. I don't know the answer. Is Ling Yun's benefactor satisfied? Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Satisfied. Ling Yun grabbed the mirror, inspected it with his mind, and found that Kuan Zhanle had already cut off his natal connection with this magic weapon before he sank his kung fu, and his killing intent was completely gone. This mirror of light is at least a top-grade magic weapon, but unlike Kuan Ting's multicolored canopy, it is not exclusive to Buddhism. Buddha's power was poured into it, and only then did he barely play his basic role. Ling Yun was not polite, and with a thought, he put the precious mirror into the Tai Shi ring, and then looked at the calm Kunzhanel. I'm a person who does things. I don't know what to do, and I don't like others to find my back. So, you 10,000 Buddhas, you deserve this calamity. Kuan Luanwei quickly translated. Kuan Zhanle has wiped away the blood and tears on his face since he abolished his cultivation. He calmly clasped his palms together. The poor monk understands. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't have done it so simply and thoroughly. Kumba Yuli fought to the end, Kuan Ting died generously, and you Guangming Dharma protector is willing to abolish your cultivation, and you would rather endure humiliation and live, but also pass down the Tao for the 10,000 Buddhas. In fact, I am moved and appreciated. What you have done, what you do is the foundation for a cultivator, to stand between heaven and earth. From anyone's point of view, when Ling Yun said such words at this time, he meant to pretend to be merciful, but Kuan Zhanle was a person who had cultivated to the enlightened state, and he knew that Ling Yun's words came from the heart. Understand, naturally understand. Conversely, if Ling Yun's strength is not enough, Wanfaman will definitely tear him into pieces, and will never show mercy. The two sides compete for nothing more than winning or losing. Thank you, but we can't escape the destiny after all. Kuan Zhanle looked up at the sky and sighed. Providence so. Ling Yun suddenly said, but I still have one thing to do. The benefactor, please do it. Brush. The blue shadow flies out with the sword. It turned into a huge sword in an instant, and under the control of Ling Yun's divine sense, it shuttled across the 10,000 Buddhas gate for a while. Rumble, rumbling, click. Soon, the tall Buddha statues inside and outside the 10,000 Buddhas gate and the golden temples made a loud bang at the same time, the sound of collapsing, and then the ground trembled, and dust was flying everywhere. Ling Yun raised the Wanfo gate to the ground. Since it is a deterrent, it should be deterred thoroughly. It is enough for a person to die and be buried quietly, but the raised 10,000 Buddhas gate can shock people's hearts for a long time. Kuan Zhanle watched the Buddha statues fall and the temple collapsed with a calm expression, without saying a word. Receive. With a big move, Ling Yun collected all kinds of magic weapons scattered on the ground, as long as he was interested, into the space ring. In the end, he volleyed in the sky and captured Kuan Luanwei. I want to take this person away. Donor. Kuan Zhanle suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Ling Yun. Ling Yun was amused. Why, you don't agree? Kuan Zhanle shook his head. How to deal with Kuan Luanwei depends entirely on the benefactor's will, and the poor monk will not intervene. I just want to ask you if you have heard a sentence before the benefactor leaves. What words? At this time, Kuan Luanwei also knew that his life and death depended on Ling Yun's thought, so he didn't dare to be vague. No matter what the two of them said, they would translate it immediately. Kuan Zhanle turned around slowly, stood facing the northwest direction, stared at it for more than 10 seconds, and then suddenly said, "The sky is tilted to the northwest, and the earth is sunk to the southeast." Ling Yun was stunned suddenly. Of course he knew that in ancient times, Gong Gong touched the Buzhou mountain in anger, and the sky fell to the northwest and the ground fell to the southeast. This is a Chinese myth and legend. It's just that such words, here, were uttered by a bright guardian of the 10,000 Buddhas. Ling Yun felt a little unbelievable. "What's the meaning?" Ling Yun asked calmly. "Don't think too much about it, the benefactor. It's just that the 10,000 Buddhas sect has its own inheritance. As the guardian of the light of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, the poor monk has naturally heard some things. As far as I know, the northwest should refer to Kunlun, China, and the southeast should naturally refer to our Nanyang." Ling Yun. He waited for a long time and found that Kuan Zhanle didn't speak anymore, so he had to ask, "Is there anything else?" "Gone." Kuan Zhanle turned around slowly, "Because you are a person who is destined to be robbed, so the poor monk feels that this sentence should be said to you." "Thank you." Ling Yun stared deeply at Kuan Zhanle. "I have done what I should do to you 10,000 Buddhas. As long as you abide by the agreement, I will not make things difficult for you. But for the sake of your last words, now, if anyone dares to touch your 10,000 Buddhas sect's orthodoxy in the future, you can come to me. One word is kindness." Kuan Zhanle nodded solemnly, and clasped his hands together to Ling Yun. "Farewell, benefactor." Ling Yun also nodded at him, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Boom. After Ling Yun left, Kuan Zhanle fell to the ground as if his strength had been emptied in an instant, with a sluggish figure and a lot of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. There is no reason not to abolish self-cultivation without pain. The birth of a person whose fate should be robbed, this world is really about to usher in great changes. Just like the missile attack encountered in Tianlingzong, it really did not repeat itself in Wanfamen. This is the same as what Ling Yun judged. He left without hesitation, taking only Kuan Luanwei with him. This is a high-ranking member of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. He also understands Chinese, so of course it will be of great use to Ling Yun. Tianlingzong and Wanfamen have been completely wiped out, and there are only two main sect forces left in the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. God-descended sect, Ghost Poison sect. Kuan Luanwei, where is the descendant sect? Ling Yun carried Kuan Luanwei. Yukong went south, knowingly asking questions. He wanted to see if Kuan Luanwei dared to lie to him. North, the Thai-Myanmar border, in the north. Oh, so it looks like we're going in the wrong direction. Only then did Ling Yun turn back and fly north instead, heading straight for the old lair of the gods' descended sect. If I'm not mistaken, the Kumba you sent out to disturb Haojiang should be a member of the gods' descended sect, right? No, he is just a powerful casual cultivator, but he is indeed more closely related to the gods' descended sect and the ghost poison sect. Since there was a better translator to lead the way, Ling Yun didn't go to Paul. Anyway, with his speed, he could fly across the entire border of Country T in a minute, and it would be the same to take him away after finishing the matter. The two soon reached their destination, and Ling Yun stopped at high altitude. Master Ling, I have been here a few times. The main altar of the gods' descending sect is in the forest of the mountain range below. But now that I have lost all my cultivation, I don't know where they are exactly. Kuan Luanwei has long been overwhelmed by Ling Yun's divine deterrence, and he knows everything without saying anything. Well, I've seen it. Brush. Ling Yun didn't hide his figure, and directly flew down from the sky, flying towards the main altar of the gods' descended sect. Kill. Ling Yun landed directly in the middle of the main altar, didn't even bother to say a word, and started killing. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Blue Shadow Flying Sword, Yin Yang Stellar Chi Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, Human King Seal, 4 magic weapons come out together, kill anyone you see. The so-called Gods Descending sect is actually the concentration of those flying heads descending masters in Nanyang. This sect is different from Wanfaman. From the beginning of their cultivation, they have to kill people, which is extremely evil. Especially, the descendants who are qualified to come to the main altar of the Xinjiang sect have at least cultivated to the 2nd level of descendants. Ling Yun doesn't have to worry about killing him by mistake. Here, Ling Yun didn't bother to absorb their skills. The blue shadow shuttles, the golden dragon dances, and the big seal rises and falls suddenly. The flying heads were pierced one by one, and the corpses were cut into pieces one by one. The shrill screams and howls of pain resounded through the primitive jungle. Ling Yun beheaded most of the flying head descendants in the Shenjiangzong's main altar before they even had time to react. After Ling Yun reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, no one from the Xinjiang sect was his one-shot general, and almost all of them were instantly killed by Ling Yun. 3 minutes later, there was no one alive in the Xinjiang sect, and it was completely silent. Such a direct and crazy killing left Kuan Luanwei dumbfounded. Only now did Kuan Luanwei finally understand how merciful Ling Yun was to them. In any case, nearly 100 disciples of 10,000 Buddha's sect survived, and they managed to save their lives. But as for the Xinjiang sect, Ling Yun came and killed this place without even saying a word. Boom! After Ling Yun finished killing people, he directly sacrificed the fire spirit phoenix, spit out flames, and burned the main altar of the Gods Descended sect, together with those terrifying flying heads, and those headless corpses, all into fly ashes. Kuan Luanwei, how come there are only so few people here in such a big main altar? Where is their suzerain, Kuan Ganha? Although the main altar of the Xinjiang sect has been razed to the ground, Ling Yun can figure it out clearly that he killed a total of 39 flying head descendants, and he has not seen any flying head descendants who have cultivated to the 5th level. Of course he was dissatisfied. Return to Master Ling. Although there are many descendants in Nanyang, there are very few flying head descendants. There are only about 40 people who are qualified to hide and practice here. You have killed almost all of them. Kuan Luanwei said tremblingly while enduring the high temperature. 40 or so people? Master Ling, forgive me, this villain really doesn't know. Ling Yun nodded, thinking that this question was really embarrassing for him, and he didn't pursue it. He immediately asked, then what about Kunganha, the suzerain of the Gods Falling sect? Why isn't he here? Maybe I went to retreat, or maybe I received the news a long time ago and ran away in fright. Regarding Kuan Ganha's movements, Kuan Luanwei couldn't tell clearly, so he could only rely on guesswork. Count him smart. Ling Yun snorted coldly, grabbed Kuan Luanwei and soared into the sky, left here in an instant, and went straight to the Ghost Poison sect. The Ghost Poison sect is not far from the main altar of the Xinjiang sect, only 300 kilometers away, and Ling Yun is approaching in an instant. According to Ling Yun's understanding, coupled with Kuan Luanwei's detailed account, this Ghost Poison sect is even more evil. Their sect directly refines soul boys or ghost babies from the wombs of pregnant women who are pregnant for 10 months. Of course, he is even more unkind. A quarter of an hour later, the Ghost Poison sect was wiped out, and ended up the same as the Gods Descended sect. That night, the 4 most important sects that formed the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, the Tianling sect, the 10,000 Buddhas sect, the Xinjiang sect, and the Ghost Poison sect, were all wiped out and collapsed. Ling Yun defeated Nanyang in one battle. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. In the process of crushing the ghost poison sect, Ling Yun beheaded 6 spiritual cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm, 59 masters at the late Qi training stage, and over 100 other Qi training masters. The yin and evil Qi in these people's bodies, as well as the ghost Qi formed after the deaths of the spirit children and ghost babies they refined and raised, were not wasted. They were all absorbed by Ling Yun's yin-yang true Qi vortex, and turned into Ling Yun's own yin-yang true Qi. In addition, since the ghost poison sect established the main altar here, and it has existed for an unknown number of years, there is an unknown amount of yin Qi accumulated around this place, and Ling Yun has absorbed all of it. In this way, Ling Yun, who had already reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, after absorbing so much breath, saw signs of a breakthrough again. Therefore, after destroying the ghost poison sect, Ling Yun did not leave in a hurry. He randomly found a mountain top, and using yin-yang and 5 elements fire, he refined all the miscellaneous true Qi absorbed in his body first, so as to ensure that he would not have any worries. By the time he finished refining, more than an hour had passed, almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Ling Yun opened his eyes, and glanced at Kuan Luanwei, who was standing obediently in the distance, obediently waiting for him. Master Ling, your cultivation method is really an eye-opener for villains. Seeing that Ling Yun had stopped practicing, Kuan Luanwei immediately walked over, squatted down, and flattered him with a shy face. Although his cultivation base was abolished, he is a person who has cultivated to the peak of Foundation establishment after all. He has never eaten pork, and he has seen pigs run away. Kuan Luanwei, it's useless for you to flatter me. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and said directly, tell me, do you want to live or die? Plop. When Kuan Luanwei heard it, he immediately knew that it was finally his turn, that life and death depended on Ling Yun's thought, so he quickly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Frankly speaking, when Kuan Luanwei was seriously injured and all his cultivation was absorbed by Ling Yun, he thought he was going to die, especially after Ling Yun took him away alone when he left Wanfaman. But through these 2 hours of getting along, Kuan Luanwei vaguely discovered that although Ling Yun was decisive in killing, he was not the kind of pure bloodthirsty person, especially when life and death were not discussed. Ling Yun was actually not difficult to get along with. Because on the way to Shenjiangzong, Ling Yun not only did not torture him. Instead, he healed his serious injury calmly and allowed him to act as usual. Desperate people are not afraid of death, but after seeing hope from despair, it is the time when they are most afraid of death. Of course, Ling Yun healed him not because he suddenly showed kindness, but because he didn't want to be surrounded by a seriously injured and dying person like a dead dog. He was really an eyesore, so he healed him. Anyway, to kill him again is just a matter of thought. I want to live. I want to live. I beg Master Ling to spare my life. Kuan Luanwei kowtowed violently, smashing the wet ground into a mud pit, and his head and face were covered with mud. Well, just want to live. Ling Yun nodded, then tell me, what is your position in the Nanyang Loose Cultivator Alliance, and what other forces are there in your alliance besides the 4 major sects I just wiped out? Master Ling, don't worry, the little one will know everything and say everything. Kuan Luanwei raised his head tremblingly, wiped the dirt on his face indiscriminately, and then hurriedly said, reporting to Master Ling, the leader of our Loose Cultivation Alliance is actually a rotation system. In July this year, the young one just took office. Oh? Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, then my luck is really good. I randomly caught a person who happened to be the leader of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. Kuan Luanwei said embarrassingly, in fact, the leader of our Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance is just in charge of the daily activities of the Alliance. All major issues in the Alliance are discussed by the senior elders of the Alliance. Everyone has one person, one vote. In order to save his life, Kuan Luanwei tried his best to downplay his role as the leader in the Alliance. Of course, what he said was true. Ling Yun naturally also understood this point, it was Zhou Wenyi who told him himself. That's why he traveled 6,000 miles across the 4 countries tonight, and even wiped out the 4 Nanyang sects. Go on. Yes. Master Ling, in fact, tonight, after you wiped out the Tianlingzong, Wanfaman, Shenjiangzong, and Ghost Poison sect in succession, the main forces of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, as well as the Alliance's Great Elders, Dharma Protectors and other masters, have all disappeared. Almost killed by you, already exist in name only. Ling Yun interrupted, however, several important people escaped. Yes. Kuan Luanwei hurriedly added, because you made too much noise in Tianling sect and stayed in Wanfo sect for a long time, several elders of Xinjiang sect and Ghost Poison sect ran away after hearing the news. Yes, but now, their sects have been wiped out by you, and even if they want to make trouble in the future, they will have no one to use besides themselves. Also, I think, you have wiped out the 4 great sects tonight, and your divine power and thunderous methods have already made them terrified. Within 3 to 5 years, I think they will never dare to show up again. At this time, Kuan Luanwei's brain was running fast, and he desperately helped Ling Yun analyze it. Well, what you said makes sense. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, and pondered, then other countries, such as the Philippines, Malaysia. He remembered very clearly that when he was chasing and killing Kumba in the South China Sea, the direction Kumba fled to was the country of the Philippines, and there must be experts there who could take care of him. Master Ling, don't worry. Kuan Luanwei hurriedly said, there are no decent sects in those countries. At most, there are only 1 or 2 casual cultivators who are in the same level as mine, and there is nothing to worry about. Well, I see. What Kuan Luanwei said was similar to what Zhou Wenyi said in the secret discussion with Ling Yun, so he stopped asking more questions, but changed the subject. Kuan Luanwei, you want me to save your life, so you have to tell me, what can you do for me after you survive? This is the key. At this time, killing Kuan Luanwei actually didn't make much sense. In his capacity, it would be more beneficial to let him live to do things for himself. Master Ling, there are too many things I can do for you. Anyway, the 10,000 Buddhist sect is still there, and there are still many disciples scattered in the major temples in Nanyang, and the younger ones are from the 10,000 Buddhist sect, so even if I lose my cultivation, other forces in Nanyang cannot easily shake me. My status. Based on my position, coupled with your divine power tonight, whether you ask me to disband the Nanyang Casual Cultivation Alliance, or ask me to restrain this alliance, I can easily do it for you, and I guarantee that the members of the alliance will no longer harass you Huaxia in the future. After saying this, Kuan Luanwei suddenly stopped talking, waiting eagerly for Ling Yun to make a decision. Well said. Ling Yun was waiting for these words. He nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand and patted Kuan Luanwei on the shoulder. In this case, I will spare your life. You first follow what you said, do your best, and restrain them well. However, your Casual Cultivator Alliance will be disbanded by me sooner or later. Yes, yes, yes. Kuan Luanwei nodded furiously. I will try my best to make Master Ling satisfied. Otherwise, you can come and take my life anytime. Okay, deal. Ling Yin stood up, took Kuan Luanwei straight up to the sky, and sent him back to Wanfo Gate. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yin found Paul, and the two did not return the same way, but came to the place where the Ghost Poison sect was located again. Here's the baby. After landing, Ling Yin smiled and said to the confused Paul. == Chapter 1790 Spirit Vein. Is there a baby here? Paul looked around, shrugged his shoulders and said, Dear boss, apart from the primitive dense forest, there is only that bare mine that has been abandoned, A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of something. He pointed to the bare mine not far away and said, You mean, that abandoned mine? Good. Ling Yin smiled, patted Paul on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, at least you didn't spend so long with me. The ghost poison sect is located in the northeast of Myanmar, which is less than 200 kilometers away from the Yunnan-Myanmar border. And the northern part of Myanmar is rich in all kinds of jadeite, which is well known all over the world. When Ling Yin exterminated the ghost poison sect, due to the infinite yin and baleful qi surrounding the main altar of the ghost poison sect, the yin and baleful qi was so thick that it almost completely covered the other heaven and earth auras, causing Ling Yin to almost ignore it. At this point. But who made his physique and skills defy the sky? After he absorbed and refined all the messy evil spirits, the world around ghost poison sect was completely clear, and he immediately felt a large amount of jade spirit energy floating continuously from the north, and Ling Yin habitually swept it away with his spiritual thoughts, immediately found the source of the spiritual energy. It was the bear mine 100 miles to the north. But how could Ling Yin tell Kuan Luanwei about such things, so he sent him back directly and brought his blood slave Paul over. But our goal is not just that small mine, but... Ling Yan's eyes flickered and he was full of confidence. He didn't say anything more, but directly rose into the air. Let's go. Brush. Half a minute later, Ling Yin and Paul came to this abandoned mine, and felt that the aura around them was much stronger than before. Follow me. Boom. Ling Yin let go of his consciousness and directly enveloped the entire mine. He carefully judged the place with the strongest aura in the mine, then locked the location, took a step forward, and arrived in an instant. It's here. After landing, Ling Yin activated the Yinyang Ju, activated the Yinyang God Eye, quickly glanced at the randomly piled up rocks, and at the same time raised his hand, volleyed and shot. Receive. The current Ling Yin has reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, and has achieved great supernatural powers. It is no longer the time to pick out spirit stones one by one in the jade shop of Lord Yu with wide eyes. Now he, whether it is the tyrannical divine consciousness, the increasingly powerful Yin-Yang divine eye, or the celestial eye, can easily see through the inside of the stone, and can directly pick out the real emerald among countless stones. And it is seen and handed. Of course, due to the Yin-Yang Ju of one Qi, for Ling Yin, his Yin-Yang eyes are the most powerful, and also the most reassuring for him. Crash la la la. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the urging of spiritual thoughts, rough emerald stones of various sizes flew towards him from around Ling Yin, and many stones were even drilled out of the pile of discarded stones, and soon appeared around Ling Yin's body, piled up into a rocky mountain. About there. A few minutes later, Ling Yin stopped, glanced at his feet, randomly selected a football-sized, irregularly shaped gray stone, made it fly into the air, hovered in front of his eyes, and then used his thoughts to sacrifice the green shadow flying sword to cut. The stone skins fell off one after another, and soon revealed green fluorescence, and the light became more and more intense. When Ling Yin was completely cut, a large piece of emerald finally revealed its true appearance. This is a piece of top-quality looking glass jadeite. It is green all over, fine and pure, without blemishes, pure and bright in color, rich and even, and it is already the top grade among jadeites. Hey! With these jadeites, Lord Yu and Song Jingyang will no longer have to worry about running out of stock. Ling Yin smiled and said to himself, then he casually grabbed this piece of emerald and put it in the Taishu ring, and then, with a thought, he moved the rock mountain under his feet. All in the bag. With so many rough jadeites, it is of course impossible to find all top-grade or top-grade jadeites, but they are of great use to Ling Yin. There is no need to waste your imperial green jadeite. Otherwise, every time the elixir is delivered, an imperial green jade bottle will be placed on it. No matter how big the family is, Ling Yin will feel distressed. Dear boss, you are really extraordinary, and you have harvested so many emeralds in one fell swoop. Paul stood aside, watched with relish, and couldn't help but said, I just don't know what the mine owner who discarded these rough stones will think after seeing this scene. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Ling Yun glanced at him with a smile, and told the truth of the matter. This is too close to the main altar of the ghost poison sect, and it is just within the range of activities of those spiritual practitioners of the ghost poison sect. In desperation, we had no choice but to give up the mine, so we were able to take advantage of it. I see. When Paul heard this, he suddenly realized, then what are we doing now? Ling Yun laughed loudly. Of course I will continue. He raised his hand and pointed forward. See that mine in front, the real treasure is inside, come with me. The entrance of the mine is huge, it looks like a tunnel entrance from a distance. It is dark, but this darkness, to Ling Yun and Paul, is no different from the daytime. The two flew into the mine, and after walking 300 meters, the mine began to slope, extending below the ground, and after another 200 meters, everything stopped abruptly. What an emerald vein! Ling Yun used his eyesight to see through the rock wall in front of him. Even through the thick rock wall, he could still see the inside of the rock wall. There was green light everywhere, and he couldn't help but admire it with joy. Brush! The Qingying flying sword was thrown out, not forward but backward, 100 meters behind the two of them, and quickly cut around the mine. Rumbling, rumbling. At the top of the mine, a huge rock was cut off and fell down, just blocking the entire mine tightly and making it airtight. Haha, Paul, now, the entire mine here belongs to us. Congratulations, boss. The back road has been cut off, but Paul is not worried at all, because in the middle of the night, he followed Ling Yun to intercept the dragon's veins. The two of them had traveled more than 100 kilometers underground, and they saw nothing but the veins of a mine. But Paul still underestimated the difficulty of this matter, because before cutting off the dragon vein, Ling Yun just walked through the ground and only needed to absorb the aura of the dragon vein, but now, he wanted to take away the entire emerald vein at the bottom of the mountain. The difficulty is more than doubled? Brush! Ling Yun performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, and the rock wall in front of him surged. He took Paul and submerged into the rock wall without a sound. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Boss, this experience is really strange. It always gives me an extremely illusory and unreal feeling. After following Ling Yun into the solid rock wall again, Paul closed his eyes, tried hard to adapt, opened his eyes again, and said in disbelief. Frankly speaking, Paul rejected from the bottom of his heart to drill into the hard rock wall with his flesh and blood. If Ling Yun wasn't leading the way, he wouldn't try to kill him. What if the boss's spell fails and grows in it? However, after daring to enter the rock wall, not only did Paul not feel any resistance, but he also had a space that allowed him to stand and move around. Wherever Ling Yun went, the space that wrapped him would follow. It is really a random walk among the rocks. Paul can breathe, his eyes can see, he can see the hard rock walls outside the space, and he can talk to Ling Yun in this space, all of which made him feel infinitely surprised and unreal. This is no longer the wall-penetrating technique. After all, the wall-penetrating technique is just passing through, and in this rock wall, it is like a person diving in the deep sea. No matter how you swim, the front, back, left, and right are still sea water. Wherever the two of them went, except for the space they were in, there were rocks everywhere. Hee, what is this? As long as you get used to it, don't think too much, just pretend to be walking on the ground with me. Ling Yun walked quickly through the rock walls. Wherever he passed along the way, as long as he found that there were jadeite stones in the surrounding rock walls, he would immediately use the fossil into water technique of xuanhuan to Wanggong. Like a fish swimming in the water, quickly left the original place, was taken into his own space by him, and then was collected by Ling Yun into the Taishu ring. Paul doesn't understand, but Ling Yun is a great expert. With his current level of qi training at the peak of the 8th level, xuanhuan to Wanggong has already reached the level of turning fossils into water, and the range can already cover a radius of nearly 100 meters around the body. In this way, it is the same as Ling Yin performing Wanshui Immortal Ju in the water and using the technique of opening the water gate. The two of them walked quickly and wantonly through the rock wall, which is actually Ling Yin's technique of opening the earth gate. The reason is the same of course, rocks are different from water after all. Water is soft and rocks are hard. Therefore, Ling Yin needs to continuously consume a large amount of divine energy to support it. Fortunately, he has refined so much just now. He is really angry, his own state is at its peak, and the divine energy in the sea of consciousness between his brows is full, enough for him to squander it recklessly. Otherwise, for these emeralds and jades, spending the divine energy at such a cost, is it a profit or a loss? There are really two things to say. This spiritual vein seems to extend from the northwest, but the further we go, the deeper we go underground. And this vein seems to be broken. After Ling Yin quickly traveled along this vein for a certain distance, although the harvest was already huge, the spiritual vein seemed to be broken here, and the emeralds scattered on the surrounding mine beds became obviously scattered and extremely rare. Time travels 100 meters, and there is not even a piece of emerald that looks good. Boss, we have gained quite a lot. I guess you have collected all the emeralds in the entire mountain. How about, let's go out first? Paul made a suggestion. No. Ling Yin shook his head resolutely, pursed his lips, and said with a smile, if it's just for this little emerald, how can it be worth my effort? In Ling Yan's eyes, this is not just an emerald vein, but also a spiritual vein. Mountains and rivers, wherever there is a spiritual vein, there must be a spiritual root. Ling Yin spent so much effort going deep into the underground rocks this time. Of course, it is impossible to collect this little emerald and jade to make those bottles and jars, or to use them to sell jade and jewelry for money. In order to find the spiritual root of this spiritual vein. That is the real treasure in Ling Yan's eyes. But obviously, after arriving here, the surrounding jade stones disappeared, and the mine veins were broken, which meant that the spiritual veins were broken. Ling Yan had to either continue to search or leave here, and had no other choice. Let me look for it. Ling Yan was not reconciled. He took the break of the vein as the starting point, quickly walked through with Paul, and searched the surrounding area of 1 kilometer, but still found nothing. Hey, the spiritual veins on this earth are really different from those in the big world of comprehension. They are too broken. Ling Yan frowned and sighed inwardly, feeling rather helpless. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Let you do what you can, don't be afraid that you won't find it, or that it won't exist. Ling Yan stood still, put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, and desperately searched for the spiritual energy, but it was still in vain. Impossible, according to Lord Jade, the Emperor Greenstone King I missed, and the bunch of super candied haws he bought back from the northern part of Myanmar. If there is no spiritual root, how can there be birth here? The Stone King of Chalcedony? Ling Yan lowered his head and pondered whether to bite the bullet and continue searching, or to give up decisively, and fell into a battle between heaven and man for a while. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Ling Yan's mind. The sky tilts to the northwest, and the earth sinks to the southeast. He suddenly remembered the words Kunzhanel, the protector of the 10,000 Buddhas, specially reminded him. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan remembered several of the most famous jade-producing areas that Lord Jade and Song Jingyang had repeatedly mentioned to him, and they were all in the northwest of here. Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly became enlightened, and he smiled brightly. Paul, let's go. Next, Ling Yan no longer continued to go deep underground, but maintained this depth, and continued to move forward along the original direction at a speed of 100 meters per second. In this way, after 20 minutes, Ling Yan consumed more than 100,000 drops of divine essence, traveled more than 100 kilometers, and finally felt the existence of jade aura again, and it became stronger and stronger. At this time, they were already far away from the scope of the mine. We're at the bottom of the river now, walking under the river bed. The judgment was correct, which made Ling Yun elated, and he said confidently. After all, when I was in Qingshui City, I had a lot of exchanges with Yexingjin and Song Xingyang. Ling Yun knew that the high-quality jadites were all Laoqing jadites, and most of the so-called Laoqing jade were found on river sedimentary deposits. Mind out. Now that they have come to the bottom of the river, Ling Yun can feel the aura ahead again. Can he not be happy? Sure enough, after walking for a few more minutes, the aura around him suddenly became extremely strong, and within the scope of Ling Yun's divine sense, a large area of red light was dazzling in front of him. This is red emerald. Receive. After expending so much energy, he finally gained something again. Ling Yun will never be polite at this time. He collects all the way forward, and wipes out those red emerald ores wherever he passes. Even though the quality of these red jadites was not as good as his bunch of super candied haws, they were not much worse, but they were superior in quantity, and Ling Yun was already happy. After harvesting this ore vein, the aura faded again, but Ling Yun's confidence was already overwhelmed. He simply took Paul out from under the river bed, entered the raging river, went upstream along the river, and continued to search. Along the way, whenever he felt that the spiritual energy under the river bed became thicker, he immediately entered under the river bed, swept away all kinds of emeralds in the ground, came out after searching, and continued on his way. Ling Yun consumes a lot, and gains even more. The further he goes, in addition to green, red, purple, white and other high-quality jadites, he also found real spirit stones, and they appeared more and more concentrated. More and more dense. For this situation, Ling Yun is very clear about what it means. He is getting closer and closer to the spiritual root of this spiritual vein. In the same way, the two of them went upstream, and as they walked forward, there were more and more mountain peaks on both sides of the river, and the altitude became higher and higher, and they entered the mountainous area again. Brush. After receiving a spiritual vein several hundred meters long, Ling Yun rushed out of the water. He turned on the communicator and checked his position. Hey, it really is here. Myitkyina, Lima Arch. Yexingjin said that the most famous old pits in Myanmar are basically distributed in the towns near Myitkyina, and the meaning of lemagong is digging an inch to produce jade. But after arriving here, the aura of the surrounding spirit stones is very weak, not even as strong as the aura of the surrounding vegetation. It's just that Ling Yun is not in a hurry, because he knows that this is the most famous emerald-producing area in Myanmar, but it has been mined for hundreds of years, and almost all the ore that can be mined has already been mined. If he wanted to find the spiritual root, he had to go deep underground to find it. They have already arrived at the destination. Ling Yun is naturally not in a hurry, and it is already high in the sun at this time. Ling Yun looked at the time, and roughly estimated that he traveled hundreds of kilometers to collect ore veins, and it took him 5 hours. Not to mention other things, Ling Yunguang has consumed hundreds of thousands of divine essence. This is just crazy. Ling Yun took Paul and found a deserted forest at random. He ate and drank his fill first, then took out thousands of spirit stones and concentrated on meditating. After practicing for a whole day, he replenished the consumed spirit energy. At night, after the dead of night, Ling Yun's state was at its peak. Paul, you don't have to follow me anymore, just wait for me here. After Ling Yun finished explaining, he went up from the sky, overlooking the entire mountain and river terrain below. After observing for a while, he finally selected a valley. It is the place with the strongest aura within a radius of 200 kilometers. Ling Yun flew down without hesitation, came to the valley, and then calmly performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, submerged into the ground. Find Ling Zhen. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Ling Yun sank below the ground of the valley, performed the technique of opening the ground door, and traveled deep into the earth along the wisps of spiritual energy below. Compared with going upstream all the way, when searching for those massive emerald spirit stones, his speed is not fast now, because he is still absorbing the aura within the range of divine sense perception while traveling. Ling Yun found that he had just entered a depth of several tens of meters underground, and the aura around him was already very strong, much higher than that above the ground. He knew that it was the aura naturally emanating from the spiritual roots, and of course it was impossible to waste it. In addition, there is another more important reason. Spiritual roots are completely different from tree roots that ordinary people recognize. Mature high-level spiritual roots not only possess spiritual wisdom, but can even changing shape. Even more powerful ones can also use their spiritual root attributes to display supernatural powers. That's why Ling Yun didn't bring Paul down. Now even he himself doesn't know the attributes and rank of this spiritual root. If this spiritual root is alarmed and he runs away, wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Therefore, Ling Yun was unhurried underground. It can be said that he walked through the ground carefully, as if he was careless. Get smaller. Receive. When reaching a depth of nearly 200 meters underground, Ling Yun discovered densely distributed emerald spirit stones. These emerald spirit stones are not even covered with stone skins, but are just embedded in the rocks, one by one, colorful. The aura is compelling. There is no reason not to accept this. As long as it is seen by Ling Yun, he will not have one left, and he will take them all away. After walking down for another distance, Ling Yun suddenly felt his mind relax. Hey, there is still room under the ground of this valley. Ling Yun suddenly broke through the rock wall and came to an underground river. Although the water flow in the underground river was not strong, the underground space was not small enough for Ling Yun to stretch his body. It seems that this dark river should be one of the sources of the river. I went upstream. Ling Yun made a judgment in his heart. The reason is very simple. There are many mountains in northern Myanmar. The valley that Ling Yun chose to enter, although it is a valley, is formed by 3 peaks. The valley is more than 200 meters above the ground. In fact, it is equivalent to returning to the ground. So it is normal for an underground river to appear here. If Ling Yun goes further down, it will really enter the underground. It seems that I really found the right place. The aura in the underground dark river space is already so dense that it is about to atomize. Ling Yun almost couldn't help but want to completely let go of the vortex of yin and yang true energy, and absorbed it wantonly. It's a pity that this is of course not possible. If you really do this, the movement will be too loud, and it will definitely disturb the spiritual root, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Therefore, Ling Yun can only rely on his heaven-defying physique to absorb the spiritual energy calmly. Wrong. However, Ling Yun soon felt that the situation was not right. He discovered that this strong aura was actually mixed with a fierce aura. It's not good. There was a hint of worry in Ling Yun's brows. He had already come here. Although the aura around him was strong, it became impure instead, which could only explain one thing. It is very likely that the spiritual root was contaminated by dirty things, or it was contaminated by other extremely vicious things. And the strength of this fierce aura is comparable to my blood-transforming sword, that is, if it is me, if it is someone else, even if it is a cultivator above the foundation, I am afraid I will be tricked. Ling Yun is naturally not afraid of evil spirits, because his physique is right there, and he is practicing yin-yang ju, which can transform yin and yang. These evil spirits are still very beneficial to him, so he doesn't care. What's more, besides this, there are yin-yang and 5-element flames in Ling Yun's body. Any breath that enters the body will be refined and cleansed by the yin-yang and 5-element fire in no time. Heaven-defying physique. The sky-defying Wen-Chi yin-yang art technique, coupled with the ingenious yin-yang and 5-element flame assistance, with these close by, even if Ling Yun is practicing in the even more terrifying and fierce aura, it is impossible for Ling Yun to go crazy, let alone the point in front of him. Son. But if other cultivators come here, the longer they stay here, the more difficult it will be for them to extricate themselves. Even if they are lucky enough to leave here, sooner or later, they will go mad. Really dangerous. Lingyan felt apprehensive, and began to take precautions. He quietly followed the water flow of the underground river, walked upstream and downstream for 2 kilometers back and forth, until the spiritual energy in the river channel became very weak, and then he gave up. Fortunately, no accident happened, which made Lingyan feel at ease. We have to keep going down. These ores all come up from the ground below the dark river. Brush. Lingyan dived into the water, performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu again, slowly sank into the ground, then gradually accelerated, and quickly rushed towards the depths of the ground. Although the spirit root may be accompanied by some extremely powerful and evil things, but now Lingyan can break through the 9th level of Qi training at any time. He is very skilled and bold, and he is completely fearless. Below the river, the rocks gradually decreased, and the soil increased, which made it much easier for Lingyan to walk through, and he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surrounding soil was already strong enough to melt away. And the further down he went, he found that even the soil had turned into spiritual soil, which was the result of these soils being infiltrated with spiritual energy for a long time. Looking at these precious soils, Lingyan wished he could take all of them with Taishi Ring. This place is not far from the Miao border in the depths of the xuanhuan. If Lingyan took the soil there and sprinkled it casually, it would be a spiritual field, which would save him a lot of time. But the only fly in the ointment is that the deeper you go, the more intense the fierce aura. Fortunately, the spiritual root and the murderous thing are only associated at present, and have not been polluted. Lingyan was well informed, and he saw that although those fierce auras were entangled with the aura emanating from the spiritual roots, they maintained a clear distinction, so he naturally knew it well. This also made him unable to help but wonder, what kind of vicious thing is down there that can pollute even the spiritual roots? Thinking of this, Lingyan simply stopped absorbing the spiritual energy and evil energy at the same time. He concentrated on performing the technique of opening the earth door, accelerated down, and walked towards the place where the spiritual energy was the strongest. Okay? After going down another 300 meters, Lingyan stopped suddenly, his eyes were cold. Shrouded in spiritual thoughts, at a distance of 100 meters underground, something blocking his way finally appeared. They appeared in piles. It is very strange that there are only 2 eyes, a big exaggerated mouth, and red eyes. They are extremely fierce, and they want to choose people and devour them. Of course Lingyan knew what it was. They look like demons but not demons, spirits but not spirits, ghosts but not ghosts. These things can be evil spirits, or fierce spirits. Anyway, ordinary people will definitely not see them on the ground. Lingyan paused temporarily, because he hadn't discovered where the spirit root was, and he still didn't want to disturb it until the last moment. He was confronting those evil spirits, to see if they had discovered his existence. Dozens of strange red eyes flickered at the same time, staring at Lingyan. Not long after, they opened their bloody mouths and slowly rushed towards Lingyan. Sure enough, you can find me. Lingyan sneered, it's a pity that if you meet me today, I can only blame you for being unlucky. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Although Lingyan said it was easy, in fact, facing this kind of evil spirit, it is extremely difficult for ordinary practitioners to deal with it. Ranui, N. A. Being able to condense a human form, and also being able to discover the existence of Lingyan, shows that these evil spirits already have their own consciousness and wisdom. But the problem is that these evil spirits cannot be killed, because their bodies are formed by the condensation of aura, which is tangible and intangible. When they are broken up, they will turn into a cloud of air currents, but soon a new one will be recondensed, infinitely resurrected, immortal. More importantly, this kind of fear that the evil spirit does not understand is not afraid of death at all. After it is condensed and formed, there is only one instinct. Devour everything, to grow infinitely. This is the instinct of evil spirits. Speaking of which, this kind of evil spirit is similar to the spirit body of Yamada no Orochi killed by Ling Yun. The only difference is that the shape is different. However, looking at these evil spirits that quickly floated towards him, seeing their staring red eyes and their ferocious appearance with their bloody mouths open, Ling Yun knew intuitively that their ferociousness was definitely not on the other side. Under Yamada no Orochi. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth was smiling, and his eyes were shining with anticipation, advancing instead of retreating. Come on. Let's see who swallows whom. The gate of the ground was wide open, and Ling Yun directly opened a passage, rushing towards the group of ferocious evil spirits. Boom. In the process of walking, Ling Yun released the yin-yang and 5 elements fire out of his body, covering his whole body, and then sacrificed the fire spirit phoenix. This fire spirit phoenix is actually a fire phoenix condensed by Ling Yun after he cultivated the Scarlet Emperor fire phoenix transformation to a certain level, using the vast amount of fire spirit energy in the Flame Mountain. Now he has his own thoughts, just like Ling Yun's. A pet is average too. After being sacrificed by Ling Yun, the fire spirit phoenix flapped its wings and rushed towards the evil spirits below. Boom. The fire spirit phoenix didn't wait for the evil spirits to get close, and sprayed raging flames at them. The evil spirits were caught off guard and got into the flames all at once. Chi. The fire spirit phoenix is definitely the nemesis of these evil spirits. As soon as the fiery flames burst out, those evil spirits were burnt beyond recognition in an instant, and soon turned into balls of air currents. Ling Yun rushed over on horseback, rushed straight into those air currents, released the yin-yang and 5 element flames, further refined those air currents, and then absorbed them into his body. Belch. Those dozens of evil spirits were all condensed from the purest spiritual energy. Ling Yun absorbed so much at once, even at his peak 8th level of Qi training, he almost couldn't bear it. I burped for a while. Ling Yun was very happy, not to mention whether he could get the spiritual root, but this harvest made him very satisfied. Okay? However, after Ling Yun absorbed the spiritual energy, he found that there was a mass of crimson air, as if it had its own consciousness, and actively avoided Ling Yun's yin-yang and 5 element flames, fluttering and erratic. What a terrifying vicious air. After Ling Yun sensed it for a while, he immediately knew what this air current was. It was entangled with the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit root, and turned into the eyes and mouths of those evil spirits. It seems that after the flames of the Huo Fang burned away the evil spirit's body, it only separated the aura from the evil spirit. Even the Huo Fang couldn't refine the evil spirit. It seems that your cultivation base is not shallow, and you even know how to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Ling Yun observed this strange crimson air flow, and apart from feeling a strong ominous aura, he couldn't see any other clues, so he couldn't help but open his mouth to test it out. Those evil spirits are nothing more than spiritual energy condensed into entities. The reason why they turned into that appearance is because of this group of evil spirits. It is scattered on dozens of evil spirits, and they can all find where Ling Yun is. Now turned into a ball, of course it is impossible not to know how powerful Ling Yun is. But can it understand what Ling Yun is saying? Then no one will know. Under the illumination of the flames of the fire spirit phoenix, the red evil spirit exudes infinite evil spirit, but it is always erratic, avoiding the yin-yang and 5 element fires within the enlarged range of Ling Yun, and does not transform into its own form. After confronting Ling Yun for a while, the red evil spirit knew that Ling Yun had absorbed all the spiritual energy. It began to retreat, and fled to the depths of the ground at an extremely fast speed. Without hesitation, Ling Yun pursued and killed him resolutely. He had a hunch that following this fierce air current, he would be able to find the location of the spiritual root. Along the way, Ling Yun was surrounded by 5 waves of evil spirits, and each wave was more than one wave, and the shape of the evil spirits became bigger and bigger. At first, they were only as big as a baby. By the 5th wave, those evil spirits, it's as big as a 12 or 13-year-old child. This trip really made a lot of money. Ling Yun's face was full of joy. He was chasing and refining all the way. With the help of these stupids sent to the door, he easily broke through to the 9th level of Qi training. Is it the nemesis of these evil spirits? When refining the 4th wave of evil spirits, Ling Yun found that he could no longer absorb them. In desperation, Ling Yun had no choice but to sacrifice the Ghost Willow. Ghost God Willow is even more the nemesis of evil spirits. After Ling Yun released it, he didn't even have to refine it. Countless branches entangled them with a light flick, and sucked away all of them, regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or evil spirit energy. This made the group of already grown and disfigured menacing aura. It has become a real ominous spirit, as if a little out of breath, finally transformed into 2 eyes in the air current. It stared at Ling Yun firmly, and then continued to run away. After chasing here, the spiritual energy became stronger, and the evil spirit also increased. According to the richness of the spiritual energy, Ling Yun knew that the spiritual root he was looking for should be not far away. Just as Ling Yun was about to set out to pursue him, he suddenly realized that his ability to open the gate of the earth was no longer effective. Not only can't open a passage, even his own space is being squeezed by the surroundings, and his space is shrinking sharply. Rumble. The earth trembled, and suddenly it shook violently. The rock walls around Ling Yun squeezed towards him like water, and soon squeezed to his body. Oops. Ling Yun was shocked. It turned out that this ominous spirit was so cunning and attracted him all the way here. Only then did he use his trump card to bury Ling Yun alive here. Bang 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 bang. The rocks around Ling Yun were broken and crumbled, and the soil turned into mud. The gravel and soil mixed together, and suddenly turned into countless palms. These palms shone with a strange red light, and they grabbed Ling Yun's head and face. I cut. Ling Yun didn't change his mind. Knowing that xuanhuan to huang kung fu was completely useless at this time, he immediately took out the blood-transforming magic knife, and slashed at those monster palms. Wherever the blade passed, those palms broke and shattered one after another, but they were completely useless, because they were not condensed by airflow, but formed by gravel and soil. After they were broken, they immediately merged into the surroundings, transformed into new palms again, and continued to grab Ling Yun. Dangerous? Certainly. At this moment, a yellow light flashed in Ling Yun's dantian. The Emperor's book came out suddenly, emitting a pale yellow light, covering Ling Yun's whole body. All laws do not invade. Brush. The human Emperor's pen tool spirit also rushed out from between Ling Yun's eyebrows. He turned into a human form, and looked towards a certain place in front of him. Our enemy has finally begun to show his face. I leave this kid to you. I'll go find myself to settle the score. Ren Huangbi ignored Ling Yun, disappeared in a flash, walked directly from the ground, and went straight to the Miaojiang 100,000 Mountains. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Although Ling Yun was in distress, he was still very calm. This kind of temperament that the mountain collapsed and did not change his face was purely personal style. However, when the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book appeared at the same time, Ling Yun knew that the matter had become a big deal this time, so of course he wanted to express his gratitude. Because the last time the two of them made a move at the same time was to help Ling Yun snatch Ning Lingyu's gift from the Heavenly Tao, Ling Yun would definitely not be able to handle that movement if he was alone. There is no need to be formal. The Earth Emperor's book is simple and unpretentious. Floating in front of Ling Yun, it continuously emits circles of thick yellow halo, forming a khaki eggshell, completely enveloping Ling Yun, forming a space of its own, where no magic can invade. But at this time, those weird palms outside did not give up. They fused and condensed instantly, turning into a huge crimson-red palm with a crimson strange light, mad at the khaki eggshell made by the Emperor's book. Boom! Don't give up. Ling Yun heard the whisper of the Emperor's book Qi Ling, and then he saw that the earthy yellow light covering his body suddenly expanded, like a balloon that was violently blown up, spreading in all directions. The soil around Ling Yun was instantly forced back by the yellow light. Rumble. After a while of shaking, Ling Yun found that there was an extra space of more than 10 meters around his body. This was different from Ling Yun's xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, which would never close again, but was opened up by the Emperor's Book of Earth Real Space. Ha ha. Now that Ling Yun was completely at ease, he once again clasped his fists at Di Huangshu and saluted, "Please show me yourselves, Senior." Up to now, Ling Yun has seen the illusion of the human emperor's pen tool spirit many times, but so far, apart from seeing a portrait of the Earth Emperor on the title page of the Emperor's book, Ling Yun has never seen it. "I have seen the spirit of the Earth Emperor book. To put it bluntly, we are just weapon spirits, it doesn't matter if we show up or not." Daiwangshu Qiling hesitated for a long time before replying to Ling Yun. "Anyway, everyone will meet sooner or later, so let's invite seniors to show up and meet each other." Ling Yun was very insistent, and said to himself that since you have already come out, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. You can't let me talk to a book, since you are in human form, we don't have to be so awkward when communicating, and everyone can take this opportunity to have a good time, get in touch with your feelings. Okay. The khaki yellow light suddenly blazed, and then the Emperor's book in front of Ling Yun disappeared, and there was an extra person in front of him. This is also a half-grown old man, tall, with a white face and beardless face, with a rigid expression and a serious expression. His eyes are kind, but his expression maintains a serious expression. He is wearing a pure white robe, and he is holding a large ancient book in his right hand. People look as if they saw an old pedant, or a teacher. The transformed image of the Earth Emperor's book was exactly the same as the spirit of the Earth Emperor's book in Ling Yun's mind. He hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted. Ling Yun pays respects to Senior. Daiwangshu Qiling's figure flashed, avoided Ling Yun's big gift, and said directly, "You can call us Senior, but in the future, such etiquette should be avoided. In fact, you are our elder now." "Master." Ling Yun. He scratched his head unnaturally. "Why is this so embarrassing?" "There is nothing to be ashamed of. In the final analysis, I am just a book, and the Renhuang pen is just a pen used by the Renhuang. Even though it is so rebellious, it never dared to accept your gift in human form." Ling Yun was stunned. He thought about it carefully. Indeed, every time he saluted Renhuang's pen weapon spirit, the old guy avoided it intentionally or unintentionally. Okay. Now that the Emperor's book said so, and Ling Yun is not a hypocritical person, he naturally stopped insisting and went straight to the point. "Senior, what is going on? That group of evil spirits so powerful, it turns out to be your enemy?" Ling Yun knows. Renhuang by Qi Ling especially likes to pretend to be aggressive, and especially likes to play with mystery. No matter what, he likes to hide it, and is too lazy to explain it to Ling Yun. But the Emperor's book was different. Although he never showed up before, he was very generous every time he made a move, which benefited Ling Yun a lot, so Ling Yun took the opportunity to ask more about the ancient insider. Earth Emperor Shu Qi Ling nodded as expected. "Not bad." He raised his hand and pointed at the giant red hand that was still madly attacking outside the space. "That group of fierce aura is the ancient demon god Gong Gong, a drop of blood spilled here, with the help of a little spiritual energy from the roots of Buzhou Mountain, it nourished the blood. A sliver of primordial spirit transformed over thousands of years." Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and his brain couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He asked blankly. So, the legend that Gong Gong angered Buzhou Mountain, causing the sky to tilt to the northwest and the earth to sink to the southeast, is true? Ling Yun is not stupid. He understood immediately after hearing that massive evil spirit is the primordial spirit conceived by Gong Gong's blood with the help of the aura here, and there is the will of the demon god Gong Gong in it. And he went deep into the ground, and the spiritual root he wanted to find was a few remaining broken roots of Buzhou Mountain. It's no wonder that the imperial book written by the emperor said that the group of fierce spirits were their enemies, isn't it? It is indeed true that Gong Gong touched the mountain, but our enemy is not him, but the former owner of the sword in your hand, the ancient great demon god Qiyu. Daiwanshu Qi Ling just gave a rough idea, but he obviously didn't want to say more. He paused, turned the conversation and said to Ling Yun, "You came here tonight. Compared to your current realm strength, it's actually a little earlier, but we did not stop it, because you will soon build a foundation, and this spiritual root in Buzhou Mountain will be of great benefit to your foundation, so take it and take it." Gong Gong's Yuan Ling naturally has a trace of his will in it. He can sense the breath of me and Ren Huangpen, and he would not show up to trouble you, but you have come all the way. Shouldn't you let the fire spirit phoenix open the way for you? Hearing this, Ling Yin suddenly realized that Gong Gong is the ancient water god. If he uses fire in front of him, can he not be angry? So you completely angered him, but in the end he decided to attack you, but it wasn't because of this. Ling Yin asked in surprise, "What is that for?" Di Huangshu chuckled, "You don't have to ask. What he really likes is your perfect body that you have worked so hard to temper. He wants to kill you, then seize your body, and then restore your human form." Ling Yun was dumbfounded again after hearing this. He thought for a long time, then stared fiercely, and cursed, "Damn. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Ling Yun was someone who had earnestly revived the ancient Chinese myths and legends. Therefore, as soon as Daiwanshu Qiling spoke out the essence of the evil spirit, he immediately understood. In the ancient Chinese myths and legends, Gong Gong, the god of water, has a human face and a snake body, red hair, a very vicious temperament, arrogance, and bloodthirsty. To put it bluntly, he is the kind of demon god who is lawless, completely disregarding the life and death of others, and doing whatever he wants. He often uses his divine power to call the wind and rain, wantonly launching floods, and turning the land of China into a vast ocean. Later, in order to compete with Xuanchu for the throne, Gong Gong had an earth-shattering battle with the god of fire Zheng. As a result, Gong Gong was finally defeated and angered Buzhou Mountain. This is Ling Yun's basic understanding of this ancient demon god. It's just that he never expected that in the depths of the ground today, he would encounter a trace of the primordial spirit conceived by the blood of this ancient demon god. Followed the opponent's calculation. Just relying on a trace of primordial spirit conceived by a drop of your blood, you still want to take my body? Do your 1,000-year-old dream to go? Not to mention the protection of Huangbi and Daiwanshu. Even without them, Ling Yun used all his trump cards. Even if he couldn't beat the opponent, at least he could escape calmly. The reason why Ling Yun suffered a loss just now was because the demon god Yuan Ling had no intention of doing mental calculations, and he was caught off guard. In addition, Ling Yun went deep into the ground, and Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu could not be used at once, which led to his temporary passivity. Thinking of this, Ling Yun stared at the berserk and fierce aura outside the yellow light, and murderous anger rose in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what should we do now? This sliver of the spirit of Gong Gong must not be kept. Otherwise, after a while, especially if there is a big change in the world, he escapes and takes his body. At that time, it will be monstrous. Disaster." The tone of Daiwanshu Qiling was harsh, revealing a sense of determination. Ling Yun naturally thought so too, and he asked again, "Then how can we obliterate this trace of primordial spirit?" "It's very simple." Daiwanshu Qiling smiled slightly, and said confidently, "One word, burn." He turned his head to look at Ling Yun. However, I can't do it alone. You have to do this. Brush. Before the words were finished, the spirit of the Earth Emperor's book suddenly disappeared, and rushed out of the yellow mask in an instant. Without saying a word, he threw the ancient and simple book in his hand above the fierce aura. Town. A black ancient seal character flew out of the Emperor's book, and instantly grew larger in the air. According to the strokes, jets of jet black rays of light were scattered, completely covering the mass of crimson rays of light, forming a huge cage, and engulfing the demon spirit. The spirit is trapped. Boom 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 boom. The water god Yuan Ling was furious instantly, and this group of fierce aura suddenly burst into a blazing red light. After a violent twist, it turned into a monster with a human face and a snake body. It really had red hair, and its eyes were like lanterns. With iron arms and tendons, violently struggled and tore at the black rays of light that trapped him, showing his fierceness. It seems that this should be the main body of the water god Gong, and it is indeed fierce enough. Ling Yunfei came to the front, looking at the extremely violent Gong Yuan Ling in the cage, commenting seriously. Ling Yun, Gong, the water god, is the body of the most Yin. Your fire spirit phoenix is too low to burn it. You have to use pure yang exercises to completely wipe it out. Do it. Dai Wangshu instructed Ling Yun to make a move. Okay. Ling Yun agreed, and directly cast the divine martial Chunyang immortal art. His body seemed to turn into a blazing sun, illuminating the entire space extremely brightly, and then he violently activated the art, covering the water god Yuan Ling with blazing white light. It is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth that yin and yang generate and restrain each other, and water and fire cannot tolerate each other. As soon as the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjiwe came out, the water god Yuan Ling really couldn't bear it. His eyes showed anger and fear, and he struggled and rolled violently in the cage. The disillusionment that hit those dark lights is crumbling. It's fierce. Even though Ling Yun had the absolute upper hand, he couldn't help admiring from the bottom of his heart, saying that Gong, the god of water, was worthy of being an ancient demon god, and that he could knock down the bulls of Mount Buzhou. So domineering, if it is the deity. Well, this deity, it should probably be about the same, and he was killed a long time ago, right? Refining the primordial spirit of the ancient demon god, even if it is just a trace, is still a strenuous task for Ling Yun now. Fortunately, Ling Yan's Shenwu Chunyang Xianjiwe has already reached the peak of the first realm. A few days ago, after he broke through the late stage of qi training, he opened up the yang meridian of the whole body, and with the help of the qi yin yang ju, he can reversing yin and yang, the pure yang energy in the body continued to flow, which supported it. Under the blazing white light, gradually, the body of the extremely fierce and violent water god Yuan Ling began to shrink, and gradually became powerless to resist, and the fear in his eyes became more and more obvious. It's a pity that he only has a trace of Yuan Ling consciousness after all, only instinct, but he can't speak, otherwise, he would have begged for mercy a long time ago. Ling Yun had no other distractions, and concentrated on performing the exercises. He didn't know how long it took, and finally, the voice of the Emperor's book came from his ears. It's done. Now that the Emperor's book has agreed, then there must be no problem. Ling Yun immediately accepted the exercises. Looking at the cage again, the body of the water god Gong has completely disappeared, and the lawless and fierce aura is gone, leaving only a ball of blood the size of a ping-pong ball floating in the cage, blooming crimson. The strange light. Ling Yun was shocked. Senior, is this a drop of Gong's blood? Hee. Dai Wangshu Qiling couldn't help laughing. Gong is one of the ancient great demon gods. His body can knock down Buzhou Mountain. Just think about how big his body is. This little blood, even a drop, is all talk about more. Ling Yun. Well, just pretend I didn't ask. Receive. Xuanhuan raised his hand and grabbed the ball of blood together with the town character, and then said to Ling Yun, "Little guy, don't underestimate the blood of Gong Gong, it will be of great help to you in the future." "It is of great use, I will keep it for you first, refine it thoroughly, and give it to you when you need it." "Hey, thank you, Senior." In fact, needless to say, Ling Yun also knew that this drop of Gong Gong's blood was a rare treasure that was hard to find in the world. The Emperor's letter said that he would keep it for him, mainly because he was worried that Ling Yun's realm was not enough to completely wipe out the water god Yuan Ling. "That's why I said that I would continue to help him refine it for a while." Xuanhuan smiled and stretched out his palm to Ling Yun, "Bring it here." Ling Yun was stunned. "What? Blood Yuanzhu?" There was an unbelievable look in the eyes of Xuanhuan. "Although you are a person who is destined to be robbed, your fate is indeed hard to find in the world. You have obtained the blood-transforming magic knife, Xuanhuan cauldron, and blood yuan pearl. Say you, it's not destiny, and no one believes in it." Ling Yun knew the magic of the blood yuan bead, but he never thought that the Emperor's book would compare it with magic weapons of the same rank as the blood-transforming sword and the Xuanhuan cauldron, let alone that the blood yuan bead could be refined. The blood of the ancient demon god was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He tried his best to conceal the ecstasy in his heart, and asked wonderingly, "Senior, didn't you guide me to that valley deliberately when I discovered the Xuanhuan cauldron? Where do I have that ability?" Xuanhuan laughed and said, "That's all the master's arrangement," before he left. After a pause, he said again, "Little guy, you don't have to be amused, just laugh if you want." Qi Ling of Xuanhuan had already seen through Ling Yun's thoughts, and he said cheerfully, "Blood Yuanzhu, it's because of this Yuan character that life has blood as yang, blood is the foundation of life, and Yuan means the beginning. This blood element bead is originally the initial blood conceived in it when the chaos was not opened. It is a real innate thing, so he can produce blood, suck blood, and transform blood. You just used it to raise those alien zombies, what a waste of money. The primordial blood bred in the chaos, the innate spiritual things." Ling Yun was completely dumbfounded. Senior said, "Is it the blood of the legendary god who created the world?" Ling Yun was about to cover his eyes excitedly, for fear of hearing a negative answer. "That's about right. The Earth Emperor book artifact spirit would say whatever it wanted, and would not stop talking until it was shocking. Anyway, if you want to use it to find the Pengu axe in the future, you might be able to find it." Ling Yun's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and he felt like he couldn't help but fly up. "Don't worry about being happy, give it to me quickly, we will have to use it when we go to collect the spirit root later." "Give." With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, the blood yuan pearl came out suddenly, and directly sank into the palm of the Earth Emperor Xuanhuan. "Let's go." Xuanhuan said to leave, but Ling Yun felt that he didn't even move, and suddenly came to another huge space. Ling Yun was really moved, and said in his heart that it really deserves to be the Emperor's book. This deep underground is really someone else's territory, he can go wherever he wants, and he can just teleport there. But at this time, he didn't have time to say anything, because his gaze was already attracted by another thing in this space. "Lingen." That's what Xuanhuan said in his mouth, the broken roots of Buzhou Mountain. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. The so-called spiritual root is actually a huge rock, more than 2 feet high, shaped like a bamboo shoot, standing obliquely. It looks like a shrunken mountain peak rising from the ground. Anwen? It's just that this mountain rock is colorful and exudes blazing brilliance, illuminating the huge space with a beautiful illusion, making people in it unconsciously intoxicated by it. The aura it exudes is too strong. Ling Yun used the yin and yang divine eyes, and through the brilliant light, he could see that on the surface of the spiritual root, there was continuous spiritual liquid oozing out, flowing down slowly, gathering at the foot of the spiritual root, forming a spiritual pool. Because it no longer knew after many years of existence, the spiritual liquid formed a spiritual spring, flowing towards the surroundings. These spiritual liquids are the legendary fine liquid and jade liquid. These spiritual chi and spiritual liquid, the rocks and soil that have been soaked for many years, will naturally become spiritual stones, spiritual soil. The last one is the kind of jade mined by outsiders. The current Lingyun seems to be in a colorful crystal palace. On the four walls of the space, there are spirit stones of various colors everywhere. Let alone the spirit energy in them, only their fineness, any piece of them is in the imperial green. Superior. Nature's uncanny workmanship. The spiritual energy, the spiritual liquid, travels with the dragon veins. Every time it reaches the eye of the dragon veins, it can automatically gather and become a spiritual vein. When it goes to the surface, it will form emeralds of various colors and turn into mineral veins. Coming here, Daiwangsha couldn't help explaining to Lingyun with a smile, the Emperor Greenstone King you got, and the 5-color Emerald Stone King, were all formed near the air holes close to the surface. It can be said that they occupy a good position. Kindness. Lingyun nodded unconsciously, so this is the root of Mount Buzhou, this is really, a treasure. Good. Emperor Daiwangsha nodded solemnly, although it is just a broken root of Buzhou Mountain, if you use it to build a foundation, it is not to say that it is equivalent to reshaping your physical body once, and it is almost the same. After the physical body is reshaped, your physical body, even if it is not as good as those congenital ancient demon gods, it must not be much weaker. After all, Buzhou Mountain was called the pillar supporting the sky in ancient times. Lingyun chuckled, nodded hurriedly, and hurriedly asked, Senior, how can we take away the spirit root and the surrounding spirit stones? Although this is the question, since Lingyun is here, even if he does everything he can, he will pack up and take all these things away, and it is impossible to leave them to others. Rest assured. Daiwangsha Qiling glanced at him and said with a smile, of course there is no problem in taking them away, but... He raised his hand and pointed at the colored spiritual root. Don't be so happy, don't you find anything unusual about this spiritual root? Although the spiritual root is colorful, the red light it emits is extraordinarily blazing, and it seems to have a bit of evil spirit. Lingyun has long noticed that the red light emitted by the spiritual root is not only slightly strange, but also emits a fierce aura from the ancient times. In fact, he knew without thinking that this spiritual root was indeed polluted by Gonggong's blood. The spirit of the Emperor's book deliberately observed Lingyun, and found that he was not dazzled by the treasure in front of him. He immediately smiled with satisfaction, and then raised his hand. Go. The blood yuan bead was shot out by him and directly hit the surface of the spiritual root. The spiritual root suddenly emitted a fiery red light, and bloody lines appeared on the surface, just like human blood vessels. Lingyun immediately felt the bloody aura in the space skyrocket. Receive. The Emperor's book let out a soft shout, and the blood orb immediately burst into red light, and the bloody lines on the surface of the spiritual root began to flow slowly, converging towards the blood orb. Lingyun watched quietly. After a while, all the bloody lines on the surface of the spirit root disappeared. The blood of the ancient demon god, Gonggong, was completely sucked away by the blood yuan beads. The spirit root returned to purity, and the red light emitted no longer weird. Noticeably softer. Fortunately, these are just a few drops of Gonggong's blood. If its spirit didn't deal with you, but entrenched on this spirit root, then we would be in big trouble. After collecting the blood of the demon god Gonggong and thoroughly purifying the spiritual root, Daiwangsha's expression relaxed a lot, he said with a smile. Lingyun also followed up and said, yes, if that trace of Yuan Ling hides on this spiritual root and uses the terrifying aura of this spiritual root to fight against us, it is really difficult to deal with, but it is a pity that it has the will of Gonggong, it is too greedy. It's an exchange between people who know what to do. The ancient great demon god definitely possesses the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood. Since the blood of Gonggong has given birth to the Yuan Ling with the help of the aura of the mountain root, as long as it insists on entrenched on this spiritual root, it can completely soak the spiritual root with its own blood and turn the spirit root. The spiritual root is shaped into one's own physical body, with blood, body, and spirit, which is equivalent to rebirth. Just like it is now, before Lingyan came, it was half reborn. Senior, why is he so anxious to take my body? Lingyan couldn't help asking. Lingyan has self-knowledge, although he has cultivated the Dian Gathering Star's treasure to the third peak, but in terms of physical strength, he is far behind this mountain root of Buzhou Mountain. You don't need to ask, this Gonggong Yuanling is in a hurry to leave here and can't wait. The Emperor's book gave the answer. After all, it is just a trace of Yuanling bred by Gonggong's blood. It only acts on instinct. Seeing your perfect body, of course I can't wait to take it for myself. As long as I kill you, he can leave here immediately, and no longer need to be restricted by this stone. But if he wants to use this stone to reshape his physical body, he doesn't know how many years he will have to wait. After a pause, Di Huangshu thought about it for a while, and then slowly said, besides this, there is another more important reason. What? The primordial spirit of the ancient demon god, even by instinct, can sense that the world is about to change drastically. He was born in such a hurry to seize the opportunity and win some opportunities. The world is about to change dramatically? Lingyan was very puzzled, because Renhuangbi Qi Ling had also said this to him, so he couldn't help asking, why can't I feel it? Nonsense. Lingyan almost laughed at the Earth Emperor Shu Qiling. The Emperor of Heaven came out of Qing Shui. Why do you think we chose to be born at this time? In this world, everything will change because of you, and you will understand after a while. Now you have reached the 9th level of Qi training, build a foundation as soon as possible, and improve your cultivation. There is no detailed explanation in the Emperor's book, but the meaning is deep and meaningful. Lingyan. The Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book unexpectedly urged him to improve his cultivation. Lingyan really wanted to ask, but he knew that since even the Earth Emperor's book refused to explain the reason, it was useless for him to ask. Receive. While Lingyan was meditating, Daiwangshu waved his hand, using some kind of supernatural power, to absorb all the spiritual root, spiritual liquid, and top-level spiritual stones on the 4 walls of the space. I'll keep these things for you first, and I'll give them to you when you need them. Gone. After finishing speaking, a yellow light flashed, and Daiwangshu and Lingyun disappeared in place at the same time. Brush. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Lingyun returned to the surface, and he actually appeared directly in the continuous mountains. This is Miaojiang, 100,000 mountains. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Although Lingyan was surrounded by rolling mountains and primeval forests, after he rushed out of the ground, he immediately determined his approximate location with just a sweep of his divine sense. This is no longer Burma, but in the 100,000 mountains at the junction of China, Yunnan, and Guizhou. Because he was very familiar with the surrounding mountains and terrain. More than half a month ago, when Lingyan came to Miaojiang for the first time, he had to leave the Miao village for several nights to find a place with rich aura among the 100,000 mountains to practice, so he had already seen the nearby terrain. Over and over again, by heart. In order to confirm, Lingyan immediately took out his communicator, opened his location and checked, and found that he was right, it was at the junction of Yunnan and Guizhou. The Stockade of Phoenix. Immediately afterwards, Lingyan searched for Myitkyina in Myanmar on the map, calculated the distance between himself and there, and found that the distance between the two was thousands of kilometers, and he was shocked. Because it took only 1 or 2 breaths, and the Emperor's book actually took him through the ground for 1,000 kilometers. This speed alone has far surpassed ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators. But obviously, the Emperor's book didn't come by flying. This is, shrinking the ground to an inch? Lingyan asked directly. He's pretty knowledgeable. The Daiwanshu Qiling still maintained the appearance of an old pedant, standing beside Ling Yun, with a smile on his face, and praised. "Senior, why did you bring me here?" Ling Yun looked around. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, the surrounding mountains and forests were still pitch black, but the eastern sky had already turned pale, and the sky would soon be bright. "If you don't come here, do you still plan to go back the same way?" Daiwanshu Qiling asked back, then raised his hand and pointed to the night sky in the northeast. "Look there." Ling Yun looked up, and just happened to see a little golden light in the high sky in the distance, like a golden meteor, piercing the night sky and rushing here. "Brush!" The golden light came in front of the two in the blink of an eye, and the golden light suddenly blazed and turned into an old man. It was Renhuang's pen. "I have seen the elders." Seeing the Renhuang pen coming, Ling Yun hurriedly greeted him. He observed the subtleties and keenly noticed that the Renhuang pen looked a bit embarrassed. The light in his eyes was much dimmer than usual, and his expression was obviously a little annoyed. Ling Yun did remember that when Renhuangbi left underground, he said that he was going to settle accounts with himself. Judging from his current appearance, he should have just fought a tough battle, which made him very tired. Before Ling Yun could open his mouth to ask, he saw Daiwanshu Qiling's serious expression and asked, "Suppressed?" "Okay." Renhuangbi Qiling nodded vigorously, and said angrily, "Finally, I can barely suppress it. His current growth rate is too terrifying, and this time the reaction is too big, and it took me a lot of effort." Ling Yun. After thinking about it for a long time, Ling Yun couldn't help being curious, so he asked directly, "Seniors, who are you talking about? Could it be the water god Gonggong? What water god works together?" Renhuangbi Qiling was a little out of breath. He glared at Ling Yun. "That Gonggong who couldn't hit Zhou Shan with his head killed himself a long time ago. Stinky boy, let me remind you. When you come to Miaojiang in the future, as long as you are among the 100,000 mountains, you can take out your magic knife if you have nothing to do. Even if it's really a life and death moment, don't act blindly and think about solving it on your own. Just ask the two of us to come out and help you." Ling Yun. He couldn't understand what he heard. He was completely confused, and he didn't understand it at all. "Ahem." Daiwanshu Qiling suddenly coughed twice, and said to Renhuangbi Qiling in a deep voice, "Zong Feng, don't be arrogant, don't forget our master's explanation." "Hidden front?" Ling Yun opened his mouth wide when he heard this, and stared at Renhuang's pen tool spirit, a little dazed. Where did he not understand? What Daiwanshu called out of desperation just now was the name of Renhuangbi. Human Emperor's pen. Qiling suddenly heard its name from the Emperor's book, and immediately jumped 100 meters high. "Shobin, you old bastard, who told you to tell him my name?" "What?" Ling Yun was secretly happy when he heard it. This is all right. Renhuangbi Qiling and Daiwanshu Qiling bickered, and Ling Yun accidentally let Ling Yun know their names. The Emperor Fuxi named his pen Zongfeng, the Emperor Shenong named his book Shobin. Ling Yun thought about it carefully, and found that these two names really fit them, and immediately smiled knowingly. Thinking of this, Ling Yun immediately stopped the two people who were bickering, and made a serious salute. "Ling Yun has met Senior Zong Feng, Senior Shobin." This is considered a formal greeting. However, as expected, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book dodged at the same time, avoiding Ling Yun's salute, and said solemnly at the same time, "We told you a long time ago that you are the one who is destined to be robbed, and you are also our new one. Master, don't be rude to us." After finishing speaking, the figure of Daiwanshu Qiling flashed and came to Ling Yun again. He said in a deep voice, "Of course, if you think that we two have lived too long and it is inappropriate to call us by our first names, you can just call us by our names. Just call us old man." Frankly speaking, although the bodies of Renhuangbi and Daiwanshu are weapons, they are definitely magic weapons above the level of Dao weapons. In Ling Yan's eyes, these two tool spirits are no different from real people. What's more, Ling Yun has now vaguely guessed that the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book should be from ancient times. The Human Emperor and the Earth Emperor, the two great powers, deliberately left him as the protector of the man whose fate should be robbed through deduction and layout. Therefore, Ling Yun really does not want to be arrogant in front of these two, and it is even more impossible to boss them around like he treats the servants of the 5 blood clans, and order them around at will. At most, they will discuss friendship with their peers. If that's the case, then I will call the two respectively from now on, Mr. Zhang Feng and Mr. Shobin. I don't know. Ling Yun pondered, and tried to speak. That's great. Daiwangshu Qiling, that is, Mr. Shobin, nodded happily. Just do it like this. Renhuang's pen was sharp, and Mr. Zhang Feng was even more straightforward. He didn't even bother to drag the text, and he agreed. Mr. Zhang Feng, you have confused me just now. I don't know who are you dealing with in such a hurry here. After the three officially knowledge, Ling Yun immediately returned to the topic, although he had already vaguely guessed the other party's identity after hearing Mr. Zhang Feng say that he was not coming here to deal with the water god Gong Gong, and telling him not to take out the blood-transforming sword casually. Identity, but he still has to confirm it once. After Zhang Feng and Shou Ben heard this, they looked at each other solemnly, and nodded at the same time. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yun was taken high into the sky by the two of them, and in an instant he arrived at the top of the Miao village, where Miao Fenghuang was. Ling Yun looked down. Renhuang by Qi Ling looked down and said to Ling Yun, "Look at the villages below, what do they have in common?" "What's in common?" Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, and at the same time cast his yin-yang divine eyes, and slowly swept across the dozens of villages below. Suddenly his heart moved. "Mr. Zhang Feng, you are talking about the sacrificial temples in each village, and the statue of Qiyu in the temples?" "Good." Renhuang by Qi Ling nodded, and immediately asked, "Then, do you feel any abnormal changes in the place below when you came this time, compared to when you first came here?" Ling Yun closed his eyes, felt it carefully, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and his body shook. The places where the Miao villages are located have a hint of wilderness than before. Good. Renhuang's pen tool spirit eyes applauded, and nodded again. Since you can feel these changes, it means that your current strength is barely enough. He didn't explain what kind of qualification Ling Yun is now, but said directly, "Remember when you came here last time, at the request of that little girl, you took out your blood-transforming sword to show her?" "Of course I remember this." Hearing this, Ling Yun stuck out his tongue secretly, thinking that the nearly 70-year-old Miao Fenghuang was actually just a little girl in the mouth of Renhuang's pen tool spirit. But this is also true, and at this time Ling Yun is too lazy to care about these trivial matters. Only Renhuang Baikeling said again, "That girl is right. The first owner of the blood-transforming sword in your hand is the ancient great demon god Qiyu. It is precisely because of your display of the blood-transforming sword that the statues of Qiyu, who have been worshipped by the descendants of the Sanmiao for thousands of years, have obtained a part of the blood-evil spirit of the blood-transforming sword, and have successfully transformed into the illusory Qiyu demon god." Film. Mr. Zhang Feng pointed to the Miao village below. "Didn't you ask me when you left the village last time, why did you go out in a hurry? Now I can tell you, the last time I came out, it was to beat up that ghost phantom. Shatter the seal." "So it is." Hearing this, Ling Yun finally understood the ins and outs of some things. He immediately focused his attention on the tallest statue of Qiyu in Miao Fenghuang's village, and took a deep breath. If you don't look carefully, the statue of Qiyu is just a tall statue, except that Qiyu's image is too lifelike and lifelike. There is nothing unusual about it. But when Ling Yun used his divine sense and yin-yang divine eyes to concentrate on watching, he found that the statue of Qiyu had become blurred instead, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. Even Ling Yun's current divine sense and gaze could not see clearly. He could only feel on the surface of the statue, there was a faint bloody aura, and this kind of bloody aura was very familiar to Ling Yun, because it was exactly the same as the evil aura released by his blood-transforming sword. No wonder Renhuang Bai Qiling reminded him repeatedly just now that as long as he is within the range of the 100,000 mountains, he should not take out the blood-transforming sword. It turned out to be for this reason. At the same time, apart from this bloody aura, Ling Yun could also clearly feel that the extra barbaric aura in the Miao villages below was also emanating from these Qiyu statues. Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, covering the range of 100 miles below. I found that the barbaric atmosphere, although very faint, has a tendency to spread to the surrounding area. If this momentum continues, it will not take long for this barbaric atmosphere to spread into pieces, covering hundreds of thousands of people in Miaojiang Mountain. Ling Yan's expression was solemn. Of course he knew what this situation meant. The demon god, Qiyu, was about to reappear in the world. Seniors, how should we solve the current situation? Daiwangshu Qi Ling frowned, and slowly shook his head. Fate, robbery. How to solve it, of course you have to ask yourself. Renhuang's pen is sharp, but Zhang Feng has a solemn expression. Looking at Ling Yun, you were in danger underground last night, and you drew your sword again in order to protect yourself, which attracted these Qiyu statues to move again, and almost broke through my last seal. I can't help it, I can only come here quickly, and seal all these Qiyu statues in the entire Miaojiang again. Oh, that is the layer of fog you saw. Fortunately, the old Gaishobin immediately sensed something was wrong, so he took the lead to create a space barrier, which not only protects you, but also cuts off the induction between the blood-transforming sword and these Qiyu statues, so I can have enough time to seal them, otherwise if not, the consequences will be unpredictable. Ling Yun now understood what happened last night, but at the same time he became even more confused. The solution, why do you ask me? His implication is, what can I do to solve the problem that you two masters can't solve? Humph. Mr. Zhang Feng snorted softly, turned his head, and didn't answer. Mr. Shobin, on the other hand, explained with a smile, Ling Yun, you hold the blood-transforming magic knife, you are the co-lord of the three seedlings, and you are also the one who is destined to be robbed. Of course, how will this matter, you ask, go to? I count on you. Ling Yun's heart moved instantly, and he quickly asked, Mr. Shobin, is it that I, who is destined to be a calamity, should be in this calamity? Ever since Ling Yun got the Renhuang pen in Qingshui City, and was known by the ancient martial arts circle in China, he has given him the name of the person who should be robbed by destiny, but until now, he still doesn't know what robbed he is going to be. Now if you seize the opportunity, of course you have to ask. No. Zhang Feng and Shou Ben shook their heads at the same time, and finally Di Huangshu Qi Ling said, it's far more than that. If you have to say yes, this matter can only be regarded as the beginning of your mission. Ling Yan pursed his lips and glanced at the two of them left and right. If the matter of Qiyu, the ancient great demon god, can only be regarded as the beginning, then his future mission will be too difficult, right? Thinking of this, Ling Yan immediately had the idea of putting down the pick, wishing to do his best to seal up all the magic weapons such as the blood-transforming sword, then put them into the Taishu ring, and then throw the Taishu ring into space, turn into the satellite of the Earth, so that they will never even think about landing. It's useless, you can't get rid of it. Mr. Shobin seemed to see through what Ling Yan was thinking, and he couldn't help but smile. This world will undergo tremendous changes at any time. For this, the ancient three emperors, that is, our masters, have long foresaw it, so there will be changes this layout. And they. The Qiling of Daiwangshu also looked down at the statue of Qiyu below. Emperor Yan's lineage, that is, the demon gods like Qiyu, also had a foreknowledge, and also had their own layout. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this blood-transforming sword to be released that day. At the bottom of the pit, you got it. After finishing speaking, Mr. Shobin raised his hand and suddenly pointed to the sky. If you don't believe me, you can try it now, we will accompany you up, and you can see whether it works or not if you lose the blood-transforming sword. Hey, I'm just thinking about it casually. Mr. Shobin doesn't need to say it so clearly. Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed when someone broke his mind. He scratched his head, frowned, and asked the most crucial question, but now I have the inheritance of the ancient three emperors, and I also have the blood-transforming sword. Where is it from? Although this is the question, Ling Yun is actually expressing his displeasure. Now that he understands that the ancient three emperors have plans, and the demon god Qi Yu also has plans, so what exactly is he who is destined to be robbed? Has it become a puppet on both sides? What is Ling Yun's personality? Even if there are great benefits, he will never be someone else's marionette. If this is the case, he must break through the Golden Core realm as soon as possible, and then leave the Earth without looking back. What the hell? It doesn't count on your side. The expression of Renhuang Baikeling suddenly became extremely solemn. Although the layout of the three ancient emperors and the demon god Qi Yu is related to you, you are the one who breaks the situation and responds to the disaster. You can do whatever you want. That's fine. Ling Yan was very satisfied with the answer of Renhuang Penqiling. He nodded, and then asked, since this is the case, what should I do next? It's very simple. Renhuang's pen tool spirit smiled and said, hurry up and practice, and build a foundation as soon as possible. Recently, especially in the past half a month, whenever the mortal Huangbi appeared to communicate with Ling Yun, he never forgot to remind him, emphasize one sentence, and urge Ling Yun to hurry up and practice. For this, Ling Yun has long been used to the strangeness. He has long known that there must be a reason for Zhang Feng to urge him to practice like this, and he can also guess roughly, and now, Ling Yun is almost completely clear. The world is about to change drastically. Ling Yun's real mission is about to begin, and there is a long way to go. If his realm is not enough when the disaster comes, he will be stretched and passive everywhere. Please rest assured, seniors. Ling Yun was full of confidence, and said with a smile, with the cultivation resources in my hands now, not to mention the foundation building realm, even after the foundation building, it is not a problem to retreat to two big realms. Ling Yun didn't boast at all, because he was reincarnated and recultivated, so he naturally knew exactly how much cultivation resources would be consumed in each next realm. You know, he has just collected a whole spiritual vein that is hundreds of kilometers long, and he still has the spiritual root in his hand, plus the top quality chalcedony he got before, and various treasures, elixirs, etc. that he has accumulated in the past 6 months. Wait, such a huge amount of training resources is definitely more than enough for him to break through 3 realms in a row. Another more important reason is that Ling Yun has now reached the 9th level of Qi training, and the tyranny of his divine sense has already far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the peak of enlightenment. Zheng reached the level of mastery. For example, since Ling Yun has cultivated the Ichi Yinyang Ju to the peak, his Yinyang Divine Eye has also been completed. With the Yinyang Divine Eye, he can go around to find the spiritual stone resources he needs. Anyway, the earth is so big. There are really not enough spirit stones, just go out and look around. Only the Yin and Yang Divine Eyes are enough, not to mention that after Ling Yun reached the late stage of Qi training, he also obtained a new supernatural power through the development of the brain domain, the Celestial Eye. What's more, Ling Yun can not only fly in the air, travel thousands of miles in a day with ease, but also has Tianzutong. With a slight lift of his leg, he can cross a distance of 10,000 meters in one step. With such an ability, wouldn't Ling Yun be able to capture the world's famous mountains and rivers, places with rich aura? In short, after cultivating to the current state, Ling Yun's own abilities are different. This little world can't trap him at all. There is another important factor, that is, Ling Yun's cultivation path, encountering gods and killing gods. Meet the Buddha and kill the Buddha, so far invincible. The biggest benefit of being invincible is monopoly. No matter what kind of cultivation resources, Ling Yun didn't see it, didn't know it, that's all, but as long as he saw it, as long as he wanted it, it was his. it was all his, and no one in the world could compete with it. This is called thick accumulation and thin hair. Such a huge earth, even if it is a spiritual ruin, no matter how depleted the spiritual energy is, it is enough for Ling Yun to cultivate to the golden core, or even above the nascent soul realm. It is precisely because of the above that Ling Yun has such strong self-confidence when he mentions cultivation to break through the realm. However, the two seniors don't need to rush too much. You have all seen that after I broke through the late stage of Qi training, it took only a few days to reach the 9th level of Qi training. You have to give me some time. Buffer, let me rest and consolidate in the realm of Qi training for a while, and then choose a day to build a foundation. No matter what, I have to run in for another 10 days and a half months, right? Thinking of this, Ling Yun turned his head to look at the two spirits of Zhang Fengshoben, only to find that the two old men were looking at each other with wry smiles, and didn't have much reaction to what he said. Ling Yun was suddenly surprised. Why, this is not possible. Even if this world is really going to change drastically, it is impossible to change it just by saying it? Is there such an urgency? How you want to practice is up to you. Renhuang's pen tool Ling Zongfeng was resentful, as if he didn't want to waste his time talking. The Emperor's book Qi Ling kept the book, but frowned and pondered for a while, and then said slowly, of course it is impossible for this world to change just by saying it. He gave Ling Yun a reassurance first, and then said, so that's not what we're worried about. In the past half a year, we have been meticulous about how you cultivated step by step, and we have seen everything in our eyes. Indeed, even though the earth is now in the age of Dharma and the spiritual energy is exhausted, you have not pursued purely from the beginning to the end. Realm, I have always been cautious, and I haven't played tricks so far. Yes. Ling Yun was pleased with what he heard, and nodded his head to confirm. Because he was reincarnated and recultivated, he did not lack the exercises, and he had the cultivation experience of the previous life. The only thing he lacked was the spiritual energy. According to his original training plan, he set a maximum of half a year to reach the foundation building state. This is already Ling Yun's intentional extra 2 to 3 months expectation based on the objective situation of the exhaustion of the Earth's aura. In other words, with Ling Yun's aptitude, building a foundation in half a year is the same as playing. But now, 7 months have passed, and Ling Yun has just reached the 9th level of Qi training. Of course, this is not because Ling Yun's aptitude is not good, but because he did it deliberately. He chose the most difficult skills to practice, and he built the strongest foundation. They are all distracted by practicing the body training technique, Dian Gathering Star's Treasure. Dian Gathering Star Treasure Ju, 1 Qi Yin Yang Ju, 5 Elements Slaughtering God Art, Divine Martial, Pure Yang Immortal Ju. Each of the above-mentioned exercises is the most top-notch exercise in the world of comprehension. As long as ordinary comprehension geniuses practice any of them, it will be difficult for them to reach Ling Yun's current state in more than half a year. But Ling Yun practiced the 4 kinds of exercises alone, and he was down to earth, never taking any tricks, and practiced each of the exercises to the level that ordinary geniuses would be amazed by. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Ling Yun was able to defy the sky all the way, easily kill people across several great realms, and earned the terrifying title of Invincible Killer God. Until now, I have finally accumulated a lot of money and reached the big threshold of foundation establishment. Daiwansha said with a smile, your practice method of not rushing for success and down to earth, even us who have been with the Emperor for a long time, can't find any faults, so I don't care if the foundation was built a few days earlier, or the foundation was built a few days later. That's right. Realm is fictitious, strength is real. Renhuang by Zongfeng also nodded and added. But now, time really waits for no one. The chilling of the Earth Emperor's book suddenly changed his tone, and there was a hint of reminder in his expression. What's wrong? Did the two seniors notice something? Ling Yun heard the implication of the Emperor's letter, and immediately asked. Let me tell you this, there are some urgent things that you can't do until you reach the Foundation establishment realm. Renhuang Baikeling has a quick temper, too lazy to go around in circles with Ling Yun, so he interrupted directly. Also, brat, don't think that you are invincible now, the cultivation resources of the entire earth are yours. Don't talk about those people who haven't shown up yet. Do you know that among the people you know, someone's cultivation speed has surpassed yours, and they are about to build a foundation? Who? Ling Yun was stunned. You want to go? Renhuang's pen tool dropped a sentence with aura, which suddenly turned into a little golden light and rushed straight into Ling Yun's eyebrows. The Emperor's script is very powerful, while Mr. Shobin looked to the northwest with a worried expression on his face, and remained silent. The direction he was looking at was Kunlun Mountain. Hey! Who am I provoking? Seeing Ren Huangbi Zonfeng playing his temper again, and running away without even finishing his sentence, Ling Yun was puzzled, so he could only spread his hands and smile wryly. But Ling Yun is Ling Yun after all, he still can't afford to compete with a Qi Ling, so he casually laughed at himself and gave up. Artifact spirit, as the name suggests, is nothing more than the spiritual consciousness of the instrument. Its essence is still an artifact in the final analysis. No matter how high its spiritual consciousness is, the nature of the instrument will not change and will always be the same. For example, Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword, even if it already has the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, Ling Yun sacrifices it to attack the enemy, and what it uses over and over again are just those sword moves, stabbing, chopping, etc. It will never can't be turned into a shield. There is also Ling Yun's human king seal, which can be used to hit, smash people, or resist the enemy's various magic attacks. Other than that, nothing else. This is the nature of the instrument. Although the Renhuang brush is of a very high grade, it is still a tool. Apart from having the world's most sharp edge and being able to be used as a flying sword, its real ability is actually writing. This is the biggest limitation of weapons. In a sense, spirits are not as good as monsters, because monsters are basically cultivated by things with natural intelligence. And imitate to grow, such as by Xianer. Qi can't. If Qi Ling wants to grow, there is only one way, and that is to increase the rank, and even if the rank is improved, it only makes his instinct stronger. Unless Ling Yun is crazy, he would argue with a pen. And as Ling Yun communicated more and more with Ren Huangbi, he also noticed that although Ren Huangbi Qiling had existed for a long time, he was indeed an old man, but his temperament was a standard child's temper. Temperament is jumpy, impatient and irritable, loves to play with temper, likes to pretend to be mysterious, sometimes he is very stingy. Ling Yun can't even please him. Isn't this a child's temper? On the other hand, Dai Wangshu, Mr. Shobin, is quiet and calm. He never shows up when the time is right. Once he shows up, he knows everything without saying a word, and even the illusioned appearance is like an old pedant. These are not only in line with his physical characteristics, but also in line with the name Shobin given to him by the emperor of the land. He is really law-abiding and meticulous. After the human emperor's pen escaped between Ling Yun's eyebrows, the Earth Emperor's book stood motionless at this moment, looking to the northwest with a look of color on his face. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. Northwest again. In the past few days, especially since Kunzanla, the Dharma protector of the 10,000 Buddhas, emphasized to Ling Yun the sentence, the sky tilts to the northwest, and the earth sinks to the southeast, Ling Yun is particularly sensitive to the northwest direction. Ling Yun's geography is very good. He knows that if you look at it on a map, if you draw a diagonal line extending from the southern waters of the South China Sea to Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar and other Southeast Asian countries, you will reach the Kunlun Mountains in China. Even, after crossing the western border of China, this oblique line extends further back, and finally extends all the way to the European continent, and then a little further, across the Atlantic Ocean, which is the northern part of Canada in North America. The place where this slanted line passes can be said to be the most fragmented place on Earth, and there are too many large and small islands to count. Among them, the area around the southern end of the South China Sea and the northern part of North America are the most. If you just look at these two places on the map, they are all broken into slag. Not to mention that Ling Yun is an out-and-out cultivator, even an ordinary person, after being specially reminded by others, when he glanced at the map, he would have to murmur in his heart about the saying the sky is tilted to the northwest and the ground is to sink to the southeast. Kunlun Mountain is not only the area with the highest average altitude on the Earth, but also the ancestor of all mountains in China. It is also known as the Mountain of All Gods. It is vast and mysterious. If the legend is true, Kunlun Mountain is definitely a place worthy of the name. Of course, if you look at it from the perspective of a cultivator like Ling Yun, as the land of heaven and the ancestor of thousands of mountains, the only fly in the ointment of Kunlun Mountain is that the peaks above 5,000 meters above sea level are really too low. This is actually a big doubt in Ling Yun's heart, but since he rescued his mother in Tianshan and met the 4 major disciples from Kunlun, this doubt has long since disappeared. Kunlun Mountain is fake, but Kunlun is real. Kunlun Mountain is just a natural portal that prevents ordinary people from getting involved. Therefore, now that Ling Yun sees Mr. Shobun looking northwest again with a worried expression on his face, even if he wants to be insensitive, he can't do it. I know who the person Mr. Zhongfeng mentioned is my sister Ninglingyu, right? At this time, Ling Yun didn't bother to pretend to be silly, so he directly said Ninglingyu. Because Renhuang's pen tool Ling Zhongfeng was talking about the speed of cultivation, and it was someone Ling Yun knew. Among the people Ling Yun knew, the speed of cultivation was comparable to him. Except for Ninglingyu, he didn't think of anyone else at all. The old man Shobun nodded solemnly, and was about to speak when he saw a little golden light rushing out from the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows again. Know who I'm talking about? Ling Yun smiled lightly. In other words, the seal that I used to penetrate into Ling Yu's body with the power of my predecessors has been completely broken? Half a year ago, the immortal spiritual energy poured into the human emperor's pen, and Ling Yun briefly possessed the strength of the 9th level of qi training. He saw the opportunity and made a decisive decision to transform Ninglingyu's natural spirit body into a fairy body. However, at that time, Ninglingyu hadn't started to practice, and couldn't control and use the spiritual energy in her body. In order to prevent those fairy spirit energy from being lost in vain, Ling Yun sealed the fairy spirit energy injected into Ninglingyu's body. That was the restriction under the word seal written by Ling Yun with Renhuang's pen. The seal can be said to be extremely strong, and the seal will not be automatically released when Ninglingyu reaches the 9th level of qi training. When Ninglingyu crossed the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations, those tribulation thunders had already helped her break part of the seal when transforming her body, but because the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book were shot at the same time to snatch the gift of heaven, so in the end it can be completely broken. Now that human emperor's pen has sensed that the seal is gone, it can only explain one thing, that is, Ninglingyu has reached the 9th level of qi training, and the seal in her body will naturally disappear. Zhongfeng's expression froze at first. He scratched his head, looked at Ling Yun angrily, and said, "Boy, your intelligence really makes people speechless, and your guess is very accurate." Ling Yun just smiled. "However, don't be complacent, because you didn't guess right," Zhongfeng said with his hands on his hips. "Oh? Please also ask Mr. Zhongfeng to give advice." "Humph. I'm not as generous as you." Renhuang by Zhongfeng's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. "At that time you were a fake qi training level 9, but my strength was 10,000 times stronger than yours at that time." "Well," Ling Yunqin said, "why don't you say that I am a trillion times higher than me? Wouldn't that be more cool?" He held back a smile and asked, "And then?" "Then, the seal you put on that girl's body was not as bad as you imagined. I added some strength to her." Lingyun was dumbfounded. What? You actually? Renhuang Penqi Ling put on an expression of dissatisfaction with you biting me, raised his head and said, yes, so if I don't untie the power of the seal for her personally, after she reaches the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, she wants to building a foundation is difficult. Lingyun frowned and asked, can't she relieve it by herself? Don't say it's her, even with your current strength, you can't solve it for her. But just now, you also said that the seal in Ning Lingyu's body is gone. Renhuang's pen Qi Ling suddenly lost face, and said discouragedly, yes, just 5 days ago, that seal disappeared completely, and, if I guessed correctly, she should have broken it herself. Hiss. When Lingyun heard this, he immediately gasped. 5 days ago, the seal in Ning Lingyu's body completely disappeared. At that time, Lingyun was with Morong Feishue, accompanying her to travel around Hong Kong Island, opening the door to her cultivation path, and at the same time, making final preparations for herself to break through the late stage of Qi training. In other words, Lingyun was still at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and when it was time to make a breakthrough, Ning Lingyu had already reached the 9th level of Qi training, and broke the seal left in her body by the human emperor's pen. Lingyun really didn't want to think about what this kind of performance meant. He resisted analyzing this issue from the bottom of his heart. Ning Lingyu's cultivation speed is so much faster than him. Lingyun is neither envious nor jealous, on the contrary, he is worried. Because Lingyun dared to make a bet on the vision and experience of the last life of cultivating to the stage of crossing the catastrophe, to confirm one thing, Ning Lingyu reached the 9th level of Qi training so quickly, even if she didn't practice sideways, she was definitely eager for success. So here comes the question, why is she so deliberately pursuing the realm of cultivation? More than 20 days ago, Ning Lingyu and Lingyun broke up in Lingyun's sword sect and escorted her father's coffin to Ning's house in Kunlun Mountain. After that, the two never saw each other again, and completely broke off contact. At that time, Ning Lingyu's realm was still in the early stage of the 6th level of Qi training, only a small realm higher than Lingyun's. From Lingyun's point of view, it was considered normal. After all, Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, and she crossed the catastrophe earlier than Lingyun, and reached the middle stage of Qi training ahead of time, and when she crossed the catastrophe, she received a gift from heaven that is hard to find in the world. Before she built her foundation, there are no major bottlenecks and obstacles anymore. Lingyun's judgment at the time was that Ning Lingyu would be able to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi training in as little as 1 month and as much as 2 months. An average of 10 days, this is already the fastest cultivation speed Ning Lingyu can achieve in Lingyun's imagination. However, the reality slapped him hard. After Ning Lingyu and Lingyun separated, it took less than half a month to reach the 9th level of Qi training. Lingyun can't make a mistake. As of this morning, the two have been separated for only 20 days. Ning Lingyu broke the seal 5 days ago. Isn't that half a month? The time is even earlier. Because Renhuang Baikeling said that she broke the seal 5 days ago, which means that Ning Lingyu had already reached the 9th level of Qi training before that day, unless she broke the seal directly on the day she reached the 9th level of Qi training. The seal was dropped. After Ning Lingyu left Lingyun's sword sect, the whole person was like a stone sinking into the sea. What happened to her? What happened in Kunlun Mountain? How she cultivated, or what adventures she had? Lingyun knew nothing about these. But no matter how she cultivated, and no matter what kind of adventure she had, she broke through 3 realms in less than half a month, which made Lingyun feel unbelievable and couldn't figure it out at all. Unless she directly entered the fairyland after leaving Lingyun's sword sect, or there was a fairy to enlighten her. But is there such a possibility? In this regard, one only needs to think about how Lingyun himself cultivated during this period of time to understand. After he left Lingyun's sword sect, he first spent 2 days and 2 nights outside the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, madly absorbing the massive amount of yin qi from the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, reaching the peak state of the 6th level of Qi training, and then stabilized in this state for more than 10 days. After absorbing the true Qi of nearly 200 spiritual practitioners, including Guru Kunba, and refining all of them, he deliberately chose to make a breakthrough on the night of the 15th full moon in the 9th month of the lunar calendar, and reached the level of Qi training in one fell swoop. The 7-level peak realm. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun went to Nanyang to find the troubles of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. He passed through the South China Sea, was enlightened by the Nanhai Avalokitesvara, and broke through to the 8th level of Qi training. In the Ghost Poison sect, there are so many true Qi in the late stage of Qi training, foundation building, and even a few people above the level of foundation building, so they can reach the 9th level of Qi training. Ling Yun admits that because he has suffered a great loss, his cultivation in this life is indeed demanding perfection and a solid foundation, but he is also absolutely clear that his cultivation speed is definitely very fast, even if he is placed in the big world of cultivation. Compared with the geniuses of those big cultivation sects, they won't lose much. On Earth, in the eyes of Wan Chongshao, Zhou Wenyi, Long Haoren, and even the 3 Enlightenment Masters of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, this speed of cultivation can already shock their jaws. It can be called shocking. Not to mention them, Ling Yun's cultivation concept and cultivation speed, even the Ren Huangbi and Daiwanshu, the 2 ancient artifacts, can't find any faults. What about Ning Lingyu? Deliberately compare with Ling Yun. In terms of physique, she is a fairy body, and Ling Yun is a spirit-gathering body, even if they are comparable. In terms of aptitude and understanding, although Ning Lingyu is extremely talented, she is naturally slightly inferior to Ling Yun. Ling Yu's crossing the catastrophe received a gift from the heavens, but Ling Yun's crossing the catastrophe, although he escaped death, but after he successfully crossed the catastrophe, the benefits he received were no worse than Ning Lingyu, and the two were evenly matched. But apart from the above, Ling Yun absolutely crushes the opponent in any other aspects. Ling Yun practiced Yinyang Ju of Wan Qi, and it has been completely mastered. In his magical Dantian, Yinyang True Qi can be self-generated, like a volcano erupting, non-stop. His Yinyang True Qi whirlpool, every time he kills a person, he can absorb all of the opponent's energy. Infuriating. Ling Yun has Yinyang and 5-element flames, which have also achieved great success. Not only can he temper the meridians and acupoints of his body all the time, but he can also refine all kinds of spiritual energy he has absorbed at any time, so that Ling Yun can absorb them without hindrance. Also, the most important point is that Ling Yun is reincarnated and recultivated. He has the deepest understanding of every realm on the path of cultivation. In terms of cultivation experience, he will definitely kill a newcomer like Ning Lingyu in seconds. Ning Lingyu didn't have any of the above. Ning Lingyu started out practicing only Wanshui Xianjua that best suited her own attributes. After she reached the mid-stage of Qi training, she learned the Supreme Qingdi Ju, plus a body training method of Dian Gathering Stars Ju, and other Ling Yun never taught her the exercises. Especially when we met at Ling Yun's sword sect last time, Ling Yun already had a layer of defense against Ning Lingyu in his heart. Not only did he not give her any pointers, but even how to break through the late stage of Qi training. And after entering the late stage of Qi training, Ling Yun didn't say a word about how to cultivate. So how did she break through the late stage of Qi training, and how did she advance by leaps and bounds after the breakthrough? This is a mystery to Ling Yun. Ling Yun can only confirm 2 points now. First of all, Ning Lingyu no longer listened to him, and unexpectedly broke through the big barrier of the late stage of Qi training without him being there to guide and protect him. Secondly, Ning Lingyu is now absolutely purely pursuing the speed of cultivation and the improvement of her realm. She has never considered the most basic and important thing for a cultivator. A stable realm is a matter of course, and she breaks through the barrier at the limit. Ning Lingyu practiced sideways and took the wrong path. If Ling Yun also practiced like her, and only pursued the realm of cultivation, not to mention the establishment of foundations, he is at least at the peak of enlightenment state now. The above 2 points only illustrate one thing: Ning Lingyu has already thrown Ling Yun's thousands of orders out of the sky. This is Ling Yun's worry. Besides this, he has a bigger confusion. What kind of power did Ning Lingyu reach the 9th level of qi training in this way, breaking the seal of the human emperor's pen in her body? Really relying on her own strength? No way. Renhuang Pen Qi Ling just said that the seal he gave Ning Lingyu can't be broken even by Ling Yun now. So what strength is Ling Yun now? Although Ling Yun never said it, he can guarantee that even if he is put in the big world of comprehension now, he is still the strongest in the 9th level of qi training, and he is absolutely invincible in the same realm. It is no exaggeration, this is Ling Yun's true strength. The current him can easily kill himself, who is at the peak of the 9th level of qi training in the big world of cultivation. Ling Yun knew that although Renhuang's pen and Qi Ling had a temper, they would never deceive him, so how did Ning Lingyu break the seal that he couldn't break? It's incredible. Thinking of this, Ling Yun suppressed the shock and doubts in his heart. He stared sharply at the human emperors by Qiling, then at the Dihuangshu Qiling, and said, "I heard the tone of the 2 seniors, it seems that they are not interested in me." Sister, you have a deep guard, and not a small hostility? For some things, Ling Yun can pretend to be stupid, but for this matter, he must get to the bottom of it. Humph. Zhang Feng suddenly sneered, "Stinky boy, if you still ask such a question at this time, it's too boring." The implication is that Ling Yun is still pretending to be confused with them. Ling Yun was silent, but he was sighing in his heart. Ning Lingyu had reached this point after all. This was the situation he was most worried about and the last thing he wanted to face. What do you think we joined forces to attack, intercept the Heavenly Tao, and snatch the Heavenly Tao's gift when she was crossing the catastrophe? Renhuang's pen tool spirit was suddenly very excited. Do you think? He stopped abruptly, bowed his head in silence for a while, and finally said, "Forget it." Ling Yun, however, was relentless. What did the 2 seniors notice? Or what did they already know? But it doesn't matter, I can bear it. At this time, the Emperor's book, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Ling Yun, what you think in your heart is not far from the truth, but how to deal with this matter, before you build the foundation, it is really inconvenient for us to talk about it." Ling Yun thought for a while, and said seriously, "My sister, please don't interfere with me, the 2 seniors, and let me handle it myself." Human Emperor's pen and Earth Emperor's book looked at each other and said at the same time, "Okay." Brush. They turned into streamers and rushed into Ling Yun's body at the same time. Immediately afterwards. Whoosh. A pretty figure soared into the sky from the Miao village below, and went straight to the sky. It has been more than a month since Miao Xiaomiao broke through in one fell swoop on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival and reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi training. Ling Yun had repeatedly told her that since she got the help of Ghost God Lu when she broke through the barrier, she didn't have to worry about leaving any hidden dangers on the road of cultivation, as long as she adapted to the new realm for a period of time and stabilized the realm completely, there is no problem. Therefore, for more than a month, Miao Xiaomiao has been following Ling Yun's instructions, and has been adapting hard and polishing the new realm. Even if she has already touched the barrier in the middle stage of qi training and feels that she can easily step into that threshold, she has not make decisions without authorization, and rush into the middle stage of qi training. She knew that as long as she breaks through again, what she needs to face next is the 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulations. Therefore, even when Ling Yun left Miaojiang, he personally built more than 10 acres of spiritual fields, and set up a large gathering of spirits, so that the spiritual energy of the entire Miao village is far stronger than any place within 100 kilometers around the Miao village. Miao Xiaomiao didn't rush into things too. During the days when Ling Yun left, Miao Xiaomiao had been diligently studying the Supreme Qing Emperor art taught to her by Ling Yun, not to break through the realm, but to study how to use her skills to fight. Different from other exercises, Supreme Qingdiju, the first 6 realms, really do not have any introduction to combat exercises, you can only figure it out by yourself. In addition, Miao Xiaomiao studies the most, and there are several other things: how to control the flying sword and flying with the sword, the method of talisman and alchemy, and the non-stop practice of Dian gathering stars. Unlike Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng and others, Miao Xiaomiao has a foundation after all. Before rushing to Qingshui City to find Ling Yan's troubles, she was already an ancient martial arts master in the later stage of the day after tomorrow. Her cultivation talent can be said to be second only to Ning Yun. There are only a few people including Ling Yu and Yi Xingchen. Especially after experiencing Ling Yun's terrifying teaching method, Miao Xiaomiao vowed secretly that before seeing Ling Yun next time, she must be able to fly with a sword proficiently, and never let that nasty guy bully and make fun of her again. Hard work pays off. After Ling Yun left Miaojiang, in just a few days of hard work, Miao Xiaomiao was able to control the flying sword freely, sending and receiving freely. Here, with eyes closed, one can move freely by relying only on spiritual thoughts. Because she was not in a hurry to rush to the level, the gods obtained by Miao Xiaomiao's cultivation were also used to ripen those spiritual teas. So far, she has harvested 2 stubbles. Now she is not satisfied with ripening these spiritual teas. The people in the village planted fruits in the spiritual field to the east. Another achievement that has to be mentioned is that Miao Xiaomiao successfully broke through on the night of the full moon of September and 15th 3 days ago, reaching the 2nd level of the Great Evolution Gathering Stars treasure. Not afraid of cold and heat, water and fire do not invade the state. Therefore, during this period of time, Miao Xiaomiao's life was busy and fulfilling, and her face was full of smiles every day. Even if Xue Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang occasionally quarreled over cultivation matters, they did not step forward to persuade them, but just stood aside, her beautiful eyes turned into a crescent on the horizon. But in the past 2 days, the smile on Miao Xiaomiao's face has decreased significantly, and there are 2 more worries in her heart. Her realm couldn't be suppressed anymore. In the past 2 days in the spiritual field, when she performed the exercises to ripen the spirit tea, she almost broke through the realm several times. She was so frightened that she could only quickly withdraw her efforts and forcibly stabilize her realm. What's more, Miao Xiaomiao vaguely sensed that the Miao village where she lived seemed to be changing quietly, and there was an inexplicable aura in the surrounding air. Not only is it within the scope of the Great Spirit Gathering formation, but even the forests and vegetation outside the stockade are undergoing drastic changes amidst this strange atmosphere. Miao Xiaomiao has cultivated to the peak of the 6th realm of the Supreme Azure Emperor art. She is absolutely sensitive to changes in the vegetation around her. She can clearly feel that the vegetation is growing wildly at an unprecedented speed. The leaves in the surrounding mountains and forests are getting bigger, and the green grass is growing taller, almost an inch a day. In addition to those plants and trees, the people in the village also showed an unprecedented murderous look on their faces, and their tempers became irritable. This made Miao Xiaomiao very worried. She didn't know what went wrong, so she wanted to observe it for a few more days. If this state develops again, she must ask Ling Yun as soon as possible. After all, these inexplicable situations all appeared after Ling Yun transformed the Ling Tian, set up a large spirit gathering formation and left, and she thought it might have something to do with it. But in any case, my own cultivation should not be delayed. Miao Xiaomiao didn't want to be left too far away by that guy whose cultivation realm was advancing rapidly. Therefore, just after 5 o'clock in the morning, Miao Xiaomiao left the stockade, sacrificed his flying sword, and flew directly to Yujian. Into the sky, as usual, practicing the Great Yen gathering star treasure. Miao Xiaomiao flew over 100 meters in front of Ling Yun, but she couldn't find Ling Yun, because at that time, Ling Yun was still within the space barrier laid down by the Emperor's book. She flew to an altitude of 2,000 meters, controlled the flying sword with her spiritual thoughts, hovered in the sky, faced the morning glow in the east, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice exercises, absorbing the essence of the great sun for body training. But a minute later, Miao Xiaomiao felt something was wrong, because she had practiced for a long time, not to mention the fire of the day, and she couldn't even feel a trace of aura around her. How is this going? Miao Xiaomiao was very surprised, frowned slightly, looked around for a while, then looked at the eastern sky, looking at the sun that was about to burst out. Today's weather is obviously very good. She stood up and tried again for a long time, but found that it was still futile, so Yujian left her place and tried again 100 meters away. The result is the same, still can't absorb any big day fine fire. At this time, a smear of red sun, gushing with blazing red light, had rushed out of the sea. It's wired. Miao Xiaomiao didn't believe in evil. She moved to several places one after another, but it was still the same. No matter how much she tried to exercise, there was no trace of de Jinghua entering her body. Miao Xiaomiao didn't change the land anymore. She stood quietly in the air, pondered for a while, and suddenly put her hands on her hips. Who the hell is it, dare to come to Miaojiang to make trouble for me? Why don't you show up quickly? Ling Yun hid himself and stood in front of Miao Xiaomiao, continuously inhaling the surrounding de Jinghua into his body without saying a word. If you don't show up again, don't blame me for being rude. Miao Xiaomiao's momentum became visibly fierce. Ling Yun still didn't move. He wanted to see how Miao Xiaomiao's cultivation had improved during this period of time. Brush. With the thought of Miao Xiaomiao, dozens of plant seeds flew out from her space ring, and then suddenly activated the supreme Qingdi art. In the blink of an eye, those seeds germinated at the same time, and then turned into blue vines, which grew crazily in the sky, became longer, and stretched towards Miao Xiaomiao's front and back, and quickly extended in all directions. Caught off guard, 5 cyan vines stretched out in front of Ling Yun and were blocked directly. Then, under the control of Miao Xiaomiao's thoughts, they entangled the space where Ling Yun was. It's like wrapping around an invisible balloon. Fierce, really fierce. Ling Yun appeared, clapping his palms, and said with a smile, Xiao Miao, are you the one who snatches men like this? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Seeing Ling Yun appearing, the vigilance in Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes instantly turned into surprise, but the anger in her heart increased instead, and she directly urged the surrounding blue vines to turn around and wrap around Ling Yun. At the same time, the 8 long vines flew around Ling Yun like flying snakes, violently whipping him. Miao Xiaomiao is merciless, she is really fighting, but the blue long vine is not a rare magic weapon, it is just a kind of wild vine that can be seen everywhere in the mountains and forests of Miaojiang. It's not even a tickle for him. Are you really fighting? With a doting smile on his face, Ling Yun was wrapped in turquoise rattan, and walked step by step, feeling a little helpless to Miao Xiaomiao's reaction. If you don't hit me, who will you hit? You should hit. Miao Xiaomiao stepped back with Yujin, resolutely not letting Ling Yun get close. Her spiritual sense strengthened, she stepped up her offensive, and at the same time cursed, let you mess with me here if you have nothing to do. I'm not kidding you. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, he stepped out suddenly, and appeared beside Miao Xiaomiao in an instant, and then his body shook slightly, and the vines wrapped around his body suddenly exploded, shattering inch by inch, and then every piece, the green vines grew rapidly again, and they entangled at the same time with incomparable flexibility, entangled Miao Xiaomiao, and tightly entangled the two of them. Okay, now both of us are green, and neither of us can run away. Ling Yun stared at Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful face and joked. You. Miao Xiaomiao was caught off guard and found that she was entangled by her own green vines, and was also tied to Ling Yun. Her breath was stagnant for a while, and then her pretty face blushed. She tried her best to lean her delicate body back, trying to scold Ling Yun one sentence, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is cheating on you? Let me go. Meow Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart was truly horrified. Although those green vines were not special, they were controlled by her after all, but Ling Yun was able to shatter those green vines without harming her divine sense, and made her they grew again at an unbelievable speed and entangled the two of them at the same time. This ability to manipulate plants really shocked her. Miao Xiaomiao knew very well that with her cultivation at the peak of the sixth realm of Supreme Qingdiju, she would absolutely not be able to do this, so Ling Yan's ability to do it now can only explain one thing. Ling Yan's practice of Supreme Qingdiju has advanced again. He has at least stepped into the seventh realm, and a thought blooms. This is the flower of a thought? After all, she has been fighting with Ling Yan for too long, and Miao Xiaomiao also knows Ling Yan's temperament, so it's no big deal to let him take advantage of her, so she gave up struggling and asked the key points directly. That's right, this is the state where the flower of a single thought blooms. I have already cultivated to the peak of the seventh state of the Supreme Qingdiju. Ling Yun was grinning. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but want to punch him with that smug fart expression. She shook her head and said, "How about it, isn't it amazing?" Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes glowed. Then if I break through the realm, can I also do this step? Ling Yan's face became serious. He thought for a while, and nodded, almost, but it's still very difficult to achieve the real flowering of a thought, at least after you get the fifth small realm. It depends on you after you break the realm, can reach the middle stage of qi training. Of course Ling Yun could tell that Miao Xiaomiao's realm could no longer be suppressed. Based on her cultivation experience, it was extremely difficult to suppress the realm, but she still did not choose to break through, which made him very relieved. The vast majority of cultivators, especially those who have already enjoyed the benefits of breakthroughs, find it difficult to resist the temptation to break through when they touch the breakthrough threshold of the next level. Breaking through and suppressing the realm is simply too difficult. It really requires great perseverance and perseverance. Especially after knowing Ning Lingyu's current situation, he thought that he was disobedient, but luckily there are obedient people here. Then do you think I can break through now? I still have to cross the tribulation. Miao Xiaomiao endured a lot of hard work. Now that Ling Yun finally arrived, she hurriedly inquired. Of course, you can do it at any time, but if you still want to consider crossing the robbery, let's do it tonight. Boom. Ling Yun stopped joking with Miao Xiaomiao, and with a move of his divine sense, he shook all the vines around the two of them away, and the two left. Although Miao Xiaomiao regained her freedom, she felt lost in her heart. She bit her lip and did not look at Ling Yun, and used her spiritual sense to put all the green vines around her into the space ring. How about it? Do you feel suddenly empty in your heart? Why don't we hang around for a while? The bad guy on the other side is still flirting. I don't care about you. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Ling Yun angrily, and her pretty face, which had blushed a little, turned even redder. Didn't you go to Nanyang? Why did you suddenly appear here? Of course, Miao Xiaomiao knew that after Ling Yun left Miaojiang, she returned to the capital to celebrate his father's birthday, but she kept in touch with Qingmiao every day, so she knew exactly what happened to Ling Zhao's birthday, so she directly omitted it. Never mind. Miao Xiaomiao doesn't like nonsense the most. Ling Yun stepped forward, gently put his hands on Miao Xiaomiao's fragrant shoulders, and turned her slightly stiff body to the southeast. Look over there, the matter of the He family and the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance have been resolved by me. After finishing everything, I happen to be at the border between Yunnan and Burma. Of course, I have to come here to see you, lest you delay your breakthrough. Just kidding, a fool would say that he was brought here inexplicably by two great weapon spirits. Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Miao Xiaomiao, who was a little stiff because Ling Yun suddenly grabbed her shoulders, instantly softened a lot, and couldn't hide her elation. Her beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons in the sky. Not to mention that Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that Ling Yun's words were half truths and half false. Even if she knew it was a lie, she was willing to listen to it seriously now. However, the specific process is a long story. When I have time, I will tell you slowly. Ling Yan added another sentence, and then drifted away. Now that the sun is rising, it's time to practice the great expansion gathering stars treasure. Let's hurry up and practice. Ling Yan's playful talking would not delay his cultivation, but he knew that Miao Xiaomiao would definitely not be able to do it, and with him beside Miao Xiaomiao could hardly get any part of the great sun's fine fire, so he just fled 1,000 meters away. What a bastard, you still want to cultivate it this time, and don't talk about it and meet my grandparents. Miao Xiaomiao cursed secretly in her heart, but she knew the seriousness, so she didn't stop her. She sat down cross-legged silently, collected her mind, kept her mind pure, and practiced the Diyan gathering stars secret art. So, at an altitude of 2,000 meters, the two of them practiced together, one south and one north, separated by 1,000 meters. An hour later, Ling Yan finished his practice first. He stood up and walked to Miao Xiaomiao's side. It's almost there, let's go down first. Miao Xiaomiao nodded with a smile, and the two of them descended hand in hand and landed in the Miao village. Ling Yan followed Miao Xiaomiao, first met Xue Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang, and then specially went to meet Miao Xiaomiao's parents Miao Qing and Ren Hong. Ling Yan should have a lot of courtesy and greetings, and finally came to Xue Jingqi and his wife's village, together eat breakfast. You don't talk when you eat and sleep, so of course everyone doesn't talk much at breakfast. After the meal, Miao Fenghuang made spiritual tea in the courtyard, and the four of them started chatting. What? The 9th level of qi training? Ling Yan didn't hide anything, and at the beginning of the chat, he first told the three of them about his current state, and the three of them were stunned at the same time. It's just that these three people are too far away from the 9th level of qi training, and they don't know the strength of Ling Yan's 9th level of qi training. Because it was indeed too fast. When Ling Yan left Miao Village 10 days ago, he was still at the peak of the 6th level of qi training. When they met again in just 10 days, they were already at the 9th level of qi training. Could they not be shocked? You know, during these 10 days, Xue Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang have been practicing hard day and night in the spirit-gathering formation, and the two of them have only barely raised a small realm. Compared with the two, they are like nothing else. Next, Ling Yan spent a cup of tea briefly telling the three of them about his experience after leaving the Ling family. Ling Yan didn't mention a word about enlightenment, and he automatically skipped it. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. It's amazing to conquer Nanyang overnight, not to mention destroying the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance, but also to break through 3 realms in a row. After listening, Xue Jingqi clapped his hands and laughed loudly, amazed repeatedly, and almost couldn't help asking Miao Fenghuang to get a drink. Grandpa Xue won the prize. For others to break through, they basically need to practice hard day and night and sit cross-legged in meditation. But for me to break through, I really have to rely on this kind of continuous life and death battle to hone. Ling Yan said that, in fact, it is already a backing. With the vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi and the flame of yin and yang and 5 elements, he really kills more and breaks through the situation faster. For example, Kunbayu, the fighting monk of 10,000 Buddha's sect, no matter how talented he is, if he cultivates to the enlightened state, it will be at least 60 years of hard work before the Buddha. After Ling Yan killed him, he absorbed more than 90% of his Buddha power at once. Turn it into your own. The 8th level of qi training absorbs more than 90% of the power of the enlightened state, and anyone else would have exploded and died, but Ling Yan's dantian and physique are too miraculous, and he can't even pretend. So for Ling Yan, the more enemies the better, and the stronger, the better, they are all his ore jars. Ahem. Xue Jingqi coughed twice and interrupted Ling Yan's words. He twitched his beard and smiled and said, "You are a person who is destined to be robbed by fate. Naturally, your cultivation method is far comparable to that of others. After going through life and death battles, the realm you have achieved is the only one. It's the real realm, there's no need to say anything else. The old man is not stupid, and he can vaguely guess some clues, but he just ignores it, which is obviously the practice of his own parents. Ling Yun naturally understood the meaning of Xue Jingqi's words. He smiled knowingly, and changed the subject directly. Grandpa Xue, Grandma Miao, I have seen all the situations in the village clearly when I was practicing in the air, so you don't need to say more. Besides, I have an urgent matter waiting to be dealt with, so I won't stay here for long. I will leave after Xiao Miao breaks through the tribulation tonight. He lowered his head slightly. I don't know about you, is there anything else that I need to do? After hearing this, Xue Jingqi smiled and waved his hands. You are so busy, you can come here specially to watch Xiao Miao break through the tribulation. It is already very good, everything is not lacking in this village. How can there be other things that need your help? Xiao Miao watched anxiously, and was about to speak. However, Miao Fenghuang suddenly straightened his appearance, stood up solemnly, and stood opposite Ling Yun, with a determined look in his eyes, and knelt down at once. Yes. Master, Miao Fenghuang has one more request, please allow me. Alas? Why is this good guy kneeling down again? Xue Jingqi once again saw Miao Fenghuang kneeling and worshipping Ling Yun, with an excited expression, fiery eyes, and incomparable piety, and suddenly felt very helpless. This couple, because they both took Ling Yun's Zhuyan Baodan, are both in their 20s now, far younger than Miao Xiaomiao's parents. It is extremely loving. No one understands better than the two of them how hard-won such a happy life is. Therefore, the old couple really became younger anyway. They simply forgot their age and really lived their lives as a young couple. They should flirt on weekdays, flirt when you are cursing, and respect each other as a guest when you should, which makes others envious. But there is only one exception. It's about Miao Jiang. Between the two of them, whenever Miao Jiang was involved, Miao Fenghuang would become extremely excited, with fiery eyes, very stubborn, completely determined to go his own way, and would not listen to anything Xue Jingqi said. Especially after Ling Yun left Miao village, Miao Fenghuang would enter the Qiyu temple every morning and evening, worship the Qiyu god statue devoutly, and stay there for at least one stick of incense every time, which is extremely mysterious. In addition, Miao Fenghuang often led the people in the village as the saint of Miaojiang to conduct large-scale sacrifices every now and then, and she even ordered that the seedlings and goose seedlings in other Miao villages outside should also be treated regularly. Conduct sacrificial activities. For Miao Fenghuang's change, Xue Shini actually understood in his heart, knowing that it was Ling Yan's demonstration of the blood-transforming sword that stimulated Miao Fenghuang and gave her some kind of encouragement. That's why she became like this. He naturally felt that Miao Fenghuang has done a little too much, thinking that he is old. Why are you bothering? Can you practice with peace of mind in this paradise-like environment, and live a good life? Therefore, when the two chatted on weekdays, Dr. Xue often persuaded each other. But Miao Fenghuang always said that she did this for the sake of San Miao, she had to fulfill her mission and so on, and Xue Jingqi was resolutely not allowed to interfere in this matter. For this reason, the two bickered a lot during this time. Today, Ling Yan came to Miao village suddenly. The moment he appeared, divine Dr. Xue felt that something was wrong with Miao Fenghuang, so he privately told her not to mention these messy things to Ling Yun, but unexpectedly, in the end, still did not stop. This is not our family matter. This is a major matter that concerns the entire Miaojiang. Don't interfere. Sure enough, after Xue Jingqi only said one sentence, Miao Fenghuang turned his head and snarled him back. Okay. Just leave it alone. Xue Jingqi was so choked that he simply turned his head angrily and looked elsewhere. What's the matter? But it's okay to say. This time, Ling Yun couldn't sit still, and accepted Miao Fenghuang's obeisance frankly. Because Ling Yun is the master of the blood-transforming sword, the co-lord of the three seedlings, and the one who deserves the fate, now that Miao Fenghuang kneels down as his master, he can naturally bear it. And, most importantly, Ling Yan had vaguely guessed what Miao Fenghuang was going to say, which was what he deliberately provoked, just now. There's no way, I have to solve the mess. I brazenly drew my knife last time, and I have to solve it myself. Master, since you said that you will help Xiao Miao to cross the catastrophe at night, then I would like to ask you to take out the blood-transforming sword before leaving Miaojiang, and I will invite it into the Yugong temple and place it on the incense table for offering. The Miao people, worship devoutly. With fiery eyes, Miao Fenghuang said what he wanted. Absolutely can't promise her. However, as soon as Miao Fenghuang finished speaking, before Ling Yan could speak, two voices sounded in Ling Yan's mind at the same time. Naturally, it is the two great tools of the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book. Please rest assured, the two seniors. Ling Yan secretly felt that it was funny, so he comforted the two of them with his thoughts first, then pretended to be contemplative, and then shook his head decisively at Miao Fenghuang. No. After Miao Fenghuang put forward her request, she kept raising her head and looked at Ling Yan with fiery eyes. She thought that Ling Yan would definitely not refuse such a small request, but she never expected that Ling Yan would refuse so thoroughly. There is no doubt about it. Her expression froze for a moment, then her face changed drastically, and she said hastily, Master, don't get me wrong, I don't want you to leave the blood-transforming sword in the Yugong temple, but to put it there for a day, accept the worship of our Miao people, and take it away when you leave the Miao village. That's not okay. After listening to Miao Fenghuang's explanation, Ling Yan flatly refused again. Miao Fenghuang was dumbfounded, and froze there for a while, a little at a loss. Owner. She thought for a while with blank eyes, and was about to speak again. You don't need to say anything. If it's something else, we can discuss it, but I will definitely not agree to this alone. Ling Yan put the words to death first, then turned to look at Miao Xiaomiao. Xiao Miao, help your grandma up first. Miao Xiaomiao stepped forward and helped Miao Fenghuang up from the ground. Grandma, okay, no matter what you have to say, you can stand up first before talking. Miao Fenghuang had no choice, but to get up slumped. Grandma Miao, can you tell me why you borrowed a knife and put it in the temple to worship? After Miao Fenghuang stood up, Ling Yan changed his tone, and naturally returned to the original address. He asked with a pleasant face. Ling Yan naturally knew the real reason, but he asked knowingly, just to see if Miao Fenghuang would hide it from him. Master, to be honest, the reason why Fenghuang begged so much is because last night. Miao Fenghuang's answer was a bit difficult. Half of the answer was answered, but he was still hesitating and hesitating. Oh? What happened last night? Ling Yan pretended to be ignorant, and immediately asked. Last night, I felt that the great chief of our Sanmiao Limin, Mr. Yu, has manifested himself. Yugong manifests the Holy Spirit. After hearing this, Ling Yan didn't show much shock, but in the dark, he slowly exhaled a foul breath. Miao Fenghuang did not dare to deceive him. She is the holy maiden of Miaojiang, in charge of the sacrificial activities of the Miao people in Xuanhuan Dashan. If she did not deceive Ling Yun, then Miaojiang would not be in chaos, which means that she really regards Ling Yun as the co-lord of the three Miao. Miao Fenghuang never imagined that if she gave a wrong answer just now and dared to lie to Ling Yun would personally destroy the statues of Qiyu in the 100,000 mountains within a day, throw them into the Taishu ring, and then throw them into the sea. Owner. Miao Fenghuang glanced at Ling Yun, and said slightly aggrieved, you have just left Miao village, but you came here suddenly, I think it must be related to this? That's right. It has something to do with it. Ling Yun simply admitted it frankly. Miao Fenghuang could feel Qiyu's aura, which meant that she must have a special inheritance secret method. Since she didn't lie to herself, Ling Yun had no reason to hide it from him. The demon god Qiyu condensed a phantom again. In the eyes of the two great spirits, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book, it is the ancient great demon god who wants to be resurrected, but in the eyes of the Saintess of Miaojiang, it is the out-and-out Dukyu. Appear. Ling Yun has not only received the inheritance of the 3 ancient emperors, but also the blood-transforming sword of the demon god, Qiyu. His status is really embarrassing, but he does not shy away from this point. He has already made up his mind and chooses to face it head-on. Ling Yun asked directly, "What do you think about Yugong showing his holiness?" Miao Fenghuang tidied up her clothes carefully. With a sacred look on her face, she said solemnly, "To tell you the truth, according to the legend passed down by a San Miao from ancient times, the day when Yugong manifested his sanctity is not far from the day when he will be resurrected and reappear in the world, gone. Although it's a long time ago, the millions of Miao people in Miaojiang are still willing to follow in the footsteps of our ancestor, the great chief, and look forward to his resurrection and lead our descendants on the road to glory." After hearing this, Ling Yun remained silent. He had to admit that this was Miao Fenghuang's true thought, and from her standpoint, this thought was not wrong. "Do you have a way to revive the great chief and reappear in the world?" After pondering for a long time, Ling Yun asked a crucial question. "Reporting to Master, I have nothing to do." Miao Fenghuang shook her head, but she immediately continued, "But, since Master can obtain the blood-transforming sword, then I believe Master must have a way." Ling Yun was surprised. "It's just an ancient legend, why are you so sure?" Miao Fenghuang's eyes were burning, and he said excitedly, "Because after the Master left, all the signs that happened around me have been told to me, those legends must be true. There is an ancient and wild atmosphere around our Miao village. In this atmosphere, the vegetation in the mountains and forests grows wildly, and the sizes of various beasts are also getting bigger. Moreover, even the Miao people in the village have ancient prehistoric blood in their bodies. They are also gradually waking up. These visions are all signs of the great chief's resurrection." Ling Yun. Miao Xiaomiao, next to her, was also stunned. She originally thought that she was the only one who noticed the situation in the village, and she was secretly worried. Unexpectedly, her grandma also noticed it, and she noticed it earlier than she did, and she paid more attention to it. She even knew about it. Why did everything happen? This, and other things? Shui Jingqi was even more stunned. He widened his eyes, pointed at Miao Fenghuang and said, "No wonder you lead your people to perform sacrifices these days." It turned out that he was looking forward to Qiyu's resurrection. However, is it possible to revive a character from an ancient legend in the Darmanding era thousands of years later? Okay. Ling Yun glanced at the surrounding mountains and forests. Of course he knew that what Miao Fenghuang said was true. He nodded, but frowned and said, "But, I can't bring him back to life." "There is a way, there must be a way." Miao Fenghuang excitedly murmured there, "Master, you already have the great chief's blood-melting sword. As long as you find the great chief's demon god armor and combine the two, I believe that the great chief will be able to reappear the world. The blood-melting magic sword and the demon god battle armor, the two are combined into one. Qiyu is resurrected.